in a parallel universe across the vast ocean. On December 27, 2018, at the Barclays Center, the game between the Brooklyn Nets, languishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, and the top-ranked Cleveland Cavaliers unfolded predictably. Seated beside the water cooler was a player clad in the number 10 jersey Dongfang Kong, who maintained an unwavering enthusiasm to step onto the court at any moment. Dongfang Kong, a traveler from a parallel world, had succumbed to unconsciousness during an intense street basketball match, only to awaken in the bed of this host. Remarkably, he also possessed a system essential for his journey. Coincidentally, this host bore the same name, Dongfang Kong, a friend of Jeremy Lin, who had been recommended to the team to sign a 10-day contract in the wake of Lin's injury. Today marked the final day of that contract. Watching the 30-point deficit, head coach Atkinson silently cursed under his breath, burdened with a talented group of young players who failed to deliver on their promise. The only path ahead seemed to be a deliberate decline. If they were falter, they might as well do so spectacularly, losing games to persuade management to secure draft picks. Kong, it's your turn. I hope you seize this opportunity and earn a guaranteed contract. Atkinson offered hollow words of encouragement, while inwardly avoiding the truth. Ding. Basketball fire system activation initiated. Host Dongfang Kong, height 203 cm, wingspan 200 centimeters. Weight, 100 kg. Combat value, 20 in. Reserved space, 0 inches an instant. A transparent screen materialized before Dongfang Kong, displaying an X-ray view of his body, rotating seamlessly in 360 degrees. The revelation of 0 reserved space stirred unease within him, yet the subsequent rewards promised a path to stardom. System activation reward, Super 3-point experience card, limited to 10 minutes. Explanation: the Super 3-point card covers half the court with an average success rate of 50. The closer one is to the 3-point line, the higher the accuracy, peaking at 90. System upgrade: the basketball fire system gathers energy from all superstars. Each completed task grants template energy. Upon accumulating 10 points of template energy, combat value will enhance automatically, with a maximum of 100. First stage template: Tracy McGrady Swift first step, unguardable pull-up three-pointer. The system corresponds with a meteor step, initiating the quickest dribbling techniques combined with pull-up shots to utilize the Super 3-point experience card. Ding. System infused into the body. Mission initiated: aid the team in reversing the game. In an instant, he clenched his fists, veins bulging, feeling an electrifying energy coursing through him as if a divine being had descended. Images of McGrady's skill set flooded his mind. Ball fake, accelerate into the first step, stop and pop at the apex. Arm extension to block, steal from the front, spin and dunk off the backboard. Meteor step, scissor kick, long arm slammed. A whirlwind of energy enveloped him until a sharp voice cut through. Hey, what are you showing off for? Get on the court. Mozgov, irritated by the presence of the Chinese player, scoffed at the notion of a mere benchwarmer performing theatrics as if he were a superstar like LeBron James. Dongfang Kong, analyzing the skill set template, recognized the peak power of McGrady, capable of single-handedly transforming the league. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged that these skills held boundless potential waiting to be unlocked. Even if he could not fully harness them just yet, they were sufficient to create an extraordinary spectacle. Incredible. To start with a supercharged system, was this fate conspiring in his favor? Dongfang Kong felt a surge of elation as he grinned and made his way onto the court. Hey, pass me the ball as much as possible, he confidently called out to Napier. Play inside, rookie. I can change the game. Mozgov, the primary big man, dismissed him entirely. 9 minutes left. Time is short. Only three-pointers can alter the outcome. Dongfang Kong exuded an air of star-like authority, directing Napier. Meanwhile, on the commentary panel, Jeff Van Gundy glanced at the number 10 player entering the game and shook his head disdainfully. After tonight, Atkinson won't remain as head coach of the Nets. He's made a grave error. Are you suggesting he shouldn't have played the number 10? Miller disagreed, believing that given the opportunity, a Chinese player could thrive in the NBA. With Yao Ming's legacy and Lin's meteoric rise, they were indeed phenomenal talents. Yet, there was scant information regarding this number 10. Should he have played? Let's see what the fans think, Van Gundy remarked, gesturing to the computer screen, shaking his head once more. Miller peered at the live stream and noted the barrage of derogatory comments. That's our trash coach. His trash players are trash. Who is number 10? I've never seen him before. Can someone enlighten me about this player? Huh, I thought Lin was making a comeback. This guy appearing in the nets. The franchise is doomed. Faced with the mockery, Miller could only shrug. Yet the physique of the number 10 player reminded him of a certain genius from the Magic. The whistle blew, and the game resumed. At the center court, power forward Dudley initiated the play, driving straight to the baseline to set a screen for Harris. Given the vast point disparity, the Cavaliers' defense had slackened. In consecutive plays, Harris attempted three-point shots from the perimeter, only to miss, though Mozgov capitalized on offensive rebounds, scoring 4 points. However, the Earth's mightiest 175 responded with a three-point shot, keeping the score hovering around a 30-point gap. After nearly a minute of play, both teams resorted to isolation tactics. Dongfang Kong had to touch the ball, let alone showcase his skills. If this continued, it would spell disaster. He needed to demand the ball and unleash a personal offensive frenzy. Hey, stop taking wild shots and pass the ball. Dongfang Kong shouted at Harris, who was preparing for another shot. Despite his belief that even if he missed 100 times, he would still shoot on the 101st attempt, Harris found himself unexpectedly confronted by this temporary player's audacity to ask for the ball. Reluctantly, he passed to Dongfang Kong, curious to gauge his capabilities. Make this shot, or you can expect to be shown the door, Harris warned as he passed the ball. Huh, your teammates are mocking you, rookie. You should be the one leaving. The Earth's mightiest 175 scoffed, stepping back a meter, his eyes filled with derision. Dongfang Kang's expression darkened. He held the ball firmly, slightly adjusted his shooting form, bent his knees, and leapt into a textbook pull-up shot. McGrady skills activated, super three-point experience card redeemed. The system chimed, and Dongfang Kong nearly burst into laughter. Feeling the ball glide through his fingertips as he sensed his release reaching the pinnacle of his abilities, his scissor kick manifesting effortlessly. What the scissor kick pull-up? Miller gasped, slamming his hand on the table, his eyes brimming with excitement. Van Gundy, unable to witness the action, nonetheless saw the ball swish through the net. The height of the release, the rhythm of the shot, and its graceful execution were nothing short of poetic, and he couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Hey, not bad. Harris raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Chapter 002. The Celestial Canopy of Time and Space. Before long, Jiang Hao found himself running into the woods outside the town. As he glanced back at the pursuers, who were a mere 20 meters behind him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had thought that once he reached the forest, the wolf gang would cease their relentless chase, but to his dismay, they were tenacious in their pursuit. Soon, Jiang Hao was confronted by a wide river that obstructed his path. Gazing at the tumultuous waters, he mused, I never expected to find myself back at the riverbank. It was here that I awoke years ago, nameless and without an identity, taking Jiang as my surname. Living off scavenging, I was dubbed rat by fellow vagrants. Hence I chose to name myself Jiang Hao. How ironic that today, I find myself cornered at the river again. At that moment, the wolf gang seized the opportunity to close in on him, encircling him by the riverbank. Shenghua, observing the river's steep drop just behind Jiang Hao, sneered. Why aren't you running now? You dared to kill my brother. Today, I shall avenge him by ending your life. Those who provoke the wolf gang do not survive in this world. As he surveyed the approaching gang and the churning river, Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. Against a group of nearly 30, his chances of survival were non-existent. The members of the wolf gang were merciless, often taking lives over the slightest offenses. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao exclaimed, Damn it! Staying here guarantees my death, while jumping might afford me a slim chance of survival. Even if I have but a thread of hope, I must seize it. Shaoli is waiting for me at home. Here goes. With that, he sprinted a few steps and leaped into the air. With a splash, he plunged headfirst into the river. Chenghua watched Jiang Hao and Amp's figure disappear beneath the surface, grumbling. What a stroke of luck for this brat. I had intended to chop him into pieces for the dogs, but now he'll merely feed the turtles. Diving into the river, Jiang Hao was immediately engulfed by the turbulent waters. No matter how skilled he was at swimming, he was powerless against the swirling current. After being swept along for hundreds of meters, exhaustion began to overwhelm him, and his consciousness slowly faded. Unable to close his eyes, an inner voice persisted, urging him. I cannot die. Shaoli is waiting for me. I must survive. Suddenly, he felt his body plummeting rapidly. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Is this what it feels like to fall into hell? With a thud, he crashed onto a solid surface. The intense pain jolted him back to a degree of awareness. This must be the bottom of a waterfall. I'm saved. Typically, there is a deep pool beneath a waterfall where the current is not too fierce. Instinctively, the will to survive ignited a strength within him, and he swam with all his might towards the calmer waters. Finally, aided by the waves, he propelled himself to the riverbank. As his head struck the muddy edge, he collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed, and eventually, Jiang Hao groggily regained consciousness. Leaning against the stone wall, he surveyed his surroundings. 3 steep cliffs surrounded him, and he could not see the flow of water ahead. He seemed to be in the middle of a second-tier waterfall. How to escape? At his current strength, climbing the slippery cliffs was impossible. Jumping down to another waterfall, though also unrealistic, appeared to be the most viable option. While he contemplated how to leave this place, a sudden realization struck him. Just moments before losing consciousness, he had glimpsed something glowing beneath the waterfall. Could it be remnants of a spacecraft? He understood the notion of spacecraft remnants well. 60 years ago, beneath the Arctic glaciers, a 65-million-year-old extraterrestrial vessel had been discovered. The catastrophic Arctic battle had led to a massive explosion, scattering the remnants across the globe. Over the years, soldiers from the celestial canopy had come to the outpost, posting notices to collect these remnants. The notices clearly outlined the materials and approximate shapes of the wreckage. Turning in remnants not only yielded generous rewards in dragon coins, but also offered a chance to enter the celestial canopy. With his eyes gleaming, Jiang Hao thought, regardless of whether I merely imagined it, I must dive down to investigate. Fortune often arises from misfortune. If the heavens do not take, they may instead bestow. Slowly, he submerged himself in the water, searching diligently until he spotted a faint blue light amidst the currents. It truly is a spacecraft remnant. Blessing and calamity are intertwined. I am destined for riches this time. The remnant was lodged within a crevice, and it took him several attempts to drag it back to shore. Examining the over a meter-long remnant, which was as thick as his thigh, Jiang Hao felt a pang of disappointment. Most of it appeared to be glass, with only a small portion being metal, resembling an hourglass. Even if it's not much metal, according to the notices, it should still be worth several thousand dragon coins. He mused. That amount could buy countless special medicines. I need not worry about affording medicine for Shaoli. With that thought, he began to wipe the remnant with glee. Suddenly, a sharp crackle of electricity erupted. ZZT. Countless arcs of electricity danced across the remnant, and Jiang Hao felt a jolt surge through his body, rendering him unconscious once more. An ethereal voice echoed from an unknown source. I wonder how many years I have been dormant in this body. Finally, I have been activated. Simultaneously, in the distant starry sky, a colossal warship hurtled forward at breakneck speed, dragging along a glowing celestial body behind it. On the bridge of the ship stood a towering figure clad in a black robe, crowned with a mask. As of now, how many white dwarf stars have we collected? A soldier reported, My lord, we have gathered a total of 685 white dwarf stars. Useless. After 1,000 years, only this meager amount? Deploy all ships and accelerate our efforts. At that moment, a figure clad in obsidian armor, wearing a ghastly mask, appeared on the bridge. Report. A signal has been detected from the chief of the Science Institute. Its coordinates are in the Laniakea supercluster, Virgo cluster, Virgo group, Milky Way, Hobu, Gould belt, Chiwu interstellar bubble, Chiwu interstellar cloud, Oort cloud, third planet of a miniature stellar system. Upon hearing this, the masked figure's expression brightened with excitement. Excellent. Last time, we were ambushed, and the cruiser ship escaped, leaving us missing for 660 years. It has finally reappeared. And what is aboard that ship could elevate my kind to the pinnacle of the universe? We must seize it before the Science Institute does. Mobilize at once. And be cautious of the time-space canopy in that experimental field. Entering there will distort your perception of time. Moreover, eliminate all inhabitants of that planet to eradicate future threats. This mission must succeed. If it jeopardizes my people's grand endeavors, your families will pay the price. The figure in the ghastly mask crossed his arms and bowed deeply, declaring, That location lies on the other side of the universe. We can reach it within 2 years using the quantum transit gate. We shall not fail in our mission. Time passed once more, and Jiang Hao gradually regained consciousness. The first thing he did was quickly kick off the ground, rolling away from the remnants of the spacecraft. The overwhelming shock from the powerful electric current had left him with an intense tingling sensation, one he had no desire to experience again. To his astonishment, upon awakening, he found that all his strength had returned. Glancing at the sky, Jiang Hao resolved to leap from the next waterfall. That would be the fastest way to escape. Gazing down at the pool beneath, Jiang Hao could not help but furrow his brow. Damn it, I fainted twice today. Surely I won't faint again. Nevertheless, he secured 2 pieces of wood to the wreckage of the spacecraft and cast them into the gentle currents below the waterfall before leaping off himself. With a splash, Jiang Hao plunged deep into the water, only managing to surface after several moments of struggle. Haha, it hurts a bit, but I didn't faint, he exclaimed joyfully, splashing towards the floating debris. Just as he was about to grasp the wreckage tied to the wooden pieces, it inexplicably sank like a fish. What the hell? How can this sink? Jiang Hao muttered as he dove underwater to retrieve it. Upon submerging, a shocking sight made him gasp. A long tentacle was swiftly coiling around the spacecraft wreckage, drawing it in. Beneath the waterfall, a massive shadow loomed in the depths, and suddenly, 2 more tentacles shot towards him. What the hell? This is a river. How can there be an octopus here? At least an A-class monster. Seeing the tentacles as thick as his thighs approach, Jiang Hao's face drained of color, and he exerted every ounce of strength to swim toward the riverbank. Just as the shore was within reach, he felt something wrap around his right foot. A tremendous force yanked him backward. Despair filled Jiang Hao's heart. It's over. Soon. A 3-meter-wide circular head loomed before him, with eyes larger than basketballs glowing a sinister crimson. S-class monster, octopus beast. A line of text suddenly appeared before him. And upon reading it, Jiang Hao felt a surge of frustration. I already knew it was a monster above A-class, but knowing what it is doesn't help me escape. Decapitating blade. The sight of the text sparked a glimmer of hope in Jiang Hao's eyes as he hurriedly groped for the weapon at his waist. After several attempts, he finally grasped the decapitating blade. With a swift motion, he swung the blade, severing the tentacle that had ensnared him. Seeing that the blade could injure an S-class monster filled Jiang Hao with elation. He dared not linger, flipping his body as he kicked towards the bank, tightly gripping the decapitating blade and remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, a tentacle lunged at him, and he wildly swung the blade. The tentacle was injured and recoiled, but the octopus, evidently enraged, caused the water below to churn violently. 5 or 6 tentacles surged toward him, surrounding him from every direction. Outmatched by the multitude, Jiang Hao found himself ensnared by 4 tentacles, rendered immobile like a helpless doll. He could only watch as the tentacles began to drag him back. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped Jiang Hao. Crackling with energy, countless bolts of lightning surged forth from his being. Chapter 003, Memory. Jiang Hao could not have anticipated that in the depths of despair, a supernatural phenomenon would erupt within him. After a flash of lightning, an enormous octopus darted away like the wind. Seizing the opportunity for escape, Jiang Hao quickly surfaced and swam with great urgency towards the shore. Once ashore, he distanced himself by over 100 meters before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. He felt as though his entire being had been drained, overwhelmed by an intense sense of weakness that seemed to emanate from the very depths of his soul, from each and every cell within him. Staring blankly at the distant pool of water, Jiang Hao sighed. Alas, it seems the remnants are unattainable, as the old saying goes. What is not yours will ultimately not belong to you. Regaining his composure slightly, Jiang Hao suddenly realized with horror, what were those words that appeared underwater? Could they be from a ghost? The words are projected onto your retina. Seeing the text reappear, Jiang Hao's heart raced. He was astonished not by the reappearance of the words, but by the fact that they seemed to respond to his thoughts, as if some entity could comprehend his inner musings. Contemplating this, Jiang Hao silently inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Makala." "Makala? Where are you? And how can you inscribe words before my eyes?" "I reside within your mind." "How did you come to be in my mind? Do you remember 60 years ago?" 60 years ago? What do you mean by that? I can't recall anything from even 10 years past. It seems I have lost my memory. And I am only in my 20s. How can you speak of 60 years? Makala thought silently in a voice inaudible to Jiang Hao. It appears that back then, his body was severely damaged. After the physical repair and reconstitution, that portion of the hippocampus's memory was lost. Perhaps this is for the best. Then, addressing Jiang Hao, Makala explained, "Oh, that was a slip of the tongue. Do you remember being electrified just now? I was activated by that energy, seeking to communicate with you. I entered your brain to extract memory information from the hippocampus. Then what are you? What exactly are you? I am not merely an entity, strictly speaking. I am a memory implant, or you might say, a superintelligence. Noticing Jiang Hao and Appo's furrowed brow, struggling to comprehend. The text continued to elucidate. I have seen something in your mind referred to as a cultivation novel, which can be simply understood as a doppelganger within a narrative, possessing the thoughts and memories of the original. The memory implant exists in quantum form as a superintelligent entity, primarily loaded into the heads of genetically modified humans to execute high-difficulty, high-risk tasks, somewhat akin to your intelligent robots. Jiang Hao's eyes widened in realization, and he nodded, saying, "Now I understand. You are a manifestation of consciousness, or perhaps a remnant soul. Where do you hail from? Where is your original form?" "I come from the Laniakea Empire, serving as the chief researcher at the Empire's Academy of Technology. My original form was destroyed when the spacecraft crashed. At the moment of the crash, I forcibly extracted all memories and uploaded them to the ship and Appo's core. Hence, I currently possess no original form." "So, you are an alien. But why did you choose me?" "I Dawn and Appo's seem particularly special. The spacecraft has been down for several million years, and my internal energy is insufficient to sustain me any longer. If I do not depart soon, I will dissipate due to energy depletion. I carry a mission vital to the survival of the Empire, and I cannot simply vanish. Hence, during the incident in the Arctic, I had no choice but to reside within you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao shook his head and chuckled. "Very well, you may temporarily reside within me. When you find a better option, you must leave my body and seek another. I do not wish to harbor another being within me, and I am merely an insignificant individual, not wanting to impede you. Your cerebral capacity exceeds that of the average Earthling by a significant margin. Your potential is quite substantial. Moreover, the current situation is rather exceptional. During the recent emergency, your demise would also lead to my dissolution. Reluctantly, I accessed your biological energy through your neural pathways, increasing the current to repel that S-class beast. Absorbing your biological energy is akin to having customized my blood type, rendering it unique. And I can no longer absorb energy from other beings." Jiang Hao understood. "So that electric current was generated by you?" "It should be said that it was emitted by you. I merely assisted in amplifying it, which is why you feel weak. Everything I can do relies on your physical foundation. My role is primarily to provide theoretical support and technical guidance, with the rest depending on you." "Does this mean you can only remain in my body? You cannot depart?" "Not entirely. However, you must grow sufficiently powerful, at least to the level of a lord." "What constitutes lord-level power?" "The categorization of power in the universe is exceedingly complex, and I cannot explain it all at once. I have exhausted my energy reserves with that last strike, and am preparing to enter low-energy standby mode. Once you accumulate sufficient energy, I will elaborate further. Since aliens are so formidable, why is Earth? For now, it is wise to refrain from pondering this question. Just know that Earth is merely a testing ground, and the entire galaxy is on the brink of a grave crisis. Enough talk. I must enter standby mode due to insufficient energy." With that, Makala fell silent, ceasing to communicate, as if sensing Jiang Hao and Appo's burning questions. The text flickered back into existence. "When usable energy becomes available, I will alert you. Also, your sister's ailment is merely a genetic alteration, which can be rectified using the medical pod within the canopy, but it requires your—" The text became unstable at this point, flickering several times before vanishing. Calling out for Makala in his mind countless times yielded no response, leaving Jiang Hao feeling dejected. Alas, it seems the energy has truly run out. Leaving matters half-spoken is quite tantalizing. What about 60 years ago? What about the Arctic? Did I go to the Arctic glacier before my amnesia? That seems implausible. With that, Jiang Hao rose to his feet, casting a lingering glance at the pool of water. Sighing, he made his way out of the mountain. In the small town, within Jiang Hao's humble abode, Jiang Li exclaimed, "I have already killed Jiang Hao. If you know what is good for you, get out of here." A frail girl, her face devoid of color, stood up, her expression filled with agitation. "You're lying. My brother is not dead." At the doorway, a dozen burly men loomed, with Chun Guo among them. Chun Guo sneered, "Haha, you are merely deceiving yourself. I personally killed him. Is there any doubt?" Tears shimmered in Jiang Li's eyes as she sobbed. "No, my brother is definitely still alive. He has merely gone into the mountains to hunt and will return in a few days. You wish to seize our cabin, So you concocted this lie to deceive me. Guo and Amp, Appos, S eyes darkened ominously. Throw this sickly girl out. I don't want her to die in this beautiful house, lest it be tainted with death. Humph. Jiang Hao killed my brother, and I want to watch you starve to death, for that would truly quench my resentment. A burly man stepped forward, seizing Jiang Li by the collar of her garment, lifting her effortlessly. Upon noticing the glowing numbers on her wrist, he paused momentarily. However, he brushed it off and dragged Jiang Li to the door, unceremoniously tossing her out. Jiang Li, frail and sickly since childhood, could hardly withstand such a severe fall. After a heart-wrenching scream, she lay on the ground, unable to rise, and could only weep helplessly. Hearing her cries from outside, Guo glared fiercely at the burly man, exclaiming, "You wretched Malalu, have you left her at the doorstep? Get her away from here. Her incessant wailing is utterly irritating." Malalu, upon receiving the scolding, emerged from the house with a face ashen with fury. By this time, a crowd had gathered outside, pointing fingers at Jiang Li. Yet none dared to step forward to assist her. As he stepped outside and beheld Jiang Li sobbing uncontrollably, Malalu and Amp, Appos, S anger surged within him. He strode swiftly to Jiang Li and extended his arm to seize her. Suddenly, a blinding flash caught his eye, followed by a piercing scream that echoed throughout the small town. Chapter 004. The inspector. The scene before them left the onlookers covering their mouths, their faces etched with horror. The one screaming in agony was Ma Lao Lu, who clutched his wrist. His hand vanished without a trace. Blood gushed from the severed wrist, mingling with his piercing cries, sending chills down the spines of all who witnessed. Upon seeing a sudden figure, Jiang Li and Appos, S tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Brother, you're alive. How wonderful." Just in the nick of time, Jiang Hao returned, discovering Ma Lao Lu about to harm Jiang Li. Enraged, Jiang Hao seized a cleaver and charged forward. Jiang Li was his most vulnerable point. Caught off guard, Ma Lao Lu's hand was swiftly severed by a single strike. Seeing Jiang Li and Appos, S distress, Jiang Hao and Appos, S heart twisted in agony, his body trembling slightly. "Brother is fine, merely delayed by some matters. I shouldn't, Appos. T have worried you littly." As he gazed at the wailing Ma Lao Lu, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Jiang Hao's mouth, his fist clenched tightly. He hurled a punch at Ma Lao Lu. Hearing Ma Lao Lu and Amp, Appos, S cries, Guo and the others rushed outside. Upon witnessing Jiang Hao and Amp, Appos, S aggression, Guo too raised his fist, aiming at Jiang Hao. The two fists collided with a resounding crack. Jiang Hao retreated beside Jiang Li, while Guo stumbled back several paces. After regaining his stance, Guo stared at Jiang Hao in disbelief. "You're still alive? Truly a cockroach that can't be killed. Today, I'll crush you." Failing to land a blow, Jiang Hao did not retaliate, but instead seated Jiang Li on a stone bench, his expression menacing as he glared at Guo. "Guo, you seek death by laying a hand on my sister." Guo glanced at his moaning brother, his voice cold. "Jiang Hao, you killed my brother and severed Ma Lao Lu and Amp, Appos, S hand. Today, blood must be repaid with blood." The Wild Wolf gang members, understanding the cue, drew their machetes, closing in on Jiang Hao. In response, Jiang Hao chuckled coldly. "What a notion, blood for blood. Prepare for a reckoning far beyond your expectations." He too unsheathed his cleaver, ready for battle. "Attack!" Guo commanded, and several burly men brandished their machetes, advancing toward Jiang Hao. Unyielding, Jiang Hao swung his cleaver, determined to engage. "Stop!" Just as a fierce confrontation loomed, a powerful voice rang out. A man clad in resplendent attire strode from the crowd, flanked by two squads of fully armed soldiers. "Captain Fong, is that you? What brings you here?" Guo greeted with a forced smile, bowing obsequiously. Captain Fong cast a disdainful glance at Guo. "Are you instigating a brawl? I warn you, the inspector has just arrived at the outpost. For 3 days, no disturbances are permitted in this town." Guo, anxious, replied, "Captain Fong, Jiang Hao killed my brother. I must avenge him." Captain Fong shot him a fierce glare. "I said no incidents for 3 days. Even if they kill your entire family, you must endure for 3 days. Otherwise, the Wild Wolf gang will face obliteration." Guo's face paled, quickly placating. "I wouldn't dare. We shall heed your command, Captain Fong." He glared at Jiang Hao. "For now, you get 3 more days to savor the last moments of your life." With that, he departed with his men. Seeing the tension dissipate, Captain Fong surveyed Jiang Hao and then Jiang Li. Noticing the partial digits visible on Jiang Li's wrist, his eyes narrowed slightly. Those digits were from an experimental subject? A surviving test subject indeed. And she had grown so much. 10 years ago, weren't all of them forcibly erased? To find a lone survivor here, how intriguing. He observed silently for a few seconds before saying nothing and leaving with his soldiers. Jiang Hao swiftly approached, rolling down Jiang Li and Amp, Appo's sleeve to conceal her wrist, then assisted her as they hurried into the small wooden house. Later, after dinner, watching Jiang Li drift into a peaceful sleep with a faint smile, Jiang Hao felt a wave of happiness wash over him, tenderly arranging her blanket. He stepped out of the room. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Hao stealthily slipped out of the small wooden house. His nature demanded vengeance. He could not allow Chen Guo and his men to live to seek retribution. A few kilometers outside the town, the atmosphere was starkly different. While the town lay in quietude, this place, known as Huailiu Alley, thrived with revelry, a den of iniquity. The impoverished had their means to survive, no? If we can't afford a sports car, can't we manage a small electric scooter? Before long, a group surrounded a swaying figure emerging from a raucous establishment. It was Chen Guo. Brother Guo, we'll see you home. Chen Guo waved dismissively, exhaling the scent of alcohol. No need, I can manage. Who dares to mess with us on our turf? Chen Guo, hiccuping and humming a tune, staggered toward the alley. After a short while, needing to relieve himself, Chen Guo stopped in a patch of grass. Just as he was about to do his business, a shadow flashed by. He felt a sudden chill at his neck before collapsing face first onto the ground. Not far from Huailiu Alley, in a thatched hut, Ma Lao Lu, with his severed wrist, had spent a sleepless night groaning in pain. Hearing a faint sound at the door, he warily peered out, astonished to see the visitor. What are you doing here? Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed, and silence ensued. The next day, whispers spread through the streets. Chen Guo, the fifth leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, had been murdered near Huailiu Alley, along with several of his men, all meeting the same gruesome fate, heads severed from their bodies. The tyrants who once terrorized the town were gone, causing the townsfolk to cheer in relief, yet they feared the Wild Wolf Gang might retaliate with vengeance. That day, Jiang Hao busied himself preparing breakfast for Jiang Li. As she ate, she voiced her concerns. Brother, with 3 days almost up, what should we do? Perhaps you should flee tonight and leave me behind. Jiang Hao smiled gently at Jiang Li. Silly girl, I would never abandon you. Moreover, fleeing the town now would be a dead end. They would anticipate our escape and lay ambush outside. Besides, with Chen Guo and his men now dead, they won't trouble us anymore. Jiang Li gazed deeply into Jiang Hao and Amp, Appo's eyes, warmth blooming in her heart. She said nothing further, merely pursing her lips and continuing her meal. Little Li, later wrap a cloth around your wrist to conceal those numbers. The captain seemed to regard them with a cryptic expression. I fear it may not bode well. Jiang Li obediently nodded, lifting her sleeve to stare blankly at the digits. 2086. Brother, what do these numbers signify? How did they end up on my wrist? Jiang Hao gazed at the faintly glowing green digits on his wrist, a serene smile gracing his lips. It's nothing. It must merely be a malfunctioning smart timer. 2086 is precisely the year we first met, and now, in the year 2096, it aligns perfectly, doesn't it? Jiang Li gently caressed the row of numbers, her brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, the digits transformed into a vivid red. Jiang Li clasped her wrist in agony, her body collapsing from the chair onto the floor, writhing in distress. This is bad. Jiang Hao and Amp, Appo's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily discarded his chopsticks and rushed towards Jiang Li. Chapter 005. Onset of illness. Seeing Jiang Li rolling on the ground, biting her lip tightly without uttering a sound, Jiang Hao felt a pang of anguish. He knew that Jiang Li and Amp, Appo's illness had struck again. For the past decade, it had been this way, but this time, the onset came with such alarming brevity that it weighed heavily on his heart. He helped Jiang Li to the bed and tucked her in with a blanket, saying anxiously, Xiao Li, bear with it for a moment. I will rush to get you some medicine. Lying on the bed, Jiang Li was no longer in the torment she had experienced at the onset of her ailment. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, devoid of any color, while beads of sweat adorned her forehead. The little girl clenched her teeth, not letting out even a muffled groan. She grasped Jiang Hao and Amp, Appo's arm as he attempted to rise, saying, Brother, I'm not in pain. I will feel better shortly. You have endured enough suffering for my sake over the years. Although you are not my biological brother, I am content to have a brother like you. Just stay here with me. Jiang Hao gently wiped the sweat from Jiang Li and Amp, Appo's forehead, replying, Silly girl, you are my true sister, my only family in this world. If you suffer, who else can I bear to see in pain? Observing Jiang Li in such distress made him reminisce about their first encounter many years ago. He awoke by a riverbank, bewildered and naked, with only a broken blade beside him. He had no recollection of his identity, name, or origin, only the knowledge of his injuries and utter weakness. Afterward, Jiang Hao scavenged through garbage piles for food to survive. That year, he spotted a small girl, around 8 years old, lying in a cramped cardboard box, her legs bleeding as she cried out in despair. Moved by her plight, he decided to rescue her. The people around warned him, saying this girl was discarded with the refuse of the airship, and Oppos. It's best not to get involved. You can hardly sustain yourself. How can you care for this little girl? Let her fend for herself. Ignoring their advice, Jiang Hao took the girl in, naming her Jiang Li. A year later, Jiang Li fell ill with a mysterious disease. Whenever the numbers on her wrist changed from green to red, she would suffer excruciating pain, which recurred every 6 or 7 days. The town and Oppos' incompetent doctor could not diagnose her condition, and after much effort, Jiang Hao discovered a special medicine at a grocery store that could suppress her ailment. However, the medication was exorbitantly priced, and Jiang Hao and Oppos' means were insufficient to afford it continuously. Hearing that the wealthy in the canopy enjoyed exotic game, which fetched high prices, he began hunting in the mountains to trade his catches for dragon coins to buy medicine for Jiang Li. From then on, the two relied on each other like siblings. What puzzled Jiang Hao was that despite the passing years, he had not aged and his appearance remained unchanged. Yet, no one paid attention to such matters. Their concern lay solely in how to feed themselves and survive. The lifespans of the destitute were tragically short, with one wave of death followed by another. Seeing the love in Jiang Hao's eyes, Jiang Li forced a smile, saying, "Brother, thank you for saving me all those years ago and for allowing me these 10 years of happiness. Now, with this unpredictable illness and the wolf gang's menacing presence, I cannot even guarantee my survival for the next few days. Please do not worry about the medication. Just stay with me." Jiang Hao ruffled Jiang Li's hair, gently replying, "Silly girl, we still have many days ahead of us. Do not speak of 10 years. I will ensure you live happily for 20, 30, 100, or even 1,000 years." Noticing the faint red hue spreading on Jiang Li's arm, resembling a monstrous mutation, Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. "Wait for me. I will return shortly with the medicine." With that, he dashed out of the small wooden house. The destitute town housed over 20,000 people, with an array of functional shops. The grocery store he frequented was the most comprehensive. As he stepped through the door, a booming voice greeted him. Jiang Hao. Why haven't you brought in any game lately? The market is thriving right now." Looking at the portly store owner, Jiang Hao replied, "I have been too busy to venture into the mountains lately, perhaps in a few days." "Boss Jiang, do you still have the special medicine? I need it urgently." The store owner placed the medicine on the counter, smiling, "Of course we have it, but the price has risen to 30 dragon coins per pill." Jiang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? 30 dragon coins? Last time it was only 10. Are you trying to rob me?" The shopkeeper maintained a jovial facade, explaining, "Given the current turmoil, with the city under siege by monsters, much of the medicine is being sent to the front lines, and supplies have dwindled. Not just the medicine. Rice prices have surged as well. What used to be 5 dragon coins is now 9. If it weren't for our long-standing partnership, I wouldn't even consider selling it to you at this price. You must understand, times are tough." Jiang Hao's brow furrowed. "You offer 30 dragon coins for a rabbit and 10 for a pheasant. How many must I catch to afford your medication?" The game in the outskirts was nearly extinct, making it nearly impossible to catch anything. Jiang Li's condition required 3 pills at a time, 3 times a day, totaling 9 pills a week, amounting to 270 dragon coins. As he felt the few coins left in his pocket, his face clouded with despair. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao hesitantly suggested, "Boss Jiang, considering our long-standing cooperation, you know my character. Now that Xiaoli is ill, could you extend credit for 9 pills? I will hunt in the mountains tomorrow." The shopkeeper shook his head firmly. "Credit? That won't do. My store has a strict no-credit policy. In these chaotic times, even a father must be wary of his own kin. Besides, I've heard the wolf gang has threatened your lives. Extending credit now would be throwing money away." Seeing the shopkeeper's obstinacy, Jiang Hao sighed resignedly. "If only I had retrieved the wreckage of the airship yesterday, we wouldn't be in this predicament." The shopkeeper, with keen ears, caught Jiang Hao's murmured words. As Jiang Hao turned to leave, the shopkeeper seized his arm, intrigued. "Did you mention airship wreckage? Do you know where to find it?" Jiang Hao nodded. "I did find a piece of airship wreckage yesterday, over a meter long. I was just about to secure it when monsters snatched it away. Such bad luck. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's grip tightened, thinking, if I can obtain the airship wreckage, I could return to the canopy and escape this miserable existence, perhaps even gain wealth and status. Little do they know the true value of the wreckage, not merely thousands, but potentially millions of dragon coins. This is a treasure of immense worth to the world. With that thought, the shopkeeper solemnly asked, "Are you certain? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Jiang Hao shrugged off the shopkeeper's hand, scoffing. "What would I gain from deceiving you? I regret missing that opportunity. I will find a way to reclaim the wreckage." Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Zhang Lao's eyes gleamed with excitement. "If what you say is true, do you know where the monster has hidden the remnants of the spaceship?" Noticing Zhang Lao's anxious demeanor, which betrayed his keen interest in the wreckage, Jiang Hao smiled and replied, "Of course I know. That particular monster is unique and cannot stray far from that location." Zhang Lao's face broke into a wide grin. "Could you possibly share with me the exact whereabouts?" "Absolutely not. In these tumultuous times, one must remain wary even of their own kin." With that, Jiang Hao turned and strode out the door. Chapter 006. The transaction. Upon seeing Jiang Hao's reluctance to divulge information, Boss Zhang pondered for a moment before retrieving a vial of medicine from his drawer. "This contains 100 miraculous pills. Reveal to me the location of the monster, and this vial shall be yours." Jiang Hao glanced at the miraculous medicine on the table, feeling a surge of temptation. However, his expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "Is that all? The wreckage of the spacecraft is worth at least several 100,000 dragon coins, not to mention the opportunity to enter the celestial dome." With a clenched jaw, Boss Zhang produced another vial, slapping it on the table. "2 vials, surely, that will suffice." Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively, muttering to himself, "Forget it. Since the spacecraft wreckage is so valuable, I shall inquire with Old Leonese City. His general store also stocks miraculous medicine. Perhaps he can provide a better deal. The wreckage, sought after by S-class monsters, must be a treasure." Upon hearing the mention of S-class monsters and observing Jiang Hao making his way to the door, Boss Zhang hurriedly approached him, grasping his arm with a conciliatory demeanor. "Wait, Jiang Hao. We've collaborated for so many years. Surely, we can come to an agreement, right?" He thrust a vial of miraculous medicine into Jiang Hao and Apos' hands and continued, "Take this vial for now. I will report this matter up the chain. You, however, should refrain from reporting the wreckage to the outpost for the time being. The rewards from the powerful factions far surpass what the outpost offers, and we can split the benefits evenly. This plan is feasible, is it not? Moreover, with the protection of a powerful faction, the safety of you and your sister will be assured." Jiang Hao examined the vial of miraculous medicine in his hand and nodded with enthusiasm. "Very well. I look forward to our cooperation." Satisfied with the successful transaction, Boss Zhang nodded approvingly. "I will report this immediately. You should return home and await further developments. I will reach out to you if anything arises." Jiang Hao nodded, clutching the medicine as he hurried home. Once he departed, a smug smile crept across Boss Zhang and Apos' face as he excitedly retrieved a communicator from his drawer. 1 vial of miraculous medicine was sufficient to last 2 or 3 months. In the ensuing days, Jiang Hao remained at home, keeping company with Jiang Li. One day, a warplane ascended from the outpost and swiftly vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, the Wild Wolf Gang, having waited around the small cabin, surged forth as soon as the warplane departed, encircling the cabin with fervor. Jiang Hao emerged from the cabin wielding a guillotine knife, his expression grave as he faced the throngs of Wild Wolf Gang members surrounding him. At that moment, a well-dressed man emerged from the gang, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck. Jiang Hao recognized him as Lu San, the vice leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, notorious for his ruthless reputation. His presence was synonymous with the town and Apos' most nefarious deeds, rendering him a figure of contempt among the townsfolk who wished for nothing less than his demise. Lu San regarded Jiang Hao with a mocking gaze and sneered, "Jiang Hao, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Will you end this yourself, or shall we take matters into our own hands? I am aware of your skills, but in the face of the Wild Wolf Gang, they amount to naught." Jiang Hao fixed his gaze upon Lu San, maintaining his composure as he replied, "I have heard that you, Lu San, are invincible in this town. Your martial prowess commendable. How about we settle this with a contest? If I win, our grievances will be resolved. If I lose, you may do as you wish." Lu San burst into laughter. "Jiang Hao, even at your last moments, you wish to play tricks? Why would I engage in a contest? It would be far simpler to end you here and now." Jiang Hao raised his guillotine knife and struck down upon a large boulder at the entrance. The sound of a deep thud resonated as the heavy granite split in two. Exhaling upon his weapon, Jiang Hao calmly stated, "This guillotine knife cuts through iron like mud. If it comes to a fight, I assure you, at least half of your 100 or so followers will fall here. That would surely incur a hefty price. However, I would prefer to duel with you, Lu San, to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Surely, you are not afraid?" Lu San hesitated, his gaze flickering to the knife in Jiang Hao's hand, a hint of trepidation flashing in his eyes. "Nonsense. There is nothing Lu San, fear in this outpost town. Let us duel, but you must not use that battered blade. We shall fight with our fists. If you win, I shall spare you today. If you lose, you will take your own life before the graves of the Chun brothers." Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he replied resolutely, "Very well." He then plunged the guillotine knife into the granite before stepping forward. Lu San adjusted his belt, surveying the surroundings with a commanding voice. "Everyone, step back. No one is to intervene. Violators will face the consequences according to gang rules." At his command, the members of the Wild Wolf gang retreated in unison, clearing a space of nearly 100 square feet. Lu San stood proudly, beckoning Jiang Hao with a gesture. "Considering your youth, I shall allow you to strike first to avoid accusations of bullying. However, a word of warning. If you continue to evade and flee, I will lose my patience, and our agreement will be nullified. At that point, I shall have you and your sister torn to shreds." Jiang Hao's body trembled with rage, his fist clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. Initially, he had intended to utilize his agility and stamina for a protracted engagement, waiting for Lu San to tire before seizing an opportunity to counterattack. However, Lu San's insistence on a swift confrontation forced Jiang Hao to take 2 steps forward and launch himself into the fray. The tales of Lu San's invincibility were merely rumors. Jiang Hao was unaware of the true extent of his abilities. As he closed in on Lu San, he unleashed a powerful punch. Observing Jiang Hao's approach, Lu San smirked. "You dare to match your strength against mine? How foolish." He retaliated with a heavy fist aimed directly at Jiang Hao's incoming blow. The impact echoed as their fists collided. Jiang Hao felt as though he had struck solid stone, the recoil forcing him to stagger back several steps. Lu San, too, was compelled to retreat a step and a half, his face a mask of astonishment as he regarded Jiang Hao. "I did not expect you to withstand my punch and even force me back. I once struck Qinghua so hard, he spat blood and lay bedridden for a month. You have reason to take pride in this." In contrast to Lu San and Appo's astonishment, Jiang Hao felt a surge of elation as he examined his own fist. Although the impact had pushed him back several steps, he suffered no significant harm, merely a slight tingling in his hand. Through this exchange, Jiang Hao surmised that his strength was akin to that of a near B-class monster. The last time he had encountered a near B-class monster, he had been thrown off a slope and laid up for half a month. Now, to be able to trade blows with such force, and seemingly not even at his limit, Jiang Hao could hardly contain his excitement. Could it be that Ma Kala had enhanced his physique? He would have to inquire once she awoke. Observing Jiang Hao's exuberant demeanor, Lu San's expression darkened with fury, determined not to appear foolish before him. "I have shown you mercy. Now I shall fight seriously. Prepare to meet your end." With that, Lu San launched a powerful punch toward Jiang Hao, the air crackling with the force of his strike. Chapter 007. Chu Yi. As Lu San's powerful punch surged forth, Jiang Hao's expression grew grave. He hastily summoned his strength to concentrate in his fist, bracing himself for the impending clash. The 2 fists collided with a resounding impact. However, neither was forced back, both firmly rooted in their stances. Noticing that Jiang Hao was his equal, Lu San's eyes widened in fury. With a primal roar, Lu San unleashed his left fist in a swift arc, aiming for Jiang Hao's cheek. In a split second, Jiang Hao stepped back, skillfully evading the strike. He retaliated with a rapid left hook, but regrettably, it missed its target. Frustrated by his failed attempt, Jiang Hao countered, only to find Lu San enraged and launching a relentless barrage of punches, each one akin to a tempest. The left hook that Jiang Hao attempted was a reflex learned from comic books during his childhood. Faced with the onslaught of fists, he could only cross his arms in a panic to shield his head, absorbing the blows on his forearms. Witnessing Jiang Hao's inability to fight back, Lu San grew even more ferocious, intent on overwhelming him. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his arms, Jiang Hao observed Lu San's face redden with exertion, realizing that Lu San had exhausted his strength in a frenzied assault. While contemplating his counterattack, a sudden spark ignited in Jiang Hao's eyes, who said that unarmed combat meant relying solely on fists. With this thought, he endured a few punches to his head and executed a wide, sweeping kick. With a crack, Lu San's lower body was swept from under him, causing him to fall to the ground, unprepared. The back of his head struck the earth, and stars danced before his eyes. Jiang Hao seized the opportunity, stepping forward and placing a foot on Lu San's chest, declaring, "Lu San, you have lost." As Lu San regained consciousness, he was shocked to find himself beneath Jiang Hao's foot. A wave of humiliation washed over him, and with a furious punch, he knocked Jiang Hao's leg away and rolled backward before springing to his feet. To hell with this duel, everyone attack. Kill him. His followers exchanged glances, uncertain whether to charge forward. Seeing their hesitation, Lu San grabbed one of them and kicked him toward Jiang Hao. Then he snatched a nearby machete and charged ahead. Upon witnessing their vice leader's seriousness, the rest of the gang followed suit, rushing forward en masse. At that moment, Jiang Hao stood defenseless, his heart sinking as he faced the oncoming horde armed with machetes. "Stop!" A commanding voice rang out, followed by a figure descending from above, with a thunderous crash. The figure landed, unleashing a wave of formidable energy that stirred up dust everywhere. As the dust settled, the group of over 100 assailants staggered and fell like wheat before a tempest. Jiang Hao was pushed back against the wall by the force of the impact, finally coming to a halt. In the center of the arena stood a woman clad in silver-white armor. Despite being fully encased in armor, her femininity was unmistakable, accentuated by the distinctive design that set her apart from ordinary soldiers, and her figure was strikingly prominent. As the woman removed her helmet, her breathtaking visage was revealed, brows like emerald feathers, skin as pure as snow, a waist like a willow, and eyes sparkling with clarity. Lu San, recognizing her significance, became flustered. "Is that the Holy Snow Armor? The Flame Phoenix Guard?" Jiang Hao, hearing the term Flame Phoenix Guard for the first time, felt a surge of curiosity. The woman regarded Lu San with mild surprise. "Oh, I did not expect to find someone knowledgeable about the Flame Phoenix Guard in this den of outcasts." Lu San, trembling, replied, "I have heard of it on occasion." With a playful demeanor, she inquired, "What else do you know?" Lu San, not daring to withhold, responded with a nervous smile. "I have heard that our Longxia has 3 guards and 4 armies. The 3 guards are Longyuan Guard, Flame Phoenix Guard, and Shadow Guard. The 4 armies are Blade Army, Warwolf Army, Black Panther Army, and Falcon Army, all of which are the Dragon God's elite forces." With a cold smile, the woman remarked, "It seems your knowledge is quite extensive, though your character leaves much to be desired." Realizing he had made a poor impression, Lu San felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. This woman could easily eliminate him as one would squish an ant. The Flame Phoenix Guard had the authority to kill without consequence. With this in mind, his legs turned to jelly. He bowed deeply and stammered, "My lady, I am unaware of how I have displeased you, but I assure you I shall change. You living does not please me. Would you care to amend that?" The woman's lips curled into a teasing smile. Seeing Lu San's panic as he prepared to kneel, she waved her hand dismissively. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. I witnessed your duel and am aware of the wager. Do not accuse me, Chui, of bullying. I simply wish to know the outcome of your contest." Lu San's back was drenched in sweat as he hurriedly replied, "I lost the duel, and all grievances with Jiang Hao are hereby resolved." The woman nodded, smiling. "That sounds splendid. In that case, if Jiang Hao encounters any issues in the future, I shall come directly to you. Understood? You may leave now." Upon hearing her release him, Lu San felt as though he had received a pardon. He dashed away from the crowd, fearing she might change her mind. The frustration bubbled within him. Her words implied that if anything happened to Jiang Hao, he would bear the responsibility. How could the Wild Wolf Gang not treat Jiang Hao as a revered figure? Instead of exacting revenge, he was now tasked with safeguarding his enemy's safety. What kind of absurdity was this? Nonetheless, feeling fortunate to have salvaged his life, he recognized that the Flame Phoenix Guard was a military organization dedicated to eliminating threats to Longxia's stability. Fortunately, they only dealt with outcasts, whom they could choose to kill or spare. After Lu San departed, the shopkeeper Zhang rushed in, and upon seeing him, Jiang Hao's anger flared. "Zhang Wei, you choose now to show up? Are you here to collect my corpse? I trusted you to help me escape this town, yet you sold me out. What do you mean by that?" Ignoring Jiang Hao's fury, Zhang Wei bowed respectfully to the woman. "My lady." Seeing the confusion on Jiang Hao's face, Zhang Wei chuckled. "Let us discuss this inside." Jiang Hao, seething, ushered both of them into the small wooden house. Once inside, Chui spoke first. "Is this Jiang Hao? He doesn't seem impressive. Are you certain he can escape from an S-class monster?" Zhang Wei faltered, at a loss for words. Observing his helplessness, Jiang Hao smirked. "Believe it or not, I returned unscathed and nearly defeated that monster." With that, Jiang Hao poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down. Suddenly, he became animated and approached Chuyi, staring intently at her figure. Smack. Jiang Hao's expression hardened as he received a sharp slap across the face. Pervert, seeking death. Do you believe I won't pluck your eyes out? Chapter 008. The spaceship wreckage. With a swift slap, Jiang Hao was jolted awake, hastily apologizing to the woman. I am truly sorry. I was merely examining the material of your battle armor, which astonishingly resembles that of my blade. Curiosity got the better of me. After uttering these words, he dashed outside to retrieve the severed blade and presented it to Chuyi. As he observed her scrutinizing the weapon, Jiang Hao felt a wave of frustration, thinking, Makala, are you deceiving me? I see no sign of the energy source you mentioned on her chest. It turned out that while Jiang Hao was pouring himself a drink, the long-dormant Makala had prompted him. Energy detected, located at the woman's chest. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Hao's heart soared. With sufficient energy to revive Makala, he could learn how to cure Xiaoli's ailment. In his excitement, he rushed toward Chuyi. You fool, the energy is not there. It is on the necklace around her neck. Jiang Hao chuckled in disbelief. Makala, I suggest you further your studies in dragon language for clearer communication in the future. I possess a meager knowledge base. I cannot delve deeper into Earth and Apos' knowledge, Makala sighed. Who would have thought that the once-renowned doctor with 5 crowns now suffers such memory loss? Feeling embarrassed by his lack of education, Jiang Hao replied, Do not be disheartened. Learning is simple. Do you see that woman in Apos' wristband? If you can hold it for just a minute, I will absorb all of Earth and Apos' knowledge, and in turn, you will too. Noticing Jiang Hao and Apos' intense gaze fixed on Chuyi and Apos' wrist, Zhang Wei clapped him on the shoulder and cleared his throat. Jiang Hao, let us not beat around the bush. Shall we proceed with our previous transaction? Jiang Hao nodded eagerly. Yes, absolutely. What do you propose as our next step? Chuyi stepped forward and tossed the severed blade back to Jiang Hao, declaring, This is a second-generation blade, utterly worthless. After a brief pause, she continued, Tell me about the monster and Apos' situation, then lead me directly to its lair. After that, you will have no further involvement. Zhang Wei, alarmed by Chuyi's intent to venture forth personally, exclaimed, My lady, you cannot do this. You are far too valuable to risk your safety. We agreed you would only assess the situation before sending for reinforcements. Seeing Zhang Wei and Apos' obstruction, Chuyi and Apos' gaze turned icy. What? Zhang Wei, do you intend to hinder me? Zhang Wei quickly waved his hands in denial, smiling nervously. No, my lady, you misunderstand. Jiang Hao mentioned it is an S-class monster. Perhaps you should consider bringing along a few more people? Chuyi scoffed. What of S-class monsters? I am a member of the Flame Phoenix Guard. I do not fear S-class monsters, let alone SS-class ones. Our captain has slain numerous beast generals. Zhang Wei, looking troubled, replied, But, my lady, you have never undertaken a mission before. At this, Chuyi's temper flared, and she retorted, Zhang Wei, do you look down upon me? If I tell my grandfather, you shall never return to the Sky Curtain, you will perish in this refugee district. In a panic, Zhang Wei quickly apologized. Please, my lady, I recognize my error. Jiang Hao stood silently, observing their squabble until they eventually quieted down. Chuyi, with a frown, produced a small pouch and tossed it onto the dining table, stating coldly, Now, take me to find the monster. Rest assured, we will not cheat you of your dragon coins. This is a large sum, a total of 100,000. As a deposit. After the task is completed, you will receive another 100,000. Is that satisfactory? Jiang Hao and Apos' eyes sparkled at the sight of the bulging pouch on the table. He had never seen such wealth in his lifetime, nor even in his past life. Just as he reached out, Chuyi and Apos' voice interrupted. However, let me make this clear. If you dare deceive me, the consequences will be far worse than being torn apart by the wolf gang. Retracting his hand, Jiang Hao replied with composure, If that is your stance, I must assert my own terms. I will only guide you to the monster and confirm the existence of the spaceship wreckage. Whether or not you obtain the wreckage is contingent upon your own abilities. Our agreement will stand, and you are obliged to pay the promised dragon coins. Moreover, it is mandated by the authorities that all wreckage must be submitted to the Sky Curtain. A smile graced Chuyi's lips, naturally. How I acquire the spaceship wreckage is my concern. As for granting you access to the Sky Curtain, it is not impossible. However, entry requires a formal endorsement. You may enter as a subordinate of the Chu family. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. For someone from a powerful family to gain entry as a subordinate was a dream for countless refugees. It promised food, shelter, status, and security, 1,000 times better than being a refugee. Most importantly, it would provide Jiang Li with a stable environment, sparing her from the perils of starvation and danger. Noticing Jiang Hao's blissful expression, Chui exclaimed, "Enough daydreaming. Let us depart. We must act swiftly, as I still wish to return for dinner." With a flourish, a pair of wings materialized behind Chui, and Jiang Hao was taken aback. What on earth? A bird person. Seeing the murderous glare from Chui, he quickly corrected himself. I misspoke. I meant to say, a beautiful angel. I cannot believe I am in the presence of an angel. How magnificent. Ignoring him, Chui soared into the air and exited the building. Jiang Hao turned to Zhang Wei, his face contorted in frustration. She can fly, and I am left to run on the ground? Zhang Wei shot him a glare, grumbling, "Figure it out yourself. I have my own troubles." With that, he left the small wooden house. After relaying a few instructions to Jiang Li, Jiang Hao stepped outside, glancing up at Chui hovering several meters above. He tentatively called out, "Miss, weren't you in a hurry to return for dinner? Perhaps you could take me along with you?" Chui's eyes widened in disbelief, as if, "I would never carry you filthy men." Left with no choice, Jiang Hao jogged along the ground, a celestial guardian trailing above him. To his surprise, having a member of the Flame Phoenix Guard by his side made him the center of attention on the street, a sight to behold. In light of this, Jiang Hao intentionally took a longer route through the town. Spotting Lu San glaring at him from inside a building, he felt a surge of satisfaction. "Ha! I relish your envy, unable to do anything about it. Keep sulking, and I may just slap you dead." Suddenly, Chui's voice rang out from above, chastising him, prompting Jiang Hao to quicken his pace toward the outskirts of the town. Not long after they had left, in a lavish office within a watchtower, a soldier rushed in. Panting, "Report, Captain Fong. Jiang Hao and Chui have just exited the city." Captain Fong drummed his fingers on the table, nodding, "Good. Change into civilian clothes and capture that girl, bringing her directly back to the Sky Curtain to hand over to my father. Remember, she must be alive. Proceed with caution and avoid causing too much commotion." The soldier acknowledged the orders and quickly exited the office. Upon witnessing the soldiers depart, Captain Fong's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Who would have thought that in this quaint town, he would encounter a subject from a decade ago, now all grown up? "It seems fortune has finally smiled upon me, Fong Juanza. Coming to this outpost to seek my own fortune was indeed the right choice. Haha. Who else but I shall ascend to the position of the Fong family's patriarch." Chapter 009. The monster fishing. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hao, events were unfolding in the town. Accompanied by Chui, he traversed winding paths for over an hour before finally arriving near a waterfall. Jiang Hao gestured towards the distant cascade, stating, "The monster resides in the pool beneath the waterfall, along with the remnants of the spacecraft. It is an S-class octopus beast, exceedingly formidable, so please exercise caution." Chui gazed intently at the waterfall for a moment before exclaiming, "Let us approach together." Jiang Hao, with a grimace, retorted, "I refuse to go closer. The monster is terrifying. We agreed that my task was merely to bring you here." A mischievous smile danced on Chui's lips as she replied, "Do you harbor a misunderstanding regarding our agreement? We stipulated that the existence of the monster and the spacecraft debris must be confirmed for the transaction to be considered complete. Merely bringing me to a pool and declaring the task accomplished? Is earning dragon coins that easy?" Jiang Hao, at a loss for words, protested, "You and Apos, being unreasonable." Chui coolly countered, "If you continue to speak thus, I may have to accuse you of defamation. Now tell me, where is the monster? Where is the spacecraft? All I see is a rock wall and a pool of water." Without waiting for his response, she seized Jiang Hao and, with a swift motion, flew to the edge of the pool. Upon reaching the waterfall, Jiang Hao, filled with trepidation, pointed towards the rushing water and quickly retreated a few steps. Chui expressed her dissatisfaction. "How can you, a grown man, be so cowardly?" Jiang Hao bristled at her words, asserting, "You may call me irresponsible, but do not label me as cowardly. You possess the ability to fly and have armor for protection, not to mention your sharp blades. Of course, you feel invulnerable. I am merely a fragile being, hardly enough to serve as a snack for the monster. You speak without understanding my plight." Ignoring Jiang Hao's outburst, Chui assessed the situation around the pool and teasingly remarked, "If I cannot see the spacecraft wreckage, the transaction remains incomplete. I demand a refund of my coins. Or you must enter the water to lure out the monster. As long as I can see the monster, the transaction will be deemed complete. What do you think?" Such a naive thought. "I refuse to trust you again. If you are so powerful, why do you not dive in yourself? With a flick of her hair cascading over her shoulders, Chu-yi murmured, I just styled my hair. I cannot let it get wet, or my look will be ruined. You see, I have not even donned my helmet. Is that the reason? Jiang Hao exploded in frustration. By the heavens, everyone in the sky is insane. I am done playing this game. I want to go home. He turned to leave, but only a few steps later, he found himself lifted off the ground. Looking up, he realized that Chu-yi had effortlessly hoisted him into the air, understanding her intentions all too well. Desperately, Jiang Hao struggled, shouting, Let me go, you insane woman. You are utterly heartless. Chu-yi merely smiled faintly in response. Then, she swiftly soared above the pool and hurled Jiang Hao into the water. With a splash, Jiang Hao plunged into the rushing waters. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. The moment he hit the water, he swam vigorously towards the shore. However, the commotion startled the monster, and after swimming a mere 10 meters, Jiang Hao sensed numerous tentacles advancing towards him. This was disastrous. Makala was in no state to rescue him again. This madwoman would surely find an opportunity one day to exact her revenge. In a moment of reckless folly, he had become ensnared by the very tentacles he feared. Soon, he was dragged back, realizing the tentacles had grown significantly thicker since his last encounter. Struggling in desperation, Jiang Hao noticed that the tentacles, once the thickness of his thigh, now resembled the girth of a bucket. Bound tightly, he could not even reach for his weapon. After a futile attempt to call for Makala, despair washed over him. The tentacles swiftly pulled him back to the side of the now colossal octopus beast, its head adorned with dozens of blood-red eyes. As its massive maw opened wide, Jiang Hao braced himself for the inevitable. Suddenly, he felt a tightness around his ankles, a force yanking him backward. He glanced down to see a fine white thread binding him, and he was filled with rage. What in the world? This lunatic is using me as bait to catch the monster. The octopus, displeased by the interruption of its meal, resisted the tugging of the thread, pulling Jiang Hao back once more. Yet, the tension only grew, and the struggle between man and beast escalated. The monster, losing its patience, surfaced from the depths, unleashing a piercing roar directed at the airborne Chu-yi. Jiang Hao, caught in the struggle between the tentacles and the thread, dangled helplessly in midair. Chu-yi waved her arm, commanding a small sphere embedded in a nearby rock wall, which glowed with a soft red light. The threads emanated from this sphere. With a reassuring smile, Chu-yi addressed Jiang Hao, Do not worry, I will not allow the monster to devour you. As she tightened the threads, Jiang Hao shouted, You mad woman, you truly intend to use me to lure the monster. Do not pull any tighter, I might snap in two. Her expression turned serious as she retorted, I am using this celestial rope to save you, and yet you insult me. If you dare to call me a madwoman again, I might just leave you to the monster. Panic surged through Jiang Hao. This woman was unpredictable, capable of anything. Please, please, beautiful lady, rescue me immediately. Chu-yi smirked with a hint of satisfaction. You finally see reason. If it pleases me, I shall save you. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned several disc-shaped devices, each the size of a bowl, which descended around her feet. As they landed, long, sharp blades extended from their curved edges, resembling oversized snowflakes. Snowfall discs rise, she commanded, and the discs began to spin rapidly, emitting a hum as they hurtled toward the octopus beast. The path of the snowfall discs was erratic. 8 targeted the monster's head while 3 aimed for the tentacles ensnaring Jiang Hao. As they sliced through the air, the tentacles binding Jiang Hao were severed, and the force propelled him towards the rock wall, causing him to crash painfully against it. Of the 8 discs aimed at the octopus's head, 6 were deflected by the tentacles, but 2 succeeded in leaving deep gashes. Chu-yi swiftly summoned the discs back, which formed a circle and hovered behind her. The wounded octopus roared in fury, transforming the once pristine green waters into a pitch-black abyss. Observing the change, Jiang Hao cautioned, Be careful, the octopus can expel ink, and it appears to be toxic. Chu-yi shot him a glare, retorting, This is a certified SS-class monster, and you still refer to it as merely S-class? Jiang Hao sighed. When I saw it a few days ago, it was not nearly this large. I had no idea it would grow so rapidly. In response, Chu-yi scrutinized the octopus, her expression grave. Could it be that this monster has evolved within just 3 days? It is inconceivable for a monster to possess such rapid evolutionary speed. Suddenly struck by a thought, Chu-yi exclaimed, No, that's not right. Chapter 010. I want to report observing Chu-yi as fluctuating demeanor. Jiang Hao shook his head in bewilderment and remarked, Hey, I say. While you're engaged in battle with a monster, what are you mumbling about? Villains in films often meet their demise due to excessive chatter. Ignoring Jiang Hao's comment, Chui gravely inquired, "Young man, tell me honestly, what does the wreckage of the spaceship look like?" Jiang Hao, perplexed yet compliant, described the remnants. "A glass-like cylindrical object?" Chui murmured, her expression suddenly shifting to one of alarm. Records indicate that remnants resembling glass vessels typically contain mysterious residual radiation, which monsters can absorb to rapidly evolve. As Chui contemplated this, the octopus beast before them unexpectedly inflated like a balloon. Witnessing this transformation, Chui turned pale and exclaimed, "Damn, it has directly evolved to the quasi-liter level. This is cheating, I must report it." With the octopus beast's head swelling to a size of 20 meters, and its tentacles making it stand over 60 to 70 meters tall, Jiang Hao was drenched in cold sweat, having never encountered such a colossal creature before. "Miss, please release the binding threads quickly. At this rate, if the monster attacks, I won't be able to escape." Chui waved her hand, causing the threads to drop several dozen meters. Jiang Hao, disregarding the threads tangled around his feet, hurriedly ran away from the water's edge. Just as Chui intended to retract control of the threads, a massive tentacle suddenly lashed out at her. Without a moment to lose, she activated her wings to evade. The tentacle crashed onto the rocky shore, pulverizing the stones into dust. "Snowfall Disc, attack!" With a flourish, Chui commanded the snowfall disc to advance towards the octopus beast. Suddenly, a wave of black mist began to swirl around, swiftly enveloping the entire valley. Chui lost sight of her target and immediately recalled the snowfall disc. Muttering in frustration, "Men's words are deceitful. Where is the promised ink? How did it turn into black mist?" Even the scanning function was rendered ineffective by the mist, and the sentinel feature was useless. While she was still grumbling, a shadow darted quickly within the obscurity of the black mist. Bang! Chui was struck by the shadow, her body crashing against the stone wall. "Ouch, my hair." The new generation Holy Snow battle armor had excellent energy dispersion capabilities, so despite her heavy impact, she suffered only considerable pain without severe injury. "You foolish woman, at a life and death moment, you're fretting over your hairstyle. When you die, your hair will be devoured by bugs." Do you believe that? Though the black mist obscured Jiang Hao's view, he deduced what was happening from the sound of the collision and Chui's cries. Chui, irked, coldly retorted, "Humph, mind your own business." Just as her words fell, bang, a shadow flashed past, and Chui was knocked to the ground. Ah, it hurts so much. Struck heavily by the tentacle again, the energy absorption of her armor clearly took a toll, and she screamed in pain. Unaccustomed to such suffering as a pampered heiress, before she could continue her complaints, several shadows descended upon her location. Realizing the danger, Chui hastily evaded, soaring back into the air. "Since I can't see, I shall unleash chaos," she declared, summoning the snowfall disc. Not foolish. She estimated the octopus beast's position to be near the waterfall and directed the snowfall disc to attack towards the sound of water. The valley echoed with the sounds of impact. It was uncertain whether it struck stone or monster. From within the black mist came the anguished screeches of the octopus beast. Recognizing that the snowfall disc had hit its target, Chui felt exhilarated and intensified her gestures. Suddenly, several shadows lunged simultaneously. Sensing danger, she swiftly dodged. A slimy tentacle brushed over her head, prompting her to retract her neck in avoidance, but the tentacle swept through her flowing hair, tangling it in a mess. Ah! 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 Hearing Chui's piercing scream, Jiang Hao thought to himself, not good. Has this madwoman been injured by the monster? The next sounds sent him into a frenzy. Dare to mess up my hairstyle, I will make you pay. Suddenly, Jiang Hao spotted flickering white lights in the sky. Chui's figure was illuminated, revealing that the glimmering lights were 6 feathers. Judging by the missing spots on her wings, these feathers likely originated from here. Thunderwing feathers, attack. With a delicate shout from Chui, the 6 feathers entwined with lightning surged directly into the black mist. It seemed these thunder feathers possessed a built-in targeting mechanism, allowing them to disregard the mist and fly straight towards the octopus beast. A splash resounded as the black mist rapidly dissipated. The entire pool began to clear, and the octopus beast and Oppo's form vanished from sight. The 6 thunder feathers hovered a meter above the water's surface, their crackling energy intensifying. Chui glared furiously at the water's surface. Did you think hiding in the water would save you? Messing with my hairstyle is punishable by death. With that, she pressed her palm down. Swish, 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 the 6 thunder feathers plunged into the water. Instantly, the entire pool roiled, and a massive head thrashed about, countless tentacles flailing, creating tremendous splashes. The water erupted with chilling cries. Before long, the screams ceased, and the octopus beast lay still, floating on the surface. The 6 feathers transformed into a burst of white light, returning to their rightful place on her wings. Chui proudly proclaimed, let and Oppos, see if you can still survive. The life-saving thunder feathers she had begged from her grandfather and the dragon god were truly invincible. With a flourish of her wings, she soared above the octopus beast, scanning her surroundings. Where has the octopus beast hidden the spaceship wreckage? Suddenly struck by an idea, she looked up at Jiang Hao and commanded, You, come here and retrieve the spaceship wreckage. Seeing Chui release the threads binding his feet, Jiang Hao cautiously approached the water's edge. After all, the octopus beast was already dead, and searching for wreckage underwater posed no risk. Suddenly, a tentacle shot out, dragging Chui into the water. After pulling her under, the tentacle fell silent. Chui flailed in the water, panicking, Help! Help! Jiang Hao rolled his eyes at her desperate splashing. The monster is merely playing dead. It's definitely gone. Just fly up, can't you? However, Jiang Hao underestimated the situation. Chui continued to thrash about in the water, repeatedly calling out, Help! Help! I can't swim. Watching her struggle more and more, Jiang Hao shook his head. It was hardly surprising that half a meter of shallow water could be deadly. Fearing that Chui might truly drown, he dove into the water. Upon pulling Chui ashore, he discovered that the girl had fallen utterly still. Jiang Hao instantly thought, Artificial respiration. Chapter 011. The Black Crystal. Upon witnessing Chui's near-lifeless state, Jiang Hao, with no other recourse, resorted to the techniques he had read about in books. He pressed on her chest repeatedly and blew air into her petite mouth, repeating this process until exhaustion set in. It was disheartening to realize that even performing CPR was a daunting task, leaving him utterly drained. Coughing a few times, Chui expelled some water and gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes and spotting Jiang Hao, she expressed her gratitude. Did you save me? Thank you. Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, No need for thanks. It is the duty of the youth in our new era to act heroically. After checking her body, Chui pointed to her chest and inquired, What is this? Jiang Hao turned to look and noticed several disheveled handprints on her chest. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he inwardly chastised himself. In her struggle with the tentacled beast, she had become covered in its viscous slime, and in his fervent attempts to revive her, he had inadvertently cleared a patch that now bore the shape of his hands. With a fierce glare, Chui accused, You lecherous scoundrel, how dare you take liberties with me? Who asked you to save me? My battle armor has medical capabilities. In a flash, she mounted Jiang Hao and unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. After several strikes, Jiang Hao found himself spitting blood and hastily pleaded, Miss, you're wearing battle armor. If you continue, I might perish. Seeing the blood streaming from Jiang Hao's mouth, Chui became even more enraged, exclaiming, I intend to punish you for your impertinence. However, as the punches continued to rain down, he could feel the diminishing force behind them. Yet, Jiang Hao remained unyielding, continuing to cough up blood. After a few more blows, Chui finally relented, glaring at him menacingly, You must not tell anyone about this, otherwise, I shall end you. Jiang Hao quickly promised, I will not breathe a word to anyone. I have a poor memory and will forget by tomorrow. With that, Chui dismounted him, declaring, At least you know your place. Now, go retrieve the wreckage of the spacecraft. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hao plunged into the water and retrieved the debris of the tentacle beast that was hidden among the rocks. Upon seeing the salvaged wreckage, Chui's eyes widened with excitement. Aha, this is energy-type wreckage. This time, I shall strike it rich. My grandfather will surely commend me. Jiang Hao, puzzled, asked, What is energy-type wreckage? What use does it have? Chui elaborated, It pertains to biological modification engineering, which is somewhat complex to explain. Energy-type spacecraft wreckage can be fashioned into super enhancement matrices. Ordinary enhancement matrices can elevate common individuals into super soldiers, while super matrices can transform ordinary people into god-tier warriors. Without waiting for Jiang Hao's comprehension, she hoisted the wreckage and soared into the sky, stopping after a short distance to look back at him. Regarding the wreckage, do not disclose it to anyone else. As for your reward, I will have Zhang Wei deliver it to you. He will also arrange your and your sister's entry into the Celestial Dome. Do you have any other requests? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao replied, I would like to see your wristband. Chui glanced at her wrist, descended, and removed the wristband, tossing it to Jiang Hao. Here, you may only look. I cannot give it to you as it was a gift from my grandfather. Taking the wristband, Jiang Hao examined it closely. It resembled a large watch, nothing particularly special. save for the striking blue-lit LCD screen. Suddenly, the screen went dark, and even the other luminous patterns on the wristband faded. Alarmed by the sudden change, Jiang Hao hastily returned the wristband to Chu Yi, exclaiming, "I merely held it. I did nothing." "You saw it. It turned off on its own." Chu Yi inspected the wristband, puzzled. I have had it for so many years and never saw it power down. Could it truly be out of battery? Never mind. I'll ask grandfather to create a miniature Dragon Ball for power, so I needn't oppose. Worry about it running out." With that, Chu Yi ascended into the air, casting a quick glance back at Jiang Hao before swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Alone, Jiang Hao shook his head and turned to head back to the small town. Wait. Break open the tentacle beast's skull and find a black crystal. Though confused by the sudden message, Jiang Hao complied. He submerged in the water, used a blade to sever the tentacle beast and Appo's head, and after some probing, unearthed a black crystal the size of 2 thumbs, cool to the touch, akin to obsidian. What is this? What use does it have? Too complex to explain now. Just keep the crystal safe. It will prove invaluable to you in the future, enhancing your strength 100-fold. 100-fold increase in strength? Jiang Hao and Appo's heart soared at the prospect, envisioning the myriad benefits that such power would confer upon him. Since questions were discouraged, he decided to refrain from asking further, grumbling as he hurried back to the town. Before even entering the cabin, Jiang Hao joyfully called out, Shaoli, I'm back." Typically, upon his return from hunting, Jiang Li would rush out to greet him with a beaming smile. However, this time, after numerous calls, there was no response. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Hao dashed inside. The living room was empty, Shaoli's room was vacant, and his own room was devoid of her presence. Frantic, Jiang Hao searched every nook and cranny, calling out for her in desperation. When he found no trace of Shaoli within the house, he was about to charge outside to search when he collided with Zhang Wei, who had just entered. Rubbing his forehead, Zhang Wei complained, "Jiang Hao, why are you in such a rush?" "Don't worry. I brought the dragon coins as instructed by the young lady, exactly 100,000, not a penny less." Jiang Hao shoved past Zhang Wei and continued towards the exit. Perplexed by Jiang Hao's urgency, Zhang Wei hurried after him. "Jiang Hao, you look like you're in a frenzy. What has happened?" "I wanted to discuss your entry into the Celestial Dome." Ignoring Zhang Wei, Jiang Hao continued to search the small house. "Don't bother me. I'm looking for my sister." Zhang Wei paused, confused. "Looking for your sister?" Jiang Hao nodded gravely. "After parting from your young lady, I returned only to find Shaoli missing. She never strays far from home." Zhang Wei's brow furrowed slightly. "Jiang Hao, don't panic. Since you are now part of the Chu family, I will assist in finding your sister. Allow me to make some inquiries through my connections." With that, Zhang Wei hurried off to the general store. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Hao, and his eyes lit up. Could it be the Wild Wolf Gang? Jiang Hao brandished his decapitating blade and charged towards the Wild Wolf Gang and Appo's stronghold located 3 kilometers from the town, near Hualu Alley. The stronghold resembled an ancient bandit lair. Fueled by rage, Jiang Hao stormed into the compound, due to Lu San's prior orders forbidding any further conflict with Jiang Hao. The members of the Wild Wolf Gang refrained from obstructing him, merely encircling him at a distance. "Lu San, come out and return my sister." Jiang Hao shouted vehemently in front of a building labeled the Assembly Hall. Moments later, Lu San emerged, his countenance dark and brooding. "Jiang Hao, our grievances have already been settled. What is your intention in causing such a commotion at the Wild Wolf Gang?" Unable to contain his anger, Jiang Hao lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to Lu San's face. "Return my sister." Lu San, caught off guard by the sudden blow, was momentarily stunned. "Jiang Hao, are you out of your mind? I Haven and Amp, Appo's captured your sister, so how can I return her to you?" Lu San and Amp, Appo's fury was palpable, his fists clenched tightly. Yet he hesitated to retaliate, mindful of the Yin Huang guards. Observing Lu San's restraint, Jiang Hao suppressed his fury and instead asked in a subdued tone, "Are you truly not holding my sister?" Chapter 012. Infiltrating the outpost, Lu San touched his swollen cheek, a result of being struck, and declared with righteous indignation, "Although I, Lu San, am a rogue, I am still a man of my word. If I say I Haven captured anyone, then I Haven." Jiang Hao retorted sharply, "I don't believe you. I must go in and search." With that, Jiang Hao rushed towards the inner hall. Several members of the Wolf Gang attempted to stop him, but Lu San rebuked them. "Let him search." The crowd looked on in confusion, their faces a mix of questions directed at Lu San. Watching Jiang Hao's figure disappear into a room, Lu San snorted coldly. He has the Yin Huang guards backing him now. We cannot afford to provoke him. Once my brother connects with the Fong family, we can deal with him as we please. Let him bask in his arrogance for a while. To bring about a man's downfall, one must first let him go mad. After thoroughly searching the wolf gang's hideout, Jiang Hao found no trace of Jiang Li and, in a fit of anger, returned to the town to continue his search. As evening approached, he still had not caught sight of Jiang Li. The outpost has surveillance. If you can access any of its wiring, I could directly hack into the surveillance network, allowing us to ascertain Jiang Li's whereabouts. Wow, Makala, you're quite skilled. When you use that wristband, I absorbed knowledge from within, learning about Earth's technologies. I also secretly absorbed some of its energy. However, the energy is too scant to provide substantial assistance. If you wish to restore full functionality, you must acquire what they call the Dragon Balls. But the Dragon Balls are only equipped on the battle armor. I have no means to obtain them. I can neither steal them nor afford them. The most feasible approach would be for you to gain the qualification to wear the battle armor, thus ensuring a continuous supply. We shall discuss that later. For now, I must find Shaoli. The perimeter of the outpost is surrounded by towering, smooth metal walls, making it impossible to reach the internal wiring. If I cannot access it, I cannot hack into the surveillance. With my current capabilities, I cannot interface with the data out of thin air, unless you possess strength surpassing a certain threshold, such as the Star Moon level. Jiang Hao's mind was in disarray. He could think of nothing but how to locate Jiang Li. Suddenly struck by an idea, he dashed towards the general store. Upon entering, he saw Zhang Wei and apologized. I have utilized the town and outpost's resources and found not a single clue. Jiang Hao fixed his gaze on Zhang Wei and inquired, Boss Zhang, do you not frequently deliver goods to the outpost? Is there any way you could take me in with you? Zhang Wei's face turned pale with astonishment and fear. Jiang Hao, are you implying that the outpost has abducted your sister? Jiang Hao shook his head slightly. No. I wish to check the surveillance set up on the outer walls of the outpost. There might be something to uncover. Check the surveillance? Jiang Hao, the outpost is heavily guarded. You cannot get close to the control room. You should not concern yourself with this matter. Boss Zhang, just take me into the outpost. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly, nor will I bring you any trouble. Zhang Wei wore a grave expression, pondering for a moment before suddenly saying, tomorrow morning, a batch of materials will be delivered to the outpost. You can enter with me as a porter. Think carefully. Do not let your desire to find your sister cost you your life in the outpost. Worry for his sister's safety kept Jiang Hao awake all night. The next morning, he arrived at Zhang Wei's general store, hoisting 2 bulging sacks and following him towards the outpost. At the entrance, 2 soldiers stopped Zhang Wei. Ah, Boss Zhang. Delivering goods so early? Zhang Wei greeted them with a smile, the items requested by young Master Fong. Who would dare delay? The guards casually examined the goods, considering it a routine check. Upon noticing Jiang Hao carrying the items, one guard remarked, Isn't this the young hero of the town, Jiang Hao? Why are you working as a porter? Jiang Hao lifted his head and replied with a wry smile, Sir, I can't rely on rummaging through trash for a living. Can I? Since Boss Zhang is offering a meal, I should gladly accept, don't you think? The guard chuckled lightly. Looks like you've encountered a benefactor. All right. You may enter, but remember the old rules. Don't wander around, or you'll have no one to blame for your demise. Zhang Wei nodded with a forced smile. Understood, understood. He then led Jiang Hao into the outpost. Inside, apart from a spacious training ground, soldiers stood guard at every corner, leaving Jiang Hao with no opportunity to act. He followed Zhang Wei to an opulent office on the 5th floor. There, he saw a formidable young man, and Zhang Wei approached him with a beaming smile. Young Master Fong, I have brought everything you requested. Please check. As Jiang Hao placed the goods down, he recognized the young man before him as Fong Juanza, the captain from before. Fong Juanza narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing Jiang Hao, but quickly relaxed. Zhang boss, I don't recall your porter being this person. Zhang Wei glanced at Jiang Hao and replied with a smile. This lad Jiang Hao. I don't know what fortune he has encountered to gain the young lady's favor and join my Chu family as a servant. I thought it best to let him familiarize himself with the business. Zhang Wei revealed Jiang Hao's affiliation with the Chu family because Jiang Hao had been quite conspicuous in town, making it impossible for the Fong family to remain ignorant. Jiang Hao nodded politely. I hope young Master Fong will take care of me in the future. Also, thank you for saving my life last time. With that, Jiang Hao stepped forward, extending his hand for a handshake with Fong Juanza. As Jiang Hao's grimy hands approached Fong Juanza's, the latter recoiled in distaste. Flinging his hand away, Jiang Hao stumbled and fell onto Fong Juanza's desk, feigning pain and remaining sprawled across it for an extended moment. Seeing Jiang Hao on the desk, Fang Juanza frowned and barked, "Get off! Don't dirty my desk." Jiang Hao sprang up in alarm, quickly retreating behind Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, flustered, hastily apologized. "Young Master Fang, please calm down. Jiang Hao is a rough fellow, unfamiliar with the rules. I apologize on his behalf. Today's goods are on the house as compensation." Fang Juanza glared at Zhang Wei and growled, "Get out now?" Zhang Wei bowed repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. We will leave at once." He then grabbed Jiang Hao by the arm and hurriedly exited. "Someone, call the internal soldiers to clean up this office." As they stepped out, they heard Fang Juanza's furious voice echoing from within. A soldier rushed in, whispering, "Young Master Fang, is Jiang Hao suspecting us?" Fang Juanza glanced at the door, his expression turning icy. He cannot possibly know it was us. However, to avoid future complications, he must be eliminated. The soldier nodded, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "Young Master Fang, I have the perfect candidates to deal with Jiang Hao the Wolf Gang." Fang Juanza patted the soldier's shoulder and smiled. "Well done." The experimental subject was brought back to the Fang family, where his father expressed immense joy, proclaiming it to be invaluable. After observing and training for another year, we will collect all the data, and then my Fang family shall become the most powerful family on Earth. Haha. The soldier beamed with a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master. The position of the family head is within your grasp." Suddenly, a dagger plunged into the soldier and Apos' heart. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, he questioned, "I have been utterly devoted to you, young master. Why?" Fang Juanza and Apos' lips curled slightly as he coldly replied, "You can only blame your knowledge. Those who know too much must pay the price. Only the dead can keep secrets." Haha. Chapter 013. Escape into the celestial canopy. Zhang Wei hurriedly led Jiang Hao out of the outpost, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his heart still racing with fear. "Jiang Hao, why did you provoke Fang Juanza? The young master of the Fang family is notoriously capricious and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He is a remorseless killer. He would have killed us without a second thought, and no one would hold him accountable, not even the Chu family." With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Jiang Hao replied, "Thank you, Boss Zhang. I understand now. I will take my leave." As he turned to depart, Zhang Wei called out to him, shoving something into his hand. "This is a family-specific token meant for the lower ranks. Drop a drop of your blood on it for identification, and it will be exclusively yours. Since we cannot enter the celestial canopy after dark, take this token tomorrow, and you can enter directly. Remember, the Chu family is located in the 5th district. Once I finalize matters at the grocery store, I will return to the Chu family as well. We shall meet again then. Oh, and from now on, just call me Old Zhang and the Chu family. There is no need for formalities." Jiang Hao nodded and parted ways with Zhang Wei. Inside the small wooden cabin, Makala inquired, "Have you found any leads on Shaoli? According to the surveillance, your sister was abducted by several men in black. Facial recognition confirms one of them was the soldier who just entered the outpost office." "Are you saying Shaoli is currently held inside the outpost?" "No, I forcefully hacked into Fang Juanza's office console and overheard their conversation. Jiang Li has been taken into the celestial canopy and brought to the Fang family. What are we waiting for? We must rush into the celestial canopy to find Shaoli. Don't be reckless. Have you forgotten that we can't enter the celestial canopy after dark? Moreover, with your current strength, attempting to retrieve someone from the Fang family would be tantamount to courting death. You wouldn't even be able to handle ordinary soldiers from the outpost. I can't care about that. I must save Shaoli. Rescuing someone isn't about brute force. That will only lead to your demise. If you perish, your sister's fate will be even more tragic. Right now, you should know that she will be safe for a year. They are merely collecting data and will not harm her. You have a year to grow stronger. As long as you can don armor like Chu Yi, I can help you become a formidable force in just 3 months. A year? I don't care about becoming strong. I refuse to let my sister suffer for a year. I must rescue her as soon as possible. Every ounce of suffering she endures now will be repaid 1,000-fold by the Fang family. You truly are a devoted brother. Jiang Li is fortunate to have you as her sibling. By the way, there is a piece of information in Chu Yi's system regarding the Dragon Summers, 3 guards, and 4 armies. They hold a selection competition for new recruits every few years. Once you enter the celestial canopy, you can find a way to participate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Excellent. As long as there is a path forward, I will find a way to join this competition. I will work on enhancing your physical capabilities during this time. but I will need your cooperation in providing certain materials and energy. Agreed. I will find a way once I enter the celestial canopy. I am pleased that the host of my essence is not a mere brute, but possesses both courage and strategy to become a dominant force. Thank you, Makala. I will now calculate a suitable transformation plan based on Earth's resources and your physique. During this computation, I may enter a dormant state, and some matters will be left to your discretion. Jiang Hao nodded and began to pack his belongings. Knowing that Zhongli would be safe for a year eased his heart considerably. After a sleepless night, he decided to take a moment to rest and gather his strength for the challenges ahead. After hastily organizing his clothes, Jiang Hao lay down to sleep. As the night deepened, he drifted into slumber, only to be abruptly awakened by the sudden silence of chirping insects. Outside the cabin, numerous shadowy figures began to stir. Cloaked in darkness and clad in stealth attire, each carrying a bucket-like object. As they approached the wooden cabin, they began to douse it with a liquid. Before long, a pungent odor of kerosene filled the air. With everything in place, one of the cloaked figures approached the cabin and struck a match, its faint glow revealing cold, sinister eyes. The match dropped, igniting the kerosene, and flames quickly engulfed the entire cabin, transforming it into a massive bonfire. Jiang Hao woke, choking on smoke, and saw flames raging within the room. Damn it! Someone's trying to kill us. Without a moment to spare, he grabbed a water jug and doused himself, then covered his mouth with a rag and grasped the blade tightly, ready to charge out the door. Seeing shadows flitting outside, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, he quickly retreated. At the back window, Jiang Hao seized a chair and smashed it through the glass, leaping out of the cabin. With no time to extinguish the flames on his clothes, he sprinted toward the outskirts of the town. Jiang Hao is escaping. After him, a voice shouted, and countless shadows pursued him. Realizing he was being chased by over 100 figures, Jiang Hao's heart raced as he dashed toward the gates of the celestial canopy. Soon, he had run several kilometers beyond the town, and the pursuit began to thin out. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the roar of motorcycles echoed behind him, with several headlights gleaming through the darkness. Damn it, they've even deployed those rusted bikes. Seeing the smoke-belching motorcycles closing in, Jiang Hao veered off the main road and into the overgrown fields. Chase, that brat went that way. The sides of the road were overgrown with wild grass, with only a few sparse trees dotting the landscape under the dim moonlight. The pursuers soon spotted Jiang Hao and Appos, S fleeing figure. Hearing the shouts, Jiang Hao mused, That's Lu Xin's voice. This group is relentless. He quickly darted into a thicket, tearing off some vines and binding them between two small trees about half a meter off the ground. Setting traps was a skill he had honed while hunting. With a crash, 2 motorcycles were ensnared by the trap, toppling to the ground. Be careful. That brat set a tripwire trap. The remaining 5 or 6 motorcycles navigated around the trap, continuing their pursuit, but their speed had decreased, allowing Jiang Hao to gain some distance. However, running like this was not sustainable. No matter how fast he was, he could never outrun the motorcycles. As he ran, he pondered how to deal with his pursuers. Once Jiang Hao vanished into a denser part of the woods, one of the cloaked figures asked, Boss, Jiang Hao has entered the woods. What should we do? Lu San's eyes glinted with cold determination as he fixated on the forest. Pursue him. We must kill him tonight. Otherwise, we cannot report back to our superiors. As the motorcycles charged into the woods, a long shadow fell from above. A massive wooden beam plummeted onto 3 motorcycles, sending their riders crashing to the ground in agony. Lu San and the other 2 motorcycles were blocked by the fallen bikes, forced to come to a halt. Everyone, be cautious. Jiang Hao is exceedingly cunning. Chapter 14. Perilous encounters. Before the words had left his lips, a shadow lunged forward, toppling 2 black-clad men on their motorcycles. One had his arms severed, while the other bled profusely from a wound in his chest. Upon seeing Jiang Hao and Appos' arrival, Lu San dismounted with the remaining 2 men. Brandishing machetes, their expressions taut and apprehensive, as if confronting a formidable foe. Jiang Hao bellowed, Lu San, why do you persist in hunting me down? Are you not afraid of the Yanhuang guards? Lu San and Appos' demeanor betrayed a hint of anxiety. Once commanding a contingent of 20, he now found himself with merely 3. After their previous encounter, he had come to recognize Jiang Hao and Appos' formidable skill, realizing that his small group would struggle to contain him. Yet, if he could merely delay, help would soon arrive, and they could eliminate Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, you have only yourself to blame for offending those you should not have, Lu San sneered. Jiang Hao, well aware of Lu San and Appos' implied threats, mused. Are you referring to Fang Juanza at the outpost? Lu San and Oppos. Eyes flickered with momentary panic, but he quickly regained his composure. What Fang Juanza? I know not of what you speak. However, I am open to negotiation. Jiang Hao chuckled. Lu San, your ploys are transparent. You simply wish to buy time until reinforcements arrive. I regret to inform you that I shall not grant you that opportunity. Lu San, mustering his bravado, retorted, do you truly believe I fear you? Without further ado, Jiang Hao lunged at Lu San. Lu San, trained in martial arts, swiftly evaded the incoming strike. Realizing Jiang Hao had vanished from his immediate sight, Lu San and Oppos' heart sank. In a feint, Jiang Hao altered his course, striking at one of Lu San and Oppos' remaining henchmen. The machete met its mark, cleaving through the man and Oppos' defenses and leaving a gruesome gash from forehead to chin. Fury ignited within Lu San as he witnessed the demise of his subordinate. Jiang Hao, you rely solely on that useless machete. I too possess one. He revealed a rusted dagger from beneath his tightly wrapped cloth. Though worn with age, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Hao and Oppos' weapon. The sight of Lu San and Oppos' blade sent a jolt of seriousness through Jiang Hao as his previous advantage in weaponry evaporated. Lu San, sensing Jiang Hao and Oppos' hesitation, advanced with a mocking sneer. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their blades clashing and sparking against each other, showcasing the resilience of their weapons. After several exchanges, Jiang Hao noticed a swarm of lights flickering in the distance. Realizing reinforcements were imminent, he felt a surge of urgency and launched a relentless assault. Both sustained minor wounds. However, Lu San refrained from striking a fatal blow, knowing it would cost him dearly as well. Jiang Hao's reckless tactics began to intimidate Lu San. As Lu San retreated, Jiang Hao seized the opportunity to grab a wounded man and pressed his blade to his throat. Drive me away, or I will slit your throat immediately. Trembling at the sight of blood, the man complied, revving the motorcycle to speed away. Lu San, witnessing Jiang Hao's coercion, hastily mounted his motorcycle in pursuit. Moments later, a horde of motorcycles approached the scene, quickly setting their sights on Jiang Hao. The chase intensified along the main road leading to the city gate, with Jiang Hao glancing back and noting the rapidly closing distance of his pursuers. Brother, do not slam on the brakes. A sudden stop could cost you your life. The coerced black-clad man, feeling the cold edge of the blade at his neck, pressed the throttle with urgency. Within minutes, the entrance to Tianmu City loomed ahead, a mere few hundred meters away, while the pursuers closed in within 100 meters. Suddenly, Jiang Hao felt a jolt of pain in his arm. Involuntarily releasing his grip on the knife, a small bullet wound marred his skin. The Wild Wolf gang possesses firearms. He lamented, relieved it was merely a pistol wound. Just as he contemplated tending to his injury, the motorcycle swerved, sending him tumbling to the ground, rolling several times due to the speed. Determined, Jiang Hao rose, only to find his machete several meters away. As he scrambled toward it, bullets whizzed perilously close, forcing him to withdraw his hand. With the enemy closing in, he abandoned the idea of retrieving his weapon and bolted toward the sentry post. Occasional gunfire erupted nearby, but Jiang Hao's speed could not outmatch the motorcycles. The pursuers were now within mere meters, bullets grazing his hair. In desperation, Jiang Hao shouted toward the sentry, "Refugees are attacking. They are hunting down people from the city." Suddenly, two beams of blinding light illuminated the scene, rendering the pursuers momentarily blinded. The sentries, recognizing the threat, deployed spike strips, puncturing numerous tires in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hao sprinted toward the sentry post. Two armed soldiers stepped forward, blocking his path. "Halt! Who goes there?" Entering the sentry post unannounced is punishable by death. At that moment, the Wild Wolf gang arrived, encircling the sentry with over 200 men. From the crowd emerged Lu San, surprisingly compliant, clad in a suit and tie, topped with a fedora. This man was Lu Yi, the leader of the Wild Wolf gang. He holstered his pistol and approached with a courteous bow. "Brothers, my name is Lu Yi. I am an associate of Mr. Ma from the Giant Bull Trading Company. This man has killed my men, and we are in pursuit. I kindly ask for your assistance." Producing a handful of currency, he slipped it into the soldier's palm. The lead soldier examined the coins, stating, "Mr. Ma Hui Tian from the Eastern District?" A prominent figure in Tianmu. Louis nodded eagerly. "Indeed, our dear brother Ma. This man is merely a lowly refugee, as you can see." Sensing the soldier's wavering resolve, Jiang Hao quickly produced his identification badge, declaring, "I am from the Chu family, and I was ambushed while conducting business. They intend to kill and rob." The soldier scrutinized the badge, his expression tightening. This indeed appears to be an authentic identity token from the Chu family. Louis rushed forward, contesting, that badge must be a forgery, or he has stolen it. The lead soldier shot Louis a glare. This token is exclusive to its owner. No one else can wield it. By Mahu Agent's grace, I shall overlook your murderous intent. However, clear the area. If anyone remains within 10 seconds, I will not hesitate to shoot. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed from the watchtower, sharp and clear. Louis, refusing to relent, implored, I am a friend of Brother Ma. Perhaps you could show some leniency. I assure you, there will be generous rewards another day. The soldier leader, with a scornful expression, coldly retorted. In the presence of the Chu family, Ma Huitian is of no consequence. You have 5 seconds. Daring to be audacious no longer. The members of the wolf pack hastily retreated beyond the perimeter. Lu San glared fiercely at Jiang Hao. Brother, why don't we bring out Fong? Suddenly, a resounding slap landed heavily on Lu San's face. Lu Yi shot a furious look at Lu San and hissed, silence. Do you wish to endanger the entire wolf pack? Chapter 15. Genetic experiment subjects in a certain part of the refugee town. Fong Juanza stood before Lu Yi and Lu San, who were trembling and kneeling on the ground. Fong Xiao, Jiang Hao has escaped into the canopy. The sentry soldiers intervened, and we had no opportunity to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Fong Juanza was filled with fury. Incompetent fools. A handful of guards managed to dispatch you? Why did you not report to me immediately? Lu Yi, with a face resembling a bitter melon, responded, Fong Xiao. We did come to report, but the soldier on duty insisted that you were asleep and that even if the sky were to fall, you could not be disturbed. Fong Juanza delivered a kick to Lu San's chest. Do you understand the concept of adaptability? The genetic experiment subjects meant to extend life are strictly forbidden from being tested on humans by the Dragon God. My family nearly faced annihilation for this very reason years ago. If Jiang Hao reveals that his sister is an experiment subject to Old Master Chu, and Old Master Chu reports it to the Dragon God, not only will your lives be forfeit, but my entire family will be in jeopardy as well. Fortunately, the Dragon God has been stationed at the near-orbit space base and rarely returns to Earth. We must return to the city swiftly and eliminate Jiang Hao. Summon the flying vehicle and prepare to head back to the Fong family. Immediately inform my father and instruct him to find a way to dispose of Jiang Hao. Louis, trembling, asked Fong Xiao, what about us? Fong Juanza coldly replied, You shall keep this a secret for eternity. Jiang Hao endured a night at the Sentry and Amp, Oppo's, side. As dawn broke the next day, a white light illuminated the gate-like structure beside the sentry. The shimmering light resembled a curtain of water suspended in the sky, serving as the entrance to the city. The soldier leader had already stated that no formalities were required. One could enter directly with a token. The light curtain possessed intelligence, automatically verifying the identity of individuals before granting passage. Curiously observing the light curtain, Jiang Hao plunged into it. What the? Upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but exclaim. Just beyond the light curtain lay an entirely different world, a stark contrast to the one outside. If the world beyond was likened to a desert, this place resembled a hidden paradise, beneath a blue sky and white clouds. The air was fresh and invigorating. A wide road stretched forward, leading to the majestic city walls several dozen kilometers away. The thoroughfare bustled with shops and pedestrians, displaying a dazzling array of goods. In the sky, countless flying vehicles zipped back and forth, with several small craft occasionally delivering goods into shops. Overwhelmed by the sights, Jiang Hao stood with his mouth agape, feeling like a primitive man suddenly thrust into a modern metropolis. Just as he was grappling with this profound shock, someone approached him and inquired, Sir, would you like a ride in a flying vehicle? Jiang Hao scrutinized the middle-aged man clad in a yellow delivery uniform, puzzled by his proposition. Noticing Jiang Hao's response, the man patted a motorcycle-like contraption beside him and cheerfully said, Where are you headed, sir? I know the streets of this mountain city like the back of my hand. Unfamiliar with this floating motorcycle, Jiang Hao politely asked, Could you tell me how to get to the 5th district? The man pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, I know the 5th district well. I live nearby, but it Oppo's, quite far, approximately 200 kilometers, which means crossing the entire mountain city. Jiang Hao and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. 200 kilometers? Woon and Oppo's, that be exhausting to walk? The middle-aged man chuckled, exhausting? You are unaware, the diameter of the inner city within the mountain canopy is 280 kilometers. And with the outer city, it totals about 500 kilometers. Do you still consider 200 kilometers far? Riding with me. You can traverse the entire city in an hour. Jiang Hao inquired, how much does it cost for a ride? The man held up 2 fingers. Only 200 dragon coins. 200 dragon coins? Why don't you just rob a bank? With that amount, one could buy several kilograms of rice. I would rather walk for a day. Grumbling, Jiang Hao turned to walk away. The middle-aged man scoffed derisively. What a spoiled brat. Just a poor fool from outside the city. Jiang Hao felt disheartened. After enduring great hardships to reach the canopy, he had hoped to be greeted with compliments, yet he was called a fool instead. Just as he walked a few steps, a soft voice called out to him, Big brother, would you like a ride in a flying vehicle? Jiang Hao looked at the little girl before him, who seemed to be of similar age to Jiang Li. She was dressed plainly, slight in stature, and her complexion was pale. Jiang Hao smiled at her. I'm sorry, little sister, but the ride is too expensive for me. The girl blinked her large eyes and replied, Big brother is going to the 5th district, right? I only need 50 dragon coins. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Why is there such a vast difference in price for the same destination? The girl suddenly looked forlorn. My father is ill and cannot drive. The flying vehicle incurs a daily fee of 150 dragon coins, and if we miss 3 payments, it gets forcibly reclaimed without a refund. My father has been bedridden for 2 days, and I need to earn the fee, or else when he recovers, we will have no vehicle and will starve. Uncertain if the girl's words were true, Jiang Hao gazed into her clear eyes and ultimately chose to believe her. All right then, I will take your vehicle to the 5th district. As he spoke, he rummaged through his pouch and found only 500 denomination coins. He then pulled out a 50 denomination dragon coin and handed it to the girl. Upon seeing Jiang Hao produce his pouch, the girl's expression changed dramatically. She stepped forward and firmly blocked Jiang Hao's hand. Noticing his confusion, she whispered, Big brother, do not display your wealth openly. It is unsafe to let others see you with so much money. Jiang Hao nodded in understanding, stowing away his pouch before taking a seat in the vehicle. The craft soared into the sky, though the girl piloting it seemed inexperienced, resulting in a slow ascent. This was Jiang Hao's first time flying, and he felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, his eyes darting around nervously. Little sister, what are those small canopies in the distance? He inquired. The girl turned to glance at the densely packed light curtains and replied, You can call me Xiaoya. Those are canopies for growing crops, commonly known as greenhouses. The light curtains can adjust the internal conditions according to the seasonal preferences of the crops, allowing for year-round harvests of fruits and vegetables, including rice that can be harvested 4 times a year. Jiang Hao's understanding deepened. So, within the city walls lies the urban area, while beyond them is the town and countryside. Xiaoya nodded. Yes. Many newcomers to the canopy often seek livelihoods outside the city or engage in lower-tier jobs like ours, which leads to a mix of people. For instance, the one who just asked you for a ride belongs to a black force known as the Flying Vehicle Gang from the East City. Jiang Hao noticed several flying vehicles trailing behind them and asked, Xiaoya, do all flying vehicles have to follow designated routes? Xiaoya shook her head. No. The flying regulations are based on altitude. Within certain airspace, vehicles can fly freely. The canopy is vast, and it is rare for many vehicles to converge on a single route. Jiang Hao turned back to observe the pursuing vehicles, noting that they were quickly approaching. Xiaoya, several vehicles are following us. I wonder what their intentions are. Xiaoya tapped a few times on the control panel of the flying vehicle, exclaiming in alarm, This is not good. That was a member of the flying gang. The skinny monkey must have spotted your pouch. They are planning to rob us. On the flying vehicle, Jiang Hao inquired with a puzzled expression, Xiaoya, isn't the Sky Dome an idyllic paradise, governed by strict laws? How can there be robbery? While maneuvering the vehicle, Xiaoya responded, Indeed, the Sky Dome is governed by law, yet there are many outlaws. Those who seek to gain without effort are abundant. While the situation within the mountain city is manageable, the outskirts are rather chaotic. Jiang Hao nodded in understanding. That is true. In every era, such individuals exist. Xiaoya glanced at the display screen, her anxiety mounting as she exclaimed, Oh no, big brother, the flying gang is closing in on us quickly. What shall we do? Chapter 16. The third-class servant. Upon taking a closer look, Jiang Hao was astonished to find the middle-aged man who had earlier summoned him to ride among the crowd. He exclaimed, Is such an audacious act of robbery allowed to go unchecked under the canopy of the sky? Xiaoya shook her head, her expression grim. The flying gang wields considerable influence. They have bribed the local security bureau, frequently engaging in such deeds. Many victims have reported their grievances, yet ultimately, nothing comes of it. Those of us who operate flying vehicles are obligated to pay a protection fee of 300 dragon coins each month. As they spoke, the flying gang pursued them. Several flying vehicles surrounded Xiaoya's, effectively trapping them. One of the gang members shouted, "Land immediately, or we will shoot you down. Choose." Suspended in the air. With no solid ground beneath, a fall from such heights would surely be fatal, leaving Jiang Hao helpless. Under the pressure of the gang, Xiaoya was compelled to make an emergency landing on a patch of grass. As soon as they touched down, several burly men rushed forward, swiftly tearing a card from the front of Xiaoya's vehicle, causing the instrument panel to flicker off. They were forced to exit the vehicle, immediately surrounded by the gang members. A man known as Dilu held a metal rod, sneering, "Hand over your purse willingly, or we shall first incapacitate you before taking it. Your choice." Jiang Hao, producing his purse, mimicked Dilu and Appo's earlier gesture, tossing it lightly in his hand before approaching him. "So you were after my purse all along? Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have known." Seeing Jiang Hao willingly offering the purse, Dilu felt a surge of delight, nodding in satisfaction. A sensible man, but before he could finish his sentence, a powerful punch struck him squarely on the temple. The towering figure crumpled to the ground, his eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, and trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing Jiang Hao swiftly incapacitating their strongest leader, the remaining 5 recoiled in fear, their expressions betraying their panic. Jiang Hao fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man, advancing towards him step by step. The slender monkey, realizing he was the target, shouted, "Everyone, attack! Eliminate him, or we shall lose this month's spoils." Spoils, a term they used to refer to their ill-gotten gains. The 4 men surrounding the slender monkey, emboldened, swung their clubs at Jiang Hao. How could these pampered city dwellers possibly compare to Jiang Hao, who had battled on the edge of life and death for years? As clubs swung toward him, Jiang Hao effortlessly deflected them with his arm, his brow remaining uncreased. With a swift counterpunch, he shaped his fist into a bow, delivering another blow, 2 in total. Soon, the 4 assailants lay on the ground, howling in agony. Seeing Jiang Hao's ferocity, the slender monkey utterly collapsed, his legs trembling violently as he contemplated escape, unsure of which leg to move first. With a sickening crack, Jiang Hao stomped down on the wrist of one fallen thug, followed by 3 more sickening sounds as he broke the wrists of the remaining 4 members of the flying gang. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the slender monkey could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing to the ground as a foul odor escaped from his trousers. How pathetic to wet oneself at such a size, Jiang Hao remarked, delivering a swift kick that sent the slender monkey sprawling, his eyes rolling back, convulsing uncontrollably. Brushing his hands off, Jiang Hao turned to Xiaoya and said, "Let us proceed to the 5th district." At that moment, Xiaoya snapped out of her astonishment, nodding repeatedly. "Oh, okay." Jiang Hao displayed an innocuous smile. "Fear not, Xiaoya. I only treat villains in such a manner. I do not harm ordinary individuals." Xiaoya nodded, her face breaking into a sweet smile. "I know you are a good person, big brother." Shortly thereafter, their vehicle ascended into the sky once more. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a grand estate. Jiang Hao gazed in awe at the opulent manor, exclaiming, "Wow, what an enormous house. It must be as large as half a town." "Xiaoya, are you certain we are on the right path?" Xiaoya blinked her eyes and replied, "Indeed. Did you not say you were coming to the 5th district, the Chu family? This is the only Chu family in this district, and in the entire mountain city, they are the sole claimants to the name. Big brother, you are not the heir of the Chu family, are you?" Jiang Hao scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. "You overestimate me. This is my first visit to the mountain city's canopy." Xiaoya's imagination ran wild as she gasped, "Could you be a long-lost illegitimate son?" Jiang Hao adjusted his head, chuckling bitterly. "Do I truly resemble one? Enough of this idle speculation. It would not do to be overheard by the Chu family. I am merely a servant of the Chu family." Xiaoya nodded in understanding, returning to the flying vehicle with a smile. "Big brother, I must get to work now. Goodbye." She prepared to take off. "Wait." At Jiang Hao's call, Xiaoya turned her head in confusion. "Is there something else, big brother?" Jiang Hao stepped forward, producing several dragon coins and placing them in Xiaoya's hand. "The members of the flying gang are likely to trouble you upon learning that you took my commission. For the time being, refrain from driving. These coins should sustain you for a while. If you encounter any trouble, come find me here." Xiaoya's eyes widened as she beheld the substantial coins in her hand. Such large denominations. So many. "Big brother, this is too much. I cannot accept it." Jiang Hao firmly pushed her hand back, stating earnestly, "Xiaoya, listen to me. Take this money. Your father's medical expenses require funds. You are not much younger than my sister, and seeing you reminds me of her." With tears brimming in her eyes, Xiaya asked, "What is your name, big brother?" "My name is Jiang Hao. Jiang, like the rivers and lakes, Hao, like the bright moon in the sky. My family resides in Shantao District 7, right by the waterway, easy to find." "Big brother Jiang Hao, do visit Xiaoyao when you have the time." "I shall certainly visit when I can. Now, go back and take care of your father." After speaking, Jiang Hao turned and walked toward the gate of the Chu family estate. Xiaoya gazed at Jiang Hao's retreating figure, wiping away a tear before piloting her vehicle away. "Stop. This is the Chu family and Amp, Oppo's territory. Outsiders are not permitted." As Jiang Hao approached the entrance, 2 guards blocked his path. With a smile, Jiang Hao presented his identification badge. The guard scrutinized it, then nodded. "Ah, a third-class servant. You may enter, but do not wander about. To your left upon entry is the administrative office. Report there." Jiang Hao clasped his hands in gratitude and proceeded through the gate. The Chu family estate was also enveloped in a canopy, albeit a transparent one. Had he not noticed the temperature difference upon entering, he would have been oblivious. Inside the administrative office, a portly man clad in a black robe received him. This man was Hu Tao, the chief administrator. "Third-class servant Jiang Hao, you are the refugee that Yi brought back." Jiang Hao nodded. "Yes, I am new to this place, and I kindly request your guidance, Chief Hu. Henceforth, you shall be tasked with maintaining the cleanliness of the public areas outside the housing. There are independent dormitories available, and you are to report to the administrative office weekly to collect your supplies and wages. Remember, third-class servants are not permitted within the housing areas." Chapter 17. The bet. Subsequently, a second-class servant led Jiang Hao to a modest bungalow. The Chu family estate was immensely vast, resembling a royal courtyard, with residential areas comprising independent villas and townhouses. Beyond the residences lay a picturesque park, complete with flowers, shrubs, artificial hills, and ponds, where ornamental animals roamed amidst the grassy fields and small woodlands. There was also an expansive golf course, a martial arts training ground, a racetrack, and artificial lakes. Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "The lives of the wealthy are truly extravagant. No wonder everyone is obsessed with money, living and dying for it." According to Chief Steward Hu, Jiang Hao was responsible for all the cleaning tasks outside the residences. Although it appeared considerable, the primary areas to be cleaned were merely the pathways and leisure zones. Jiang Hao was quite satisfied with the concrete bungalow. Its modest 60 to 70 square meters were equipped with all necessary living facilities, making it a luxurious abode in his eyes. The uniform provided by the Chu family consisted of several deep blue, diagonally buttoned coats resembling those worn by hotel staff. Although it was the attire of a servant, Jiang Hao was pleased, as it was far superior to the animal skin garments he had worn before. Taking a deep breath, filled with ambition, he declared, "I have finally taken the first step. From now on, the entire world shall be my stage." After changing into his uniform, Jiang Hao wielded a large broom and strolled around to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Whenever he spotted leaves on the ground, he would sweep them aside into the lawn. After a leisurely exploration, he heard raucous voices emanating from the nearby woods. Approaching closer, he discovered a young girl clad in martial arts attire practicing in the training area. After observing for a while, he recognized her as Chu Yi and thought to himself, "This wild woman is quite diligent in her training." Chu Yi had her hair tied up and was energetically executing strikes and lunges. The 2 prominent features of her physique swayed enticingly, nearly causing Jiang Hao and Oppo's eyes to pop out. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand rang out from behind him. "How dare you spy on the young lady during her training? You must be tired of living." Jiang Hao turned around to see a young man with a square face, flanked by 2 others. Their attire was identical to Jiang Hao's, save for a single star on their chests, while Jiang Hao bore 3 stars. Irritated at the interruption, Jiang Hao retorted, "Who are you?" The square-faced youth glared menacingly at Jiang Hao, snapping, "A new third-class servant dares to question us first-class servants? Quite audacious. I am Duzhen, the leader of the internal affairs team in the garden area. From now on, you will heed my commands. Do you understand?" Jiang Hao scoffed. "Humph. I thought you were someone important. Aren't we all just servants?" "There is no need for such arrogance." Offended by Jiang Hao's disdain, Duzhen and Amp, Oppo's face twisted with anger. "A newcomer with such arrogance? It seems I must teach you the Chu family and Oppo's rules." With that, the 3 clenched their fists ominously and advanced toward Jiang Hao. Just then, a sharp voice interrupted. "What are you doing?" It was Chu Yi, who had noticed the commotion and approached. Duzhen slightly bowed, saying, "Miss, we are disciplining this new servant. He was caught spying on you during your training. And according to family rules, he deserves 10 lashes." Shui waved her hand dismissively. "Enough, I understand. You all may go about your business. I will handle this." Duzhen hesitated, but upon receiving a stern look from Chui, he quickly retreated, casting a fierce glare back at Jiang Hao as he departed, muttering, "Umph. You've crossed me, and I assure you, your days at the Chu family will not be pleasant." Once the trio had left, Chui crossed her arms and leaned towards Jiang Hao, gazing at him intently, playfully inquiring, was it enjoyable to watch? The two prominent features, supported by her arms, nearly blocked Jiang Hao's view of the sun. Seeing her mischievous smile made Jiang Hao's heart race, prompting him to stammer, "You were dressed differently. And I almost didn't and Oppos, T recognize you, so I looked a bit longer." Hearing this, Chui and Oppos' cheeks flushed, and she seemed ready to explode, but quickly calmed down. "Fine. I know you lack education and don't know how to speak properly, so I won't hold it against you. Since you have come to the Chu family and saved my life before, I will look out for you. Speak up. What do you desire? Would you like to become a team leader?" Relieved that Chui had not transformed into her wild persona, Jiang Hao sighed. "A team leader position is unnecessary. I am indifferent to such things. However, I wish to inquire if someone like me can participate in the Dragon Gate tournament." Upon hearing Jiang Hao mention the tournament, Chui was taken aback. "You wish to join the reserve selection for the 3 guards and 4 armies? Your ambitions are quite lofty. Generally, any individual from Longxia can participate, but in recent years, a recommendation letter is required, and not just any letter. It must come with the endorsement of a prominent family. As the 3 guards and 4 armies are the Dragon God's elite forces, and the background must be pristine. There are tens of thousands of family enterprises in Longxia, but only families of 3rd rank and above are eligible to provide endorsements." Noticing a glimmer of hope, Jiang Hao eagerly asked, "The Chu family is such a large clan. Surely you have recommendation letters?" With pride, Chui replied, "As a first-class family, the Chu family certainly has recommendation slots. Second-class families have 3 slots, first-class families have 5. Even so, the total number of slots is in the thousands." Jiang Hao pressed further, "What does one need to do to obtain a slot? Who has received your family's recommendations? Who is fortunate enough to represent the Chu family?" Chui shook her head. "Selections occur every 3 years and are a grand event. The number of individuals soliciting recommendation letters has nearly trampled the threshold of our estate. To secure a recommendation letter is nearly impossible. Each first-class family has many smaller families as vassals, and they use slots as incentives to ensure loyalty. Generally, these slots are predetermined within 3 years. Moreover," she added, "given your skills, participating in the selection would likely result in immediate disqualification after the first round, wasting a valuable slot." Seeing Jiang Hao's crestfallen expression, Chui suddenly smiled playfully. "However, if you can defeat me, I might persuade my grandfather to secure a slot for you." Jiang Hao and Oppos' eyes gleamed with excitement. "Is that true? You can end Oppos, T go back on your word." After his initial excitement faded, he added, "But you are wearing armor. I cannot defeat you." Chui blinked innocently. "I want T wear armor. We'll fight just like this." "All right." The two then proceeded to the training area. Observing Chui's serious demeanor, Jiang Hao felt a twinge of concern. "Let me make this clear. If I hurt you, don't get angry. I fear your temper the most." With a pout, Chui replied, "I am not that petty. But do you really think you can beat me?" Jiang Hao smiled confidently. "Here I come." With that, he lunged at Chui like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. After several attempts, all of which were effortlessly countered by Chui, she exclaimed triumphantly, "Haha. With skills like yours, I advise you not to participate in the selection. This is merely the brawling of common folk." Jiang Hao smiled and said, "Is that so? Have you not heard the saying that a chaotic flurry of punches can defeat even a master?" With that, Jiang Hao advanced, leaping high into the air, and brought his fist crashing down. Chapter 18. A life of extraordinary abilities. Chui merely sidestepped to evade the punch, disdainfully remarking, "Your boxing technique is far too predictable. Following the same few trajectories, you pose no threat to me. Is that so?" Over-the-shoulder throw. With a commanding shout, Jiang Hao suddenly vanished from her view. Chui felt a firm grip on her pride, followed by a disorienting loss of balance as her entire body was flipped over. With a thud, she landed heavily on the ground. "Ouch, that hurts," she cried out, wincing in pain. Before her, Jiang Hao was grinning mischievously, fixated on a particular spot. At that moment, She realized that Jiang Hao was still yanking at her collar, which had been torn open, exposing her modesty. Jiang Hao was entranced, gazing at the exposed skin, nearly drooling in admiration. Chu Yi kicked him away, stunned by his audacity. Jiang Hao, I swear I'll make you pay for this. Hearing her furious shout snapped Jiang Hao back to reality. Hey, we agreed not to get angry. I merely executed a basic over-the-shoulder throw. It's not my fault you're so well endowed. Seeing that Chu Yi was about to unleash her wrath, Jiang Hao hastily explained, in a match, one cannot avoid a few bumps and bruises, can they? Should I refrain from physical contact while engaging an opponent? With some reluctance, Chu Yi paused, straightening her crumpled collar. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. But you shouldn't grab there. I've had such bad luck lately, being taken advantage of by you twice. Jiang Hao chuckled wryly, my lady. In combat, one cannot avoid a few scrapes. By the rules, since I've won, you must assist me in securing a slot. Pouting, Chu Yi replied. What I say holds weight. Just wait for my news. She turned to leave, her clothes ruined from their tussle. Newcomers have a 3-day acclimatization period, free to roam. Jiang Hao lay back on his bed, pondering. She has a point. In fights or competitions, I can amp, oppose. T relies solely on basic techniques. I must find a way to learn some real combat skills. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, causing him to writhe in agony on the bed. It felt as if someone was forcibly stuffing something into his brain, threatening to burst it. After a few moments, the pain subsided, and he was astonished to find new knowledge in his mind. Grappling techniques, martial arts, wind steps, Chu family boxing, 8 trigram legs, long staff techniques, and knife techniques. How is it that I don and oppose? Do you recall learning these? He marveled, yet memories of the techniques began to surface. I have just imprinted these combat techniques into your memory, stimulating your body to form muscle memory through electrical impulses. You have effectively learned them. However, practical experience is essential to harness their true power. These were found in the girl's wristband. There were also some legendary techniques like the 18 dragon subduing palms and Qian Kuan de Nuai. But since you lack the necessary energy, I did not imprint those. Jiang Hao quickly interjected, that's more than sufficient. Those techniques are mere fabrications from martial arts novels and cannot be practiced. Such energy does not exist in reality. This area is enveloped by an energy field, likely powered by Dragon Balls. Search for more energy sources. If I can gather additional energy, my computational abilities will vastly improve. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao ventured outside, scanning the expansive grounds, momentarily unsure of where to search. Head towards the perimeter wall. I have hacked the surveillance of this area, so feel free to roam. Upon reaching the outermost wall of the Chu family estate, Jiang Hao spotted a thick iron pillar standing by the wall, exuding a metallic aura. Those are the pillars. There's a Dragon Ball at the top. Go ahead and place your hand upon it. As he pressed his hand against the pillar, he felt his blood circulate rapidly. A warm current flowing from his palm throughout his veins and heart. This sensation was incredibly invigorating, akin to an indulgent massage. He felt his energy surging and his strength multiplying. Suddenly, the sky flickered ominously, the once transparent light screen now fully visible, resembling a glass dome. I've absorbed too much Dragon Ball energy, destabilizing the entire sky system. They will soon come to investigate. We must leave. From now on, I can only absorb small amounts to avoid fluctuations. Panicking, Jiang Hao hurried back to his modest dwelling, where Makara had finished her meal and resumed her silence. Bored and restless, he recalled the techniques in his mind. Excitedly, he rushed outside to practice each one. After a session of practice, Jiang Hao felt as though he had been honing these techniques for years. They felt remarkably familiar. The wind steps, in particular, became his favorite. They were executed with grace and ease, a perfect tool for dodging and impressing others. Heavenly blessed is the life of exceptional abilities, Jiang Hao exclaimed with delight. He continued his training until nightfall, hastily preparing a simple meal before settling down to sleep. In the dead of night, he sensed movement outside, quietly rising. He peered out the window to see the unmistakable face of Dushan. Noticing the clubs in their hands, Jiang Hao sighed. Am I truly cursed? Why must I always attract such chaos? Forget it. A single punch will suffice to deter them. Tonight, I shall assert my dominance over these intruders, before they could enter. Jiang Hao flicked on the lights and burst out of his door. Dushan, are you worried I and Oppos, LL catch a chill in the middle of the night? Come to tuck me in. Seeing Jiang Hao, Dushan and his gang dropped their pretense and surrounded him. Jiang Hao, I'll grant you 10 seconds of arrogance. Tonight, I will cripple you. The Chu family does not harbor the weak. You'll be cast into the slum district to fend for yourself. Jiang Hao yawned, feigning boredom. You disturb my sweet dreams at this hour. If you have business, hurry up. I wish to return to my slumber. Furious, Du Jin retorted, an ignorant newcomer. Disrespectful and brazen. Today, I shall teach you the rules of the Chu family. Everyone, seize him. Cripple him. With that, several clubs came hurtling toward Jiang Hao. Slow. Your movements are painfully sluggish. Employing the wind steps, Jiang Hao weaved effortlessly among the chaotic swings. Despite the dense barrage of strikes, none grazed him, often missing by mere centimeters. Enough. I shone and amp, oppose, waste my time. Suddenly accelerating his movements, he darted between the 8 attackers. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as they crumpled to the ground, howling in pain. Jiang Hao stepped onto Du Jin and amp, oppose's chest, declaring, I am not as cruel as you. I've merely rendered one of your hands useless. In 6 months, you shall recover, and you'll still have one hand left to work. Now get lost. Jiang Hao and amp, oppose's voice resonated with a chilling coldness, reminiscent of the depths of the abyss. Du Jin and his companions, filled with trepidation, supported one another as they swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 019. The reinforcement matrix. On this day, Jiang Hao was deep in slumber when a sudden, urgent knock at the door jolted him awake. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Chu Yi standing there, clad in a dark red leather uniform emblazoned with the words Flame Phoenix across her chest. Noticing her rather dismal expression, Jiang Hao inquired, What is the matter? Who has upset our young lady so early in the morning? Fiddling with the hem of her outfit, Chu Yi replied meekly, I'm afraid I haven't secured you a spot for the selection competition. My grandfather mentioned that he promised the last slot to someone else yesterday. Seeing the disappointment cloud Jiang Hao's face, she quickly added, However, I have managed to plead for an opportunity on your behalf. This piqued Jiang Hao's interest, and he asked anxiously, What opportunity? With a sudden seriousness, Chu Yi stated, My grandfather said if you can defeat that person, the spot will be yours, and you will represent our Chu family. Curious, Jiang Hao asked, Who is that person? What is their strength like? Chu Yi thoughtfully pointed to her chin and replied, Lu Feng from the Lu family in Shanqing. He is said to be the last competition champion from Shanqing. His strength is nearly at the apprentice level, and he has established the Lu Feng Martial Arts Academy. Since the Lu family is a vassal of our Chu family, the slot can only be obtained through us. Jiang Hao was perplexed and questioned, What does apprentice level mean? Chu Yi promptly elaborated, 50 years ago, the dragon god established the hierarchy of strength, apprentice level, warrior level, general level, king level, god level, and saint level. The dragon god himself is the most powerful saint level warrior. These classifications are a delineation of a nirvana practitioner and amp, oppose's strength. In fact, the apprentice level is somewhat insignificant, as it merely indicates the initial injection of the dragon god's reinforcement matrix, which begins the bodily transformation. Only after reaching a certain threshold does one inject the nirvana serum to ascend to the warrior level, thus qualifying as a superhuman. As Jiang Hao listened, he became increasingly bewildered and asked, What are the reinforcement matrix and the nirvana serum? With a serious demeanor, Chu Yi continued her explanation. The reinforcement matrix is a biological nanorobot developed by the dragon god to enhance bodily strength. It increases the number of motor proteins and boosts mitochondrial efficiency. These nanorobots utilize substances within the body to self-replicate stronger motor proteins, thereby enhancing energy release and conversion efficiency. Thus, a formidable apprentice-level warrior can unleash a force of up to 1,000 kilograms with a single punch. As for the Nirvana Serum, I only know it is a product from the spacecraft beneath the Arctic Glacier, not produced by humanity. However, once injected, it can connect the body into a singular internal system. I recently had the injection and am barely at the warrior level, but I can tell you that I now feel as if my body is akin to a machine. I have an energy storage chamber, which the instructors refer to as the core, though its exact location remains unknown to me since it has not yet formed. The instructors say the core's position varies from person to person, and there are 2 so-called control ports on my hands that have yet to materialize. However, my conscious control space has already taken shape in my mind, allowing me to enter it at will, much like a dream, floating in and out. I have only injected the lower-tier Nirvana Serum. I've heard there are mid-tier and high-tier versions as well. Jiang Hao, puzzled, asked, with your Chu family strength, why not inject the higher-tier serum directly? Wouldn't that be more impressive? Chu Yi rolled her large, watery eyes at him. Do you think injecting serum is as simple as drinking water? If your body strength is insufficient, Injecting a serum that is too advanced could be fatal. This is precisely why we first use nanorobots to enhance the body. Jiang Hao nodded in understanding. So how much force can Lu Feng generate with his punches? There are rumors outside that it is around 400 kilograms, more formidable than a professional boxer, she replied. The match is set for 3 days from now, when the Lu family will come to claim the slot, and it will coincide with the duel. Jiang Hao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What a convenient arrangement. It sounds as if it's merely a formality. Chu Yi laughed heartily, her laughter causing her chest to tremble. There's no choice. You are merely a subordinate of the Chu family. And it is already a privilege for the esteemed Lu family's heir to agree to spar with you. Come, allow me to elevate your status. A third-tier subordinate is rather unremarkable and a bit embarrassing. You should at least be a first-tier. As she spoke, she produced a crescent-shaped ornament from her pocket, breathed on it, and affixed it to Jiang Hao's chest. Jiang Hao, bemused, chuckled. Will this really enhance my combat power? Chu Yi, with a serious expression, replied. Not quite, but it will certainly enhance your appearance. After affixing it, she inspected Jiang Hao from various angles, making slight adjustments until she was satisfied. Then, turning to him with renewed seriousness, she said, You've never learned any martial arts, have you? Come, I shall take you to the training ground and teach you a few techniques. You ought to refrain from using that clumsy fighting style of yours. We wouldn't want you to embarrass yourself. Thus, the two made their way to the training grounds. Chu Yi stood with her hands clasped behind her back and smiled sweetly. Now, attack me, but refrain from those haphazard moves. Jiang Hao, mimicking a martial artist, cupped his fists in salute to Chu Yi, then I shall not hold back. With that, he unleashed a punch, employing the Chu family's martial arts technique. Upon witnessing Jiang Hao's striking form, Chu Yi's eyes widened in surprise. This technique resembles the Chu family's martial arts. Well versed in the Chu family style, she easily deflected his attack. Jiang Hao continued to strike, still utilizing the Chu family martial arts. As Chu Yi observed the relentless assault, her apprehension grew. Such a complete execution of the Chu family martial arts should only be achievable by my grandfather. I have practiced since childhood, yet I have only mastered the initial moves. How can Jiang Hao wield the Chu family's techniques? After exchanging blows for several more rounds, Chu Yi took a step back and suddenly called out, Stop! No more fighting. Jiang Hao, enjoying the bout, halted at her command, puzzled. What's wrong? Are you tired? We can take a break. This is quite exhilarating. Chu Yi waved her hand dismissively, adopting a serious demeanor. Jiang Hao, I must ask you, how did you come to learn our Chu family martial arts? Scratching his head sheepishly, Jiang Hao replied, Well, miss, I watched you practice yesterday and then went home to experiment a bit. Before I knew it, I had learned them. Chu Yi looked at him skeptically. Is that so? You learned them just by watching? Puffing out his chest with pride, Jiang Hao declared, Perhaps I am one of those rare, extraordinary geniuses. After circling him several times, Chu Yi shook her head. Even a remarkable genius couldn't possibly master the Chu family martial arts in just one night. Jiang Hao laughed. You wouldn't understand the world of unparalleled geniuses. Otherwise, how would you explain it? I just came from the beggar's town, and I had no prior exposure to your Chu family martial arts. You saw my skills during the competition yesterday. Chu Yi blinked, tilting her head in contemplation. No, that doesn't add up. How could it be possible? Do you think you've mastered the Yi Jing Jing or the Dozhuan Xingyi? Not every martial art can be learned just by watching. After much contemplation, Chu Yi could not conjure a satisfactory explanation. She lowered her head, tapping on her wristband, preparing to summon someone. Chapter 20. Seizing opportunities before long, an elderly man glided towards them in a floating chair. Although his hair was streaked with gray, his complexion was rosy and devoid of any wrinkles, exuding an energy reminiscent of a youthful lad. Upon his arrival, Chu Yi skipped joyfully to greet him. Grandfather, you're here. The old man smiled affectionately. Yi, what is you in such a hurry to summon me? Rather than providing a direct answer, Chu Yi tugged at Jiang Hao's arm. Come, let us continue our sparring. Attack me just as you did before. The elderly man observed their exchange with a calm demeanor, though a flicker of recognition crossed his eyes. It struck him as odd. This young man seemed familiar, as if he had known him for ages, yet he could not recall where they had met. As he watched them for a while, the tranquility on his face gave way to a more intense scrutiny. After exchanging several moves, Chu Yi brought Jiang Hao before the elderly man. Grandfather, did you see that? The Chu family fist. He knows the entire set of our family's martial art. The old man's brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, Yi, did you teach him the Chu family fist? Chu Yi shook her head. No, grandfather. His name is Jiang Hao. He is the one who helped me retrieve the remnants of the spaceship core from the refugee town. And he was also the one who sought the qualification for the selection competition. The old man's expression grew serious. If I recall correctly, he only joined our Chu family as a servant yesterday. How could he wield the fist style so adeptly? Did you teach him in the refugee town? I didn't teach him at all, Chui insisted. He merely watched me practice for one night and managed to learn it all. Isn't that extraordinary? Intrigued, the old man fixed his gaze on Jiang Hao. I'm Chu Yuncheng, the head of the Chu family. Young man, I ask you, are you a martial artist of high caliber? Or have you undergone some enhancement process, or perhaps something else? Respectfully, Jiang Hao stood to the side, smiling as he replied. I would not dare to hide anything from you, elder. Until recently, I was unaware of what a martial artist of high caliber even was. I only learned of it from the young lady just now. I have lived in the refugee town all my life, struggling daily to fill my stomach. How could I ever have the opportunity to become a martial artist? The young lady understands this. Seeing the inquiring look from Chu Yuncheng, Chu Yi nodded. Indeed, grandfather. Jiang Hao has always been dependent on his sister since childhood, surviving by scavenging the refuse dumped by the sky. Zhang Wei can attest to this. Oh, by the way, Jiang Hao, where is your sister Jiangli? Why didn't she accompany you to the Chu family? Hearing Chu Yi finally inquire about Jiangli, Jiang Hao felt a wave of relief. This was precisely why he had deliberately showcased the Chu family fist, to draw Chu Yi's attention. Now that the main topic had surfaced, he could proceed. When we went to retrieve the remnants, my sister was captured by the Fong family and is currently held there. Chu Yi was perplexed, questioning. Why would the Fong family go to such lengths to abduct Jiangli? She is just a young girl. It seems you have no enmity with them, do you? Jiang Hao shook his head, feigning ignorance. Chu Yuncheng regarded Jiang Hao with a knowing expression and spoke calmly. Young man, you have gone to great lengths to draw me out. Do you not have other intentions? Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Jiang Hao decided to lay his cards on the table. Based on the information he had gathered about the Chu family, he perceived Chu Yuncheng as a man of integrity, one who loathed evil. The old man's gaze sharpened, perceiving Jiang Hao's intentions. Jiang Hao proceeded to recount the events that had transpired, including the matter of the numbered arms. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's account, Chu Yuncheng furrowed his brow. I cannot believe the Fong family still harbors such treachery. A decade ago, they conducted experiments on live subjects to develop longevity serums. When discovered by the Dragon God, they were reprimanded, claiming they had only performed basic tests and had not harmed the subjects. To quell the Dragon God's wrath, they destroyed the laboratory. Yet now it seems that their malice has resurfaced. All experimental subjects were marked with numbers on their arms. Those rescued were healed by the Longyuan Research Institute. It is shocking that they would go so far as to eliminate the disabled subjects to cover their heinous acts. Recognizing the moment had come, Jiang Hao bowed respectfully. Please, Elder Chu, help me rescue my sister. Chu Zhencheng and Amp, Apos, S expression turned grave. The Fong family is the foremost clan in Longxia, as well as the largest corporation globally. They control the economic lifeline of Longxia and possess significant power within the ranks of the military. To act solely on your word that they have abducted your sister and to attempt to rescue is a daunting task. If they retaliate under the pretext of slander, the Chu family would be powerless to contend with them. I'm afraid I cannot assist you in this matter. Seeing Jiang Hao's despondent demeanor, Chu Yi stepped forward, shaking Chu Yuncheng's arm and pouting playfully. Grandfather, Jiang Hao truly has a sister. I can vouch for that. Everyone in the refugee town knows how much he cherishes her. I believe him, so please help him. Chu Yuncheng looked at Chu Yi with fondness and sighed. I can offer assistance, but it must be discreet. I will send someone to investigate the matter before making any plans. He then turned to Jiang Hao, his expression serious. Young man, in this harsh era, relying on others is often futile. You have a year to grow stronger. If you can become powerful enough to meet the Dragon God, rescuing your sister will be a mere formality. In this world, strength is truth. Suddenly, Chu Yi and Amp, Apos, S eyes brightened. Grandfather, why Don and Apos? We inform the Dragon God and ask him to rescue Jiangli. What do you think? Chu Yuncheng looked at her with mild irritation. Do you think the Dragon God has the leisure to intervene in such trifles? He has been stationed at the orbital space base for the past 2 years, facing threats from the cosmos that are far more severe than those on Earth. Jiang Hao bowed again to Chu Yuncheng. Thank you, Elder. I will forever remember your kindness. Chu Yuncheng waved his hand, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. Your talent is commendable. I have faith in you. Prepare well. If you can outshine Lu Feng in the competition, it will represent our Chu family. I will arrange for you to be promoted to a first-class servant without any additional obligations. Just claim to be E and Amp, Oppo's, sparring partner. This is all I can do for you. Strive hard, and if you excel in the grand selection, you might just save your sister. Remember, during this time, do not leave the Chu family. Fang Juanzi is cunning and ruthless. Countless lives have fallen to his hands. If he discovers you have fled to the sky, he will stop at nothing to eliminate you. With that, Chu Yicheng departed, casting one last curious glance at Jiang Hao. Chu Yi patted Jiang Hao's arm reassuringly. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, worry too much, Jiang Hao. Grandfather is always against evil. If we gather evidence, he will certainly persuade the dragon god to rescue your sister. When the dragon god intervenes, no one on earth would dare oppose him. Jiang Hao expressed his gratitude and then inquired, Miss, do you know where the Fang family is located? Chu Yi nodded, slightly puzzled. In the sky, everyone knows the Fang family. They are in the 4th district. Their estate is even larger than ours by twofold. Wait, you don't intend to go to the Fang family yourself to demand her release, do you? The Fang family is exceedingly tyrannical. Not only you, but even a mere dog passing by their doorstep would receive a couple of slaps, Jiang Hao resolutely declared. No matter how overbearing the Fang family may be, I will undoubtedly rescue Xiao Li as swiftly as possible. One day, I shall step upon the Fang family. Chapter 021. Seeking help after parting ways with Chu Yi, Jiang Hao returned to his room, with the Chu family gathering intelligence. It was far more prudent than acting recklessly on his own. He devoted most of his energy to enhancing his strength. Makala. Today, Chu Yi mentioned the reinforcement matrix and the Nirvana potion. Do you know what they are? The reinforcement matrix is likely a technology invented by your kind. After all, you have mastered controllable nuclear technology, which qualifies you as a level 1.5 cosmic civilization. This technology, which modifies human strength through nanotechnology and stimulates more of the body's potential, is a rudimentary form of biological enhancement. Akin to my ability to unleash lightning to repel that octopus beast, both involve the activation and amplification of the potential within your body. As for the Nirvana potion, it was developed millions of years ago by the Rainiakia Institute of Technology as part of the Source Project. The lower-tier Nirvana potion aims to enhance the physical constitution of the populace, while the upper tier is rather extraordinary, referred to as the source of heavenly theft. The source of heavenly theft? Are you suggesting it steals a fragment of the cosmic essence? How audacious. As your Buddhist teachings suggest, one flower, one world, one tree, one fleeting life. And Amp, Oppos, the universe we inhabit may merely be a bacterium within an unknown organism. Conversely, our bodies could harbor a universe of their own. The source of heavenly theft seeks to penetrate the barriers of our internal universe, siphoning energy from within. Since each individual and Amp, Oppos, internal universe is unique, the energy they can unleash varies. The classification of cosmic power levels I previously discussed corresponds to the extent of one and Oppos' internal microcosm activation. The more thoroughly it is activated, the greater the strength. This method was initially viable, but people soon realized that everyone is inherently different. Some are robust, while others are frail, prompting thoughts of physical training. Eventually, this led to direct body modification to nurture the internal universe, making it stronger and unleashing even greater energy. Thus, planetary-level powerhouses emerged, and after countless years of evolution, the most formidable have reached cosmic levels. Upon hearing such intriguing concepts, Jiang Hao was both astonished and curious. It bore a striking resemblance to the magical civilizations depicted in science fiction literature. By the way, how does one nurture the internal universe? By absorbing the material energy of the universe into the body, thereby expanding your own universe. We refer to this energy substance as assimilation essence, which is transformed into energy that you can absorb. The more potent the energy-rich material you consume, the stronger you become. For instance, the energy contained in minerals from Earth cannot compare to that found in a black hole. The girl also mentioned that upon injecting the Nirvana potion, an intelligent core would be constructed within the body. What they do not fully comprehend is that the core has a layer known as the furnace chamber. The energy absorbed by the furnace chamber is partly converted into usable energy stored within the core, while the remainder is fed back into the internal universe. Seeing Jiang Hao appear utterly bewildered, Makala continued, I had not intended to reveal this to you at this moment, for your current understanding is insufficient. Just know that if you can unleash the microcosm within you, you will grow stronger. By the way, I must caution you, do not use the Nirvana potion hastily. It will not benefit your future growth. This potion has significant flaws, and your planet has become a testing ground to address these issues. My inspection of numerous testing grounds is aimed at developing technology to remedy these deficiencies. When you acquire the potion, I will explain in detail. Discussing too much now would overwhelm you. After Mokala's lengthy exposition, Jiang Hao's mind buzzed with confusion. Such profound knowledge was beyond his current grasp. On that day, Jiang Hao visited the administrative office to collect supplies. After personal instructions from Chu Yucheng, the head of administration treated Jiang Hao with great courtesy. With supplies on his back, Jiang Hao was about to return to his humble abode when a few second-tier servants entered the Chu residence through the grand entrance. As they walked, they discussed. That crazy girl outside has been waiting for a whole day and night. Our Chu family has a kind heart. Had it been the Fong family, she would have been long dead. I heard she's here looking for someone named Jiang Hao. Do you know him? Not familiar. Perhaps he's a new servant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao intercepted the group and, after some inquiry, learned the general situation. He set down his supplies and stepped outside the gate. Big brother, you finally came out. As soon as Jiang Hao appeared at the entrance, a small figure rushed towards him. Seeing Xiaoya and Appo's tear-streaked face, Jiang Hao asked with concern, Xiaoya, has something happened? Why have you been waiting outside for me? Xiaoya burst into tears, her voice quivering. Big brother, the people from Fei and Appo's gang captured my father, claiming I injured their members and demanding compensation. If I can't end Appo's, pay them 100,000 dragon coins within 3 days, they will kill my father. I had no choice but to seek your help. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Hao responded with righteous indignation, those scoundrels. Xiaoya, take me to them. I will deal with these societal vermin. Without hesitation, Xiaoya carried Jiang Hao as they flew towards the outskirts of the city. The shantytown was a dilapidated district surrounding a small town, bustling with life as many sought their livelihoods. Xiaoya resided on the fringes of this town. In Shanty District 7, where only a few households lived, her home was half-crumbling brick and half-wooden structure, with a foul-smelling ditch behind it. Shortly, the two landed in front of her house, where more than a dozen thuggish individuals awaited, brandishing clubs. Upon seeing Jiang Hao's arrival, they shouted raucously into the house soon. A dozen more individuals rushed out, all looking menacing, including the muscular man and the skinny monkey. The muscular man leaned towards a burly figure, pointing at Jiang Hao, boss. That and Appo's, as the one who injured our brothers. The muscle-bound man glanced disdainfully at Jiang Hao, barking, what are you waiting for? Hit him, kill him, and then rob him of his money. With a unified roar, the gang surged towards Jiang Hao, unfazed by the onslaught of over 20 men. Jiang Hao and Appo's expression remained calm. Had it been before, he would have opted for a hit-and-run strategy, but now, with several martial arts skills at his disposal, he felt confident. He charged at them, like a fierce tiger among sheep, employing a combination of footwork, punches, and kicks. Each strike left an opponent severely injured. And soon the ground was littered with groaning figures, limbs shattered, while the remaining thugs cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the muscular man bellowed and charged at Jiang Hao, only to be effortlessly flipped onto the ground by a swift kick. Astonished by Jiang Hao and Appo's prowess, the remaining thugs found themselves unable to even graze his clothing. The muscular man, too, was easily dispatched with a casual kick. As Jiang Hao advanced, the muscular man, panic-stricken, exclaimed, I am Zhao Haixi of the Lufeng Martial Arts School. My master is the renowned Master Lufeng. Do you dare to harm me? Jiang Hao placed a foot on his face, smirking. Do you think I care? Zhao Haixi howled in pain, wiping the blood from his nose, and shouted, You and Appo's, refinished. I and Appo's, VE already informed my master, and he and Appo's, LLB here shortly. None of you will escape. Chapter 22. Force Field. Upon hearing the name Lufeng, Jiang Hao paused momentarily, then coldly declared, Before he arrives, I have ample time to eliminate you. Now, hand over the person. Noticing that Zhao Haixi remained unmoved, glaring back at him with malice, Jiang Hao and Appo's ire flared. He forcefully stamped his foot onto Zhao Haixi and Appo's calf, eliciting a horrific wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. As Jiang Hao lifted his leg once more, Zhao Haixi, in a state of panic, shouted, Quick, bring the person out. Soon, Xiaoya's father was carried out by the two men. Upon seeing her father, Xiaoya rushed forward, embracing him and weeping uncontrollably. Her father's current state was indeed distressing. His frail body bore numerous bruises, his pale lips stained with blood, and he appeared utterly drained, trembling but unable to utter a word. Witnessing the torment inflicted upon Xiaoya's father ignited a surge of fury within Jiang Hao. You despicable creatures, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. All you know is to harm the innocent. Just as Jiang Hao contemplated delivering a fatal blow to the bully, a buzzing sound resonated from above. A figure descended from the sky, accompanied by a resounding voice. Who dares to challenge my Lu Feng martial arts school? You shall die. Jiang Hao turned to see a man over 6 feet tall, with a fair complexion and a muscular build, clad in a white martial arts uniform, ostentatiously embroidered with the words Lu Feng Martial Arts School. Upon Lu Feng's arrival, Jiang Hao glared and said, "What? Are you going to defend these ruffians who wreak havoc everywhere?" Lu Feng crossed his arms and arrogantly replied, "Whether they are guilty or not is not for you to decide. The Security Bureau has yet to define their actions as evil. You, a mere commoner, presume to make such judgments?" Jiang Hao, seething with anger, retorted, "So you're saying you intend to protect these miscreants?" Lu Feng cast a glance at Zhao Haizi on the ground and replied nonchalantly, "Of course. Zhao Haizi is my disciple as his master. How could I allow anyone to bully him? You have 2 choices, pay 100,000 dragon coins for medical expenses or die." Jiang Hao pulled out a coin pouch. Tossing it in his hand, "I have dragon coins, but I wonder if you possess the ability to seize them." Lu Feng glanced at the pouch in Jiang Hao's hand. "I am not interested in your dragon coins, but the matter of you injuring my disciple must be addressed. Therefore, I shall choose the second option for you." With that, he hurled a powerful punch towards Jiang Hao, the force creating a whistling sound. Jiang Hao retaliated with a punch of his own, colliding with Lu Feng's fist. The impact caused Jiang Hao to stagger back 4 or 5 steps, while Lu Feng retreated 2. With surprise in his eyes, Lu Feng remarked, "So, you possess some skill. No wonder you are so arrogant. However, this level of prowess is still insufficient. I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent in the mountain city." He then launched a right hook. Jiang Hao, realizing he had suffered a setback in their previous exchange, recognized Lu Feng's extraordinary strength. As the punch came hurtling towards him, Jiang Hao could only evade to the side. Lu Feng, having immersed himself in martial arts for years, delivered a swift kick aimed at Jiang Hao's head, the attacks flowing seamlessly into one another. In a dire moment, Jiang Hao raised his arm to block the lethal kick, staggering sideways from the force. Lu Feng pressed forward, denying Jiang Hao any respite. Reluctantly, Jiang Hao resorted to a graceful evasion technique, moving with an ethereal lightness that made it difficult for Lu Feng to catch his figure. Every strike was deftly avoided by Jiang Hao, who noticed Lu Feng's technique becoming increasingly erratic, indicating his growing anxiety. Seizing an opportunity to dodge a straight punch, Jiang Hao executed a knife hand strike directly to Lu Feng's throat. The sudden impact rendered Lu Feng unable to breathe normally. He stood still, clutching his throat, producing only muffled sounds. His face flushed red, then paled, before he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. As Lu Feng appeared on the brink of unconsciousness, Jiang Hao lightly stepped on his chest a few times, allowing him to breathe more easily. "Humph, considering you are a vassal of the Chu family, I shall spare your life, lest I bring shame to old Master Chu." Once Lu Feng regained his breath, his face was a mix of embarrassment and fury. "You dared to launch a sneak attack," Jiang Hao scoffed, "in a fight to the death. Do you think this is a martial arts demonstration? Shall we go another round? But this time, it will be a matter of life and death." Lu Feng and Appo's gaze towards Jiang Hao shifted, momentarily rendering him speechless. "Oh, a matter of life and death. Well said, I like it." At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from around the corner, accompanied by the emergence of 2 figures. Jiang Hao's expression shifted to one of grave concern upon recognizing them. "Louis. Lu San, why are you here?" Louis laughed heartily, surprised to see us in the skyline. "I have always lived here. If it weren't for you lowly refugees having some profit to squeeze, I'd never set foot in that desolate place." Jiang Hao's countenance hardened. "So you truly are Fang Juan's lapdog. What, do you wish to bite me?" Upon hearing Fang Juan's name, Lu Feng's face turned ashen, and he fled towards Fei Yuan, disappearing without a trace, leaving his associates bewildered and unsure of what to do. Louis stepped forward, drawing a handgun from his waist, while Lu San brandished a blade. Being a dog is far better than being an ant that can be crushed at any moment, right? Well then, this time you won't escape. It's time to meet your end, and remember to keep your eyes open in your next life. Bang! Louis fired a shot directly at Jiang Hao. Expecting a swift death, he was astounded to find the bullet halted half a meter before Jiang Hao, as if repelled by an invisible force, falling harmlessly to the ground. Louis, incredulous, continued to pull the trigger, emptying the magazine. 7 bullets clattered to the ground before Jiang Hao. Louis suddenly screamed in fright, "What the hell? A force field. He possesses a force field. Is the Chu family so extravagant as to provide for their subordinates? We are doomed." Initially believing himself to be facing certain death, Jiang Hao, Witnessing the bullets being deflected, immediately thought of Makara. Thank you, Makara. Oh, your power is too weak. You can't even withstand primitive firearms. I can only utilize the energy absorbed last time to sustain a force field. I can't let you die here. Make sure to gather more energy for me when we return, as I'm nearly out of power. All right, I will definitely find dragon pearls for you on the armor. After concluding his communication with Makara, Jiang Hao advanced step by step towards Lu Yi and Lu San. The two men, having long abandoned resistance, collapsed to the ground, their weapons clattering beside them. Jiang Hao picked up the blade, severing Lu Yi and Appos, as handgun in two, then coldly regarded the two men. You have persistently hunted me down. Should I kill you, or should I kill you? Lu Yi pulled a black magnetic card from his pocket, pleading, Jiang Hao, do not kill me. This card contains 100,000 dragon coins, and the password is 6 sixes. Consider it a price for my life. What do you say? Seeing his leader bargaining for his life, Lu San also produced a card. Mine has 800,000, with the password being 6/8. Spare me, Jiang Hao, please. As they pleaded, they repeatedly bowed their heads, striking the ground with a thud. Jiang Hao, observing the two men like startled birds, shook his head and laughed. Killing you would simply mean the dragon coins are mine as well. I understand the principle of eradicating evil and not suffering from it. As the blade flashed, two crimson lines appeared on the necks of both individuals. Lu Yi and Lu San stared with wide, unblinking eyes, forever frozen in their final moments. Chapter 023. Gratitude. Having completed his task, Jiang Hao turned to Zhao Haizi, wiping the blade as he approached. The members of the flying help retreated in terror, trying to distance themselves from Jiang Hao. Zhao Haizi was so frightened that his soul felt as if it had left his body, shouting, Don't kill me. I and Appos, I'll do anything you say. A faint smile graced Jiang Hao and Appos' face as he remarked playfully, These two corpses are a bit of a nuisance. Zhao Haizi quickly replied, I'll handle it. Leave it to me. We are quite adept at this. He then bellowed at his subordinates, You lot, hurry and dispose of them. Leave no trace, or I will annihilate your entire family. The few remaining members of the flying help, upon receiving the order, acted in a state of panic. Jiang Hao cast another glance at the father and daughter, Xiaoya and her father. Zhao Haizi interjected, I'll compensate them with 100,000 dragon coins for medical expenses, and I promise not to trouble them again. Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Good. It seems you were quite sensible. Now go, and if I hear of Xiaoyu and her father being bullied again, I won't hesitate to take more lives. Zhao Haizi repeatedly knelt in submission. I dare not. From now on, I will treat the young lady with utmost reverence. With that, he slipped a card into Xiaoya and Appos' hand and fled with his men. After helping Xiaoya and Appos' father back into the house, Xiaoya, holding on to Jiang Hao and Appos' arm, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, brother Jiang Hao. I don't know what I would have done without you. Jiang Hao gently ruffled Xiaoya and Appos' hair and softly replied, Seeing you is like seeing my sister, Xiaoli, who is suffering. I do not wish to see you endure the same fate. Xiaoya and Appos' father propped himself up and smiled. Young man, thank you for looking after Xiaoya. My name is Lin Zheng. If there is ever a need, my daughter and I will certainly do our utmost to assist you. Jiang Hao waved his hand and smiled. Uncle Lin, you are too kind. We come from humble beginnings, and it is only right to help one another. The day is growing late, and I must return. I will come to visit Xiaoyu another day. Xiaoyu looked up at him with a smile. Brother Jiang Hao, let me escort you home. Jiang Hao nodded, and the two made their way to the door. Young man, wait a moment. At the sound of the voice, both Jiang Hao and Xiaoyu paused, looking back at Lin Zheng with confusion. Lin Zheng retrieved a box from beneath the pillow and gestured for Xiaoyu to take it. Young man, I see you possess remarkable strength, a warrior-esque stature. I would like to gift you this enhancement matrix. My father, Lin Li, once followed the dragon god into battle in Shen City, attaining the rank of a great general. After the battle at the North Pole, he, being a loyal commander, was ostracized and disheartened, eventually settling here, where he soon fell gravely ill and passed away. Someone once brought this item, saying it could help a member of the Lin family become a warrior. With this enhancement matrix, one could become a phoenix reborn and grow stronger. However, I am aware of the horrors of monsters. Even the mightiest warriors can be slain. I have only one daughter, Xiaoya, and I do not wish for her to live such a perilous life. So, I give this enhancement matrix to you as a token of my gratitude. Xiaoya placed the box into Jiang Hao's hands, smiling, Brother Jiang Hao, please accept it. if you grow even stronger, you can help me defeat the bad guys in the future. Unable to refuse the father and daughter, Jiang Hao ultimately accepted the matrix. Uncle Lin, rest assured, I will treat Xiaoyu like a sister. Also, it would be unwise for you to continue flying. Consider opening a small business in the city instead. Lin Zheng nodded appreciatively. My ancestors indeed had skills in making buns. Then, as you suggested, I shall open a bun shop with Xiaoyu, alleviating her worries about my flying. In the end, Jiang Hao left the Lin family with an 80,000 dragon coin card before returning to the Chu residence. Upon entering, he found Chu Yi standing at the door with a frosty expression. I thought you had died outside. I was about to send someone to retrieve your body. Jiang Hao, aware of her concern, felt a twinge of embarrassment. I apologize. I was too eager to save someone. He then recounted the events. Chu Yi huffed. You risked your life for someone you've only met once? What if Fang Juanzi had attacked you? You wouldn't even know how you died. Jiang Hao gazed earnestly at Chu Yi, stating, if you were in danger, I would similarly risk everything to save you, even if it were the king himself. A warmth flowed through Chu Yi, and she softly huffed. Who needs you to save me? Jiang Hao, sensing her anger had dissipated, smiled. Fang Juanzi has already acted. He sent members of the Wolf Gang, the Liu brothers you've seen before, but I've dealt with them. Chu Yi, puzzled, asked, didn't you say Liu had a gun? You killed them? Jiang Hao replied with a hint of amusement, of course. The Chu family's martial arts are formidable. One punch was sufficient to dispatch both of them. Chu Yi rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Lu Feng is coming tomorrow. Are you prepared? Jiang Hao laughed heartily. Fear not. Everything is in place. Do you believe that once I stand there, Lu Feng will surrender immediately and willingly hand over the selection quota? Chu Yi scoffed. I'd be a fool to believe you. Go rest well and prepare for tomorrow's competition. The next day, in the reception hall of the Chu residence, Lu Feng and his father, Lu Qin, arrived early. After a round of pleasantries, Chu Yi joined them in the hall. Upon seeing her, Lu Feng's gaze fixated on her proud figure as he hurried forward with a beaming smile. Yi, you're here. It's been so long. Lu Feng and Appo's eyes wandered over Chu Yi in a lewd manner, causing her to feel disgusted. She replied coldly, Young Master Lu, please address me as Chu Yi. Only my grandfather and father may call me that. Embarrassed, Lu Feng quickly changed the subject. Weren't we supposed to compete against a first-class subordinate today to determine the selection quota? Where is that subordinate? Chu Yi scanned the room, noticing Jiang Hao was absent. Angrily, she exclaimed, that scoundrel. He wouldn't be sleeping in on such an important day, would he? Who? Go hurry up Jiang Hao and bring him to the reception hall. Who? The steward promptly left. Lu Feng laughed. That first-class subordinate is probably just seeking to gain fame for himself, hoping to attract the attention of the family head. Hearing of my arrival, he is likely hiding in fear. Chu Yi smirked. Oh, young Master Lu, you're so confident? Lu Feng replied arrogantly, naturally. I, Lu Feng, am undefeated beneath the apprentice-level warriors in Mountain City. A first-class subordinate? I could crush him with a single hand. Is that so? Then show me. As the voice echoed, Jiang Hao entered the reception hall. Seeing Jiang Hao's sudden appearance, Lu Feng turned pale, stammering, what are you doing here? He had witnessed Jiang Hao kill the Liu brothers from the shadows, and the calmness with which he had done so terrified him. Jiang Hao smirked. It is I who will be competing against you today. Young Master Lu, how shall we compete today? Lu Feng suddenly feigned ignorance, saying, compete in what? What good comes from constant brawls and bloodshed? I have made plans to enjoy drinks with friends at Fumanlu. Alas, I must take my leave now. Farewell. With that, Lu Feng hastily departed the reception room, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The bewildered trees bore fruit of confusion, and the crowd was equally perplexed. After Lu Qin hurriedly excused himself, he dashed after him. Chu Yi blinked, her expression filled with questions. What just happened? Jiang Hao chuckled. Yesterday, I gave him quite the beating. The crowd fell silent. Chapter 024. The reinforcement matrix. What was anticipated to be an extraordinary competition ended inexplicably without resolution. Chu Yunzong said nothing, merely gazing meaningfully at Jiang Hao. The Longman selection will commence in 10 days. You shall represent the Chu family. Return and prepare diligently. Chu Yi approached, her enchanting smile illuminating her face. Jiang Hao, I promised to help you secure a spot, and I have indeed fulfilled that promise. I am a woman of my word. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes. He had finally obtained the coveted position. Upon returning to his modest abode, under Makara and Appo's instigation, he ventured to the wall's edge for another clandestine energy intake. Drawing from past experience, he managed to avoid the flickering sky. Back in his room, Jiang Hao retrieved a wooden box, unveiling a dogskin plaster approximately 2 fingers wide. Makara, is this square dogskin plaster the reinforcement matrix? Indeed. It is a micro-nano intelligent processing factory crafted through photolithography. The genius behind its invention deserves acclaim. This miniature factory utilizes organic materials from the human body through bioengineering techniques to assemble artificial cells, enhancing physical capabilities and facilitating a healthy cycle within your body, replacing any necrotic tissue. If further empowered, it could extend your lifespan by several centuries. Jiang Hao's heart surged with excitement. This was akin to the ginseng fruit from the journey to the west, a true treasure promising immortality. So, shall I apply this reinforcement matrix and inject the intelligent factory into my body? Regrettably, without the remains of a spaceship or other potent elemental materials, I cannot upgrade this rudimentary reinforcement matrix to amplify its effects 1,000-fold. The possibility of modification piqued Jiang Hao's curiosity, compelling him to dash outside. Soon, he spotted Chu-Yi practicing martial arts from a distance and called out, "Miss Chu." Chu-Yi paused, wiping away sweat. Her brow furrowed in confusion. What is it? Did a fire break out at home? Or do you wish to challenge me? Jiang Hao suddenly wore an innocuous smile. I would like to discuss something with you, my lady. Seeing the mischievous grin on Jiang Hao and Amp, Appo's face, Chu-Yi hastily replied, that smile unnerves me. It feels as if you are plotting something against me. Jiang Hao composed himself, stating earnestly, how could that be? I am always forthright and harbor no malice. I merely seek a small quantity of spaceship remains. Just a sprinkle of powder will suffice. Chu-Yi raised an eyebrow. What do you need the remains for? To sell? Jiang Hao produced Lu Yi's dragon card, smirking. Why would I do that? I and Appo's am not in need of money. This card has 1,000,000 dragon coins. I simply wish to conduct some research. Chu-Yi and Appo's expression darkened. You and Appo's been frequenting the family library. Have you learned something absurd and wish to experiment with the remains? Jiang Hao slapped his forehead in excitement. Right. I want to smelt this blade. As he spoke, he revealed Lu San and Amp, Appo's rusted blade from behind a cloth. Chu-Yi glanced at the blade with disdain. This is merely a second-generation blade. Using the remains for smelting would be a waste. Wait until you advance to the warrior level. 4th and 5th generation blades will be within your grasp. Feigning profundity, Jiang Hao remarked, the spirit of exploration drives human progress. Consider the scientific advancements made by the dragon god. They have ushered in a qualitative leap for humanity. Surely, you and Appo's stifle my adventurous spirit? Chu-Yi nodded. Fine, I don't and Appo's believe your nonsensical ramblings, but since you discovered the remains, it is only fair to share a small portion. I will procure some. Shortly thereafter, Chu-Yi returned with a small bag of remains. Though it was scarcely more than the size of a fingernail, Jiang Hao held the powder, momentarily at a loss. Makara, how should I utilize this? I lack the necessary equipment for processing it. Just ingest it. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Swallow it whole? Can it even be digested? Once ingested, I will stimulate your brain's nerves through bioelectric currents, capturing the powder and integrating it with the reinforcement matrix injected into your body. I will then infiltrate the nano-intelligent system to upgrade the nanorobots and transform the intelligent factory. Very well, I shall heed your instructions. With that, Jiang Hao applied the dogskin plaster to his wrist and swallowed the powder in one swift motion. I forgot to mention, the process may be somewhat painful. I intended to prepare you for it. Why not say so earlier? Initially, Jiang Hao felt nothing, but gradually, his stomach began to churn. His body temperature rose, then plummeted unexpectedly. It felt as though something within was slicing at his flesh. He crawled onto his bed, tossing and turning, at times seeking warmth under thick blankets, only to later adjust the thermostat to cool down. Gritting his teeth in silence, he was filled with a singular conviction. Shaoli is enduring far greater suffering than I. This pain is trivial compared to saving my sister, even if it costs me my life. Time passed in this tumultuous state. All done. The transformation is complete. This matrix is now the most advanced on Earth. In the coming period, it will rapidly enhance your physique. If all goes well, you will be free from illness and live for several centuries, provided you Dawn and Amp, Appo's, get killed. Jiang Hao assessed his body, elated. I feel invincible. As though I could fell an elephant with a single blow. My skin and Amp, Appo's, toughness will protect me even against thorny brambles in the mountains. You have taken the first step on the path of the strong. You must prepare for what lies ahead. With your current strength, you can be invincible in this election, unless faced with those so-called warrior-level masters. Have you made any progress in your research on Earth and Apos, S minerals? Scratching his head, Jiang Hao sighed. The Chu family and Apos, S library is meant to enrich the lives of the servants. The resources are woefully inadequate. Besides, with so many books, it would take an eternity to peruse them all. Never mind, I shall enhance your knowledge base. Given the scant remnants of knowledge in your mind, you want Apos to survive in a future high-tech world. If only you possess the knowledge of yesteryear. Makara, there you go again, speaking of Apos, yesteryear and Apos, as if it means anything. Nothing serious, just a passing thought. I merely meant that with a scientist and Apos, S knowledge, you would be invincible. As Jiang Hao pondered this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by a sensation of new knowledge flooding his mind. Chui and Apos, S wristband contains only a fraction of what she knows. Along with some frivolous matters, it is not connected to the internet, thus unable to access more information. You must learn to navigate the web and find a tablet terminal to consult the Earth and Apos, S database. With renewed enthusiasm, Jiang Hao hurried to seek out Chui. Growing impatient, she ultimately tossed her tablet terminal to him. Upon returning to his room, he eagerly began his research. Blue cone mineral. This seems to be a rather rare substance on Earth. While it may be a challenge, once you acquire the Nirvana elixir, I shall utilize this blue cone mineral alongside the crystallized essence of the octopus beast for an upgrade and transformation. I will strive to eliminate the detrimental defects that pose a threat to the human body. In doing so, you shall not suffer the same fate as others who have injected the Nirvana elixir, whose genes become compromised and ultimately face retribution from their own inner cosmos. This blue cone mineral has only been found in the nations of Foot Basin and America. However, Foot Basin has long since submerged and perished. It seems our only option lies with America, albeit it is a daunting journey across thousands of miles. An idea suddenly illuminated Jiang Hao and Apos' eyes. I should visit the dimensional space that Chu Yi mentioned. Chapter 025. The true form of Mokala dimensional space. According to Chu Yi, it is a virtual network platform. The elements within this realm are genuine, meticulously crafted through professional equipment that can even replicate sensations of touch, smell, and taste, all in real time across the globe. After expending 5,000 dragon coins, I procured a device to access the dimensional universe from an ordinary website. Half an hour later, a notification informed me that the device had arrived at my doorstep, prompting Jiang Hao to retrieve it. I couldn't Apos help but admire the efficiency of the logistics service. 5,000 dragon coins for merely a pair of glasses? Quite a scam indeed. Gazing at the eyewear in my hand, I began to express my discontent vocally. Ultimately, I donned the glasses and commenced the registration process for the dimensional space, adopting the ID, Haoyue Dankong. In an instant, a blinding light enveloped me, and I felt transported to an unfamiliar world. I found myself in a spacious and brightly lit European-style hall, surrounded by individuals clad in shorts, both male and female. Their appearances reminiscent of animated characters, with exaggerated figures, striking features, and remarkably smooth skin. Esteemed Haoyue Dankong, welcome to the dimensional space. I am your attendant, Lily. Turning to face the source of the voice, I was met with a small spherical entity, from which the sound emanated. Lily, what must one do to navigate the dimensional space? First, you must select your avatar's appearance. Surely, you cannot wander about in the nude, as it would not align with your image. Observing the hall, I noticed many individuals suddenly adorned in exquisite attire and curiously inquired, couldn't the character be set to wear clothing from the start? Why all these frivolities? In response, Lily projected a screen before me, showcasing an array of splendid garments. A glance revealed that the prices for these skins began at 500 dragon coins, with the most extravagant reaching up to 100,000. The game's introduction mentioned that to facilitate transactions, one must link a payment account upon entering the meta world. With a 1-to-1 exchange rate between a game currency and real-world dragon coins, ensuring secure financial dealings devoid of fraudulent activities. I scoffed in indignation. A virtual skin costing hundreds to thousands of dragon coins? Truly unscrupulous merchants. Esteemed Haoyue Dankong, there is a promotion for newcomers. Collecting fragments will grant you a carnival set. Please, spare me these outdated tricks. These are remnants from a century ago. Am I to believe I could ever gather a complete set of fragments in my lifetime? Sir, with determination, it is indeed possible to collect all the fragments. Please, spare me the optimism. Most individuals never complete such collections. Are there any free skins available? Indeed. There is one, but only a single option, sir. Would you like to select the complimentary attire? In the next moment, a coarse burlap slave outfit appeared on the screen. Even if it were free, could they not provide something more presentable? This rough fabric, merely wrapped and secured with a piece of twine, constituted clothing? The fabric was intentionally designed in a tattered manner, clearly a slave outfit. In reality, there are distinctions of class. Must such divisions also persist within a virtual network? How vile. Sir, I am merely an intelligent system. For further inquiries, please consult customer service. Fine, if your customer service is reachable, I shall twist my head off. A slave outfit it is, then. After all, it is a virtual body. No one will know my true identity. I donned the burlap garment and exited the reception hall. Outside lay a long street adorned with ancient architecture, reminiscent of the historical Chang'an Avenue depicted in films. The street was sparsely populated, with only a few hundred individuals scattered about, yet the merchants were numerous. Through the guidance of the strategy, I learned that items purchased from these vendors would be delivered via drones. Observing the scant crowd, I mused, this dimensional space is rather empty. There are more merchants than customers. At this moment, the spherical entity hovered beside me, patiently elucidating, Sir, due to your current level, you are situated in the most basic trading city, and most individuals congregate in the trading hall rather than meandering about the streets. From Lily, I gathered that higher levels would grant access to more prestigious trading halls, with superior merchandise. Ascending further led to specialized trading halls for warriors, generals, and eventually to those of royal stature. Levels correspond to 1's prowess, with automatic upgrades upon system verification. Lily guided me several hundred meters until we arrived at a spacious hall bustling with activity, alive with the chatter of many. Ignoring the curious glances cast my way, I strode confidently inside. The offerings here were plentiful, a dazzling array of treasures both familiar and unfamiliar, yet exorbitantly priced, often measured in the tens of millions or even billions. A saying came to mind, one does not realize one and Appo's insignificance until visiting certain places. One does not comprehend one and Appo's financial limitations until reaching the city of Shin. Upon spotting a small piece of a spacecraft wreckage priced at 300 million dragon coins, I lost my composure. What the hell? I have been duped by Chuyi. Who knew that spacecraft wreckage could be so valuable? I must confront her and demand the difference. After a brief exploration and finding nothing to my liking, I inquired, Lily, are there any rare minerals for sale? For instance, precious ores? Lily responded with fervor, in the dimensional space, everything you desire awaits. Choose the dimensional space, fulfilling all your needs. Enough with the advertisements. Please lead me directly. Before long, Lily guided me to another street. Here, I quickly discovered numerous minerals. Red beryl, boron aluminum ore, beryllium aluminum magnesium zinc ore, tanzanite, alexandrite. Yet there was a conspicuous absence of blue cone ore. I turned to the merchant-like figure and asked, Good sir, do you possess blue cone ore? The merchant scrutinized me with evident impatience, replying, Examine the minerals at the stall. If you can afford 10 pieces, then we may discuss blue cone ore. I assessed the prices of the minerals, each about the size of my fist, yet not a single one was priced below 100 million dragon coins, with the highest, alexandrite, soaring to 600 million. According to the merchant, would blue cone ore not exceed 1 billion? Faced with these astronomical prices, I dared not utter another word, shaking my head as I turned away. Country bumpkin, penniless loser, how dare you come to my Tianxin group to shop? Hearing the derisive remarks behind me, I could only manage a wry smile and shake my head. Tianxin group? Again, the Fong family. It appears that the Fong family is indeed a behemoth, even dealing in such precious minerals. No wonder old man Chu claimed they dominate the global economy, being the foremost family of Longxia. Soon, I found myself in a more secluded area when suddenly, a figure appeared before me, smiling enchantingly. It was a breathtaking beauty, tall and slender, clad in a snow-white silk dress that accentuated her curves exquisitely. Her golden hair flowed elegantly, embellished with delicate ornaments, her features strikingly exquisite, and her skin as delicate as a freshly shelled egg. Gazing at the enchanting woman before me, I inquired, Excuse me, miss, who are you? With a smile that could captivate the world, she replied in a voice as ethereal as a blooming orchid, I am Mokala. Chapter 26. The quantum space ring. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Hao was indeed taken aback. You are Mokala? How did you end up here? And you are a woman? Mokala smiled sweetly. I have always been a woman. This dimensional space has modeling data for constructing characters, So I simply access that data to manifest myself. How do I look? Not too shabby, right? Jiang Hao examined Makala before him, his eyes wide with awe. You are simply breathtaking. Even a celestial being could not rival your beauty. I dare say, if you claim to be second on Earth, no one would dare to dispute that you're first. Makala covered her mouth with a faint smile. What does a little planet like Earth matter? I hail from the Laniakea Empire. But never mind that. Although I have blocked Lily, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Exiting the dimensional space, Jiang Hao felt a wave of frustration. Makala, can you project your true form to speak? Communicating solely through text is quite exhausting. Once you are promoted to warrior level and don your battle armor, I can project holographically. For now, let us discuss serious matters. I just decrypted the trading hall of the martial god level, and there are many items from scattered spaceships. I spotted something valuable, the quantum space ring. You must find a way to acquire that ring. Seeing the platinum ring that Makala had projected, Jiang Hao inquired. Is this what you refer to as the quantum space ring? What is its purpose? Atoms, protons, and quantum particles all harbor spatial properties, with quantum being the most stable. Millions of years ago, the Empire's Technology Institute developed quantum space, which has two primary functions. The first is storage. Akin to the movie and Oppos, Ant-Man and Oppos, it allows objects to shrink and be stored in space, only to be resized when needed. It can easily accommodate a mountain. The second function is spatial traversal. Are you familiar with quantum entanglement? Two entangled quantum particles are linked by a dark energy bond, which we call a quantum barrier. By breaking the barrier of one quantum, one can traverse directly into another, using the storage principle to shrink and enlarge. Time-space traversal? That sounds incredible. ISN and Oppos. That far superior to superluminal or warp drives. The speed of light is far too slow. In the vastness of the universe, it moves slower than a snail. But do not be overly pleased. The quantum space ring cannot facilitate long-distance traversal. It can only capture entangled quantum particles within a sensory range for short-distance jumps, somewhat akin to what you call teleportation. For interstellar traversal, the Empire and Oppos' Technology Institute arranged numerous entangled quantum particles to form a large-scale teleportation portal, enabling long-distance, large-scale jumps. However, capturing entangled quantum particles from afar is exceedingly challenging. The Empire has dispatched many intelligent spacecraft to explore deep space, engaging in short-distance hops over millions of years to ultimately succeed. Even so, it takes at least 2 years to travel from the Empire to this place, illustrating just how immense the universe truly is. The Laniakea Empire is truly remarkable, almost godlike. The Empire governs the known universe. But do not overlook a crucial fact. The law of the jungle and the dark forest principle unfold every second throughout the cosmos. Earth, merely a speck, has waged wars over scant resources for thousands of years. The battles for resources in the universe are 1,000 times more brutal. A planet can be obliterated with ease, and entire star systems can be annihilated by higher civilizations. These are commonplace occurrences. Pausing briefly, Makala continued, 700 million light-years from Earth, in the constellation Virgo, lies an enormous void, an area that appears as if erased by an eraser. Its diameter stretches a staggering 330 million light-years. Earth scientists refer to this emptiness as the Virgo Void, which was once home to a flourishing Level 3 civilization, later obliterated by a more advanced civilization over resource disputes. Jiang Hao was left in shock. Doesn't Oppos, the Laniakea Empire intervene in such matters? Would your dragon god chastise you for stepping on an anthill? Jiang Hao fell silent, contemplating, lost in thought for a long while. Eventually, he calmed his racing thoughts and sighed deeply. Why dwell on such matters? Let us live in the moment. I need to find a way to earn dragon coins to acquire the quantum space ring. In the days that followed, Jiang Hao adapted to the profound changes in his body after receiving the enhanced ejection matrix. As the selection competition drew near, Jiang Hao scrutinized the rusty second-generation blade in his hand. Makala, is there a way to improve this blade? In 5 minutes, just smear your blood on the blade, she replied. Hearing this, it felt reminiscent of a cultivation novel where one sacrifices blood to empower a treasure. Trust in science. I merely need to modify some nanobots within your body and release them through your blood to enhance your blade. It's not some mystical endeavor. 5 minutes later, Jiang Hao pricked his finger and carefully applied his blood to the blade. Isn't your blood precious? Why apply so much? A single drop suffices. Jiang Hao smiled wryly and ceased his application, bandaging the wound. Moments later, the rust began to flake off, and the blade swiftly regained its luster. The once silver blade now exhibited a faint blue hue. Makala, why has the blade changed color? I added some core residue powder. Now this blade surpasses others of its kind, and I've left the nanobots on it. If it sustains damage or requires upgrades in the future, they can be activated. Jiang Hao lovingly caressed the blade, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, a remarkable weapon. From now on, I shall call you the Blue Emo Sword. Truly a fine sword. On the day of the Dragon Gate selection competition, Chui hurriedly arrived, dragging Jiang Hao outside. In a plaza, 2 flying vessels were stationed, with Old Master Chu and a contingent of guards waiting nearby. Jiang Hao, feeling anxious, stepped forward to apologize. I'm sorry for keeping you all waiting. Chu Yunzong merely nodded before boarding one of the vessels, while Jiang Hao and Chui took the other. Why is Old Master accompanying us? Jiang Hao asked. Chui shot him a glare. From now on, just call me by my name. It's cumbersome to hear you say Miss Chu all the time. A shorter form is better. Jiang Hao nodded, smiling. Very well, I shall call you Yi from now on. Chui retorted. Hey. I asked you to call me by my name, but you insist on Yi? Can't you say Chui instead? Forget it. I won't bother arguing with you. Call me whatever you like. Jiang Hao smiled. Yi sounds much nicer and more fluid. Who are we to each other, right? Seeing Jiang Hao and Appos, a shameless grin. Chui chose to ignore him and remarked, You are representing my Chu family in this battle, so grandfather naturally has to be present. It's a rule. In every selection competition, prestigious families add some flair, but my Chu family has participated for years, which is why grandfather has shown up. As the conversation unfolded, Fei Yuan had already arrived at a vast stadium capable of accommodating no fewer than 300,000 spectators. At its center stood a towering arena, while above it loomed several enormous projection screens. Another prominent platform, presumably the podium, featured only a few dozen seats, flanked by thousands of side seats partitioned into numerous small compartments, each an independent space. Fei Yuan swiftly descended, and the crowd made their way to the podium. Suddenly, a voice laced with derision rang out. Ah, Chu Yunchong, I never expected to see you, you old fellow, at the selection event. After all these years, I thought you had long since met your end. Chapter 027. The gravity rule. On the other side of the podium, an elderly man, reminiscent of Chu Yunzong, approached. His hair was as white as snow, yet his complexion was as vibrant as ever, accompanied by a retinue of followers. Upon noticing his arrival, Chu Yunzong furrowed his brow. So it is you, Roger Chong. What brings you here, Mad Ant? Is the dirt on your head not enough for you to come to your senses? Chu Yi leaned closer to Jiang Hao and whispered, This old man is Roger Chong, my grandfather and Appos' archenemy. Roger Chong regarded Chu Yunzong with a sly smile and sighed. Speaking with feigned solemnity, Alas, unlike you, I have only one son and one granddaughter. I, on the other hand, have 2 sons and several grandsons. The eldest has joined the Longwan Guard, while I must still worry about the youngest. The continuation of our family line requires utmost dedication. Oh dear. I apologize for reminding you of the Chu family's dwindling lineage. My condolences. Please do not be too agitated. Heaven forbid something happens to you, and I am left to cover the expenses. With that, Roger Chong laughed heartily and departed briskly, leaving Chu Yunzong standing there, his face flushed with rage. Chu-yi, her expression darkened, stepped forward to link her arm with Chu Yunzong's, offering solace. Grandfather, do not heed his nonsense. I believe father will return. Chu Yunzong appeared markedly aged, responding weakly, yet he has been missing for 5 years, when he set out to explore the remnants of that spaceship. I should have done everything in my power to stop him. It is my fault for not persuading him. Sigh. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Chu-yi's eyes, yet she resolutely asserted, Father possesses the strength of a peak martial king. I have faith that he will return alive. Jiang Hao, unaware of the entire backstory, refrained from interjecting. Displeased by Roger Chong's aggressive demeanor, he called out to Chu-yi, don't get upset. Should you bark back at a dog merely because it barks at you? Jiang Hao's voice boomed, catching Roger Chong's attention, who turned with a fierce glare, his eyes ablaze with malice. At that moment, one of his companions leaned in to whisper something. After listening, Roger Chong continued, I want that insolent brat to perish in the arena. Make the arrangements. His companion nodded and swiftly departed the group, heading towards another area. Chu Yunzong, witnessing this exchange, expressed his concern. Jiang Hao, why provoke that old fiend? Roger Chong? He harbors a vengeful spirit and is exceedingly vindictive. You must be wary in the arena. Jiang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Having already offended the Fong family, I could care less about antagonizing the Luo family. A multitude of lice one tea bite. I simply cannot tolerate his insufferable demeanor. Chui's eyes sparkled as she patted Jiang Hao's shoulder. Usually, you seem so disorganized. Yet it appears you possess a sense of loyalty. I have not wasted my kindness towards you. Jiang Hao feigned disgust. Joking, you call this kindness? You're always hitting me. How brutal. Chui retorted. I assent that because you constantly take advantage of me? As the two young people began to bicker, Chu Yunzong intervened. All right, let us take our seats. The competition is about to commence. Once everyone was seated, the audience filled every available space, creating an electric atmosphere. At that moment, a uniquely designed fighter jet soared overhead. A shadow leapt from the aircraft, plummeting swiftly towards the center of the arena. With a resounding crash, a robust man landed on the stage, clad in a blue-gray battle suit adorned with the image of a transforming blade on his chest and wielding a broad sword on his back, exuding an imposing presence. The arrival of this figure ignited a wave of cheers throughout the stadium. Wow, it's Su Chong from the Blade Army, known as Jiangzi. He is incredible, rumored to be at the martial god level. Of course, even the ordinary soldiers of the Blade Army are of such caliber. They are the closest guards of the Dragon King, essentially his elite troops. The man surveyed the arena, then raised his hand to silence the commotion. I am Su Chong, the chief examiner for this year's Dragon Gate selection competition. To be succinct, the rules are simple. There are no rules. As long as you can defeat your opponent, you win. In the spirit of camaraderie, generally, lethal harm is not permitted. However, those who agree to a life-and-death battle may proceed under different terms. After a brief pause, Su Chong continued, considering the thousands of participants with varied strengths, I will streamline the process. All contestants must stand at the foot of the stage. Those who can withstand my aura for 15 minutes will pass the first round. Following that, we will engage in battles to determine the top 7, 3 from the guards and 4 from the military. Although Jiang Hao is unclear about the specifics of the competition, he joined the other participants at the edge of the stage. Remember, if you cannot bear it, shout I give up. Hard-headedness could lead to death. Let the competition begin. As Su Chong's booming voice echoed, Jiang Hao felt as if a stone were placed upon his shoulders. Gradually, the weight intensified, soon surpassing 300 or 400 pounds and continuing to grow. Many participants beneath the stage initially braced themselves, but as the invisible weight increased, several were forced to bow their heads, some half-kneeling, others sprawled on the ground, limbs extended in futile resistance. Jiang Hao, half-kneeling and struggling against the weight, found himself intrigued by this sudden pressure. Ma Kala, what is this aura? How can it be like this? What you refer to as aura, we call domain space. It seems your classification of levels is quite different. This individual must have mastered the gravity rule, which essentially means he manipulates the atomic density within this area by controlling the elements in his body, thereby increasing the gravitational pull. The domain is essentially the range within which a powerful individual can control and manipulate atoms using their elemental abilities. It can not only increase gravity, but also raise or lower temperatures, creating fire or ice. This range is known as the domain. It's somewhat akin to fire control radar. Jiang Hao nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the pressure enveloping him. Do you wish to continue enduring to strengthen your body? Or shall I create a force field around you to negate this gravity? Jiang Hao queried curiously. Can this really be negated? Certainly. Otherwise, wouldn't he, the one who controls this rule, be invincible? By simply arranging a layer of counteracting particles outside your body, you can negate it. However, it's not as simple as it sounds. It depends on the strength of the individual. If there is too great a disparity in power, your counteraction will be insufficient, and you could still be crushed. Thankfully, this pressure is only a little over 10 GS. I can help you counteract 5 GS. The rest is manageable for anyone. Jiang Hao shook his head. No thanks, I'd like to push myself a bit more. I can't rely on you for everything. Excellent. You're finally awakening. To become a strong individual, one must possess this kind of perseverance. Keep pushing yourself. I have faith in you. Jiang Hao. Chapter 28. Behind-the-scenes manipulation. As the gravitational force intensified, many individuals were compelled to withdraw. It was not due to cowardice, but rather the overwhelming pressure that caused numerous contestants to cough up blood, faced with the risk of being crushed by the immense weight. They had no choice but to concede defeat. Within a mere 4 to 5 minutes, over half of the participants had retreated. Jiang Hao, too, was struggling to endure, his clothes drenched in sweat, and beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. After another 2 minutes, fewer than 500 remained in the arena. At that moment, Su Chong and Appo's booming voice resonated. Impressive, impressive. 15 g of gravitational force, and still 500 are holding on. The number is still too great. Let us add another g. Ha ha ha. The sudden increase to 16g became the final straw for many. With a series of thuds, over 100 individuals fell to the ground, unconscious and unable to even voice their surrender. With the dwindling numbers, Su Chang swiftly attended to the situation, removing the gravitational fields surrounding the fallen and ordering them to be carried away. At this point, Jiang Hao was on all fours, desperately holding on. A glance around revealed only 300 participants remaining, most of whom were sprawled on the ground, struggling to persist. Jiang Hao understood that these individuals had undoubtedly injected themselves with enhancement matrices. Otherwise, they would not have lasted this long. Time's up. Congratulations to the 300 contestants who have passed the first round. Make sure to rest well. The competition will resume in the afternoon. With that, Su Chang let out a hearty laugh, bent his knees, and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. The audience erupted. Heavens! From thousands down to just 300. The elimination rate is astonishingly high. The selection process was indeed not for the faint-hearted. Becoming part of the 3rd Guard or 4th Army was no trivial feat. They were the pinnacle of strength in Longxia. As the gravitational force receded, the successful contestants collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, Jiang Hao included. Many families quickly dispatched individuals to the arena's edge to assist their members back to their seats for rest. Jiang Hao, congratulations on successfully passing the first round. Jiang Hao looked up to see a familiar face. Zhang Wei? When did you return to Tianmu? Zhang Wei chuckled. I just got back yesterday. The family had arranged a steward position for me, so here I am. With that, Zhang Wei helped Jiang Hao to the Chu family seating area. Upon reaching the Chu family section, Chu Yi hurriedly approached, her face filled with concern. Jiang Hao, how are you feeling? Are you all right? Jiang Hao smiled playfully. This bit of gravitational pressure is nothing. Compared to you in battle armor beating me, it's merely a tickle. Chu Yi shot him an indignant glare and delivered a punch to his chest, causing him to yelp in pain. Chu Yunzong gently cleared his throat. All right. Enough of the antics. Let Jiang Hao rest. He has to compete this afternoon. With the first round passed, success is within reach. Chu Yunzong had arranged for several family physicians to attend to Jiang Hao, providing a comprehensive service of bone adjustments, massages, acupressure, muscle relaxation, and energy replenishment. In the afternoon, Su Chang made his flamboyant entrance once again. However, his expression was less serious than in the morning. With a broad grin, he remarked, "You 300 are quite remarkable. However, we must proceed through rounds of battles, which may take several days. To save time, I'll adjust the format. Let us have a free-for-all. You'll compete in groups of 10, and the last one standing will be declared the victors. Since it's a free-for-all, let fate decide your survival." The audience, the podium, and the contestants alike exchanged wry smiles at Su Chang's arrangement. Typically, the selection process would last at least 10 to 8 days, yet at this pace, it could conclude in just 2 days. Was the chief examiner in a hurry to return to his family? Su Chang waved his hand, and 4 additional platforms rose in the center of the arena. Enough of the chatter. You all have your contestant numbers, and we will randomly assign you to groups for the competition. If anyone has objections or wishes to withdraw, now is the time to speak up. Though whispers circulated among the attendees, no one voiced dissent. Knowing that any objection would be futile, the chief examiner possessed veto power. Su Chang, having observed the silence, nodded with satisfaction. Then let us begin. Soon, groups of numbers began to scroll across several large screens. In no time, the groups were finalized. Chu Yunzong scrutinized the list of Jiang Hao's group, his brow furrowing. Chu Yi noticed her grandfather's sudden seriousness and asked, "Grandfather, what's wrong? Is there something amiss with the list?" Chu Yunzong replied gravely, "Look closely at the names in Jiang Hao's group. 6 of them belong to the Luo family's affiliated clans." Chu Yi examined the screen, reading aloud the names, Gua, He, Gao, Zheng, Wang, and Xie. Indeed, they are all from the Luo family. They are manipulating things behind the scenes. We must report them. Chu Yunzong shook his head, resigned. It's futile. There are far too many like them. Jiang Hao shot a teasing glance at Chu Yi, remarking, "Isn't it perfect that the Luo family members are gathered together? We can deal with them all at once, saving ourselves the trouble later." Chu Yi rolled her eyes in response. "You just love to boast. They are likely all experts with enhancement matrices. Do you think you can win one against 6? I'll serve you tea for a month." Jiang Hao grinned slyly. "That's what you said. So no backing out later. All right, I'm off to battle. See you soon." With that, Jiang Hao stepped onto a flying board, soaring to one of the secondary platforms. On the stage, the other 9 participants had already assembled, with 6 of them huddled together while 3 remained scattered in different corners, all gazing apprehensively at the group of 6. Upon Jiang Hao's arrival, the 6 ceased their discussion, their gazes turning hostile. Wang Xiao, Jiang Hao is here. Wang Xiao sneered at Jiang Hao. I hear your name is Jiang Hao, a servant of the Chu family? How unfortunate that we ended up on the same platform. Jiang Hao regarded them coolly, dismissively retorting, and what of it? The fact that you 6 are on the same platform means that 5 of you will be eliminated. None will advance. Wang Xiao chuckled, continuing, don't think you can sow discord. Since we are all here, our target is you. As for the qualification, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The selection process is not the only path to the 3rd Guard and 4th Army. You, a servant, wouldn't he understand? Jiang Hao, uninterested, walked to the opposite side of the platform. One of the scattered 3 approached Wang Xiao with a sycophantic demeanor. Wang Xiao, I am Li Shuang from the Li family. Might I ask if you could do the Li family a favor? We are willing to offer 100 million dragon coins if you could let me have that qualification, and I will join you in dealing with that person. Wang Xiao gave Li Shuang a contemptuous glance. Get lost. We 6 don't need your idiocy. Li Shuang's face turned pale, fear evident as he distanced himself from the Luo family members. Chapter 29. The Grand Melee 5 arenas stood ready as participants took their positions, heralding the imminent eruption of a grand melee. Su Chang surveyed the battlegrounds before gracefully ascending above the stage, his demeanor exuding confidence. Well, since we are all set, let the competition commence. With the announcement echoing through the air, members of the Luo family began to approach Jiang Hao step by step, while 3 scattered individuals hastily retreated, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. With a swift motion, Jiang Hao unsheathed his 2nd-generation blade. The 6 members of the Luo family erupted in laughter upon seeing it. Is the Chu family so impoverished that they resort to wielding a 2nd-generation blade for this contest? Our weapons are all 4th generation. From the judges' stand. Upon noticing Jiang Hao's choice of weapon, Chu Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, I forgot to provide him with a better blade. That shabby 2nd-generation weapon will surely be a disadvantage in battle. Jiang Hao raised his blue MO sword, gently caressing its hilt. With the rusted scrap you wield, you are unworthy even to serve as a footstool for my blue MO sword. Allow me to remind you, this melee permits no mercy. You must tread carefully. At that moment, one of the 6 stepped forward, pointing at Jiang Hao. Young Master Wang, allow me to be the vanguard and swiftly eliminate this lowly servant of the Chu family. Young Master Wang glanced at Gao Kuang beside him, a knowing look passing between them. Oh, Gao Kuang wishes to take the lead. Very well, proceed. Gao Kuang and Apos, heart leaped with joy, should he succeed in slaying Jiang Hao. He would earn the first merit, paving the way for his entry into the elite ranks. With this thought, he charged forward, swinging his blade. Seeing Jiang Hao standing still, Gao Kuang mistakenly believed he had intimidated him into inaction, and his excitement surged, hastening his approach. Once within range, he channeled all his strength into a diagonal slash, aiming for a decisive strike. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Gao Kuang suddenly found himself disoriented, losing sight of Jiang Hao. Before he could react, pain shot through his legs, and he collapsed to the ground, horrified to discover gruesome gashes on his thighs, exposing white bone. As Gao Kuang clutched his wounded legs, howling in agony, Jiang Hao appeared eerily behind him. Now, are you still feeling so bold? He turned to face the remaining 5 members of the Luo family. The reason I spared him is so you could hear his cries of despair. Perhaps it will invigorate your spirits. What do you think, esteemed young masters? The Luo family and Apos' 5 members paled at the sight of Gao Kuang and Apos' suffering. They were all young lords from prominent families, though not of the highest rank. Their status was far from negligible. They had committed their share of atrocities, but it was typically their subordinates who executed such deeds. Exchanging anxious glances, a hint of panic crept into their expressions. Young Master Wang steadied himself and shouted at the frightened 4, what is there to fear? We are 5 against 1. Do not forget the orders from above. If we fail, our entire lineage will be at risk. With Wang and Apos' words, the group regained their composure. They were subordinates of the Luo family. Their very existence depended on it. If the Luo family decided to eliminate them, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. With newfound resolve, they shared a fierce determination. Let us all charge together, 5 against 1. We shall not fail to bring him down. They roared, fanning out in a semicircle to attack Jiang Hao from various angles, attempting to envelop him within a deadly range of blades, aiming for a swift kill. Yet, Jiang Hao navigated their onslaught with remarkable agility, evading their strikes with ease. What sorcery is this? Has he mastered the art of the ethereal step? One of them gasped, Forget such thoughts. Keep attacking. He will falter eventually. Clashing sounds of blades echoed as Jiang Hao deftly maneuvered out of their reach, creating distance between them. Young Master Wang stared incredulously at his blade, exclaiming, "How is it possible that his second-generation weapon has chipped my fourth-generation blade? This cannot be. My blade too bears the mark of damage," another echoed in disbelief. "This is impossible. Even fifth-generation weapons cannot do this." Jiang Hao smirked. "Indeed. The blue MO sword is truly formidable. Having tested your fourth-generation blades, I shall no longer indulge you. I must return to have ye serve me tea." On the judges and Oppos stand. Chui and Oppos' face flushed with embarrassment. How can that fool and Oppos' second-generation blade be so powerful? Did his earlier experiment with the powder succeed? And to speak so brazenly during a live broadcast, he has utterly humiliated me. When he returns, I shall give him a proper thrashing. Suddenly, a chill crept over Jiang Hao. In turning to the judge's stand, he met Chui's furious gaze. A shiver ran down his spine. This time, Jiang Hao took the initiative. As he charged forward, his opponents faltered, unsure of how to respond, haphazardly forming a half-circle in anticipation of his approach. Just as they thought he would step into their trap, Jiang Hao pivoted and lunged towards the closest adversary, eliciting a terrified scream as a crimson line appeared on their forehead, silencing them instantly. The second and third screams followed as more fell to the ground. Jiang Hao, invigorated by the thrill of battle, felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. His movements and reflexes were beyond description, a direct result of the enhanced matrix from Makala and Oppos' modifications. He envisioned the possibility should he inject the Nirvana serum, he could become unstoppable. Remaining members young Master Wang and another Luo family member fled a considerable distance before halting, their faces pale, breaths ragged, hands trembling around their swords. Young Master Wang suddenly turned to the scattered trio nearby. "Assist us in slaying him, and we shall reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, Li Shuang and Oppos' eyes brightened at the sight of Jiang Hao and Oppos' bloody blade, only to dim again as he muttered, "I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave." With that, he leapt off the arena. The other two, terrified, followed suit. 3 thuds resounded as they hit the ground. The arena towering 30 meters high. Despite their enhancements, the fall fractured their legs, but in comparison to death, such injuries were trivial. One of Wang's companions, trembling, looked up at him. "Should we jump too?" Gazing at the judges and Oppos' stand, where Luo Jieqiang glared coldly, young Master Wang and Oppos' heart sank. If they leapt from the arena, they could escape death, but according to Luo Jieqiang and Oppos' nature, their family would suffer devastating repercussions. Dying in battle bore no blame, but survival would yield dire consequences. What to do? Jiang Hao observed the fluctuating expressions of the two individuals and remarked with a hint of amusement, "To leap into the abyss is to embrace life. Yet to remain upon the arena is to court death. As the saying goes, and Oppos, while the green mountains endure, one need not fear the absence of firewood. And Oppos, choose wisely, my friends." Chapter 030, Elimination System. Jiang Hao and Oppos' words resonated deeply within the hearts of the two individuals, who found themselves engulfed in an internal struggle. Not wishing to squander any more time, Jiang Hao advanced towards them with deliberate steps. "Since it has come to this, allow me to make the choice for you, as I had no intention of letting you escape." As Jiang Hao and Oppos' pace quickened, now merely 3 or 4 meters away, panic set in for the two. One of them gritted his teeth and charged at Jiang Hao with determination. However, before he could even complete his downward strike, a crimson line appeared across his neck. Witnessing Jiang Hao dispatch them with such ease, Wang Xiao lost his composure and, in a frenzy, abandoned his weapon to flee towards the arena and Oppos' edge. But it was too late. Jiang Hao kicked the blade on the ground, sending it soaring like a released crossbow bolt straight at Wang Xiao. Just as he leapt into the air, the blade pierced his back, leaving him with a chilling sensation. With a thud, his lifeless body fell beneath the arena. All 6 adversaries lay slain, and the 6 family heads were expressions of profound sorrow, their eyes fixed malevolently upon Jiang Hao, gritting their teeth in anger. Su Chang, observing Jiang Hao's performance on the arena, could not help but feel a flicker of admiration. To defeat 6 opponents without sustaining a scratch, with such ruthless decisiveness, was indeed a display of formidable prowess. Yet, he pondered how far this young man might go. Soon, the chaotic battles at the other arenas concluded. Despite some casualties across 5 arenas, the total fatalities paled in comparison to Jiang Hao's singular performance. After all, they were descendants of notable families, many of whom were familiar with one another, reluctant to resort to lethal force. More often than not, an unspoken understanding had been reached. Returning to the main platform, Jiang Hao plopped down in a chair and boldly called out, I'm thirsty. Pour me a glass of water, preferably chilled." Initially, Jiang Hao had intended the remark as a jest, but to his surprise, he truly fetched a cup of tea and eagerly approached to place it in his hands. Taken aback by her attentiveness, Jiang Hao hastily set the cup down on the table. I was merely joking. How could I dare to ask the young lady to serve me?" With a huff, Chu Yi retorted, "A bet is a bet, and I can accept defeat." Chu Yunzhong chuckled heartily. Over the years, has been quite headstrong, yet only you seem capable of keeping her in check. Ha, ha, ha. Jiang Hao turned to Chu Yunzhong and smiled. "Old sir, shall we head back? It is rather dull here, and since tomorrow marks the next round of the competition, we might as well rest." Chu Yi nodded in agreement. "Yes, I too find it quite tedious." Chu Yunzhong shook his head. "Since I am already here, it would be poor manners to leave midway. You and may return. I must endure until the conclusion of the matches." Reluctant to linger any longer, Jiang Hao bid farewell to Chu Yunzhong and departed with and Zhang Wei for the Chu residence. Along the way, Chu chattered incessantly, inquiring how Jiang Hao had become so formidable. Growing weary of her questions, Jiang Hao could only deflect with claims of being an unparalleled genius. That night, at the Luo family residence, Luo Jiqiang returned home in a rage. In the living room, the heads of the Gua, He, Gao, Zheng, Wang, and Xie families trembled in trepidation. Faced with the annihilation of their families, they scarcely had time to mourn the loss of their sons. "Chu family, Jiang Hao, I shall ensure your demise," he thundered. "Your sons are utterly useless, 6 against 1, and yet they were slaughtered, pathetic beyond belief." After venting his fury, Luo Jiqiang regained his composure and took a deep breath. "Very well, since your sons have fallen, I shall allocate 5 billion in investments to each of your families. I will also endeavor to secure positions for your remaining sons within the 3rd and 4th armies or the 8 departments." Seeing Luo Jiqiang's temper subside, the 6 family heads felt a weight lift from their hearts. Many of their children had illegitimate offspring, at least 5 or 6 each. Trading one life for an opportunity within the armies was a worthy bargain. Observing the renewed vigor on their faces, Luo Jiqiang nodded with satisfaction. "Now, ponder how to eliminate Jiang Hao and the Chu family. I shall not tolerate any insolence." Soon, one of them stepped forward. "I have heard that Jiang Hao harbors a grudge against the Fong family. Perhaps we can exploit this." The night passed in silence, and at dawn, Chu rushed to Jiang Hao's residence, dragging him out to the arena. Today was unlike the previous day. Due to the finals, the audience had grown significantly. Even the outer arena teemed with spectators, creating a more fervent atmosphere. As Jiang Hao passed by Luo Jiqiang, he sensed several murderous gazes directed at him. Ignoring them, he followed Chu Yunzhong to their seats. Shortly thereafter, the chief examiner Su Chong made a flamboyant entrance. As always, he surveyed the crowd with pride before proclaiming, "Yesterday's matches were thrilling. This year's Dragon Gate selection has showcased a plethora of talent. I encourage the contestants to strive for excellence. As you are now among the top 30, win just 2 more rounds, and you shall secure your advancement." After pausing to accept the audience's applause, Su Chong continued, "The previous rounds were chaotic. From now on, we shall employ a single elimination format, with opponents drawn by lot. Winners will advance directly. To enhance the spectacle and identify the most exceptional talents, the prominent families have generously added incentives. Thus, rewards will be distributed based on rankings. Not only will you have the opportunity to select a position within the 3rd and 4th armies, but the first-place winner will receive a complete set of lower-grade Nirvana potions and a bounty of 10 billion dragon coins. The second place, while lacking the potions, will receive 7 billion dragon coins, and so forth." The random pairing of opponents began, with the large screen displaying a flurry of numbers. Zhou De faced Zheng Yu. Luo Yongye battled Jiang Gai. Fang Tayer contended with Yan Xianghua. Su Mo clashed with Shen Feixing, and Jiang Hao was pitted against Kong Chenglong. Upon seeing Jiang Hao's opponent, Chu exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness it's not that Luo Yongye from the Luo family." Jiang Hao, perplexed, asked, "Is Luo Yongye particularly strong?" Chu Yi's expression darkened. "Luo Yongye is the 3rd grandson of Luo Jiqiang, who dotes on him excessively. He has received all the best resources, and it is said he injected Nirvana potions around the same time as I did. Wouldn't that make him formidable?" Jiang Hao mimicked Chu Yi, patting his chest. "Well, that's a relief. It's merely someone of the same era. Chu Yi shot him a glare, retorting, "You think he possesses my strength? That would be a grave miscalculation. Even back then, he had the capability to enter the 3rd and 4th armies. He only declined this year's selection due to his elder brother's influence. The Luo family does not care for quotas. They merely seek to enhance their own power." Jiang Hao nodded thoughtfully. "I see. It seems there's much more at play here." Chu Yi continued, "Therefore, I advise you to secure a top 7 ranking and forfeit the subsequent matches. Encountering members of the Luo family would be disastrous, not to mention the Fong family. Fong Tae is affiliated with the Fong family's vassal clan, and their strength is equally formidable. They will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to end your life in the arena." Jiang Hao scoffed, "Those who seek my demise shall find themselves met with death." Chapter 31. Instant kill. The competition commenced swiftly, and Chu Yi watched with keen interest, occasionally cheering enthusiastically. Jiang Hao found it tedious and chose to close his eyes to rest. In the next match, Jiang Hao from the Chu family faced Kong Chenglong from the Kong family. Upon hearing his name called, Jiang Hao lazily opened his eyes and strolled out of the seating area. On the stage, he observed the relatively short and stocky Kong Chenglong and smiled, saying, "Brother Chenglong, I've long admired you. Please enlighten me." Kong Chenglong gazed at Jiang Hao, struggling to reconcile the harmless smile before him with the ruthless figure from the previous day who had shown no hesitation in taking lives. Hesitant, he furrowed his brow, seemingly grappling with an inner conflict. Noticing Kong Chenglong's reluctance to attack first, Jiang Hao unsheathed his blue sword and approached him step by step. As Jiang Hao drew nearer, each step resonated with Kong Chenglong's heartbeat, causing his face to pale under the pressure. Suddenly, Kong Chenglong raised his right hand and shouted, "I concede." Jiang Hao halted, bewildered, and asked, "Brother Chenglong, are you surrendering without a spar? Rest assured, I won't kill you. I am not a bloodthirsty person." However, Kong Chenglong only heard the words "kill you." Jiang Hao of the Chu family wins, advancing to the top 15. Su Chang's voice echoed, and Jiang Hao, perplexed by his unexpected victory, returned to the seating area. After receiving Chu Yi's congratulations, he reclined lazily in his chair. The next match was Jiang Hao of the Chu family against Fong Tae of the Fong family. A voice rang out in the arena, and Jiang Hao suddenly opened his eyes, puzzled. Is it already time for the next stage of the competition? Chu Yi, looking pale, replied gravely yes. But it's an additional match. Confused, Jiang Hao was about to inquire further when Su Chang explained, "In your previous match, your opponent conceded. The judges held an impromptu meeting. Since there are 15 players in the top 15 and one must sit out, the committee decided to have you face the one who is sitting out to reduce the number to 14, thus avoiding any further buys." At that moment, Chu Yunzong stormed into the seating area, looking displeased. "Jiang Hao, I did my best. Both the Fong and Luo families pressured me to have you participate in this additional match. Most agreed due to their intimidation." Jiang Hao, understanding the situation, erupted. "This is outrageous. Can it be manipulated like this? It seems yesterday's intimidation was insufficient. If the Fong family seeks death, I shall oblige." On the judge's platform, Luo Jiqiang commended Fong Ziyun. "Ziyun, you've outdone yourself, ensuring that Jiang Hao is suppressed here in the top 15, leaving him no chance." Fong Ziyun coldly replied, "He is merely a drifter, a servant of the Chu family. If he were to shine in this election, it would bring disgrace upon us esteemed families. Fong Tae is one of our branch's finest, at the pinnacle of the apprentice level. Crushing Jiang Hao would be akin to squashing an ant. Anyone who displeases Uncle Luo shall meet their end." Luo Jiqiang laughed heartily. Indeed, Ziyun exhibits the demeanor of a future family head. Fong Ziyun beamed with delight. Clasping his fists, "I shall rely on Uncle Luo's support in the future." As they exchanged flattery, Jiang Hao had already ascended the stage. Gazing at the imposing Fong Tae who stood over 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear, Jiang Hao could not help but exclaim, "Such immense stature. Have you been feasting on fodder, or perhaps taking hormones?" Fong Tae fixed a contemptuous glare at Jiang Hao and declared, "You are ruthless and have claimed the lives of 6 participants in a single match. Today, I shall avenge them. Are you prepared for a battle to the death?" Jiang Hao smirked with derision. To articulate such shamelessness with such elegance is impressive. A battle to the death? I accept. Those devoid of shame are not worthy of life. Su Chang, confirming their intentions, announced loudly, "Jiang Hao and Fong Tae have requested a battle to the death. It is granted." The match begins. As the duel commenced, Jiang Hao and Fong Tae-er stood 10 paces apart. Fong Tae-er cracked his massive knuckles, and with a fierce roar, he tore off his shirt, revealing muscles that bulged like dark stones. Witnessing Fong Tae-er's transformation, Chu Yi stood up in terror. He possesses the strength of an apex apprentice. He has enhanced his body by over 90%. Jiang Hao is in peril. Pounding his chest like a gorilla, Fong Tae-er lunged forward, shouting, "Jiang Hao, die? I will shatter every bone in your body." Jiang Hao's expression grew cold as he gripped his blue sword and charged towards Fong Tae-er. In a flash, their positions exchanged. The once roaring crowd fell into an eerie silence. Standing back to back, Fong Tae-er suddenly collapsed, a pale blue sword embedded in his chest, its blade protruding a mere 3 inches. As Fong Tae-er fell, the crowd erupted. Is it over? A crushing victory with a single strike? This Fong Tae-er, capable of enhancing his muscles, has fallen so swiftly? Is Jiang Hao's strength truly this terrifying? Chu Yi covered her mouth in disbelief. Grandfather, is Jiang Hao even human? To think he could kill an apex apprentice so effortlessly. Chu Yunzong smiled faintly, his eyes filled with deep admiration. He must have injected a reinforcement matrix during this time, leading to such a surge in strength. Chu Yi remained astonished. Even with a reinforcement matrix, it would be impossible to reach such heights in just a few days. Even a direct injection of a high-level matrix would yield such rapid results. Chu Yunzong chuckled. This young man may indeed be an extraordinary talent, as he claims. Chu Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. This rascal always manages to astonish. Jiang Hao of the Chu family wins. Advancing to the top 14, Su Chong announced the results, and Jiang Hao casually retrieved his blue sword, strolling back to his seat. On the judge's platform, Fong Ziyun was in disbelief. How is this possible? In just half a month, he has transformed from a street thug into someone capable of defeating an apex apprentice? How has the Chu family cultivated him? If he continues to grow, the consequences are unimaginable. Luo Jiqiang's expression shifted from pale to furious, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I will arrange for my grandson, Luo Yongya, to fight. No matter how strong he is, he cannot be a martial artist. This time, he shall surely perish, with no chance for further growth. Fong Ziyun slammed the table, glaring in Jiang Hao's direction, at any cost, even if it means sending a martial general to slay him. Jiang Hao must die here today. Luo Jiqiang radiated intense murderous energy. Rest assured, no matter what, Jiang Hao will not leave here alive. Chapter 32 Deception? Soon, the draw for the top 14 to advance to the top 7 commenced. Jiang Hao, however, was disinterested in the proceedings. It was evident that with the Fong family having finished their participation, the next match would undoubtedly feature someone from the Luo family. As expected, an announcement soon resonated. Jiang Hao from the Chu family was to face Luo Yongya from the Luo family. This draw took Su Chong by surprise, who then realized that since Jiang Hao entered the selection, his opponents had consistently been either from the Fong or Luo families. Such coincidences were hardly plausible. Although he grasped the implications, he refrained from voicing them. After a moment of contemplation, he proceeded to announce the rules of the duel. The upcoming match was for the top 7. Meaning that victory in just one match would secure a place in the 3 guards and 4 armies. Success was just around the corner, and he hoped everyone would continue to strive for excellence. The preceding 3 matches had been commendable, steady, and uneventful. Jiang Hao noted that the competitors who made it to the top 14 were exceptionally formidable, many being masters at the apprentice level, hailed as prodigies from their respective families. Wealthy families were indeed extravagant, providing their descendants with superior preparations, exquisite weapons, and ample equipment. Soon, it was Jiang Hao's turn to enter the arena. Luo Yongya was a handsome young man with fair skin, resembling a refined gentleman. Whether intentional or not, he was unarmed, holding merely a metallic-feeling fan in his hand. Be cautious. I sense a change in the surrounding atoms, likely a result of his domain, Imokara cautioned. Jiang Hao's heart raced. Imokara? Is this Luo Yongya truly a warrior-level powerhouse? How has he comprehended a domain? Genius-level masters are not uncommon in this universe. Surpassing levels and grasping domains is quite normal. Oh, can you deduce the nature of his domain rules? From the way the surrounding atoms are coalescing, it seems to be gravity-related. As long as it's not fire or ice rules, I should be fine. Noticing Jiang Hao's fluctuating expression, Luo Yongya smirked coldly. Let us make this quick. I have no desire to waste words with an ant like you. I'll ask you once, do you dare to fight to the death? Jiang Hao bellowed. A fight to the death it is. I fear you not. Consequently, the duel was designated as one to the death. The spectators in the arena grew anxious. Jiang Hao had been embroiled in life and death battles throughout. Surely, he must have offended some prominent families who sought his life. Alas, geniuses often meet untimely ends. Luo Yongye's expression dripped with disdain as he waved his fan and commanded, "Ant, kneel," with a sudden bend. Jiang Hao found himself on one knee. Su Chong, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. Luo Yongye is indeed a high-tier warrior and has mastered the gravity rules. Though he has merely skimmed the surface, it reflects the formidable legacy of the Luo family. Chu Yunzong, seeing Jiang Hao kneeling, sprang to his feet. Luo Yongye has indeed grasped rules that can only be wielded by warrior-level masters. Jiang Hao is in danger. Chu Yi, fully aware of the implications, anxiously grasped her grandfather's arm. "Grandfather, what should we do? Let Jiang Hao concede, or he will surely perish." Chu Yunzong's expression darkened as he lamented. "It has been declared a fight to the death. Unless the opponent consents, one cannot concede." On the chairman's platform, Fang Juanze gazed at Luo Jiexing with delight. Uncle Luo, who would have thought Yongye is a high-tier warrior and has comprehended gravity rules, truly a genius. Luo Jiexing laughed heartily, pride radiating from him. "Yongye's aptitude is the most exceptional among my grandsons. 3 years ago, he was destined to shine at the Dragon Gate. But his elder brother was to participate, and he was undergoing the Nirvana injection, which delayed him. Today, he shall undoubtedly dazzle." Fang Juanze, wearing a smile, agreed. "It is said that the Luo family possesses 3 dragons, 3 tigers, and 3 phoenixes. Indeed, the reputation is well-deserved." Luo Jiexing chuckled robustly. "Juanze, you jest. My Luo family pales in comparison to your Fang family." In the arena, Jiang Hao struggled to breathe under the sudden onslaught of gravity. Although this gravitational force was still somewhat inferior to what Su Chong emanated, it reached approximately 12 g, a weight unbearable for an ordinary person. Jiang Hao propped the blue mo sword against the ground, gradually rising. Observing Jiang Hao's desperate resistance, Luo Yongye approached with a smirk. "Not bad. You possess quite the perseverance." As Luo Yongye drew near, Jiang Hao suddenly swung the blue mo sword at him. Luo Yongye neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he calmly raised his fan to block, effortlessly deflecting the sword. "Slow, far too slow. You can't even stand firm, yet you wish to wield a sword? Under this gravitational pressure, your speed resembles that of a snail. Ha ha ha." Jiang Hao glared at Luo Yongye, shouting, "If you have the ability, then release this gravity and witness me slay you with a single stroke." Luo Yongye retorted mockingly, "Your words are impressive, but why not suggest I bind my hands and feet for you to kill me?" Jiang Hao grinned. "That method is also viable. Bind yourself if you dare. I assure you, a single strike will be swift, devoid of pain, and will leave your delicate visage unmarred." Luo Yongye's expression darkened. "Humph. Those who speak so sharply rarely live long." As he spoke, Luo Yongye flicked his fan, causing half-foot-long spikes to protrude from each rib of the fan. "Conversing with an ant like you truly diminishes my worth. Prepare for your end." As Luo Yongye moved to strike, Jiang Hao internally shouted, "Emo Kara now? Activate reverse particles. Shield against gravity." The speed of Luo Yongye's thrust was swift, yet Jiang Hao's blue mo sword was swifter. With a thrust, it pierced directly into Luo Yongye's heart. Luo Yongye held his fan aloft, his gaze fixated in horror upon the sword embedded in his chest. "How is this possible? How can you disregard my gravitational rules?" Jiang Hao grasped the hilt, delivering a kick to Luo Yongye's chest. "If death is imminent, spare me your prattle. Even if I inform you of this demise, can you rise from the grave?" As Luo Yongye collapsed lifelessly, the arena erupted in uproar. Luo Jiexing, witnessing his grandson slain on the stage, became frenzied in an instant. Seizing a blade from a guard and charging towards Jiang Hao with fury. Sensing the impending danger, Su Chong positioned himself in front of him, sternly admonishing, "Master Luo, what do you intend to do?" Luo Jiexing's eyes blazed crimson, anguish seeping from his heart. "Jiang Hao has deceived and slain my Yongye. I shall avenge him." Su Chong resolutely stood his ground, declaring, "Jiang Hao has not employed any means beyond the permitted. Moreover, it was Luo Yongye who proposed a fight to the death. Since it is indeed a fight to the death, the responsibility lies with neither party." Luo Jiexing, a peak martial king, had succumbed to madness. fury driving him to forcibly breach Su Chang's defense to slay Jiang Hao. Observing Luo Jiexing's loss of rationality and impending aggression, Su Chang unsheathed the long blade from his back, proclaiming loudly, "Master Luo, think carefully. The Dragon Gate is organized by the Dragon God, and this duel is broadcast live across the entire Dragon Summer. Do you truly wish to provoke the majesty of the Dragon God? You are well aware of the Dragon God's temperament." Upon hearing the title of Dragon God, Roger immediately composed himself and, trembling with trepidation, said, "Captain Su, I acknowledge my impulsiveness and humbly seek your forgiveness. I would never dare to provoke the majesty of the Dragon God. My family, the Luo, recognizes our error and earnestly hopes this matter will not be reported to the Dragon God." Chapter 033. The Three Guards and Four Armies. Roger Chang did not persist in his hardline approach, for the Luo family was considered a dominant force in Longxia. Su Chang also preferred to let matters rest and maintain peace. He nodded slightly. "Given that you have just lost your grandson, Appos, it's understandable to be agitated. I shall not pursue this matter further. You may leave." "Thank you, Captain Su," Roger Chang replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Casting a venomous glance at Jiang Hao before soaring off the arena, Jiang Hao, almost whimsically, called out, "Safe travels, no need for a send-off." Hearing this, Su Chang couldn't help but shake his head. This kid is truly obstinate and unyielding. Without looking back, Roger Chang's ominous voice echoed, "Be cautious on dark roads. One might fall into a pit and meet their demise." Disregarding Roger Chang's threat, Jiang Hao turned to Chu Yi, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "I told you. Villains often meet their end through their own words. Do you believe me now?" This barrage of remarks nearly caused Roger Chang to spit blood in fury. Chu Yi, somewhat clueless, responded with a carefree demeanor, "Yes, it makes sense. Bad people often perish due to their excessive chatter." With the outcome declared, Jiang Hao hopped onto his flying board and returned to the seating area. Chu Yi rushed over, patting her chest and exhaling deeply, "You scoundrel. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were going to be wall decoration." Jiang Hao looked at Chu Yi and jested, "I wouldn't dare die just yet. I haven't fully savored the service of you pouring tea for me." Chu Yi poured a cup of tea and handed it to Jiang Hao, sweetly saying, "My lord, please have some water." Upon hearing her alluring voice, the entire Chu family seating area fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on Chu Yi as if they had seen a ghost. Faced with such scrutiny, her face flushed crimson. The subsequent matches became rather amusing. Whenever Jiang Hao took to the stage, his opponents would surrender outright. Even high-level martial artists were no match for Jiang Hao, and others, regardless of their strength, dare not risk their lives. Ever since the selection began, only Kong Chenglong had survived by forfeiting. Those who had not surrendered met their demise at Jiang Hao's hands. As a prominent family, the Chus were not short of wealth. Now that they had entered the Three Guards and Four Armies, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Jiang Hao achieved his desired first place, securing 10 billion dragon coins and a set of lower-tier Nirvana potions. Once the awards were distributed, Su Chang began to speak. "Congratulations to the 7 victorious participants. You may now select your preferred division within the Three Guards and Four Armies. However, this is merely an opportunity. Direct entry is not guaranteed. You must first undergo further training at the Martial Academy and advance to the intermediate Martial General level before officially joining the Three Guards and Four Armies. The selection begins now." With that, Su Chang turned to Jiang Hao, smiling as he inquired, "Jiang Hao, which division do you wish to join within the Three Guards and Four Armies?" Without hesitation, Jiang Hao replied, "Longyuan Guard." Su Chang nodded in approval, "Excellent choice. Longyuan Guard is an institution that integrates research and combat, and you are indeed suited for it. Here is your internship token for Longyuan Guard. Take it to the Martial Academy to register." Saying this, Su Chang handed Jiang Hao a shield-shaped dragon emblem the size of 3 fingers. Jiang Hao accepted it, giving it a cursory glance before tucking it into his pocket. As soon as Jiang Hao returned to the seating area, Su Chang followed closely behind. However, he did not approach Jiang Hao directly. Instead, he walked straight to Chu Yunzhong and chuckled, "Old Chu, long time no see." Chu Yunzhong, equally excited, replied, "Xiangzi, it has indeed been a while. You have grown even stronger." Su Chang gave Chu Yunzhong a knowing look. "Old Chu, you are being rather ungracious. The once mighty general has now become a wealthy landowner. You didn't even offer me a chance to take down a tyrant." Chu Yunzhong, understanding his implication, quickly responded, "That is a must. Come, tonight the Chu family will host a banquet in honor of our esteemed Captain Su. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." With that, he pulled Su Chang onto the flying kite, and the Chu family entourage returned home together. At the podium, Roger Chang instructed his guards, "Immediately cancel the ambush plan." Fang Zijuan, perplexed, asked, "Why cancel? This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Jiang Hao." Roger Chang shook his head in resignation. "Su Chang has accompanied them to the Chu family. We cannot act recklessly." Fang Zijuan scoffed, "With just Su Chang and Chu Yunzhong, two martial kings. How could they possibly contend against the 5 or 6 martial kings our families have dispatched?" At this, Roger Chang's expression darkened considerably. "You underestimate Su Chang and Chu Yunzhong too much. They share a brotherly bond with Longshan, though Chu Yunzhong has become marginalized in the military. We could still concoct a plausible excuse if we were to kill him in Shanqing. But Su Chang is different. He is a member of the Blade Army, frequently in contact with Longshan. Should anything happen to him, not even your aunt could protect you, let alone my meager Luo family." Fang Zijuan, dissatisfied, protested, "Are we simply going to let him go? I cannot accept this." Roger Chang replied coldly, "There will be ample opportunities to eliminate him. Once he enters the martial academy, the chances will be even better. Our Luo family and your Fang family are not short on manpower there, from students to instructors, when the time comes. It will be easy to take him out without leaving a trace." Fang Zijuan laughed heartily. "As expected, Uncle Luo thinks of everything. I was indeed rash." Meanwhile, aboard the Chu family's flying kite, Su Chang's expression turned grave as he surveyed his surroundings, fixing a serious gaze on Chu Yunzhong. "Old Chu, this situation is quite serious. The scouts have detected at least 6 martial king-level experts in the clouds. It seems they do not regard even me with any respect." "This situation is far more dire than we anticipated," Chu Yunzhong remarked, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. "It appears these two families are intent on Jiang Hao's life, mobilizing so many experts to intercept him," Su Chang observed. With a slight smile, Jiang Hao remarked, "That kid is too straightforward. His decisive nature makes it easy to create enemies." "Old Chu, you." Chu Yunzhong raised a hand, stating earnestly, "Jiangzi, I know what you are about to say. You also understand my disposition. I cannot abandon him simply because of the murderous intent from these two families." Su Chang chuckled heartily, patting Chu Yunzhong on the shoulder. "Old Chu remains unchanged. What a pity you have retired. Otherwise, we could conquer the world together." They dismissed the small fry as inconsequential, for they had not faced death before. Su Chang fiddled with his wristband, then ceased to pay attention to the situation outside the flying kite. Suddenly, Su Chang asked, "Old Chu, do you find Jiang Hao familiar?" Chu Yunzhong widened his eyes. "You too? You feel that sense of DJVU?" Su Chang nodded, reminiscing. His temperament is strikingly similar to that of the late Dr. Su. In the clouds, they remained as clouds, yet, at intervals, some wisps of mist were inexplicably dispersed. From the emptiness, a deep voice emerged. "Young Master Fang and the head of the family command us to retreat." Another voice interjected, "We should press forward. We can resolve this in mere minutes. To retreat now would be to squander our efforts." The deep voice resounded once more. "Do you intend to defy orders? Do not forget what young Master Fang despises most." Another voice interjected, "That is your family. My Luo family never spares our enemies." In the starry sky, 6 elongated objects were hurtling rapidly towards the atmosphere, transforming into fiery meteors. Upon witnessing the meteors, a deep voice suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. It is the Dragon Martial Guard. Retreat, quickly, retreat." Chapter 034, Dragon Guard. Upon witnessing the fiery meteor in the distance, Chu Yuncheng's expression was filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Dragon Guard, Jiangzi. Have you summoned the intelligent guardians from the orbital base? Is that not a bit excessive?" Jiangzi smiled faintly and responded, "I still possess the authority to mobilize these entities. And it is also the will of the Dragon God. With Song Xiong missing, your family requires strength. These 6 Dragon Guards are yours to command." Chu Yuncheng, taken aback, asked, "Does the Dragon God know about all this?" With a hearty laugh, Jiangzi replied, "You are well aware of the Dragon God and Appo's capabilities. If he desires, there is nothing in Longxia or even the entire earth that can escape his gaze. However, he currently has more pressing matters to attend to." The Dragon God's exact words were, "When the branches are too dense, good fruit cannot grow. One must taste to discern the rotten from the good. It is time to prune the branches for a fruitful orchard." After a round of jovial laughter, Jiangzi leaped from the cabin, transforming into a streak of light as he soared into outer space. Before long, everyone returned to the Chu residence. Outside the landing pad stood 6 golden sarcophagi resembling those of Egyptian pharaohs. Chu Yi, puzzled, turned to Jiang Hao. When you ventured into the dimensional space last time, you did not purchase these 6 coffins, did you? Jiang Hao shrugged, indicating his ignorance of the matter. Chu Yicheng approached the sarcophagi, pressing his palm against the center. The intricate patterns upon the coffins emitted a radiant white light. Suddenly, a crack appeared, and with a loud rumble, the sarcophagus fully opened. From within emerged a figure clad in European knightly armor, nearly 2 meters tall, glimmering silver, with the words Dragon Guard emblazoned across its chest. The armored figure stood before Chu Yuncheng, brandishing a spear that materialized in its hand, then took 2 steps to the side, positioning itself behind Chu Yuncheng like a loyal bodyguard. Chu Yi gasped, "Oh my, it's the legendary Dragon Guard." Confused, Jiang Hao inquired, "What exactly is a Dragon Guard?" Chu Yi gazed intently at the Dragon Guard, explaining, "The Dragon Guard is an intelligent robot developed by the Dragon God a decade ago. Crafted entirely from the latest extraterrestrial meteorite elements. It possesses formidable self-replication capabilities. Even if you were to obliterate it, it would reconstitute itself. Its strength is equivalent to that of a mid-tier martial king, and even a peak martial king would flee upon encountering it. In combat, it is utterly fearless. Classified as a Guardian-type robot, and has never before appeared on Earth." Jiang Hao nodded in understanding, while Chu Yi turned to Chu Yuncheng, asking, "Grandfather, what is happening?" With a serious expression, Chu Yuncheng replied, "Do not ask too many questions. These Dragon Guards will be responsible for the safety of the Chu family. Once this matter is settled, you should return to the Yinwang Guards. Your strength is simply too weak. Jiang Hao, you have entered the Martial Academy, after resting. You should report there as well. I will send the Dragon Guards to escort you. But I must caution you that there are many members of the Fong and Luo families within the academy, including instructors. Be vigilant. Take this communication wristband with you. Contact me if anything arises." After a pause, Chu Yuncheng continued, "The head of the Martial Academy is Qin Wei, and we have some acquaintances. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek him out." Having said this, Chu Yuncheng departed. Jiang Hao, seeing the gravity on his grandfather's face, sighed. It seems that something significant is about to unfold. Hearing this, Chu Yi shot Jiang Hao a look, retorting, "You killed members of both the Luo and Fong families simultaneously. Do you not think that is a big deal? They will employ all sorts of tactics against you. When you sleep at night, keep one eye open and one closed. Be careful not to wake up without your life." After a moment, she added, "I will also be returning to the Yinwang Guards soon. Is there anything else you need help with?" Jiang Hao rubbed his nose and smiled. "How about you procure some core residue powder for me? I have quite a keen interest in research but lack materials." Chu Yi frowned. "Do you think core residue powder is as common as cabbage? If you want it, you must earn it." Jiang Hao protested, "You know it's not just cabbage. 20,000 dragon coins won't suffice. I saw that the wreckage of spaceships in the dimensional space costs billions of dragon coins." Chu Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared her throat, saying, "I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Farewell." As she spoke, she dashed away, leaving Jiang Hao no chance to respond. With a resigned shake of his head, Jiang Hao snuck a breath of celestial energy before returning to rest in his modest abode. After a delightful day of slumber, following Mokala's advice, he prepared to inject the Nirvana serum before heading to the Martial Academy. "Mokala, how should I modify this serum? I have optimized the serum yesterday. Removing its flaws, however, I cannot elevate its grade. It remains a lower-tier Nirvana serum. Lower tier is lower tier. Did he not say that I must use them sequentially from low to high? That is because the physical constitution of Earthlings is inadequate. The enhanced matrix I have modified is sufficient for your physique to meet the requirements for injecting higher-tier Nirvana serums." Since he was unwilling to provide more spaceship wreckage, Jiang Hao conceded, accepting the lower-tier serum. "Thus, we proceed gradually. This may not be a bad thing, albeit the pace is slower." Just as Jiang Hao was about to inject the Nirvana serum, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Chu Yi standing there. Donned in battle armor, a stark contrast to her usual casual attire. "Yi, are you off on a mission? Why are you wearing battle armor?" Chu Yi handed him a container the size of a water bottle, saying, "This is the residue powder you requested. Grandfather instructed me to give you extra. I am returning to the Yinwang Guards today, so I came to bid you farewell." Noticing the hint of sadness on Chu Yi's face, Jiang Hao jested, "Oh. The usually carefree Yi seems to be feeling sentimental today." Chu Yi shot him an annoyed glare and tapped her wristband against his. "All right, our wristbands are now connected. You must keep in touch with me, at least every 3 days. That is not too much to ask, is it? Of course. It's primarily to ensure you do not engage in any actions that could tarnish the Chu family's reputation. Jiang Hao chuckled. I could manage 2 contacts a day, after all. You won't be able to reprimand me when the time comes. In a rare moment, Chu Yi smiled brightly. Well then, I must take my leave. You must be careful and protect yourself. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky. They were 2 dragon guards. Chu Yi unfurled her wings, soaring into the air, and said to Jiang Hao with a serious demeanor, Grandfather knows you will be injecting the Nirvana serum, so he sent 2 dragon guards to safeguard you. Do your best. With that, Chu Yi flapped her wings and shot into the sky, pausing momentarily to cast a lingering glance at Jiang Hao before vanishing beyond the horizon. Jiang Hao surveyed the dragon guards surrounding his humble dwelling, then glanced at the container in his hand, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Makala. We have acquired the residue powder. Let us commence without delay. Indeed, the core residue powder is 1,000 times more potent than blue cone ore. I can create a serum superior to the high-tier Nirvana serums of Earth, completely eliminating any defects within. Subsequently, Jiang Hao administered the modified Nirvana serum developed by Mo Ka. The agony he endured was akin to the excruciating process of reshaping his tendons and bones. Jiang Hao lost consciousness countless times, unaware of the extent of his suffering. Ultimately, the celestial source essence carved out a core within his spine, simultaneously reinforcing and transforming the meridians throughout his body. In his mind, a projection space akin to a monitoring room materialized. With Mo Ka's patient guidance, Jiang Hao successfully extracted a portion of energy from the myriad of cells within his body. The grayish energy elements continuously converged in the core chamber. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Hao let out a long, resounding roar. Thus, he embarked on the path of the formidable. Chapter 35. The Martial Academy. At a vendor's stall outside the Chu family estate, one individual observed a flying kite emerging from the Chu family's sky, accompanied by 4 swift white figures. Jiang Hao had already departed from the Chu family, escorted by 4 dragon warriors. He needed to hurry back and report. In the reception hall of the Luo family, Luo Zheqiang gazed at Fang Zhijuan, who occupied the foremost seat. A spy reported that Jiang Hao had set off for the Martial Academy, but he was accompanied by 4 dragon warriors for protection. Fang Zhijuan's eyes glimmered with a cold light. This implies we cannot act midway. Nevertheless, everything at the Martial Academy has been arranged. I possess 100 methods to eliminate him. Luo Zheqiang nodded grimly. My Luo family has also made the necessary arrangements. On the flying kite, Jiang Hao expressed gratitude while observing the dragon warriors flanking him. Having injected the Nirvana serum modified by Makala, he was now on the verge of entering the martial artist tier. His core chamber had formed at the first lumbar vertebra, akin to a battery. Within it swirled nebulous dust clouds. His entire body's meridians resembled a complex circuit diagram, with his palms acting as input and output ports. All of this could be controlled by Jiang Hao's thoughts or intentions. Makala, with my current strength, can I contend against a martial king? You are invincible beneath the martial generals. It's 1-for-1 among martial generals, and against a martial king, you would be severely injured. Defeating a martial king is unattainable. You have only just begun utilizing the celestial essence, and the energy extracted from within you is still minimal, primarily consisting of overflow energy. It is far too feeble. Continue to upgrade. Makala, enlighten me about the shortcomings of this celestial essence. The Imperial Academy of Technology has been researching how to control the activation of internal cosmic energy. Initially, it involved modifying the body's genes to enhance physical strength to a terrifying degree, enabling it to withstand the explosive force of cosmic energy. However, this resulted in genetic mutation. My subsequent research direction focuses on strengthening the core chamber and meridians, compressing the explosive force to these 2 locations. Yet, this raises concerns about diminished consciousness over elemental control. These 2 areas are the least likely to affect human genes, thus preventing genetic loss or mutations that could cause a backlash leading to annihilation. Currently, this backlash is spreading throughout the universe, causing many powerful beings to experience a rapid decline in strength and lifespan after a certain age, resulting in turmoil and incessant warfare. After a moment for Jiang Hao to digest this information, Makala continued. Thus, many secondary empires cultivate experimental fields within their jurisdictions, nurturing primitive humans to extract their pure genes for repairing deficiencies, thereby extending lifespan. Earth is one such experimental field. Makala, with your advanced technology, why not transplant human brains into robots? Wouldn't he that grant immortality? What is the need for experimental fields? This method has existed for some time, however. The brain is composed of organic tissue like the human body and will gradually decay, ultimately facing death. If memories are extracted and transplanted, it would be akin to me. Although thoughts may mimic past cognition and memories retained, am I still truly me? Am I still the Makala I once was? Humanity differs from other species in the diversity of thought. Intelligence can simulate countless possibilities, yet it lacks the essence of human consciousness. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed. No matter how intelligent a robot may be, it remains a robot. Thus, I have modified your Nirvana serum. Henceforth, you shall not encounter the aforementioned deficiencies. Moreover, your capacity to extract internal cosmic energy will be enhanced. However, there are drawbacks. Your physique is weaker than that of an average person, making you somewhat fragile. Therefore, you must strive to bolster your external defenses, such as with armor and force fields. It's all right. Experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and pain is what makes us human. I do not wish to become a numb creature. I admire your perspective. I once thought similarly. Now, your path to becoming a formidable warrior has commenced. Upon reaching the Martial Academy, I shall teach you how to unleash your domain. As their conversation unfolded, the flying kite swiftly arrived at the Martial Academy. The Martial Academy's sky was a newly constructed edifice, erected after reclaiming lost territories. It was not merely a dwelling for commoners, but primarily built for the Martial Academy. Historically, any location with official institutions quickly evolved into a city. After decades of development, the Martial Academy had amassed a population of several million, evolving into a grand city known as Dragon Martial City. Dragon Martial City, a reconstructed metropolis, exuded a strong sense of technology, with buildings soaring like sharpened bamboo shoots. At the center of the city lay a circular complex featuring 7 uniquely designed structures that towered impressively. Surrounding the circular area was a protective moat, with the Martial Academy nestled within while ordinary residents lived outside, connected by 4 grand bridges. The flying kite descended onto a designated helipad at the entrance of the Martial Academy before departing with the Dragon Warriors. Jiang Hao approached the 2 gatekeepers, only to be halted. Halt. This is the Martial Academy. Entry is prohibited for those not affiliated with it. Jiang Hao presented his Martial Academy badge, and after inspection, they allowed him to pass. The new student registration office is located in the administrative hall. Proceed straight to the square building, following the directional signs. Jiang Hao expressed a slight nod of gratitude and passed through a luminous barrier, entering the Martial Academy. He was taken aback to find even the gatekeepers were high-tier martial generals. It appeared the Martial Academy was indeed formidable. The illustrious Martial Academy, the cradle of strength nurtured by the Longxia Empire, would be a laughingstock if it lacked such foundational strength. Indeed, following the directional signs, Jiang Hao arrived at the administrative hall. The hall was vast, yet only a handful of individuals were attending to matters, all clustered at a single window. Puzzled, Jiang Hao murmured, could these individuals also be new students? How did they arrive? At that moment, a stout fellow turned around, smiling broadly. Of course, we too were selected through the Dragon Gate. Did you think only one Sky Dome hosted the Dragon Gate selection? Jiang Hao felt embarrassed, realizing that Chui had not informed him about this. Seeing Jiang Hao's perplexed expression, the stout fellow continued, it seems you genuinely did not know. The 8 Sky Dome bases of Longxia, Kyoto, Chang'an City, Mountain City, Jinling, Guiqing, Kuan City, Xixia City, and Yang City simultaneously held the Dragon Gate competition, each selecting 7 individuals. Thus, a total of 56 new students were admitted to the Martial Academy. He extended his hand with a smile, introducing himself. Oh, by the way, my name is Fu Hua from the Guiqing Sky Dome base. May I ask for your esteemed name? Jiang Hao politely shook his hand, smiling as he introduced himself. Jiang Hao from the Mountain City Sky Dome base. Oh, from the Mountain City base? Earlier, there were 6 from the Mountain City base who entered after registering. Oh, I'm not familiar with them, Fu Hua replied. Chapter 036, Domain Unexpectedly. Jiang Hao found himself sharing an apartment with Fu Hua. The apartment, generously spanning over 400 square meters, featured 4 bedrooms and a spacious living room with a large balcony. 2 individuals had already settled in, busy organizing the space. They introduced themselves. The tall and slender one was Zhang Wan, while the shorter one with glasses was called Jia Fan. The 4 rooms were quite similar, allowing the group to choose freely, with each room providing a decent amount of privacy. Unfamiliar with the Martial Academy, the group collectively opted for robot-delivered meals for dinner. As they were still strangers to one another, the conversation was sparse. After the meal, Jiang Hao retreated to his room. Mo Kala, feeling bored. Let's experiment with the domain, he suggested. Sure. Now that you're well fed, you have nothing else to do, came the reply. The mist-like gas within your core is the assimilation essence, a controlled element that has been assimilated by your consciousness. To illustrate, think of your mind as a remote control and these mist particles as drones. The distance over which you can disperse these elements around your body defines your control domain. Currently, your strength is insufficient, so you can only emit them through the palms of your hands. Imokala, you truly are a genius. Always able to explain things in such an understandable manner. Jiang Hao felt a surge of excitement, and with a thought, the mist-like particles from his core surged through his veins towards his palms. As the vapor spread outward, the thick mist within his core noticeably thinned and became clearer. Well, I didn't expect you could control a range of 30 meters already. That's quite impressive. It seems your cerebral cortex's strength grants you significant advantages, particularly in controlling consciousness. Jiang Hao was delighted to discover that objects within his domain manifested in his mind, not as physical entities, but as point-mapped shapes, reminiscent of pixelated images. It was akin to pouring concrete into a mold. Once the cement hardened and the mold was removed, the concrete took on a defined shape. In his mind, he saw Fu Hua tidying up the room, Zhang Wen engrossed in a game, and Jia Fan absorbed in a book. These scenes played out like a pixelated movie in real time. Overjoyed, Jiang Hao grinned broadly. Imokala, do you think I'm a genius for learning so quickly? Understanding the domain is something even a 3-year-old from the Rani Akaya Empire can grasp effortlessly, Imokala replied. That's quite disheartening to hear, Jiang Hao retorted. Nevertheless, it is the truth. Understanding is akin to learning to walk. It is merely the foundation. The key lies in forming combat power within the domain. This is the crucial threshold that distinguishes strength and power levels. One step can lead to divinity, while another can lead to downfall. What must I do to form combat power? Can this capability be used to defeat enemies? Do you remember how Luo Yongye demonstrated the gravity rules during the selection competition? That is combat power. Without the reverse particles to negate it, you would be no different from a piece of meat on a chopping board. The gravity rules within the domain are just one aspect. There are many phenomena generated by elemental interactions. Take fire, for instance, what you see on Earth. The interaction of elements creates it. When the temperature of a chemically reactive area in the air becomes high enough to radiate photons, when the thermal motion of particles is sufficiently vigorous, flames are formed. If you could significantly slow down or even halt the movement of atoms, ice would naturally form. Lightning is also a result of electron interactions. Consider this. If you could control the elements within your domain to interact as weapons against foes, wouldn't that be remarkable? Jiang Hao fell silent for a moment, then exclaimed, "Oh my, it turns out that the concepts in cultivation novels, such as lightning tribulations, exotic flames, and millennium ice, all stem from this principle. Even flying could be achieved by altering the atomic density of the air. It seems one truly must believe in science. Your ability to draw parallels is commendable. My heart is greatly comforted." Jiang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment. Imokala, when did you become so eloquent? The culture of Longxia is profound and fascinating. Now, take your time to comprehend the domain. Once you have grasped it well, we can discuss enhancing combat power. Progress gradually leads to fulfillment. Additionally, take some time to study the foundational disciplines of Earth. It will benefit your path to becoming stronger. Very well. I shall take the time to integrate the knowledge within my mind, to read extensively and travel widely. As the days passed, Jiang Hao gradually attempted to control the elements within his domain, enhancing his sensitivity and directing their flight, gathering them or dispersing them at will. Thus, the first night at the Martial Academy came to an end. The next morning, Zhang Wen knocked on his door, announcing it was time for their first class as freshmen. The training building, one of the 7 towering constructions Jiang Hao had seen upon arrival, stood several hundred meters high, its exterior cloaked in glass curtain walls. The entire structure was entwined by a massive dragon sculpture, with 4 outstretched claws exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The dragon's head loomed at the ground-level entrance, its mouth gaping wide, exuding an intimidating presence. The freshman training of the Sanwei and Sijuan was conducted separately, and there were 7 new recruits in the Longyuan Guard. They convened in a lecture hall with Jiang Hao and his peers, including 3 others, Yang Yi, Zhou Tong, and Han Li. Inside the hall, the 7 students took their seats while a middle-aged man clad in black and red armor stood on the platform. This man was Chen Beiji, the mentor for the new recruits of the Longyuan Guard. He scrutinized each of them, nodding in satisfaction. "Welcome to the Longyuan Guard Special Training Camp. I will be your trainer. To truly join the Longyuan Guard, you must attain at least the level of a martial general. During this period, focus on your studies at the Martial Academy. You have all joined the Longyuan Guard through the Leap Dragon Gate selection competition. Some have already received the lower-tier Nirvana elixir as a reward, while others have not. To join the Longwan Guard, we have prepared a welcome gift for you. So you now have two choices. Firstly, the Nirvana elixir, or secondly, a set of dragon armor. With that, 7 bottles of Nirvana elixir and 7 sets of dragon armor appeared on the table. After a brief pause, Chen Beiji continued, "You are likely familiar with the Nirvana elixir, so I shall not elaborate further. As for the dragon armor, it is one of the strongest armors in Longxia, only a level below the dragon scale armor. It lacks dragon pearl propulsion, healing functions, and transformation capabilities, but it is a purely defensive armor equipped with sentinel functions, capable of resisting assaults from beast general level monsters. It also possesses the ability to connect with the Yutian shuttle for flight control." Having already received the Nirvana elixir, Jiang Hao naturally opted for the dragon armor, as Mo Kala had mentioned that he was vulnerable and needed protection. To his surprise, Yang Yi also chose the dragon armor, presumably having secured the top position in the selection competition. The others primarily selected the Nirvana elixir. Once everyone had made their choices, Chen Beiji produced a memory card-like device and distributed it among the group. This is a specialized smart chip for the Longyuan Guard, exclusively for our internal use. It has basic communication functions and some essential teaching capabilities. During your subsequent studies in Aura Mastery, if you encounter anything unclear, you can directly retrieve information from the chip. Should you face difficulties, feel free to ask me. Remember, for Nirvana practitioners to grow strong, it largely depends on your own comprehension. Others can offer little assistance, as this is a new path and everyone is exploring it together. As he spoke, Chen Beiji's expression suddenly turned grave, and his tone became exceedingly solemn. "Let me remind you one last time. To become a Nirvana seeker signifies the presence of peril at every turn, accompanied by the specter of death." Chapter 37. Guqing. According to Chen Beiji, there exists a comprehensive training building within the Martial Arts Academy, designated for the use of all its students. This edifice houses numerous advanced training rooms, adept at honing various skills such as physical strength, mental acuity, reflexes, and the utilization of one's aura. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Hao and his companions, upon leaving the practical training building, found themselves drawn to the comprehensive training building. The lobby of the comprehensive building was remarkably spacious, covering thousands of square meters, bustling with activity as individuals congregated around the circular reception desk at its center, engaged in various transactions. A large screen in the hall caught the attention of several onlookers. Observing the displayed data, Zhang Wen exclaimed with excitement, "That is the combat power ranking of the Academy. Fang Junlin, 3,374 points, ranks first. Chao Hong, 3,196 points, ranks second. Mu Yunshan, 3,182 points, ranks third. Feng Yu, 3,053 points, ranks fourth. Luo Yongqiang, 3,007 points, ranks fifth. These are the top 5 in the Academy. What do these scores signify?" Noticing the confusion on Zhang Wen's face, a nearby observer scoffed, "You don't know? That's academic credit, calculated based on scores from training rooms, simulated combat bonuses, monster hunting bonuses, tactical skills, and dueling bonuses, all combined." Perplexed, Zhang Wen continued to inquire, "What purpose does this academic credit serve? Is it solely for ranking?" The individual sighed, "You must be a newcomer. Well, let me enlighten you. Academic credits can be exchanged for numerous items within the Academy, such as potions, weapons, battle armor, and flying wings. It is said that they can also be exchanged for Source Liquid, a miraculous elixir that enhances one's rank from a novice martial artist to an intermediate one." Upon hearing the mention of such valuable items, Zhang Wen's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I've heard tales of Source Liquid, rare and invaluable, a divine liquid for advancement. To think academic credits can be exchanged for it." At that moment, an incongruous voice interjected, "Tian Yi, why are you wasting time explaining this to the newcomers? Hurry up. It's time to hunt monsters." Tian Yi chuckled, "As a senior, it's only fitting that I impart some common knowledge to these newcomers." Jiang Hao turned toward the source of the voice and was taken aback. It was Guqing. To encounter him at the Martial Arts Academy was unexpected. Jiang Hao could not forget the incident months ago in the wasteland of the refugee town, where Guqing had trampled upon him like an insect, treating the refugees with utter disdain. Sensing hostility in Jiang Hao's gaze, Guqing scrutinized him. "Ah, you are that refugee from the mountain town? Remarkable. In just a few months, you've made it to the Martial Arts Academy and become a newcomer. I underestimated you." Jiang Hao clenched his fists, coldly declaring, "Guqing, do you remember what I said? One day, I will have you beneath my feet." Guqing laughed heartily. "I admit I underestimated you, a lowly refugee. But do you think that joining the academy grants you the chance to trample upon me? Such delusions. You are merely an apprentice now. And even if you advance to a martial artist, I can still treat you like the insect you are. Jiang Hao discerned the intense malice in Guqing's eyes and stepped forward, shouting, Guqing, I know you are on the brink of becoming a martial general. I challenge you 1 month from now on the arena. Will you dare to accept? Guqing sneered. A month? You wish to employ that tactic again. Why not face me in a deathmatch right now? Do you dare? Zhang Wan, confused, asked the earlier informant, what is a deathmatch? With a smirk. The individual replied, the arena has 2 types, a living arena and a death arena. One determines victory or defeat, while the other determines life or death. Points in the death arena are double those of the living arena. Jiang Hao's expression grew serious as he bellowed, very well. I accept your challenge. Fulfilling your desire for immediate confrontation. Guqing's countenance darkened as he coldly remarked, an insect dares to be so arrogant? I hope you do not beg for mercy on the arena. I will not show you the same leniency as before. Thus, Jiang Hao, amidst a throng of spectators, exited the comprehensive building lobby. Zhang Wen and the others expressed their concerns, urging Jiang Hao to bide his time. Jiang Hao smiled, replying, as martial artists, we must forge ahead without hesitation. How can one grow by cowering? Upon hearing this, his companions fell silent, worry etched on their faces as they followed him. Behind the comprehensive building lay a spacious leisure square, featuring a platform several hundred square meters in size. This was the arena, where both living and death matches were held. The sole distinction was that, for a death match, a death agreement had to be signed beforehand. Signing the death agreement was a straightforward process, with intelligent terminals located at each corner of the arena. By embedding a metal and signing an electronic contract, the agreement was generated. As Jiang Hao and Guqing stood on the arena, the audience below buzzed with speculation. This newcomer must have arrived at the academy just yesterday. Indeed, I just checked. He hails from the mountain town and is named Jiang Hao. How audacious for a newcomer to challenge a half-step martial general. At that moment, a rotund man shouted from a stone bench, come one, come all. It's been ages since we've seen a life or death duel. Bets are open. Guqing to win at 1 o'clock. 2. Jiang Hao at 110 odds. With the odds announced, many placed their bets, predominantly favoring Guqing. Meanwhile, Guqing, brimming with excitement, approached the edge of the arena, exclaiming, I bet on myself to win 10 million dragon coins. No, I'll wager 20 million. News of the impending duel spread rapidly, drawing a throng of spectators eager to place their bets, as if Jiang Hao were a walking ATM. The balconies of the comprehensive building brimmed with onlookers. On one balcony stood 2 men, calmly observing the arena. Brother Yongqiang, that must be Jiang Hao down there, correct? One inquired. The other squinted at the scene, chuckling, it seems Brother Junlin has received word from his family. Who would have thought that Jiang Hao, having just offended our Luo family, would arrive at the academy and immediately challenge someone to a deathmatch? Truly, he is unaware of the gravity of his situation. Fang Junlin shook his head with a smile. I know you disdain to act against such insects, but I must say, Jiang Hao may not necessarily lose this match. Do not forget how your brother met his demise. At the mention of his brother, Luo Yongqiang's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Had it not been for his underhanded tactics, Yongye would never have lost to him. Fang Junlin chuckled lightly, Brother Yongqiang, Jiang Hao is merely a high-level apprentice. While Yongye is a half-step martial general well-versed in the rules, his strength should be comparable to Guqing's. Thus, we cannot rely on this death match to eliminate Jiang Hao. It seems we must take matters into our own hands. Luo Yongqiang snorted coldly, declaring, if need be, I will face him in another death match and kill him myself. Fang Junlin laughed. You forget that those ranked in the top 10 cannot challenge those outside the top 10. At this, Luo Yongqiang slammed his palm against the railing, exclaiming, Humph. I have 100 ways to eliminate him. I will not allow him to survive past this year. Brother Junlin, do you have any thoughts on how to crush this insect? Fang Junlin merely smiled, gazing out at the square, remaining silent. Not far away on the balcony, a woman of extraordinary beauty and an air of aloofness gazed toward the scene below and inquired softly, Feng Yu, what is transpiring down there? It seems rather tumultuous. The woman adorned in a flowing crimson gown turned her head, her curiosity piqued, and exclaimed, Yunshang, come quickly. It appears that someone is engaging in a fierce duel. Chapter 038, The Deadly Challenge. Upon hearing the term deadly challenge, a flicker of interest crossed the face of the cold, elegant woman. It had been nearly half a year since anyone had engaged in such a contest at the Martial Academy. She wondered who had stirred up such a lethal affair. Feng Yu glanced at her wristband, astonished to discover that a freshman, who had only arrived at the academy yesterday, was daring to challenge Guqing. Mu Yunxiang lifted her delicate head, intrigued. A freshman challenging Guqing? Surely, such an absurdity cannot be true. Guqing is at least among the top 50. As she spoke, Mu Yunxiang, clad in a flowing white dress, stepped out onto the balcony, her curiosity piqued. On the arena below, Jiang Hao observed the throngs of people placing their bets, his frustration mounting. Brothers, this is a deadly arena. Lives are at stake. Do you all treat this as a mere exhibition match? Seeing that 99% of the crowd had wagered on Guqing's victory, with the stakes soaring into the billions. Only a handful of audacious souls had staked a few 100,000 on themselves. Jiang Hao, unable to contain his exasperation, bellowed, "I bet 3 billion on myself to win." At his declaration, the entire venue fell eerily silent, all eyes fixated on Jiang Hao. Sensing the impact of his words, he turned to the one initiating the bets, "Fatty, I'm placing 3 billion on myself. I wonder if you can handle that?" Upon hearing Jiang Hao's wager, the hefty individual calculated quickly. Having already amassed nearly 40 billion on Guqing's win, he realized that if he paid out Jiang Hao's bet, he would still profit 10 billion. In my Qian family business, not only can we manage a mere few billion, but we could also handle thousands of billions. My Qian duo has always dealt fairly. Everyone present can attest to that. Jiang Hao nodded. All right, I believe you. He then transferred 3 billion dragon coins to Qian Duoduo's account. Witnessing Jiang Hao stake 3 billion on himself, Guqing trembled with rage. He too wished to gamble extravagantly. But his circumstances did not permit it. The Gu family merely managed waste disposal in the mountain city, and it had taken all their resources and connections to allow him to study at the academy. Unlike Jiang Hao, who had received a 10 billion dragon coin reward from the Dragon Gate selection competition, he was now a full-fledged tycoon. Noticing Guqing glaring at him in fury, Jiang Hao taunted, "I say, don't let your anger consume you. If you die from rage, it still counts as my victory." Turning towards Qian Duo, he asked, "If he dies from anger, that would count as my win, right?" Qian Duo nodded vigorously. "Of course, it counts. As long as he perishes in the arena. Even if he takes his own life, it counts as your victory." Guqing's face turned a sickly green from frustration as he roared, "Are you going to fight or not?" Jiang Hao unsheathed his blue sword and pointed it at Guqing, lightly scoffing. "Since you're so eager to die, I shall grant your wish. Let the match begin." Guqing radiated a powerful aura of intimidation, slamming his left palm downwards with a fierce shout, "Suppress." An overwhelming force of gravity instantly bent Jiang Hao's body. However, Jiang Hao managed to brace himself with the blue sword and did not kneel, though his face had turned pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Why does everyone I encounter seem to wield the power of gravity?" He mused, recalling that gravity was among the simplest elements to master, typically the first learned by novices. On the balcony, Feng Yu observed Jiang Hao being suppressed in a single move, muttering in disbelief. Is this really it? He dares to challenge Guqing? This fellow must be out of his mind. He stands no chance, utterly helpless. Mu Yunxiang, however, shook her head slightly, her expression serene. This individual is not so simple. Feng Yu scoffed, unconvinced. What is so complex about him? He is being crushed by gravity and can't move. Even a child could easily dispatch him with a knife. Mu Yunxiang merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Across another balcony, Luo Yongxiang's eyes gleamed coldly. Is he attempting that trick again? I hope Guqing is aware of this election competition. Otherwise, it would be a pity if he fell for Jiang Hao's scheme. Fang Julin shook his head. Guqing is no ordinary opponent. He comes from a minor family, and to reach this level, he must possess not just diligence but also cunning. Qian Duo, witnessing the unfolding scene, lamented his losses, exclaiming that he was at a disadvantage. Yet, deep within his gaze, a flicker of insight emerged. This Jiang Hao is employing the tactic of feigning weakness to catch his opponent off guard. Fortunately, my family was aware of Jiang Hao's methods in advance. Otherwise, this would have been a ruinous gamble. Observing Jiang Hao being pressured, Guqing refrained from advancing to strike him down immediately. Instead, he squinted and observed, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, pointing at Jiang Hao, his fist slightly bending. With a swift motion, several beams of light shot forth from his wristband towards Jiang Hao. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiang Hao had no choice but to nullify the gravitational force with the sword, swaying it in a defensive dance to deflect the incoming light. Clang, clang, clang. A dozen beams were knocked aside, scattering chaotically across the arena's stone floor, embedding deeply into the surface. As he blocked the onslaught, Jiang Hao noticed a needle-like projectile lodged in his shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pulled it out, feeling a numbing sensation spread through his arm. That needle was laced with poison. I am dispatching medical robots to neutralize it. Focus on your opponent. A voice advised him internally, casting the needle to the ground. Jiang Hao's expression darkened. I never expected you to practice the art of hidden weapons. How shameful for a half-step martial artist like you to resort to poison. Guqing sneered. Throughout history, there have always been masters of poison. It is merely another means to vanquish beasts, far superior to those who rely on underhanded tactics. However, you have certainly surprised me today, evolving from a vagrant to a reborn warrior capable of withstanding my Bee King's needle, which surpasses the fifth generation's blade. Yet, ultimately, you have made a fatal error. With the poison coursing through you, prepare to meet your demise. Jiang Hao roared defiantly. Before the poison takes effect, I will kill you. With that, he activated his wind step and charged towards Guqing with a powerful punch. Seeing Jiang Hao's attack, Guqing scoffed. Very well. I shall ensure you die knowing your place. He swung his fist, colliding directly with Jiang Hao's strike. The impact unleashed a shockwave, causing Jiang Hao to stagger backwards several steps, while Guqing only retreated 2. Pain surged through Jiang Hao's injured arm, forcing him to clutch it tightly. Guqing smirked. Not bad, you have some skills. In just a few months, you have reached this level. You may take pride in that. But I shall no longer entertain you. Prepare to die. With that, he crossed his fist over his chest, causing the wristbands on his arms to clash, emitting a brilliant light. As the brilliance intensified, he took a step forward and thrust both fists forth, shouting, "Storm of pear blossom needles." Countless flying needles erupted from his wristbands, forming a rapid downpour aimed directly at Jiang Hao. The sheer volume of needles was overwhelming. Unless Jiang Hao leaped from the arena, evasion was impossible. As the storm of needles descended, Luo Youqiang chuckled darkly. Game over. Feng Yu shook her head, sighing. This young man is finished. The price of arrogance often leads to death. Amidst the chaos, Qian Duo panicked. It's over. It's over. Not only these 3 individuals, but the audience present shared a unanimous thought. Jiang Hao is doomed. Only Mu Yunshang voiced a different opinion. Perhaps not. Chapter 39. Atomic Shield. As countless flying needles descended upon him, Jiang Hao remained composed and unperturbed. Calmly extending his arm with fingers splayed, he shouted, "Rise." At his command, the flying needles that had approached within half a meter of him were abruptly halted, as if an invisible barrier had materialized to intercept them. The remaining needles outside this barrier flew towards the flower bed below the arena, crashing through dozens of plants with a cacophony of sound. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers fell into stunned silence, the atmosphere around the arena thick with disbelief. Fang Juanzi let out a soft scoff, remarking, "A force field. This lad has cunningly brought a force field with him." Feng Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "I never imagined he would possess a force field. Is he from a mining family? A scion of some prominent clan?" Mu Yunshan shook her head, clarifying, "This is not a force field. A force field is a spherical shield. What he wields is an arc-shaped energy shield, generated from within him. He has mastered the power of rules." Feng Yu, incredulous, countered, "How can a mere half-step martial artist comprehend rules? I refuse to believe that anyone on this earth possesses such prowess. Even the dragon god could not achieve it." Makala expressed his surprise, stating, "You lad, you have gathered the atoms within your domain into a shield. Impressive." Jiang Hao scratched his head and chuckled. "I came up with this last night. Since I can manipulate the atoms at will, it naturally evolves towards infinite possibilities. I have little interest in adhering to conventional methods. Indeed, to have grasped this level of understanding bodes well for your future. Continue to cultivate this talent." As Jiang Hao's shield withstood the onslaught of flying needles, Guqing erupted in fury, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You possess a force field. Humph. Even if you have a force field, it won't withstand this level of assault for long. I will outlast you. Once your shield weakens, your demise will follow." With that, he furiously activated his wristband, unleashing even more needles toward Jiang Hao. Before long, the arc before Jiang Hao transformed into a spiky shell. Upon observing that the atomic shield was brimming with needles, Jiang Hao, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Oh dear, the shield is full. There is no more room for needles. Let's add another." As he spoke, the incoming needles halted 30 centimeters before the previously frozen ones. Qian Duo, witnessing this turn of events, smacked his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "Goodness. Jiang Hao is wealthier than our Qian family. A single force field generator is worth 100 million dragon coins, and he carries 2 without batting an eye." The flying needles seemed endless, and soon, the second atomic shield filled to capacity. Just when the spectators thought Jiang Hao was doomed, a third atomic shield emerged. Qian Duo, unable to tolerate such ostentatious waste, began to vociferate, "What a waste of money. Is this lad never going to stop? Such extravagance is intolerable." Mu Yunshan glanced at the arena, a slight smile gracing her lips as she turned and entered a room. Sensing that the outcome was already determined, a surprising revelation from the newcomer. Feng Yu, perplexed by Mu Yunxiang's departure, muttered under her breath, "How can the outcome be decided? Clearly, this newcomer is merely enduring punishment." After a while, the spectators, rendered numb, exchanged glances with one another, while Guqing, his eyes bloodshot and hair disheveled, frantically waved his arms, activating even more needles. As the third atomic shield neared its limit, the crowd anticipated the emergence of a fourth force field. Suddenly, Jiang Hao made his move, darting from the side of the atomic shield with an ethereal grace, charging towards Guqing. As Jiang Hao approached, Guqing attempted to draw the blade from his back in response, only to find his arm immobilized, as if restrained by an unseen force. Alarmed, he thought. This ant has mastered the gravitational rules and has established a gravitational field at my arm's position. Jiang Hao pushed his speed to the extreme, and suddenly, a dark sphere shot toward Guqing from behind. Enraged by this spherical object, Jiang Hao struck it with his sword, cleaving it in two, the halves rolling to the ground and sparking. Upon seeing the fallen sphere, Jiang Hao's fury ignited. It was this very sphere that Guqing had used to repeatedly strike him down at the garbage dump when he was just an ordinary person, powerless and defenseless against Guqing's onslaught. After crushing the sphere beneath his foot, Jiang Hao glared at Guqing and charged once more. In a state of terror, Guqing attempted to break free from the gravitational restraint, but his limbs were bound, leaving him to await his demise. However, he would never have that opportunity. The blue MO sword loomed larger in his vision. Guqing felt a chill at his neck, and then he saw his back, followed by his heels. His lifeless body collapsed onto the arena floor, leaving the spectators in stunned silence, each mouth agape in disbelief, even Feng Yu on the balcony. Was this truly the end? It was utterly inconceivable. Jiang Hao, indifferent to the shock around him, fixated his gaze on Guqing's wristband and scabbard. After removing the wristband and the blade from its sheath, he contentedly strolled towards the edge of the arena, calling out, "Hey, where's my prize? The competition has concluded. It's time for my reward." Jiang Hao approached the still-dazed Qian Duo, who jumped at the sudden interaction. Oh, money, right? Yes, of course. A chime signaled that 30 billion dragon coins had been credited to Jiang Hao's account. Gazing at the lengthy balance, he exclaimed with delight, "Ha! This time, I've truly struck it rich." Patting Qian Duo on the shoulder, he flashed an innocuous smile. "Thank you, god of wealth." Qian Duo, unnerved by Jiang Hao's demeanor, forced a smile. Mutual benefit. Everyone profits and is happy. I've made a modest gain of over 1 billion. Qian Duo grinned as he pulled out a crystal card, handing it to Jiang Hao with a smile. "This is my contact number. Feel free to drop by for tea. And let me know if you need anything." Jiang Hao examined the card's slogan, "As long as there is land on Earth, you can purchase it at the Qian family business." He tapped the card against his wristband, saving Qian Duo's number. Just as he jumped down from the arena, Zhang Wen and others rushed over, exclaiming, "You nearly gave us a heart attack. We thought we would only be your roommates for a day." Jiang Hao changed the subject with a hearty laugh. "How much did you bet on my victory? You must have made a fortune." In truth, from the very beginning of the betting process, Jiang Hao had noticed that his first supporters were these very roommates. A warm feeling surged within him. These newly acquainted friends had shown such unwavering support. These were indeed individuals worth befriending. Zhang Wen chuckled. "As a roommate, I had to support you. I bet 1 million. Fu Hua added, "I'm a bit poor, so I only bet 100,000. That was my entire fortune." Jia Fan chimed in, "I wagered 2 million. I struck it big this time. Tonight, I'll treat you all." The four exchanged smiles, solidifying their camaraderie. On the balcony, Luo Yongqiang slammed his fist against the railing in frustration, growling, "Guqing is truly pathetic. A ranked top 50 powerhouse, and he was taken down by a newcomer." Fang Junlin, with a hint of amusement, replied, "Now this is interesting. An ant so weak fails to pique my interest. It's our turn to take action next. Dear Yongqiang, how shall we proceed to eliminate him?" Chapter 040, a shortcut after departing from the arena. Jia Fan took several companions to a lavish restaurant where they indulged in a sumptuous feast. The following day, they reconvened in the lobby of the comprehensive building. As they perused an introduction to a functional room, Zhang Wen's expression soured. The comprehensive building boasted an array of facilities, yet the academic credits required were exorbitantly high. For instance, entry to the gravity chamber demanded 30 credits, the aura chamber required 60, and the shape room necessitated 40. The simulated combat room was even more costly, demanding a staggering 80 credits per session. Fu Hua also wore a grim expression as he remarked, "We only have an initial credit allocation of 100. which scarcely allows for 3 visits to the gravity chamber. It is said that to rank among the top 100 in gravity training is essential to earn more credits. But merely acclimatizing takes several attempts. This allocation is rather constraining. Jia Fan furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the screen before suddenly turning to Jiang Hao and inquiring. Jiang Hao, you triumphed over Guqing yesterday, which should have garnered you a substantial number of credits. Let's see your current balance. At that moment, Jiang Hao came to his senses and slapped his forehead. Oh dear, I nearly forgot about that. I'm not even sure how many credits I have now. With that, he raised his wristband to check. Jia Fan glanced at the data on Jiang Hao's wristband and exclaimed, Goodness, you possess 350 credits. It seems you earned 250 from your victory yesterday. Is it always such a high score for each challenge? Perhaps we should conduct our own internal challenges instead. At this juncture, someone nearby scoffed. You're mistaken. In live challenges, you earn 20 credits per victory, whereas in death matches, you receive 50. However, if you challenge someone ranked within the top 50, bonuses apply based on their credit count. Additionally, repeated challenges against the same individual result in diminishing returns, with credits decreasing by half. Jia Fan nodded appreciatively. Thank you for enlightening us. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Hao announced, I wish to explore the aura chamber first. Jiang Wen nodded in agreement. Very well. Since you have ample credits, you can scout ahead. We will familiarize ourselves with the comprehensive building and then return to focus on the rebirth potion to advance to the warrior level sooner. At that moment, the earlier speaker chimed in again. If you plan to inject the rebirth potion, I recommend heading to the rebirth chamber. Though it costs 10 credits, it is safe and the process is expedited. This expenditure is undoubtedly worthwhile. Ultimately, Jia Fan and his companions opted to spend 10 credits at the rebirth chamber, while Jiang Hao proceeded to the aura chamber. The aura chamber was located on the 16th floor of the comprehensive building, and upon arrival, Jiang Hao noticed a considerable queue at the entrance. Is the aura chamber truly in such high demand? He mused, observing the lengthy line. 20 rooms are insufficient to accommodate everyone. Seeing the crowd, Jiang Hao resigned himself to registering and then waited patiently. After more than 2 hours, it was finally his turn. Just as he reached for the access card, the attending student snatched it back. Puzzled, Jiang Hao turned to see a stunningly beautiful woman approaching, her presence commanding attention akin to that of a goddess. Her icy demeanor contrasted sharply with her breathtaking appearance. The arrival of this woman caused quite a stir, with all male onlookers riveted by her graceful figure and exquisite features. Wow, it's Senior Mu. I've come here numerous times, yet this is my first encounter with her. What luck. She's truly mesmerizing. I feel like I have found my true love. Get lost, Jiang Hao muttered to himself, quickly diverting his gaze back to the attendant, demanding, I wish to enter the aura chamber. Please hand me the access card, and you can continue admiring the beauty. The attendant shot Jiang Hao a glare and retorted coldly, I cannot give you the access card. Return to your place in line. Jiang Hao protested vehemently, why not? I have waited 2 hours. It is my turn. The attendant huffed disdainfully, what do you mean why? Are you not aware of the rules? The top 10 students are granted priority access to all training rooms, and Senior Mu ranks 3rd, thus she is entitled to VIP treatment. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Hao scanned the rules displayed on the wall and asserted firmly, what rules? I do not see any mention of that in the aura chamber's regulations. The attendant, growing impatient, replied, this is a rule established by the students themselves, which everyone adheres to. What nonsense are you spouting? Go back to the end of the line. As the attendant beamed and handed the access card to Mu Yunxiang, Jiang Hao seized the attendant's arm, exclaiming, what absurdity is this? If she were an instructor, I would naturally defer to her, but she is merely another student like us and should follow the principle of first come, first served. Why should I yield my place? Are students to be classified into hierarchies of superiority? The attendant's face flushed with anger, ready to retaliate, when Mu Yunxiang smiled sweetly and interjected, I believe he is correct. I have just arrived and should queue up. Please hand in the access card first. Just then, a student exited the chamber, and the attendant hastily took the access card and distributed it to both Jiang Hao and Mu Yunxiang. Jiang Hao accepted the token, ignoring the attendant's continued grumbling, and strode into the aura chamber without a backward glance. Mu Yunxiang observed Jiang Hao's departure with a hint of intrigue, disregarding the flustered admirers around her. Noting the number on her access card, she gracefully made her way into the aura chamber. Inside, the aura chamber was a vast, completely open expanse, its size comparable to a football field, with concentric circles drawn on the ground resembling a target. After reviewing the training instructions, Jiang Hao understood that these circles represented the range of aura release, extending as far as 300 meters. Each circle was equipped with a series of atomic sensors, and trainees were required to deposit a specified number of atoms into the sensors to succeed in their training. The training was tiered, with the highest level set in a vacuum state and the lowest at 5 times the atomic content. This structure was designed to allow students to begin in a high-density atomic environment, thereby facilitating a better grasp of atomic control. Credits were awarded differently based on the environment. Scores ranged from 1 to 9 points in normal conditions, while in the 5 times atomic content state, each ring was worth only 1/3 of a point, and in a vacuum, scores were tripled, allowing for cumulative totals across sessions. Each entry into the aura chamber was not time-restricted, yet participants were required to progress every half hour, or they would be asked to leave. Seizing this rare opportunity, Jiang Hao began his training at the 5 times atomic content level. In this state, his atomic perception heightened, and the range of his aura release expanded exponentially. He quickly illuminated from the first circle to the 9th, effortlessly earning 15 credits. In normal conditions, despite numerous attempts, he could only extend his aura to the 4th circle, a range of 50 meters, which left him grinning with satisfaction. In the vacuum environment, with atoms sparse, he exerted every ounce of effort yet could only manage a release of 15 meters. After several attempts with no progress, Jiang Hao finally conceded. Well, one cannot rush the journey. I shall gradually improve through persistent training. When he calculated his overall scores, he realized he had only accumulated around 30 to 40 points. Insufficient even for the entry fee, a severe loss indeed. After a moment of dejection, Jiang Hao pondered, Carla, do you have any suggestions for rapidly increasing my aura release range? I still prefer a life of ease and advantage. Carla. Chapter 041. The remarkable rules of black holes. If Makara were to project an image, he would undoubtedly give Jiang Hao a disdainful glance. There are no shortcuts. One can only train slowly, for practice makes perfect. This aura chamber is quite good. Frequent training here should yield rapid improvement. Of course, the extent of one's domain is closely tied to core energy. Your core energy is too rudimentary and sparse. Thus, training should be conducted alongside enhancing your abilities. As your strength increases, the range of your domain will naturally expand. After a brief pause, Makara continued, in fact, I hope you do not focus on the domain's range just yet. Instead, familiarize yourself with the control of atoms within the domain. For instance, the atomic shield you demonstrated yesterday in the arena, mastering the techniques of atomic manipulation within your domain is far more potent than simply mindlessly expanding its range. Merely observing without engaging is foolish. A formidable strength can still vanquish foes within a 10-meter domain. Makara, I understand. I shall first practice the manipulation of gravity. I intend to cultivate it to the might of a black hole. Makara initially wished to express his surprise at the latent creativity still residing in Jiang Hao's mind. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, pondering how a memory that could never be reclaimed would change anything. Makara, is something amiss? Nothing much. I am simply astonished that you would think to extend the rules of gravity into the realm of black holes. In recent days, I have organized the knowledge of physics and chemistry in my mind. Is it not true that a black hole is birthed from gravity becoming infinite? If I can amplify gravity to an infinite degree, would I not create a black hole? Once that occurs, all who are deemed strong will be obliterated. If you can refine the rules of gravity to the extent of a miniature black hole's gravitational pull, you would have ascended to the rank of a lord. Beyond that, no one has yet mastered the rules of black hole consumption, at most grasping fragments of black hole gravitational principles. How extraordinary! Then I shall dedicate myself to practicing the rules of gravity. I will consume everything with a black hole. If you solely focus on the rules of gravity, you might perish before you even reach the level of a black hole. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, it is prudent to possess a variety of skills. In combat, having multiple strategies is beneficial. I shall first explore the principles of heating and cooling. Employing fire and ice elements in battle would indeed be quite impressive. After some contemplation, Jiang Hao revised his approach, however. I cannot shake the feeling that the lightning element is easier to master. Simply releasing electrons should suffice. When I encounter someone boasting foolishly, I shall strike them directly. On the surface, the lightning element appears to be the simplest to learn, yet it is the most challenging to control. Lightning possesses tremendous power, if mishandled. One could inadvertently electrocute themselves. Jiang Hao shook his head, grinning widely. Nonsense. The issue of electrocuting oneself is easily resolved. Just teach me the application of antiparticles. If they can negate gravity, surely they can counteract lightning as well. I realize now that I underestimated you. Ever since you delved into physics and chemistry, your intellect seems to have flourished. Ha ha ha, just average, ranked third in the world. Since that is the case, I will compile the methods related to your recent thoughts and imprint them into your mind. You can attempt training according to these methods. There is no need to visit the gravity chamber. You may go to the simulated combat chamber and the agility chamber. You are fragile and must practice your speed. With some time left, Jiang Hao seized the opportunity presented by the high atomic density in the aura chamber to experiment with electron separation. To his delight, after some exploration, he managed to generate faint currents in his hand, a delightful tingle that was quite entertaining. Yet, even this minuscule current was enough to exhilarate Jiang Hao. After half an hour without a breakthrough in the aura range, he reluctantly departed. As he pressed the button to open a closing elevator door, he was surprised to find the stunning girl from earlier inside. Jiang Hao entered the elevator, ignoring her presence as he pressed the button for the next floor and began searching the display for information. Are you looking for the outdoor training ground? Here it is. Noticing Jiang Hao's incessant scrolling through the Academy's map on the display, the girl lightly pointed at it and inquired, upon hearing her melodious voice. Reminiscent of a gentle spring, Jiang Hao glanced at her. At such proximity, he could distinctly observe her exquisite features and smooth, fair skin. After a fleeting glance, he averted his gaze, bewildered. How did you know I was searching for the outdoor training ground? The girl smiled charmingly. You are a new student who has just acquired the Yutian shuttle. You must be eager to practice flying. Jiang Hao looked up again, his gaze filled with meaning. Fair maiden, you are quite perceptive. In this era, intelligent and beautiful girls are truly rare. It seems you must have witnessed yesterday's duel. Otherwise, you would not know I just obtained the Yutian shuttle. The girl covered her mouth with a delicate smile, her movements graceful, her pearly teeth glimmering. You made quite the commotion during your duel. It would be hard not to notice. You've gained a bit of notoriety now. Jiang Hao smiled faintly. I am nowhere near the fame of Mu Yuchang, the renowned beauty, ranked third in combat strength and first on the goddess list. Adored by many. Suddenly, Mu Yuchang's expression turned frosty. Such titles are mere illusions, burdensome at best. If I were less attractive, where would all this adoration come from? It is but a facade, a mere shell. Jiang Hao regarded Mu Yuchang with a glimmer of admiration. Beautiful appearances are commonplace, yet intriguing souls are rare. Indeed, you are quite exceptional. Mu Yuchang suddenly met Jiang Hao's gaze directly and remarked coolly, you are also quite special. As the elevator reached its destination, Jiang Hao waved goodbye to Mu Yuchang in a courteous manner before hastily exiting. Outdoor training ground. Jiang Hao took out the sheath of his sword and examined it closely. Makara, please assist me in cracking the system of this Yutian shuttle. I wish to claim it for myself. Done. However, the Yutian shuttle requires a dragon pearl for activation. Without a dragon pearl for power, its energy consumption is immense, allowing for only 5 to 6 hours of flight. You will need to recharge periodically. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Hao rotated the bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet emitted a faint white glow, and soon a silvery liquid spread from it, enveloping his entire body. Dragon armor activated. This set of dragon armor is quite decent. It significantly enhances defense. However, it is also energy dependent. Without activating the Sentinel mode, it can be used continuously for 72 hours. If the Sentinel monitoring mode is activated, it can last about 48 hours. If energy is allocated to the Yutian shuttle, the combined usage time would be 36 hours. With the acquisition of Guqing's set of dragon armor, alternating between the two sets will double the duration. Surely, no one can sustain continuous combat for 72 hours. Next, Jiang Hao began to control the Yutian shuttle for flight. Like others who had just learned to skateboard, he fell countless times before finally managing to stand steadily on the Yutian shuttle, ascending gradually from low to high altitudes and from slow to fast speeds. After half a month, Jiang Hao had mastered the art of flying the Yutian shuttle. Makara, I can finally fly. Ha ha, this is marvelous. Isn't flying merely a natural extension of walking? If one possesses great strength yet cannot fly, how are they any different from mortals? One must always find contentment in life. I am quite satisfied with my current abilities. Several of his roommates also successfully injected the Nirvana serum, becoming Nirvana warriors like Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao could not help but marvel at the profound heritage of the Martial Arts Academy, where the mastery of the Nirvana path was indeed formidable. After spending some time together, the bond among the four grew increasingly deep. They studied together daily, dined together, and engaged in discussions about their paths to advancement. Chapter 042. The horror level. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Hao had spent over a month at the Martial Arts Academy. In the following days, he and a few others began training in the simulated combat room. This simulated combat was akin to a dimensional space, boasting an extraordinarily high degree of realism, where sensations like touch and pain were vividly replicated. When struck by a monster in this virtual realm, one would feel the same pain in reality through their neural pathways. Jiang Hao particularly enjoyed his time in the simulated combat room, as it was here that Makala could project her true form to interact with him. "Makala, you are absolutely stunning," Jiang Hao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration after vanquishing a wave of monsters. It was not mere infatuation. The sacred radiance emanating from Makala was truly captivating. "You really lack self-control," Makala replied playfully. "It seems I can no longer radiate this holy light in your presence." "What do you mean by holy light? Are you suggesting that I am enchanted by it?" "The holy light can only be emitted by those who have reached a certain level of strength. It signifies that your inner universe has reached a perfect critical point, causing the energy of your microcosm to overflow. Each person's aura is unique. Mine possesses a hint of allure, so to speak, due to strong genetic compatibility." Jiang Hao nodded, realization dawning upon him. "Ah, so you are the fabled natural charmer. Enough of that. Focus on your training. You are currently challenging the horror level stage, and the next wave consists of 100 SS level monsters. Be cautious." Outside the combat room, Jiang Hao's avatar lit up on the screen, indicating he was challenging the 4th stage of the horror level. The dozens of onlookers waiting in line were astounded, murmuring amongst themselves, "Look, that new student is taking on the 4th level of the horror stage. Is he serious? A newcomer attempting the 4th stage? A challenge that even those ranked between 30 and 50 have failed. Well, attempting is one thing, succeeding is another. We're talking about 100 SS level monsters. Not just 10 or 8, perhaps, but the Academy has never been short of prodigies." As the crowd debated, the screen suddenly flashed, "Challenge successful." "What? He succeeded so quickly. Is this new student some kind of prodigy?" "This is Jiang Hao. He killed the 50th ranked Guqing on his first day here." "Ah, that explains his prowess." Amidst the chatter about Jiang Hao, the subtitles changed again. 5th stage challenge in progress. The waiting room erupted in excitement. "Well, he is continuing to challenge? That S10 Guardian level monsters. Does he truly believe he can handle this?" Even mid-level martial artists struggle against 2 or 3 Guardian-level beasts simultaneously. Jiang Hao is merely an early-level martial artist, facing 10? Ridiculous. We, the Reborn, must forge ahead. Success in this challenge is akin to being among the top 10 in combat strength. Inside the combat room, after dispatching several Guardian-level monsters, Jiang Hao exclaimed, "This is exhilarating. The gravity transformation is simply invincible. These triangular giant rhinoceroses aren't so formidable after all. Seeing you like this, I can only imagine how your former mentor would react. You've managed to shape the gravity transformation into a hand, restraining these monsters and then eliminating them. Truly imaginative. Hee, this is what novels refer to as energy manifestation. Impressive. Right?" Jiang Hao chuckled, raising his blue MO sword and charging at the remaining triangular giant rhinoceroses. Soon after, the screen displayed, "Challenge successful." The crowd erupted once more. Could it be? He succeeded again so quickly. Is he planning to challenge the 6th stage? That SA level only those ranked first have managed to conquer. Impossible. The 6th stage involves 6 commander-level monsters, the most formidable stinger-backed armored beasts, known for their both offensive and defensive capabilities. Even a martial king would find them troublesome. At that moment, the screen lit up again. Ding. 6th stage challenge in progress. Everyone's composure shattered. Inside the combat room, Jiang Hao condensed atoms within a 100-meter radius into 6 enormous hands, pinning the barnacle-covered turtle-like monsters to the ground. With a swift strike, he found his attack thwarted by an invisible energy barrier. These stinger-backed armored beasts can generate a force field? Intriguing. Makala stood elegantly a short distance behind Jiang Hao, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she quietly observed him battling the stinger-backed armored beasts. As the creatures thrashed about, their lengthy tails wreaking havoc, Jiang Hao pondered deeply. Their shells were extremely thick, and coupled with the force field, his blue MO sword could not breach their defenses. The spiked tail posed a significant danger, capable of creating deep craters upon impact. If struck, survival would be unlikely. Yet, this turtle-like creature was challenging to deal with while it remained within its shell. As time passed, the grasp of the shaping hands on the stinger-backed armored beast began to weaken. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers. Crackling arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips. I'll use lightning. I refuse to believe I can't break this turtle shell. With that, Jiang Hao approached each stinger-backed armored beast, directing arcs of electricity from his fingertips, which landed directly on the force field surrounding the creatures. The field ignited like an object doused in gasoline, creating a chain reaction that transformed into a crackling lightning sphere. The arcs of electricity wreaked havoc on the force field, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Seeing the stinger-backed armored beast enveloped in arcs of electricity, their eyes filled with panic. Yet, once they realized the lightning could not penetrate their barrier, they regained their composure. Jiang Hao remained unhurried, walking over to Ma Kala to converse with her. "Are you truly planning to wear down these stinger-backed armored beasts?" Jiang Hao sighed. "What choice do I have? If it were only one or two beasts, I could defeat them with all my might. However, facing 6 simultaneously, I lack the strength to eliminate them all outright, so I must rely on cunning. It's a perfect opportunity to test the power of the lightning I've recently developed. But as fair, you have your methods. Feel free to express yourself boldly. It will benefit your growth." Outside the combat room, as the subtitles remained unchanged for an extended period, the onlookers began to mock. "It's been ages. Yet still no movement? I suppose this is where it ends. Regardless of how talented he may be, there are limits. It cannot be exaggerated. Let us wait and see." After a long while, the screen finally changed. Ding. Challenge successful. Simultaneously, the door to the combat room swung open, and Jiang Hao emerged. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, he left with a satisfied grin, clutching the 150 credits he had earned. Subsequently, life at the Martial Arts Academy continued in a tranquil manner. One day, Zhang Wen returned to the apartment, approaching Jiang Hao with an air of mystery. Grasping his wrist and inquiring, "How's he? It's been over 2 months. How many credits have you accumulated?" Jiang Hao activated the projection screen to check his credits, his expression turning somber. Zhang Wen, however, was astonished. "Wow, Jiang Hao, you've amassed 1,400 credits. Impressive. I have tirelessly strived, continually challenging the rankings of the training room, only to accumulate a mere 900 points. Upon hearing this, Jia Fan and Fu Hua approached, disheartened, lamenting, "I barely surpassed 800 points. I am even worse off, with just over 700 points. Jiang Hao, too, expressed his concern, stating, "This meager score represents the total credits I could earn from the comprehensive building, even with relentless effort. I might only gain an additional 100 or so points. I wonder where those at the top of the rankings obtain their credits." Jia Fan squeezed onto the sofa and chuckled. "I know the answer to that. Their credits consist of 200 or 300 points earned from battles, while the majority comes from completing tasks." Noticing the puzzled expressions of the other three, Jia Fan elaborated, "The Martial Academy issues 2 types of tasks. One involves collecting spaceship wreckage, and the other pertains to monster crystal cores. Each of these tasks offers a substantial credit reward, with successful completion yielding 100 credits." Jiang Hao exhaled deeply and declared earnestly, "It appears the time has come to venture out. One cannot remain sheltered in a greenhouse forever." Chapter 043. Source Liquid. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Hao once again logged into the Dimensional Space Mall. Having validated his qualification as a martial artist, he found himself in a place markedly different from his first visit. This time, there lay a long street, at the end of which stood a colossal structure. Jiang Hao still donned his tattered slave garb, and suddenly, Makara appeared beside him. Gazing at the strikingly beautiful Makara filled Jiang Hao with delight, prompting him to smile foolishly at her from time to time. "Why do you keep staring at me? People might think you are foolish," she teased. "Not at all. Is admiring beauty a sign of foolishness? Rest assured, many will gaze upon you. It is a man's nature to appreciate beauty, and no one can escape that." "Not really. They cannot see me, only you can. In this virtual network, I hold sway," she replied. "Ah, then that makes it even better," he grinned. Makara rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao's audacity, not wishing others to see her beauty. The street bustled with activity, lined with vendors selling various wares, their shouts and calls echoing through the thoroughfare. Each vendor was a virtual avatar of some martial artist level reborn, peddling an assortment of strange items. For every transaction, the mall retained a portion as commission. The merchandise was bizarre and exotic. Many items unfamiliar to Jiang Hao, beast materials, spacecraft debris, enhancement matrices, nirvana potions, crystal cores resembling octopuses, an array of peculiar weapons, battle armor, flying boards, and wings. Jiang Hao wandered like a child in a wonderland, curiously inspecting one stall after another. Near the end of the long street, he spotted a figure dressed similarly to himself, sporting stubble. The vendor offered only a singular item, a cylindrical test tube containing a grass-green liquid. Curious, Jiang Hao approached and inquired, "What is this, good sir?" The stubbled man glanced at him and replied, "This is source liquid. Are you not aware? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Jiang Hao admitted, I have recently ascended to martial artist level, so I am still unfamiliar with some matters. The man nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. Allow me to explain. Source liquid is an energy extracted by the dragon god from the cores of beasts. Just a small vial is sufficient to elevate a novice martial artist to a higher stage, and it is even more effective for martial artists. Jiang Hao picked up the test tube and examined it closely. Makara, is the source liquid truly remarkable? He asked, puzzled. In terms of cosmic energy, it is insignificant, however. For Earth, its importance surpasses that of gunpowder 1,000-fold, heralding a new era for humanity, she elucidated. Jiang Hao is further bewildered. What exactly is this source liquid? Why is it so crucial? There are 4 types of energy crystals that enhance strength in the universe: source crystal, constant crystal, core crystal, and extreme crystal. Source crystals are planetary-level energy, constant crystals are stellar-level energy, core crystals are derived from white dwarfs and red giants, while extreme crystals originate from black holes and white holes. Each type of energy crystal is categorized into superior, middle, and inferior grades, determined by the mass and age of the corresponding celestial body. The source liquid you hold is the most basic form of liquid energy. Jiang Hao struggled to comprehend the complexities of these energies. Considering what you previously mentioned about mining areas and the destruction of planets, these energy crystals must indeed be formed from obliterated celestial bodies, correct? Indeed. But that was the practice in the early stages of energy utilization. Overexploitation led to the destruction of many celestial bodies, leaving numerous star systems with only black holes and white holes that could not be mined. This imbalance in the universe prompted a long series of wars, culminating in a universal accord among the beings of this cosmos. No longer would entire planets be annihilated for energy extraction. Instead, a gentler collection method would be employed, utilizing specialized instruments to slowly harvest energy. Violators would become enemies of the entire universe. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Makara conjured a vision before Jiang Hao's eyes. A pin-like object flew above a planet, suddenly plunging into its surface, leaving only a massive pinhead exposed. The pinhead flickered and glowed, its radiance gradually intensifying. A hexagonal prism approached a blazing star, splitting into countless hexagonal plates that enveloped the star, plunging the entire system into darkness. Moments later, the plates emitted a series of bright flashes before becoming transparent, vanishing without a trace, thus restoring light to the entire star system. Jiang Hao gasped in astonishment. Those plates can become invisible? The Galactic Union's regulations permit energy collection but prohibit interference with the natural operations of a star system. Thus, one cannot completely obscure sunlight. Without sunlight, a star system would transform into a desolate void, Makara explained. After a brief pause, she continued, from that point onward, many powerful beings staked their claims to specific star regions, establishing empires to extract energy and enhance their strength. This has led to countless empires in the current universe, resulting in incessant warfare. Jiang Hao probed further. Which empire does Earth, or more specifically, the solar system belong to? The Audal Empire, a quasi-level 4 civilization that governs the entirety of the Audal Nebula, its mightiest being a quasi-lord level. Why have I never seen these extraterrestrials on Earth? Jiang Hao inquired. The experimental zone is a protected area. The Audal Empire does not permit outsiders to intrude. Enough of this. Do not dwell on such matters. Once you ascend to stellar level, I will share more with you. For now, it is futile to ponder these things. Very well. Let us return to discussing the source liquid. Should I purchase a vial for further study? Indeed, if you can decipher the method of refining source liquid, it would greatly benefit you. Should you manage to extract it yourself, your progression will be as swift as flight. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up as he turned to the stubbled man. How much do you sell this source liquid for? The vendor smiled, raising 3 fingers. 30 million? Jiang Hao guessed. The vendor shook his head. 300 million? Once again, the man smiled and shook his head. Surely it cannot be 30 billion. Finally, the vendor spoke. 30 billion dragon coins, non-negotiable. Were it not for my urgent need to purchase something, I would not wish to sell. You must understand, for those reborn, dragon coins are merely numbers, while strengthening one's power is the ultimate truth. Jiang Hao felt a pang in his heart. 30 billion for a vial of source liquid while his own 40 billion remained unspent. Truly, enhancing one's strength was an expensive endeavor. After a moment's contemplation, he steeled himself and declared, deal. After a few exchanges with the vendor's dedicated service robot, the transaction was completed. Just as Jiang Hao turned to leave, a figure adorned with the ID ruling the world approached him. Wait, I am willing to offer 40 billion for that vial of source liquid. Would you consider parting with it? The man in a carnival outfit proposed. Jiang Hao cast a glance at him and replied firmly, "Not for sale." With that, he exited the dimensional space. The man, witnessing Jiang Hao's sudden disappearance, erupted in frustration, glaring coldly at the vendor. "I will offer 1 billion. Just give me the delivery address." Chapter 044, Refinement Technique in an Apartment at the Martial Arts Institute. Fang Junlin removed his glasses. He could not believe that the buyer of the source liquid was actually at the Martial Arts Institute. With just one bottle of source liquid, he could ascend to the half-step Martial King level. "Humph, daring to snatch my source liquid. Let us see how I will deal with you." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes before Fang Junlin rose and left the apartment. Jiang Hao, having exited the dimensional space, remained in the apartment awaiting the delivery of the source liquid. An hour later, a drone arrived at Jiang Hao's apartment, delivering the source liquid from the dimensional space. It also came with a simple and straightforward usage instruction: direct injection. Following Mo Kara's guidance, he injected the liquid, which would then be analyzed within his body. Just a few minutes after the injection, Jiang Hao stepped into the intermediate martial artist level, almost reaching the advanced stage. After a period of analysis, Mo Kara exclaimed with delight, "I never expected it would turn out this way. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined." Mo Kara, what have you discovered? Decades ago, the marine life on your Earth was severely affected by nuclear pollution, leading to widespread mutations. This nuclear pollution originally caused genetic mutations, but by a stroke of luck, the wreckage of a vessel named Prowler was found on the Pacific seabed. It contained an experimental chamber housing a bizarre creature known as the anomalous beast, or what you refer to as the symbiote. The experimental chamber absorbed nuclear energy and activated, causing the anomalous beast to escape and split into numerous symbiotic entities, which took control of many mutated sea creatures. To enhance the abilities of these sea beasts, their genes were modified, enabling them to absorb energy and form beast cores, akin to the powerful beast races in the universe. No wonder the monsters were so formidable during the Arctic War. They had learned to condense beast cores. Jiang Hao inquired, "What exactly is the anomalous beast?" The anomalous beast is a type of symbiotic creature that resides at the edge of the universe. Its strength is not particularly remarkable. On its home planet, it exists in a liquid form, somewhat akin to your Tai Sui. However, once it leaves its home planet, it must attach itself to other living beings to survive, forming a symbiosis. The life forms in the vicinity of the anomalous beast's home planet are largely infested by them. These creatures have an incredibly resilient life force. Even if you were to chop them into pieces, they would not die but instead form numerous independent entities. When we passed by the bizarre star, we captured an anomalous beast for research, hoping to solve the genetic defects in humans. Jiang Hao realized, so this anomalous beast is so formidable? An immortal being? Whoever said it was immortal? Although they cannot be killed by cutting, they can be burned. They are most afraid of high temperatures. If your nuclear weapons were to be enhanced further, the high temperatures generated could indeed eliminate them. During the Arctic War, a woman detonated 2 Dragon Balls. While she couldn't completely eradicate the anomalous beasts, she came quite close. Jiang Hao shifted his focus from the anomalous beast to the beast core. Mo Kara, are you saying that the beast core can be refined into source liquid? Indeed. In the universe, the methods for the beast races to enhance their power are simpler than those for humans. They directly absorb the energy of their home planet through their unique bodies. The beast core functions similarly to the human core, serving as a reservoir for energy. Jiang Hao pondered deeply. While humans require tools to achieve what the beast races can accomplish through their own bodies, it raises the question, who has truly evolved in the right direction, humans or beasts? That question is too profound in the vast universe. It is difficult to determine which is superior. Mo Kara, now that we understand the source liquid's origin, can we refine it directly, or is a laboratory necessary? A laboratory is a crude method, not suitable for a strong individual. Instead, consume some core residue powder and give me some time. I will use a matrix of nanobots to construct a miniature refining system. With this refining technique, whenever you hunt for beast cores, you can refine them yourself. Although the speed may be slower, you will have the flexibility to refine at any time and place. After all, strong individuals cannot remain confined to laboratories. Shortly after consuming the core residue powder, Jiang Hao felt as if countless ants were crawling within his bloodstream. After a few minutes of tingling sensations, Mo Kara spoke. "All right. I have set up the refining system in your palm. From now on, you simply need to hold the beast core between your palms to refine it." Jiang Hao gestured excitedly, amused. "Mo Kara, have you been secretly reading novels? You've made this refining technique sound so sophisticated. This method is not of my invention. It is how powerful beings in the universe absorb source crystals and core crystals. The crystal refining process also requires refinement. Your palms act like the coils of an electric motor, causing the beast core to rotate rapidly between them, which is essential for polishing and extracting the energy from the beast core, gradually absorbing it into your core. Jiang Hao nodded in understanding and quickly pulled out the small, black crystal core that had shrunk in size. Imokara, does the octopus beast core still contain energy? I want to give it a try. Last time, when I helped you enhance the Nirvana elixir, most of the energy in the octopus beast core was refined. However, there should still be a tiny bit left. You can give it a shot as practice. Just as Jiang Hao was about to test the refining technique, the doorbell rang persistently outside. Initially indifferent, he grew annoyed by the incessant ringing and reluctantly went to open the door. Outside stood 4 or 5 unfamiliar faces. Jiang Hao, feeling cold, asked, "Who were you looking for? What is it?" Fang Junlin, seeing Jiang Hao open the door, changed his expression. How could it be Jiang Hao? Could it be that this brat bought the source liquid? It made sense. He had just won 30 billion at the death arena. So he indeed had the means to purchase it. To avoid alarming someone and exposing himself prematurely, Fang Junlin forced a smile and said, "Sorry. We knocked on the wrong door. We'll be leaving." He then turned to leave with his companions. Jiang Hao closed the door, puzzled. This individual's internal bioelectric currents are in disarray, and his gaze is off. I can assert with certainty that he did not knock on the wrong door. It seems he hesitated only after seeing you, Imokara observed. Ah, Imokara, you can read body language and discern people's intentions? Reading faces is also a discipline. Jiang Hao chose not to delve deeper into the matter. He returned to his room, crossed his legs, and placed the beast core between his palms. As the system activated, Jiang Hao slowly parted his hands, causing the beast core to begin rotating between them. A faint arc of energy flickered between his palms and the core. As the rotation intensified, the arc of energy surged, and the beast core emitted an orange-red glow. This light transformed into wisps of smoke, gradually merging into his palms. Jiang Hao sensed a subtle infusion of orange-red vapor into his core, although it quickly dissipated into a gray mist. Imokara, is this the energy extracted through refining? Yes, indeed. However, it is minimal and nearly negligible. The beast cores on Earth contain very little energy. I estimate that this small bottle of source liquid required the essence of at least a dozen liter-level monsters to gather such a small amount. Realizing the difficulty of mass-producing source liquid, Jiang Hao felt disheartened. It takes the cores of dozens of liter-level monsters just to elevate me from the initial to the intermediate martial artist level. The energy required for enhancement is truly staggering. Enhancing one's strength requires patience. It is normal for it to take tens of thousands, even millions of years. No one can succeed easily, Jiang Hao remarked. Chapter 045, The Lava Behemoth. One evening, Jia Fan and his companions returned from their wandering escapades. During dinner, Jiang Hao mentioned his desire to venture outside the city to hunt monsters. The others were eager to join, as the monster cores were highly valuable, capable of being exchanged for numerous resources and dragon coins, which piqued everyone's interest. However, Zhang Wen and his friends lacked the ability to fly and had to forego the opportunity for the time being. They offered Jiang Hao some advice instead. For several months, Shenqing had been besieged by monsters, and there were plenty of creatures of various levels to test their strength against. It was wise to operate on the periphery, as no individual could hope to confront millions of monsters alone. Even a martial general could fall prey to an S-level monster swarm. With brotherly affection, Zhang Wen and his companions urged Jiang Hao to exercise caution and take care of himself. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao piloted the Yuxiansuo and soared out of Longwu City. After several hours of flying without spotting any monsters, he began to feel disheartened. With only 400 to 500 kilometers left to reach Shenqing, he descended to a lower altitude. Suddenly, a series of explosions echoed in the distance. Jiang Hao looked up to see a massive flying ship unleashing a barrage of fire upon a valley nestled among the distant mountains. Its arsenal was diverse, employing not only conventional firearms but also electromagnetic cannons and laser turrets, targeting the valley below. Ah, a patrolling armed airship. It seemed to be clearing out monsters along its route. No wonder he had seen a single creature during his flight. It appeared he had been flying along the airship's patrol path. Just as Jiang Hao contemplated turning back to chart a new course, a thunderous roar erupted from the valley, drawing his attention. A colossal fireball surged upward from the valley, hurtling towards the airship. Boom! The fireball exploded, but it detonated several dozen meters away from the vessel. The resulting flames radiated outward, confirming that the airship's main power field shield had activated, rendering the fireball harmless. The airship, crafted by the Dragon God, was indeed formidable. Any monster capable of launching such energy would at least be of guardian level. Before he could finish his thought, another barrage of fireballs erupted from the valley, each larger and more ferocious than the last. Bang, bang, bang. The fireballs relentlessly battered the airship's shield, which began to crack under the continuous onslaught. After several more impacts, the shield shattered, and the airship was struck by multiple fireballs, exploding into a massive fireball that plummeted from the sky. Jiang Hao's spirit soared. The ability to continuously unleash such powerful fireballs indicated that the monster in the valley was undoubtedly of commander level. He swiftly maneuvered the Yuxiansuo towards the valley, which had been reduced to scorched earth by the airship's relentless bombardment. On the ground, he spotted a massive stone moving. It was a lava behemoth, resembling an armored pangolin, with a hide as tough as stone and a head like a mole. Sporting a pair of mandibles, typically a commander-level creature, the lava behemoth, sensing Jiang Hao's presence, turned and expelled a fireball the size of a basketball. However, the flames emanating from it were intensely hot and moved with great speed. Jiang Hao, not daring to underestimate the threat, drew his blue MO sword and sliced through the fireball, splitting it in two. Seizing the momentum of his dive, he aimed to strike at the behemoth's armored back. Clang! A sharp sound resonated. Jiang Hao was astonished to discover the behemoth's shell was so incredibly tough that even the blue MO sword could not inflict damage. With his first attack yielding no results, Jiang Hao had no choice but to take to the skies once more, creating distance to reassess the situation. This lava behemoth shell was excessively durable, making it a challenging adversary. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek a more vulnerable target. For spending an entire day to slay one was hardly a sound investment given the high demand for monster cores. Just as he prepared to leave, Makara interjected. This lava behemoth is a valuable creature. Find a way to obtain its core. It will be beneficial for you. Jiang Hao was about to inquire about the benefits when the behemoth's rocky shell began to crack, revealing a molten liquid flowing within, which could melt the surrounding stones, a truly alarming sight. As Jiang Hao observed the lava behemoth with curiosity, the molten liquid suddenly boiled over, transforming into countless fireballs that surged towards him, overwhelming in both quantity and range. Anticipating the onslaught, Jiang Hao activated his dragon armor while raising an atomic shield. The sizzling sound of the molten fireballs striking the shield was alarming. The magma's temperature was so high that it began to corrode even the atomic shield. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly erected a second atomic shield, barely managing to repel the molten onslaught. The lava splattered around, igniting the surrounding flora and creating a fiery inferno. Jiang Hao struggled to maintain his defense, grappling with the temptation to retreat. Makara's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to break the behemoth's shell. Merely defending was not an option. Figure it out yourself. This is not a life-or-death moment. There is no need to seek assistance. Rely on your own strength. Makara's words struck him as he pondered the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he had a revelation. The shell could only be breached with a heavy blow. With that thought, he propelled the Yuxiansuo, shield held firm, towards the lava behemoth. Within a 100-meter radius, Jiang Hao halted, controlling the atomic shield with his left hand while extending his right, forming a clenched fist, and shouted, "Concentrate." A faint yet colossal atomic fist materialized above the lava behemoth. Boom. The fist descended upon the creature, slamming it to the ground. Makara remarked, "This kid is full of clever ideas." Seeing the success of his strike, Jiang Hao felt elated and swung his fist again, relentlessly hammering the lava behemoth. Thud, thud, thud. The ground beneath the behemoth began to crack, and it emitted anguished cries, no longer able to unleash its magma fireballs. With the fireballs no longer a threat, Jiang Hao dispelled his atomic shield, forming an even larger clenched fist to strike the behemoth. Boom, boom, boom. The lava behemoth, devoid of the ability to resist, retracted its limbs into its shell, bracing for the impact. After a prolonged assault, the creature's limbs suddenly emerged, attempting to flee into the woods. Not on my watch. Observing its attempt to escape, Jiang Hao released his clenched fist, transforming his left hand's fist into claws that pinned the lava behemoth to the ground, while his right hand continued to strike. Time slipped away as Jiang Hao relentlessly hammered the creature, and he noticed blood seeping from the cracks in its rocky shell. He didn't cease his assault immediately. After delivering 100 more blows, he finally halted, gazing at the now motionless lava behemoth with a sigh of relief. That was truly exhausting. After such a long bout, my hands are numb. As the celestial Tizot descended, it pierced through the vulnerable section of the colossal lava beast's body, retrieving a red crystal core the size of a ping-pong ball. Makala, what other purposes does this beast core serve? Chapter 046, The Ultimate Gene, Now you can employ the rules of gravity and lightning within this realm. Do you no longer wish to utilize the rule of flames? You can extract the essence elements from the core of the lava beast using the refining technique. I will assist you in simulating the formulaic data for the formation of flames. Once you grasp the data, you can easily ignite flames based on it. Jiang Hao and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was it truly that simple to master the rule of flames? All my efforts have not been in vain. With mature blueprints, is it still difficult to manufacture the machinery? However, what you have learned pertains solely to the flames of the lava beast, and their intensity is comparable. To become stronger, you must seek out more formidable flames to analyze the data and simulate their application. This is indeed the simplest method of learning. Standing on the shoulders of giants allows one to see further, with a newfound understanding. Jiang Hao soared to a mountaintop to absorb the beast course. After half an hour, he snapped his fingers lightly, and a small flame flickered to life at his fingertips. With gravity, lightning, and fire at my command, I now wield the power of 3 elements. Indeed, your growth rate is commendable. During this time, I will utilize reverse engineering to deduce the directional particles of these elements. You will be able to employ them in future confrontations. Very well. I shall continue hunting monsters to collect more beast cores and expedite my advancement. I must rescue Xiaoli as soon as possible. Jiang Hao. During my recent infiltration of the global network, I inadvertently intercepted a video. I am uncertain if I should show it to you now. Is it about Xiaoli? I wish to see it. At the very least, I need to know her current situation. All right, but after watching, you must exercise restraint and not act impulsively. Jiang Hao nodded, and Mo Carla projected the video onto his retina. The video revealed a dimly lit room. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, revealing several individuals clad in white lab coats. One of them addressed another wearing gold-rimmed glasses, saying, "Director Wang, the subject has been injected with the new gene. Could there be any unforeseen consequences?" The bespectacled man glanced at the documents in his hand and shook his head. No. The subject has been developing for 10 years and has successfully undergone complete mutation. Their body has adapted to these alternative genes, even with further injections. There should be no life-threatening risks, perhaps just some discomfort. Another lab-coated individual retrieved a syringe from a medical incubator. Director Wang, this time we are injecting the ultimate gene. What preparations must we undertake? Wang, stroking his chin, paced thoughtfully before responding. For safety's sake, we must transfer the subject to a specialized facility for the injection. This ultimate gene is incredibly potent. Even the dragon god nearly fell victim to it. I'm concerned about the potential for drastic mutations in the subject. However, if a significant mutation occurs and the subject adapts, we will have succeeded. At that point, a single drop of blood could extend a mortal's lifespan 4 to 5 times. Once that happens, we will control the very lifeblood of humanity and exist like deities. After a brief discussion, several individuals clad in black dragon-scale armor entered the room. Shortly thereafter, a steel cage was wheeled in, within which sat a frail figure, disheveled hair framing a face shackled at the wrists and ankles. The figure sat quietly, eyes glowing with a crimson light. Xiaoli. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Hao unleashed a primal scream, lunging forward only to find emptiness. The Fang family has tormented my sister to this extent. I will make them pay. No, I must save Xiaoli. In a furious rage, a powerful aura emanated from Jiang Hao, flattening all vegetation within a radius of several hundred meters, creating a barren circle, even forcing boulders into the earth. He leapt onto the sky chariot, racing like a tempest towards the mountain city. Jiang Hao, you must remain calm. Xiaoli has already been relocated. Even if you reach the Fang family now, you will not find her. Moreover, going there would be tantamount to seeking death. I have analyzed Xiaoli's condition. She has undergone severe genetic mutation, but should not be in mortal danger. I promise to help her return to her normal state. Given your current growth rate, you will be able to contend with the Fang family in a few months. Do not abandon your path now. Rushing to your demise will only prolong her suffering endlessly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao halted the sky chariot. He let out a heart-wrenching wail, his voice laced with a profound thirst for vengeance. Staring blankly in the direction of the mountain city, Jiang Hao remained motionless for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the sky chariot veered, speeding towards Shin City, where he remained silent throughout the journey. Before long, Jiang Hao arrived in a dilapidated city, discovering from a sign that it was once renowned as a paradise on earth. Huang City. By the West Lake, he spotted a group of spiked-back armored beasts, among them a commanding leader. They lounged lazily by the lakeside, basking in the sun. Jiang Hao's eyes gleamed with malice as he dove from the sky, targeting the leader of the spiked-back armored beasts. The creatures sensed the aerial threat, and numerous lower-tier beasts gathered around their leader. Descending within a 200-meter radius, Jiang Hao halted the sky chariot and bellowed, blazing inferno. Flames erupted forth, engulfing the ground in a sea of fire. Countless lower-tier spiked-back armored beasts were reduced to ash, while the SS-level and Guardian-level beasts struggled to survive, some fleeing desperately toward the lake. None shall escape. Perish! Jiang Hao roared, sweeping his arm downwards. A colossal hand descended, pinning all monsters within its grasp, rendering them immobile. Observing Jiang Hao's madness, Carla held her tongue, merely sighing deeply. Before long, all spiked-back armored beasts by the lake had been slain. Jiang Hao collected a leader-level beast core and 3 Guardian-level cores, departing without a backward glance, leaving behind only scorched earth by the West Lake. Carla, do you think I have gone mad? Or perhaps become possessed? Not at all. I simply refuse to waste any more time. I merely wish to elevate my strength swiftly. And what of that blazing inferno technique you just invoked? Where did you acquire it? You mentioned reverse engineering, did you not? I believe everything can be appropriated. For instance, you once spoke of techniques like Jing or the 18 dragon subduing palms. The blazing inferno was merely inspired by the spells found in cultivation novels. Just as water in its normal state cannot cut through tofu, when transformed into a water knife, it can slice through hard materials, can it not? So you somehow comprehended a battle technique in such a manner. What battle technique? Did you not refer to it as a spell? I have never heard you mention battle techniques before. When I extracted all my memories and uploaded them to the ship's core, I was concerned that they might fall into the hands of malicious individuals, threatening the cosmos, or be obtained by primitive humans, disrupting their civilizational progress. Therefore, I established a restricted unlocking mode, wherein I can only access relevant knowledge upon encountering corresponding stimuli. To unlock my complete memories, particularly the core data, requires the ultimate key from the Technology Institute. I just witnessed your remarkable technique, which reminded me of the combat skills often employed by formidable beings of the cosmos. There is no need for further explanation. You comprehend the emergence of such skills. You have the ability to condense atoms into a fist, and, naturally, you can also forge them into blades and weaponry, significantly amplifying their power. Combat techniques are merely methods to unleash elemental energy to its fullest potential. By the way, let me inform you that the energy from the cosmic explosion within you is ample. You can also utilize elemental condensation to create battle armor, which we refer to as source-gathering armor. Take your time to contemplate this. Jiang Hao nodded and replied earnestly, I understand. I will dedicate more thought to this matter. Makala remarked, You have matured and grown. I am truly pleased for you. Jiang Hao. Chapter 47. The Hunt for the 6 Assassins. Afterward, Jiang Hao successively vanquished 3 leader-level beasts, collecting 3 leader-level beast cores along with several Guardian-level cores. As night fell, he found a dilapidated skyscraper in Hong City to set up camp for the night. He lit a campfire and had a simple meal of dry rations before commencing the absorption of the beast cores he had acquired that day. 2 hours later, he noticed a crescent-shaped symbol emerging in the control space of his mind. Makala, what does this symbol signify? You're quite fortunate, aren't you? You've swiftly approached the threshold of the Star Moon level. What is the Star Moon level? It is time to enlighten you on the hierarchy of the universe. The known divisions of power in the universe are Star Moon, Planetary, Stellar, Galactic, Lord, Starfield, Star River, Star Cluster, and Cosmic levels. It is quite straightforward. Each corresponds to the utilization of the respective celestial energies. After a pause, as Jiang Hao absorbed this information, Makala continued. The Star Moon level indicates your capacity to extract energy from celestial bodies at the satellite level. To elevate your strength, you must absorb energy from this universe's satellite-level entities. Only then can you draw forth more Star Moon energy from within yourself. The crescent shape has just appeared. Once you sufficiently replenish your energy and it transforms into a full moon, you will have truly attained the Star Moon level. The same principle applies to other ranks. Jiang Hao nodded earnestly, declaring, I will strive to reach the Star Moon level as soon as possible. Having completed his refinement, he ascended to the high-level martial artist tier. Feeling utterly exhausted, that night, as he drifted into a hazy sleep, a voice echoed in his mind. Jiang Hao, awaken. Danger approaches. Startled by this ethereal voice, Jiang Hao exclaimed, Makala, can you communicate within my mind? Of course. Do not forget that I reside in your consciousness. It is quite easy for me. Previously, your energy was scarce, and I wish to conserve it. However, with the ample energy in your core now, it is of no concern. I have modified the Sentinel system on your dragon armor. It now possesses the capability to scan a 3-kilometer radius. There are over 20 human figures surrounding the skyscraper, and they are formidable, each a martial general. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, sensing the fluctuations in the dragon armor system. Indeed, silhouettes were drawing near. Unable to discern friend from foe, he swiftly concealed himself within the air conditioning vent of the ceiling. Soon after, several individuals armed with serrated blades stealthily approached the campfire. As they drew nearer, they simultaneously swung their blades at the dummy Jiang Hao had set up, hacking mercilessly before ceasing their assault. It was merely a dummy. Have we compromised our position? That little beast has escaped? One of them exclaimed. The fire still burns. Our men have surrounded the entire building. He cannot have slipped away. He must be hiding inside. Search. Leave 4 to guard the perimeter, while the others search the upper floors. The 6 families are mobilized. We must eliminate him today. With that, the group proceeded to execute their plan. Concealed in the air conditioning vent, Jiang Hao wore a grave expression. The 6 families are hunting me? Could they be the 6 vassals of the Luo family? Regardless, if they seek to kill me, it won't be so simple. It has been a while since I ventured into the mountains to hunt. Tonight shall serve as my hunt. With that, Jiang Hao vanished from the air conditioning vent. On another floor of the building, 2 assassins searched cautiously. One complained, Zhang Sanha, if only we were clad in dragon scale armor. The scanning range of this dragon armor is far too limited, merely 100 meters, a veritable truncated version. Zhang Sanha replied, Zhao Gao, cease your complaints. Without the Wang family's training, we would be mere mortals. High-quality armor is reserved for those above the martial king level, while Jiang Hao is merely a novice martial artist. Even without armor, eliminating him will be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Both nodded in agreement and ceased their murmurs, resuming their search diligently. Makala. They have a sentinel system. It's difficult to approach them, Jiang Hao remarked. The dragon armor is standard issue. The systems are identical. Look for a data line. Input a bit of energy, and the entire building should be filled with surveillance systems. I can create some interference through the monitors, preventing their sentinels from detecting your armor, allowing you to operate without fear of discovery. Zhang Sanha and Zhao Gao were searching a large conference room when a clatter echoed from a distant office. Hearing the noise, Zhang Sanha rushed over and kicked open the office door. When he exited, he found Zhao Gao lounging on a sofa, appearing quite content. What the hell? I'm out here risking my life, and you're relaxing on the couch? Noticing Zhao Gao's lack of response, Zhang Sanha approached and patted his shoulder. Get up. We need to continue searching. If we fail this task, our employer will be furious. When Zhao Gao still did not respond, Zhang Sanha's temper flared. You little brat, are you shirking your duty? In a fit of rage, he kicked Zhao Gao, who fell to the ground, motionless. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Sanha stepped back in alarm, scanning the surroundings warily. After a tense moment, he found no signs of movement and relaxed, dismissing it as a prank by Zhao Gao. As he approached the sofa, illuminated by the armor's light, he noticed a crimson mark on Zhao Gao's neck. Not good. Zhao Gao has been assassinated. Jiang Hao could dispatch Zhao Gao in an instant. He could easily do the same to someone of Zhang Sanha's comparable strength. In a panic, he fled towards the door to regroup with the others. As Zhang Sanha dashed out of the door, he nearly collided with Jiang Hao. At that moment, Jiang Hao bore a sinister grin, fixated on him. Zhang Sanha attempted to speak, but his voice failed him as a sharp pain radiated from his chest. Looking down, he discovered a serrated blade had been plunged into his heart unbeknownst to him. Having dealt with the two, Jiang Hao was satisfied as he departed, his years of hunting experience making such actions second nature. On another floor, 2 assassins stayed close together, methodically searching. Due to their inherent caution, they maintained a distance of 2 to 3 steps from one another, allowing for mutual support at all times. One assassin opened a door, cautiously scanning the interior for threats before gently closing it and advancing. Noticing that his companion had not followed within 3 steps, he muttered, Hurry up. Remember, safety first. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. After several admonitions, upon seeing his partner still lagging behind, he turned in frustration. The sight before him rendered his prepared reprimand silent. His companion stood rigidly in the corridor, a serrated blade protruding from his head, wearing an eerie smile. Not good. Sensing danger, the assassin shouted and swiftly turned his head. He was met with a pale blue serrated blade that pierced his neck, crimson gushing from his mouth as he could only emit a few muffled sounds before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Hao unsheathed the blue sword, meticulously wiping away the bloodstains from the body before advancing to remove the blade embedded in the crown of another. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Do not be hasty. Those who accompanied you tonight shall soon gather in joyful reunion." The hunt continues. Chapter 048. Derivatives outside the grand building. A few guards grew impatient as hours passed without any sign of activity within. One of them, Gao Ergo, remarked, "Gao Fu Niao, it has been several hours. Why is there no news from inside? It seems the communication system has failed, and we cannot reach anyone inside." Gao Fu Niao, his expression grave, replied, "Do you think they might all have been killed by Jiang Hao?" Gao Fu Niao shook his head with a chuckle. "Do you truly believe that? There are more than 20 martial generals inside. Can Jiang Hao, a low-tier martial artist, really slay them without a sound? Even a ghost would not believe that." Suddenly, they noticed the He family members stationed on the other side had fallen silent. "Wait, something is wrong." The two quickly dashed toward the opposite side of the building. Upon emerging, Jiang Hao had already dealt with the assassins inside and eliminated 2 more members of the He family. He was currently withdrawing the blue MO sword from the chest of one of them. As Gao Ergo and Gao Fu Niao approached, they witnessed Jiang Hao nonchalantly cleaning his sword after the slaughter. Enraged, they shouted, "Jiang Hao, you escaped from the building? What happened to the others?" A sly smile crept across Jiang Hao and Appo's face as he replied, "Escape is not a term I favor. To be precise, I eliminated them all and walked out in broad daylight. Now, it is your turn." Hearing this, the two attempted to call for help, only to find no response. Their panic escalating. Jiang Hao, noting their terror, taunted, "Kneel down, and perhaps I may spare your lives." Although fear gripped Gao Ergo's heart, he still retorted, "You've killed so many experts from the 6 families. You're doomed. The Luo family's revenge is beyond your capacity to endure." Jiang Hao replied with a playful tone, "Oh really? I fear they may not come to avenge them. What about the Fong family? Where are they? Rest assured, one day I shall tread upon both the Fong and Luo families, sending them all to accompany you." As the Gao brothers realized Jiang Hao felt no threat, their legs trembled with fear, and they prepared to flee. Such grand ambitions to confront the Fong and Luo families. A voice echoed from nowhere, ethereal and elusive. Jiang Hao lifted his gaze, his expression turning serious as he addressed the empty air. "Stop hiding. Is it not merely invisibility you possess? No need to act so impressive." From several dozen meters above them, 2 figures materialized, both adorned in martial academy attire, standing confidently on a celestial platform. Jiang Hao did not recognize them, having immersed himself in training and therefore remained oblivious to external affairs. "Martial Academy members? Who are you? Sneaking about, showing your faces only partially." The two exchanged knowing glances. One of them replied nonchalantly, "You've been in the academy for 2 months, and yet you do not recognize us? This is Fang Junling, ranked 1st in combat strength, and I am Luo Yongqiang, ranked 5th. Jiang Hao pondered briefly before realizing, "Are you not the top 2 on the Martial Academy's strength ranking? Members of the Luo and Fang families? How quaint." With a scoff, Jiang Hao retorted, "Is it reasonable for me to know you too?" Fang Junling stared at Jiang Hao, a look of disdain plastered on his face. They say Jiang Hao is sharp-tongued, and indeed, he is as such upon first meeting. Jiang Hao waved dismissively, "Enough. If you've come merely to boast, then you've achieved your purpose. Feel free to leave. It's quite a trek to this desolate place, and I have 2 individuals to send to meet their end." Realizing Jiang Hao was genuinely preparing to kill, Luo Yongqiang and Fang Junling leaped from their celestial platform. Advancing towards Jiang Hao while mocking him, "We are here. You cannot kill them." With a slight smile, Jiang Hao replied, "Oh, is that so? I wish to test that theory." With that, Jiang Hao raised his arm, unleashing a barrage of flying needles that enveloped Gao Ergo and Gao Fu Niao. Startled, Luo Yongqiang shouted, "Be careful. That Guqing's rain of pear blossoms needle." Gao Ergo and Gao Fu Niao, terrified, hastily raised their blades to defend themselves. The sound of clashing needles echoed as they deflected many, yet the speed of their movements could not keep pace with the onslaught, and several needles struck their armor, causing cracks to appear. In moments, anguished cries filled the air. Gao Fu Niao's helmet shattered as a needle pierced his forehead, leaving him lifeless. Gao Ergo, his armor in tatters and needles protruding from his chest, turned desperately to the two, gasping, Save me. But before he could flee, a needle struck him from behind, and he collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Jiang Hao paused, surveying his handiwork with satisfaction. I never expected this rain of pear blossoms needle to be so effective. I dispatched 2 martial generals in mere moments. The 2 remaining figures, taken aback by Jiang Hao's audacity, felt the intensity of his murderous intent increase. Luo Yongqiang, seething with rage, stepped forward, ready to confront Jiang Hao. Seeing Jiang Hao raise his arm once more, Luo Yongqiang hesitated, wary of the needles, but remained fixated on Jiang Hao, coldly demanding, "What? Do you intend to use that against us?" Jiang Hao chuckled. "Is it illegal to use this against you?" He then activated the rain of pear blossoms needle once again, sending a torrential storm of needles toward Luo Yongqiang. Unfazed, Luo Yongqiang swung his fist down upon the concrete ground, shattering it into countless fragments. "Rise," he commanded, and the debris lifted as if controlled by an unseen force, forming a barrier before him. As the needles collided with the concrete, many shattered. Yet the relentless onslaught continued to be met with defenses. After expending nearly half of his needles, Jiang Hao felt disheartened. Is the quality of concrete so high now? Or has that fellow mastered earth elements? Makala spoke up. There are no such earth elements, nor any of the other elements. These are merely derivatives. Luo Yongqiang has merely enhanced the density of these materials, making them more robust, a manifestation of gravitational principles. With the final needles spent, the concrete barrier lay in ruins. As dust settled, the 3 figures re-emerged. Luo Yongqiang sneered, "Your pathetic tricks are exhausted. Now it is my turn to perform." With a fierce shout, he adopted a stance. Fists clenched, resembling a raging gorilla. His forearms flushed crimson, visibly swelling, transforming into limbs as thick as a thigh, exuding an aura of power. "Prepare to meet your end." Luo Yongqiang propelled himself off the ground, launching a powerful punch towards Jiang Hao. In a similar fashion, Jiang Hao clenched his fist and retaliated. Just as their fists were on the verge of collision, Jiang Hao suddenly noticed that Luo Yongqiang's fist had inexplicably ignited into a roaring flame. Sensing the imminent threat, Jiang Hao realized it was too late to withdraw. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, producing a sound akin to an explosion. Jiang Hao felt as though he had been struck by an entire train, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the glass of a nearby shoe store's display window. Chapter 49. The strength of the arm. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, enduring the pain that coursed through his body as he rose from the heap of glass shards. Upon inspecting his dragon armor, he noticed a distinctly visible imprint of a fist upon it. "Damn it, I was careless," he thought, relieved that the armor had mitigated the damage. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As he brushed off the remnants of glass from his body, he stepped out of the shoe store. Seeing Jiang Hao emerge unscathed, Luo Yongqiang expressed his astonishment. "Oh, you survived that? It seems this warrior-level insect possesses quite a remarkable vitality." Jiang Hao approached Luo Yongqiang with a grin and replied, "It was merely an oversight, nothing more." With that, he swiftly drew his blue mo sword, channeling his energy into a powerful strike. Bang! Luo Yongqiang reacted with lightning speed, raising his arm to block the attack. The blue mo sword collided with his mutated arm, igniting a shower of sparks, while Jiang Hao's arm was jolted, leaving it numb. The surprise attack failed, and both men retreated a few steps. Luo Yongqiang examined his arm, his expression darkening as he noticed a deep gash from the collision, measuring half a centimeter in depth. "What sword is this? It managed to pierce my Rui arm. Even the highest grade 9th generation blade could not inflict such damage." Jiang Hao lightly caressed the blade and teased. "Nothing special, just a 2nd generation blade. Perhaps it's you who overestimates your Rui arm?" Luo Yongqiang's face flushed with anger, his heavy breathing betraying his rage. His massive arms ignited once more with an even fiercer flame. With a thunderous roar, he charged at Jiang Hao, leaping high as he threw a punch aimed at Jiang Hao's head. Aware of the ferocity of the attack, Jiang Hao chose not to meet it head-on, but instead employed a wind step to evade, using agility to counter strength. Jiang Hao moved gracefully, eliciting further frustration from Luo Yongqiang, who was unable to land a blow. "Enough!" Luo Yongqiang bellowed, clapping his hands together. In an instant, Jiang Hao felt immense pressure from both sides, as Luo Yongqiang attempted to exert gravitational control over him. Jiang Hao was forced to retreat rapidly. Observing Jiang Hao's retreat, Luo Yongqiang mocked, "What's wrong? No more pretending to be dead and launching surprise attacks?" As a martial general, The gravitational force increases geometrically with each level. I refuse to believe you can completely nullify it. Indeed, when the pressure of gravity had struck him, Jiang Hao had activated reverse particles. However, the effect was not as pronounced as before. Although he managed to counteract most of the gravitational force, he still felt some weight that slowed his movements, which was why he had retreated hastily. After a moment of silence, Luo Yongqiang shouted, "I won't give you any opportunities. Abandon any thoughts of survival." As Luo Yongqiang charged forward, Jiang Hao swiftly raised an atomic shield before him. Bang! The atomic shield shattered as Luo Yongqiang's fist collided with the blue mo sword that Jiang Hao had raised in defense. The force of the blow sent Jiang Hao staggering back several paces, causing his stomach to churn violently. Luo Yongqiang was a high-ranking martial general, while Jiang Hao was merely a high-ranking martial artist. There was a significant gap between their levels, presenting a formidable challenge. Challenging someone of a higher rank is commonplace in the eyes of cosmic prodigies. Surely you are saving your trump card for a surprise attack, Jiang Hao thought, resolving that rather than being on the defensive, it would be more advantageous to go on the offensive and seek an opportunity. If he could bypass Luo Yongqiang's Rui arm defenses, perhaps the rest of his body would not be so resilient. With Mo Carla enhancing the counteracting strength of the reverse particles, Jiang Hao executed the wind step, charging towards Luo Yongqiang. Noticing Jiang Hao's agile form, Luo Yongqiang furrowed his brow. This kid can even counter my gravity? In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao closed the distance, and with a resounding crash, the blue Mo sword struck the Rui arm, carving out a deeper gash than before. The blue Mo sword did not separate upon impact. Instead, Luo Yongqiang clamped it with his other arm. Jiang Hao pressed down on the blade, while Luo Yongqiang pushed back with his arm, creating a stalemate. After a brief moment, a sinister smile crept across Luo Yongqiang and Apos' face. "Huh, you dare to compete in strength with me? I wonder where your courage comes from. Did Liang Jinru give it to you?" With a sudden stomp on the ground and a mighty roar, the glow of his arms intensified, pushing Jiang Hao back gradually. The further Jiang Hao retreated, the more pronounced the triumphant smile on Luo Yongqiang and Apos' face became. "I and Apos, V trapped you with gravity. Under these circumstances, I doubt you can disperse it. If you dare to divide your focus, even slightly weakening your strength, I will shatter your skull with a single punch. Should you choose not to disperse the gravity, I will crush you into pulp against the wall. Ah ha ha." As Jiang Hao neared the curb of the road, he planted a foot firmly on it, halting his retreat. Seeing Jiang Hao brace against the curb, Luo Yongqiang and Apos' eyes turned blood red, and he thundered, "Oh, you wish to make a final struggle? Prepare to die." As Luo Yongqiang prepared to unleash his full power, Jiang Hao shouted, "Thunder strikes." At that moment, arcs of lightning appeared on his palm, rapidly multiplying and crawling up the sword and Apos' hilt, crackling with an escalating electromagnetic sound. The sudden appearance of the lightning arcs caused Luo Yongqiang and Apos' eyes to widen in horror, and in a panicked response, he attempted to withdraw his arm. Bang! The lightning erupted, racing along Luo Yongqiang and Apos' arm and enveloping him entirely. The electrical current raged with wild ferocity, and Luo Yongqiang writhed as smoke began to emanate from his body. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hao brandished the blue Mo sword, intent on swiftly ending Luo Yongqiang's life. Just as the blade descended within half a foot of Luo Yongqiang's neck, a blade with an inlaid edge intercepted his strike. An immediate force sent Jiang Hao stumbling back several meters. "With me here, you won't have the chance to kill him." Fang Junlin stood before Luo Yongqiang, wielding the inlaid blade with an air of superiority. As Fang Junlin made his move, Jiang Hao's expression grew grave. If Luo Yongqiang, ranked 5th, was this difficult to contend with, then Fang Junlin, who held the first rank, would surely be even more formidable. Fang Junlin examined the 8th-generation inlaid blade that had been chipped by the clash, saying with evident amusement, "I never expected this blade of yours to be so formidable. However, this inlaid blade is no match for me. It is essentially useless." With that, he discarded the weapon onto the ground. Jiang Hao, not want to act recklessly, understood that Fang Junlin must possess an even greater advantage to so easily discard his weapon. Rumor had it that the Fang family was of royal descent, immensely wealthy, with equipment that was undoubtedly among the finest in the world. Jiang Hao's gaze flickered as Fang Junlin taunted, "You didn't seize the opportunity to attack when I discarded my weapon. It seems you possess a modicum of sense. However, it's just a modicum, nothing more. I'm not like them, and I have no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation with you. This is not a sparring match. When it comes to killing, one naturally opts for the simplest and most effective methods. With a flick of his sleeve, countless metallic beads cascaded from behind him, hovering in front of him. The sight of these palm-sized metallic spheres sent a shiver down Jiang Hao's spine. At that moment, Mo Carla warned, "Be cautious. Those beads contain miniature nuclear fusion generators." Jiang Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth? These are miniature nuclear bombs, and there are dozens of them. Is this some form of cheating? Are they planning to bombard me with nuclear weapons?" Chapter 050. Nuclear Explosive Pearls. As Jiang Hao gazed at the dozens of nuclear explosive pearls floating before Fang Junlin, a grave expression enveloped his countenance. The two were merely a dozen steps apart, and Jiang Hao wagered that Fang would not dare to unleash them at such close range. "Fang Junlin, you wouldn't actually use those pearls to attack, would you?" To his astonishment, Fang Junlin waved his hand, and the pearls flew back behind him as he taunted. "Do you think these are mere ordinary pearls? Allow me to enlighten you. These are miniature nuclear bombs, crafted using controllable nuclear fusion technology, devoid of radiation. Just one is capable of obliterating a Marshall King-level powerhouse." Feigning panic before regaining his composure, Jiang Hao scoffed. At this distance, using a nuclear bomb would mean mutual destruction. Fang Junlin suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh. "So you believe I retract the nuclear bombs out of fear of being too close? You are mistaken. I wish to plunge you into utter despair. I relish the sight of you insignificant ants, hopeless and devoid of the means to resist." After his maniacal laughter subsided, Fang Junlin's expression turned serious as he declared, "I offer you a chance. Come, I shall remain here, motionless. If you manage to kill me, you may live. If not, prepare to be utterly crushed by me." Ha. A weight settled heavily in Jiang Hao's heart. Fang Junlin's audacity hinted at an undeniable strength. Regardless of the truth, he resolved to test the waters. With his left hand transforming into a claw, strands of lightning began coalescing in his palm. Fast as lightning, attack! Jiang Hao thrust his palm forward, and countless serpents of electric light erupted from his arm. With a thunderous shout, these bolts entwined, forming a singular beam of lightning that surged towards Fang Junlin. Unfazed, Fang Junlin's expression remained unchanged, a smirk gracing his lips as he stood resolutely against the oncoming storm. The lightning beam halted mere meters from him, as if striking an impenetrable barrier, scattering in all directions like a high-pressure water jet against stone, yet achieving nothing. Is that a force field? And unlike any ordinary one, this force field emanated a faint blue hue. This is a force field enhanced with energy elements from the Voyager, far surpassing regular force fields in strength. Observing Jiang Hao's astonished demeanor, Fang Junlin stood within the force field, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Jiang Hao, reveal any further tricks you possess. I am eager to test the limits of this force field gifted to me by my aunt. She claimed it could effortlessly withstand a blow from a martial god-level expert, and I shall begin my trials with you." Frustrated, Jiang Hao thought, "Damn it. The offspring of the affluent truly are clad in divine gear." With a defiant gesture of his right hand, he declared, "Blazing Inferno." Golden light erupted, enveloping Fang Junlin in a sea of flames, instantly reducing Luo Yongqiang, who lay beside him, to a charred remains. Amidst the crackling sounds, Fang Junlin remained composed, playfully lamenting. "This force field offers rather poor insulation. The temperature inside has risen by a degree. It's quite unbearable." As he fanned his face with his palm, it was evident he was determined to infuriate Jiang Hao. Despite Jiang Hao and Apos' desperate attempts, he could not overcome Fang Junlin and Apos' defenses. The sense of impending doom washed over him. Casting aside his Voyager, he took flight, desperately accelerating away. Observing Jiang Hao's panicked retreat, Fang Junlin did not rush after him, but instead shook his head, saying, "Alas, I forgot to mention, my Voyager has also been modified, boasting double the speed of the ordinary model." With that, he leisurely mounted his Voyager, pursuing Jiang Hao. After several kilometers, noticing Fang Junlin had not followed closely, Jiang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. "He's on my tail, just 2 kilometers behind." Turning back, Jiang Hao gasped, "He's really coming after me. How is he so fast?" I pushed my Voyager to the limit. "His Voyager is not like yours. It seems the power system has been upgraded." "Damn it, another modification? Do the wealthy play like this?" But regardless, Fang Junlin was rapidly closing in, now within 600 or 700 meters, taunting, "Jiang Hao, why are you running so slowly? Do you not value your life? If you don't, I shall gladly take it." Jiang Hao dared not fly in a straight line any longer. Instead, he descended, weaving through skyscrapers to evade Fang Junlin's pursuit. Fang Junlin chuckled, bellowing, "Are you attempting to play hide and seek? I have never lost at this game. However, I lack patience when it comes to finding people." Panic surged within Jiang Hao. He feared Fang Junlin possessed yet another modified trick. Ignoring his apprehensions, he aimed for a cluster of towering buildings, darting towards them. And after 2 sharp turns, he concealed himself beneath the ledge of a tall edifice. With a resounding crash, Jiang Hao witnessed a nearby 100-meter-tall building collapse into rubble. Good grief, Fang Junlin has lost his mind. He is using nuclear explosive pearls to demolish buildings. Fearing for his life, Jiang Hao quickly vacated the vicinity, wary that Fang Junlin might target his refuge with another explosive pearl, leaving him oblivious to his fate. Indeed, as soon as he departed, 3 more skyscrapers were obliterated, including the one where he had just sheltered. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Jiang Hao dared not linger any longer. He propelled himself forward in frantic flight. Spotting Jiang Hao's figure once more, Fang Junlin nodded with a smile. I told you, I have never lost at hide and seek. Look, you've revealed yourself. Continuing the pursuit, Fang Junlin casually destroyed several more buildings that obstructed Jiang Hao's escape route. Just as he contemplated prolonging the game, he glanced at his wristband and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's almost breakfast time. Breakfast is vital for health. It must not be skipped. I shall return to enjoy my meal." With that, he waved his hands, unleashing dozens of nuclear explosive pearls that rapidly descended upon Jiang Hao. Their speed surpassed that of before, exhibiting agility as they autonomously tracked Jiang Hao while deftly maneuvering around skyscrapers to intercept him from various angles. Dozens of nuclear explosive pearls are pursuing me. With the speed of my Voyager, evasion is impossible. What now? Must I perish here? Evasion is futile. You must exert the gravity rules to their utmost limits to protect your body. I will also mobilize the energy within you to unleash a formidable force field. Aiming to withstand the explosive pearl's might, there should be a 30% chance of survival. 30% is quite promising. Let's do it. Reducing the threat of the nuclear explosive pearls, Jiang Hao executed a sharp turn, successfully detonating 3 of them. The proximity of the blasts caught him in their wake. His dragon armor shattered, and he coughed blood, yet he continued to flee. His strategy of evading by sharp turns faltered, as the explosive pearls seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, adapting to his tactics. Fang Junlin trailed him silently, relishing the sight of Jiang Hao's desperate flight. I thoroughly enjoy witnessing such a frantic escape. No matter how hard you try, you cannot evade. A glimmer of hope amidst despair, and the lurking specter of death. Such torment is simply exquisite. Jiang Hao continued his frantic escape for several kilometers, realizing he could flee no longer as the nuclear explosion orbs had caught up to him. He descended directly to the ground, exerting all his strength to erect several atomic shields. Just as he completed this arduous task, the nuclear orbs were already hurtling towards him. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 051. Everything drained. The explosion persisted for several minutes. Even though it was merely a micronuclear bomb, it leveled everything within a kilometer radius, caused buildings to collapse within 3 kilometers, and affected a 10-kilometer area. As the smoke dissipated, Fang Junlin hovered above the epicenter of the blast, sneering with disdain. Ants. With a cursory glance, he clasped his hands behind his back and prepared to depart. Suddenly, from the ruins, something stirred, causing debris to tumble. Fang Junlin halted his departure, scanning the wreckage and detecting human warmth, astonished. Oh, they're still alive? Does this ant possess 9 lives? Surviving the detonation of dozens of micronuclear bombs. From the rubble, a bloodied hand emerged, and as the brick and stone shifted, a bloodied figure crawled out. The figure, realizing someone was approaching from above, chuckled bitterly. Damn, what a blunder. I should have waited a little longer to crawl out. Fang Junlin landed a few meters before Jiang Hao, mocking. Had you lingered in the debris a few seconds longer, you might have feigned death convincingly. Alas, the king of hell calls you at the 3rd crow of the rooster, leaving no chance for the 5th. Jiang Hao, struggling and leaning against a stone, coughed up blood but met Fang Junlin's gaze with calmness. Today, I have witnessed the might of the top-ranked Martial Academy warrior. Stripped of external aids, you are utterly insignificant. Even a stray cat or dog on the street surpasses you. Never before had anyone dared to deride him so openly. Fang Junlin's fury ignited, and he advanced, but paused mid-stride. With a flicker, a suit of armor enveloped him entirely. Now emboldened, he lunged at Jiang Hao, seizing him by the throat and lifting him against a fractured wall, gritting. Even without the nuclear explosion orb, I can slay you as easily as a chicken. With his neck firmly grasped, Blood gushed from Jiang Hao's mouth, yet he managed a defiant grin, taunting, faced with someone as weak as I. You still don the dragon scale armor. How fearful you must be of death. Fear stems from incompetence and lack of confidence, huh? As Jiang Hao coughed blood, his ghastly laughter echoed ominously. Fang Junlin roared, tightening his grip around Jiang Hao's throat, whether from the modified dragon scale armor or external aids. All were facets of his own strength. Regrettably for you, such assets are beyond your reach. You can only lament your misfortune. But does it matter? The strong remain strong, and the weak are destined to be trampled. Choked and gasping for air, Jiang Hao's face turned pale, his eyes rolling back. Instinctively, he grasped Fang Junlin's hand, seeking a sliver of breath. Observing Jiang Hao's desperate struggle, Fang Junlin laughed maniacally, relishing the torment. Struggle on. Endure the agony of your demise. Savor the taste of death. As Jiang Hao felt his consciousness fading into darkness, a phrase flickered in his mind. Refinement technique. Clinging to a thread of hope, he grasped Fang Junlin's wrist. Mentally commanding, refinement technique, drain all energy. In an instant, a subtle blue glow emanated from Jiang Hao's bloodied palm. It adhered to Fang Junlin's wrist like a suction cup, siphoning the energy from the dragon scale armor into Jiang Hao's being. Fang Junlin laughed deliriously, noticing Jiang Hao's head still struggling. What is happening? You're still alive after all this time? Do you truly possess 9 lives? As he tightened his grip, Jiang Hao converted the absorbed energy into an atomic shield, dispersing Fang Junlin's constricting hold. Despite the increased pressure, Jiang Hao felt a newfound ease in his throat, allowing him to breathe slightly. After a while, Fang Junlin, exhausted and frantic, realized Jiang Hao was not only alive, but showing signs of vitality returning, a hint of color returning to his cheeks. In horror, he attempted to release his grip, but found himself unable, as if bound by an unseen force. The dragon scale armor's system blared warnings. Dragon orb energy consumption 30. Dragon orb energy consumption 40. Dragon orb energy consumption 50. Dragon orb energy consumption 60. Panic gripped Fang Junlin as he exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is the energy from the orb depleting so rapidly? I know, it must be this NS doing." As he reached for his weapon, he found it immovable, his limbs betraying him. Desperation filled his eyes as he gazed at Jiang Hao, screaming, "What have you done to me?" Unperturbed, Jiang Hao focused on absorbing the energy from the armor. After a brief moment, his eyes sparkled with realization. The dragon scale armor is indeed a treasure. Makala, don't let it all be absorbed. I have infiltrated the armor and Oppo's system, controlling its operational capabilities. This is the perfect opportunity to absorb its energy. You must understand, he is the top-ranked individual, even without external aids. You may not be his equal. Remember, the majority of assessments at the Martial Academy do not permit such external objects, and Fang Junlin's true strength is undeniable. I know this, but it's the best moment to strike. However, with the dragon scale armor binding him, we cannot kill him. If we release the armor, he regains his freedom, and even without equipment, I would struggle to contend with him. Are we to remain at a stalemate? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "If all else fails, I will use the refinement technique to drain his energy completely." Makala, does this technique work on humans? This refinement technique is effective only on Beast Clan cores. It has no effect on humans. Nonsense. I refuse to believe that boiling water can't cook rice. Remember when you taught me martial arts, mentioning techniques like the dragon subduing 18 palms and the star absorption technique? I intend to apply the essence of the star absorption technique here. There is no time to waste. I will drain his energy regardless of whether I can utilize it afterward, even if just for the sake of it. Very well, let us proceed. I will map out a network within his body to temporarily store this energy. If necessary, we can release it later. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao and Makala linked through the armor to extract Fang Junlin's core energy reserves. Feeling his strength waning and vitality draining, Fang Junlin gasped, "What have you done? Stop, Jiang Hao. Let us make peace. I swear I will not trouble you again, and the Fang family will cease their pursuit. Let us resolve our grievances amicably." Jiang Hao bellowed, "Dream on. Your Fang family has turned my sister into a wretched being, neither human nor ghost, and you think a mere word can settle this? Not a chance. One day, I shall ensure that not a single soul from the Fang family remains." Chapter 052, The Return to Essence. Not long after, Fang Junlin, who had been howling loudly, began to sound increasingly feeble, his voice dwindling to a mere whisper. The arrogance in his tone shifted to one of desperation. Jiang Hao, I beg you, spare me. I can no longer endure this. I will give you anything you desire. Dragon coins, source liquid, equipment, even a position. I could arrange for you to become a major. Please, just let me go. Jiang Hao remained undeterred, diligently extracting the energy from Fang Junlin and Appo's body until there was nothing left to draw upon. He waved his hand in regret, noting that the crescent moon in his mind had only partially filled. With a sigh, he remarked, alas, the energy is still insufficient. I and Appo's VE only ascended to the initial rank of a martial general. If only there were more. I could reach the divine martial level and directly confront the Fang family to rescue Shaoli. Jiang Hao, I have observed your increasingly peculiar tactics. You have forcibly transformed the refining technique into a system capable of absorbing the energy of others. It seems you have grasped some principles of black hole absorption. Should you master and adeptly apply this, you could become the foremost being in the universe, truly unparalleled. Merely average, third in the universe, he jested. Now that you are merely an initial martial general, do not entertain thoughts of rescuing anyone from the Fang family. I have gathered some intelligence from Fang Juan's battle armor system, which reveals that the Fang family possesses 5 or 6 martial deities and over 20 martial kings. You are still far from being their match. Do not act impulsively. Rest assured, I will not act rashly. Now that I possess the devouring technique, my ascension will be remarkably swift. As long as I continue to hunt leader-level monsters or absorb energy from several martial kings, I should have the potential to advance to martial deity within a few months. The name devouring technique is indeed apartment. However, I must remind you that while you absorb energy, it nurtures the satellites within your inner universe. The satellites require time to grow and provide energy back to you. You must allow for a period of sedimentation. The development of celestial bodies is a lengthy process. Earth has taken billions of years to produce beings such as yourselves. Therefore, you cannot endlessly absorb energy, or it may backfire, potentially leading to the collapse of your satellites into debris, stripping them of their ability to supply energy. Thank you, Makala, I understand. But how should I allow for this sedimentation? Should I merely wait idly? Certainly not. You must nurture the satellites within you using the core's assimilation essence. After a period of intense activity, it is essential to employ a gentler approach. The Empire has studied nurturing methods for millions of years and ultimately devised the return to essence technique, which guides the assimilation essence to nurture and sediment the inner universe, facilitating rapid ascension and growth. Makala, could you please set me down? I have been suspended in midair like this for hours. Upon hearing this, the one-stemmed dragon-scale armor emitted a faint glow. Subsequently, Fang Junlin voluntarily released Jiang Hao. Standing at attention like a soldier on duty, Jiang Hao relaxed his neck, stretched, and inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Let us store the armor and depart to continue our hunt for monsters. With a flash of white light from his wrist, Fang Junlin's armor swiftly retracted, transforming back into a wristband. Without the support of the armor, he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Hao glanced at Fang Junlin's fallen form, unable to bear the sight. The once youthful and handsome Fang Junlin now appeared emaciated, a mere shadow of his former self. He removed Fang Junlin's wristband, the modified blade, and various other items from his person. Examining these treasures, Jiang Hao exclaimed, "Ha! A 9th-generation blade, a modified dragon-scale armor, and 10 remaining nuclear explosion beats. This is quite a windfall." After gathering everything, he looked back at Fang Junlin's lifeless body and shook his head. This devouring technique seems rather cruel, defying the natural order. This sight is too harrowing. Makala let out a cold snort. What is heaven, and what is harmony? When you become powerful, you embody heaven. Otherwise, you are nothing. If you do not exhibit cruelty, you will bear the brunt of others' cruelty. There is no need for mercy when dealing with enemies. Should you fall into their hands, you would suffer a fate far worse than that of Fang Junlin. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, Makala. There is no room for compassion towards foes. Yet, I adhere to my principles. As a human, I strive to cultivate kindness. If one were to embrace only malice, they would lose their humanity, becoming lesser than beasts. Perhaps you are correct. I have merely grown accustomed to the dark laws of the universe, the survival of the fittest. Were the cosmos filled with kindness, all conflict and bloodshed would cease, ushering in an era of peace. But is such a state truly beneficial for the universe? Tranquility implies mere existence, endless procreation, and prolonged lifespans. Eventually, the universe would become overrun with life. What then? Would they suffocate in their own numbers or plunge once more into a struggle for resources? Jiang Hao cradled his forehead. This question is far too complex. I shall refrain from pondering it. I will focus on my own path. With that, he He summoned a flame with his fingers and directed it towards Fang Junlin's corpse, sighing, "Dust to dust, let me at least be a good person." As the flames ignited, Jiang Hao leaped onto the sky shuttle, swiftly soaring towards the horizon. At the Fang family estate, Fang Yang, the family patriarch, was leisurely enjoying his morning tea in the parlor when suddenly a figure burst into the room, colliding with a servant who was just entering. With a crash, a porcelain bowl shattered on the floor, scattering buns and pastries everywhere. Hearing the commotion, Fang Junzi, seated nearby, slammed his hand on the table. "How dare you? What kind of disorder is this? You have disturbed my father's breakfast. Prepare to face the consequences." The intruder rushed several meters toward the dining table, dropping to his knees in terror. "Second young master, forgive me. I have urgent news to report, which is why I barged in." Fang Yang took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. "Aren't you Fang Gang from the information department? What could have you so flustered?" "In Longxia, there is nothing that can unsettle the Fang family." Gasping for breath, Fang Gang stammered. "Report to the master, the eldest young master, the eldest young master." Seeing Fang Gang struggle to articulate his message, Fang Junzi sprang to his feet, storming forward and kicking Fang Gang to the ground. "Useless. Speak clearly. What good are you if you cannot convey a simple message?" Fang Gang crawled back to his knees, trembling as he continued. The eldest young master's dragon scale armor suddenly went offline. Before it disconnected, the monitoring system showed no signs of life from him. "I fear something has happened." With a crash, Fang Yang's teacup fell to the ground, and he stood trembling. "What did you say? Junlin is in trouble?" "Absolutely impossible." Fang Junzi kicked Fang Yang down again, sneering, "Impossible. My brother's dragon scale armor has been modified. Even a martial deity cannot easily kill him. Besides, he has nuclear explosion beads at his side. On this entire planet, few can defeat him, unless the dragon god intervenes personally." As he spoke, Fang Junzi dialed Fang Junlin's communication number, but all attempts were met with failure. Realizing that something was indeed wrong, Fang Yang bellowed towards the door. "Investigate. Everyone, go out and search. If you do not return with information, you shall face severe repercussions." Bowing slightly, Fang Junzi replied, "Father, I will lead the search myself." Fang Yang cast a cold glance at Fang Junzi. "If you do not uncover the culprit, do not return to the Fang family." Chapter 053, The Patriarch's Trial in the Ruins of Shanghai and Hangzhou. Amidst a pile of charred ashes, a throng of figures gathered. Fang Junzi observed a man examining the ashes and inquired, "What have you found? Have you made a comparison?" The man placed the ashes into a device, and moments later, his pallid complexion revealed the grim news. "The DNA from these ashes matches that of the young master. I fear the young master." Fang Junzi's expression soured as he turned to another middle-aged man, murmuring, "Second uncle, you should report this to father. He trusts you the most." Standing beside Fang Junzi were two middle-aged men clad in black dragon-scaled armor. One, robust as an ox, glanced at the taller, leaner one and nodded. "Fang Ming, it would indeed be better for you to deliver the news. Eldest brother has always listened to you." Fang Ming shot him a glare. "Fang Zheng, show some respect. I am your second elder brother. How can you address me by name? You lack any decorum." Fang Zheng retorted discontentedly, "We've always called each other this way. What is the matter? Are we now distinguishing between ranks? Isn't a name meant to be called?" Fang Junzi, observing the two uncles bickering over such trivialities, scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Two cunning old foxes, neither wishing to bear the brunt of this issue, tossing this hot potato back to me." Ultimately, Fang Junzi relayed the news of Fang Junlin's demise to Fang Yang. Infuriated, Fang Yang commanded that no stone be left unturned in the pursuit of the murderer, even ordering the martial god Fang Ming and Fang Zheng to find the culprit, lest they forfeit all privileges and resources within the family. Simultaneously, he granted Fang Junzi the authority to mobilize the shadow guards. Empowered by this authority, Fang Junzi turned to his uncles, sorrowfully stating, "Second uncle, third uncle, you have heard father's decree. If we fail to uncover the murderer, none of us can return to the Fang family. From now on, I will lead our efforts. And I hope both of you will unite with me to find the killer." Fang Ming coldly replied, "Junzi, spare us the pretense. For years, you have wished for your elder brother's demise, and now your wishes come true. The position of patriarch is yours for the taking." Fang Junzi, unwilling to concede, trembled with fear. "Second uncle, how can you say such things? I share the same mother with my elder brother. How could I wish for his death? The one I would wish dead is myself. My brother, with his remarkable talents and extraordinary strength, is the best candidate to succeed as patriarch." Fang Zheng chimed in sternly, "Enough with the charades. Your rivalry is evident, even to someone as simple-minded as I. Now that the incident has transpired, you are undeniably the heir apparent to the Patriarch's position. Fang Ming added, let me remind you as well. This investigation into the murderer is a trial from your elder brother. He has more than just the two of you as sons. The second and third branches are also watching closely. While you might believe your status is legitimate, to your brother, they are all his sons. Both of us will support you, but do not forget us when you ascend to the position of Patriarch. At this declaration, Fang Juanzi felt elated. His uncles had evidently chosen their side. The Fang family boasted 5 martial gods, his father, second uncle, and third uncle. The other 2 hailed from the second and third branches and had previously supported Fang Junlin, with their allegiance now with him. His claim to the Patriarch's position seemed secure. Fang Juanzi deeply bowed to them. I will forever be grateful for the trust bestowed upon me by my second and third uncles. Fang Ming and Fang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Your investigation into the murderer is crucial. You must devote yourself fully to it. Your elder brother has been summoned by the Dragon God and will depart for the near-Earth orbital space station tomorrow to discuss important matters. We must uncover the murderer during this time to silence the 2 old schemers. I have received word that they intend to support Fang Yin from the second branch as the next Patriarch. You must proceed with caution. Fang Juanzi replied with utmost respect. Thank you for your guidance, second uncle. I shall not disappoint your expectations. The Patriarch's position is mine to claim. Fang Ming nodded approvingly. Let us begin our search for clues at once. The sooner we apprehend the murderer, the sooner the position of the Patriarch will be secured. Fang Zheng projected a hologram from a wrist device. Analyzing, a fierce battle occurred here. Junlin must have unleashed at least 25 nuclear explosion beads. Yet it appears he did not succeed in killing his adversary. Additionally, several charred corpses were found on the nearby street. Their identities remain unknown, leaving us uncertain whether they were foes or allies. I have dispatched personnel to conduct a thorough search of the area. Fang Juanzi expressed his astonishment, third uncle. As far as I know, the destructive power of nuclear explosion beads can severely injure even martial god-level warriors. Who possesses such formidable strength? Capable of not only surviving numerous nuclear explosion beats but also striking back against my brother? Fang Zheng pondered briefly before responding, we are both junior martial gods, while your father is a mid-tier martial god. In our injured state, we could withstand 10 nuclear explosion beads at most. Any more, and we would likely perish. Only high-tier martial gods or martial saints could endure such devastation. However, there are only a handful of high-tier martial gods and martial saints within the Dragon Summer realm. They can be counted on 2 hands, and they would have no reason to target your brother. The Fang family has your aunt, who is the most powerful individual beneath the Dragon God, and her presence deters most from attacking our kin. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ming suddenly inquired, Juanzi, does your elder brother have any enemies? Domestically or abroad? Fang Juanzi shook his head in denial. My brother has focused solely on his advancement. Though our aunt urged him to lead the Shadow Guards, he remained uninterested in stepping out. Even as he nears the Martial King level, he is still immersed in his studies at the Martial Academy, vowing not to leave until he achieves Martial King status. There is virtually no possibility of him having made enemies. As he spoke, a chilling thought crept into Fang Juanzi's mind, which he quickly dismissed. Could it be that my brother was killed by Jiang Hao? Impossible, utterly impossible. Jiang Hao is merely a warrior-level fighter, vastly inferior in strength. My brother possesses a modified force field. Even a martial god would struggle to breach it, let alone kill him. Furthermore, surviving numerous nuclear explosion beads is something Jiang Hao could never achieve. Noticing Fang Juanzi's fluctuating expression, Fang Ming curiously asked, Juanzi, have you thought of something? Fang Juanzi nodded. I have considered a possibility, yet it seems implausible, as the individual in question is only a warrior-level nirvana practitioner and a lowly one at that. Lacking any backing, Fang Ming shook his head, asserting that possibility is ruled out. A warrior-level fighter, combined with your brother's might and his divine armor, could not even be harmed by 1,000 such warriors. At that moment, one of the search team members approached, reporting, Second Patriarch, Third Patriarch. We have discovered dozens of bodies in the nearby building, close to the ashes of the other corpses. The identification tokens indicate they seem to belong to the Luo family. Who are their vassals? Upon hearing this, Fang Juanzi's complexion drained of color. After a frantic call to Luo Jieqiang for confirmation, he became agitated, murmuring, could it be that my brother was truly killed by Jiang Hao? How is that possible? Fang Ming and Fang Zheng, having gleaned something from the call, shared grave expressions. If these dozens of individuals were sent to kill Jiang Hao, and Jiang Hao possessed the ability to counterattack, then Junlin's death is likely closely tied to Jiang Hao. Relay the order. Spare no effort in capturing Jiang Hao. Chapter 054. Serendipitous encounter in a small town, having deduced that the individual responsible for the demise of Fang Junlin might be Jiang Hao. Fang Junlin naturally employed every available means to trace Jiang Hao's whereabouts, viewing this as an opportunity he must seize. After manipulating his wristband for a moment, he remarked, "I just contacted the Martial Academy, and they informed me that Jiang Hao left 2 days ago and has yet to return." Fang Ming nodded, his demeanor stern. No matter his current location, he must not suspect that we have uncovered his actions. Therefore, I will dispatch 10 martial kings from our family to lay in ambush at the periphery of the Martial Academy, waiting to capture Jiang Hao upon his return. Fang Junzi agreed. Uncle's arrangement is commendable. Jiang Hao likely ventured out to hunt beasts and acquire beast course. I surmise he is headed towards Xinjiang, as the region has been besieged by monsters for days, making it the most abundant source. Casting a glance at the members of the Fang family, Fang Ming suggested, "To be cautious, we should split into several groups to pursue him, ensuring that each group has at least one martial king. Remember not to spread too thin." As Jiang Hao possesses the capability to eliminate numerous martial generals, indicating his formidable strength, at least a martial king is required to subdue him. With that, the Fang family divided into 4 groups, fanning out in pursuit towards Xinjiang. After slaying Fang Junlin, Jiang Hao soared towards Xinjiang, having advanced to the initial stage of martial general, thereby significantly enhancing his prowess. Along the way, he effortlessly dispatched 2 leader-class wolf beasts. How goes the decryption of Makala? The dragon-scale battle armor and the Yutian shuttle? He inquired. These modified devices are laden with numerous restrictive systems, making their decryption somewhat laborious, not due to complexity, but rather due to quantity. There are too many security measures to dismantle, but it will be resolved shortly. After flying a distance, Makala spoke up. It is done. The decryption is complete. I have altered the appearance of the dragon-scale battle armor and made slight modifications to the Yutian shuttle, ensuring that it will not be recognized as Fang Junlin's, thus avoiding future complications. Jiang Hao chuckled. "Ah, Makala, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. In truth, the Yutian shuttle is rather superfluous, as the dragon-scale battle armor possesses flight capabilities, making it more convenient to utilize." Jiang Hao activated the battle armor, donning it with ease. Upon activating the flight wings, a pair of white wings unfurled from his back, and he exclaimed joyfully, "The first time I witnessed EE activate her wings, I was awestruck. I never imagined I too would become a being of the skies today. Once you attain sufficient strength, you will no longer require wings to fly. While these wings are commendable, they lack offensive capabilities, which is a slight drawback. Indeed, if they had the ability to attack with feathers like EE and Appo's wings, that would be remarkable. If you are willing, I could extract elements from the modified Yutian shuttle, combine them with Guqing and Appo's flying needles, and integrate them with the wings, reprogramming an attack system. This could be accomplished. Very well, let us proceed with that plan. The more means we have to combat adversaries, the greater our chances of victory." Subsequently, Jiang Hao switched back to Guqing and Appo's Yutian shuttle, dressing in casual attire as he continued his journey. Along the way, he encountered several guard-class beasts, which he dispatched with ease, collecting their course. As night descended, Jiang Hao arrived at a dilapidated small town, situated a little over 100 kilometers from Xinjiang. The town's layout was discernible, albeit shrouded by dense vegetation and vines. Though the cataclysm had transpired long ago, the resilient structures stood as testament to its past as a human settlement. Walking along the crumbling streets, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, intensified by the encroaching darkness, creating an unsettling atmosphere. A faint, elusive scent of blood lingered in the air. Once nightfall fully enveloped the landscape, Jiang Hao selected a sturdy high-rise as his makeshift camp. After igniting a bonfire, he leisurely roasted the game he had captured in the nearby woods, reflecting on his past experiences of hunting. He recalled the days when he foraged for wild vegetables and occasionally endured hunger, reluctant to consume his hard-won game. Jiang Hao could not help but lament. "With my enhanced strength and newfound wealth, life has become far more rewarding." As he savored the delicious meat in hand, a series of explosions erupted in the distance, illuminating the once pitch-black sky. Jiang Hao sprang to his feet, discarding his roasted meat, and dashed out of the building towards the source of the commotion. There appeared to be a conflict unfolding as human martial artists clashed with beasts. After traversing 2 more blocks, he reached the site of the explosions. Through his sentinel system, he detected a multitude of beasts converging from all directions, a chaotic amalgamation of various species. Among them were blood-eyed demon rats the size of pigs, mountain-shaking beasts as robust as bulls, and venomous spiked wolf beasts, while overhead, massive four-winged bat beasts hovered, all classified as SS-level monsters. The majority were S-level. With thousands of SS-level beasts, hundreds of guard-level creatures, and dozens of leader-class entities, though not overwhelmingly powerful, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. As the beasts continued to swarm, Jiang Hao utilized the Yutian shuttle to maneuver low along the building's facade. After navigating through several structures, he finally reached a spacious rooftop overlooking a wide street below. Peering down, he observed several figures standing back-to-back, unleashing a barrage of attacks against the oncoming beasts. The dazzling elements of their assaults caused monsters to fall lifelessly to the ground, creating a mountain of beast corpses at either end of the street. Yet, the onslaught showed no signs of abating, with the four-winged bat beast relentlessly harassing from above, forcing the defenders to divide their attention between aerial and ground threats. Many were already injured from exhaustion. As the encirclement tightened, the sound of approaching footsteps hinted at the arrival of even more beasts. Witnessing this dire situation, Jiang Hao pondered. Why are these monsters so recklessly aggressive towards these martial artists? Come at me, you beasts. I dare you. An enraged shout from the battlefield caught Jiang Hao's attention. And as he focused, an expression of astonishment crossed his face. Is that Yang Yi, Zhou Tong, Han Li, and the beautiful Mu Yunshang? Along with a few others I do not recognize? As fellow students of the Martial Academy, they were undoubtedly in need of assistance. Jiang Hao activated the Yutian shuttle and dove directly into the fray. Mid-air, he invoked gravitational rules, transforming his hands into colossal appendages that struck down upon the beasts at both ends of the street. Countless monsters were obliterated beneath the weight of his gravity-infused blows, clearing hundreds of meters of the thoroughfare in an instant. The onlookers stared in awe at Jiang Hao, who appeared as if he had descended from the heavens. Most astonished was Mu Yunshang, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Jiang Hao? What is he doing here? How did he become so powerful, effortlessly dispatching over 100 SS-level beasts? Dressed in fiery red battle armor, Feng Yu also gazed at Jiang Hao, her eyes wide in disbelief. Isn't this the same kid who fought Kaqing? When did he become this formidable? Yang Yi, Zhou Tong, and Han Li, all newcomers themselves, exchanged complex glances as they processed the scene. He entered the Martial Academy with us. We are still at the initial stage of martial artists. Yet he possesses the strength to annihilate over 100 SS-level beasts with a mere wave of his hand? Is he truly that exceptional? Coughing lightly, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Jiang Hao forced a wry smile and remarked, Gentlemen, I am not a monster. Why do you all stare at me so? Chapter 055. Capture the leader. First noticing the peculiar atmosphere, Mu Yunshang, clad in resplendent white armor, removed her helmet, revealing a breathtaking visage. Approaching Jiang Hao, she smiled warmly and inquired, Jiang Hao, have you come to hunt monsters as well? I appreciate your assistance. Her flowing hair danced with the breeze, and her immaculate armor accentuated her alluring figure, captivating Jiang Hao momentarily. Regaining his composure, Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively, stating, Before the formidable Mu Yunshang, I am merely a novice attempting to showcase my skills. It hardly qualifies as assistance. Mu Yunshang chuckled softly and gestured towards her companions. Introducing them to Jiang Hao, this is Feng Yu, ranked 4th in combat strength. He is Chao Hong, ranked 2nd. The other 3 are all members of the Longduan Guard. So no further introductions are necessary. Jiang Hao glanced at Feng Yu, noting her striking resemblance to Yi, both possessing fiery temperaments. Observing the crimson insignia on her armor, he queried, Isn't the emblem of the Yin Wang Guard typically white? Why is hers red? Feng Yu, taken aback, replied, Who said the Yin Wang Guard only wears white armor? The primary armor is actually red. The white is a tribute to our first captain. Realizing his ignorance, Jiang Hao nodded with a smile. To alleviate the awkwardness, he turned to the taciturn Chao Hong and greeted him. So you are the second-ranked Chao Hong. It is a pleasure. Chao Hong replied nonchalantly, You are not weak either. Before turning away to observe the commotion in the distance, Jiang Hao felt uncomfortable, unsure of how to continue the conversation, until Mu Yunshang intervened, explaining. Chao Hong has a rather aloof demeanor, but he is warm-hearted beneath that exterior. Do not take it to heart. Not wishing to dwell on it, Jiang Hao surveyed his surroundings and asked, Why are these monsters so recklessly attacking you? Mu Yunshang cast a disapproving glance at Feng Fei and retorted, Because Feng Yu stole an egg. Noticing Feng Yu's bulging backpack, Jiang Hao deduced, Are you telling me she stole a monster's egg? What for? To make a fried egg? Feng Yu pouted defiantly, Mind your own business. Mu Yunshang shook her head, elaborating, She intends to take the egg back to hatch it and raise a pet beast to accompany her. Jiang Hao regarded Feng Yue's ambition with newfound respect. This headstrong girl must have read too many cultivation novels, hoping to acquire a spirit beast for herself. Pondering this, he asked, "Is a single beast egg truly worth such a frenzied pursuit? The entire city seems mobilized against you." With a serious expression, Mu Yunshang fixed her gaze on a distant square, revealing, "Because it is the egg of a beast lord. Earlier today, we stumbled upon a den of a sky-soaring dragon lion beast, and fortune smiled upon us as the beast was absent, allowing Feng Yu to take an egg. The sky-soaring dragon lion beast is known for its vengefulness and fierce protection of its young. Tonight's assault is likely an attempt to reclaim its egg. And it is astonishing how many monsters it has summoned for the attack." Jiang Hao understood at last. Chao Hong pointed into the distance, stating indifferently, "That is the beast lord, the sky-soaring dragon lion beast." Following his finger, Jiang Hao beheld a massive creature looming in the murky square. The beast, with the head of a lion and the tail of a dragon, sported a pair of flesh wings and a coat of earthy yellow skin. Its long mane a striking red. Its formidable fangs were alarming, and its eyes glowed ominously like twin lanterns. Beside the sky-soaring dragon lion beast stood 4 commander-level thornwolves. The beast now fixed its menacing gaze upon them, its expression chillingly human-like. With a fearsome roar, the sky-soaring dragon lion beast signaled its 4 commander-level thornwolves, which charged toward Jiang Hao and his companions, their heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble. Instantly, countless other monsters surged forth, the cacophony of their roars and footsteps filling the air. Seeing the oncoming tide of monsters, Chao Han's expression turned grave as he shouted, "Monsters are attacking. Prepare to defend." He readied for a breakout that could not afford to fall here. The battle commenced anew, aside from Yang Yi, Zhou Tong, and Han Li, who were martial artists. The rest of the group were martial generals, with Chao Hong and Mu Yunshang being half-step martial kings, and even Feng Yu at the pinnacle of martial generals. Quickly, Chao Hong engaged 2 commander-level monsters, but having fought for an extended period, he appeared fatigued, managing only to hold his ground against the 2 commander-level beasts. Mu Yunshang and Feng Yu were similarly entangled with their own commander-level foes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, Zhou Tong, and Han Li struggled against several guardian-level monsters. Jiang Hao was preoccupied with the 4-winged bat beast descending from the sky. Utilizing energy to manipulate his enemies was draining, so he primarily wielded the blue Emo sword to defend himself. A scream pierced the air as Yang Yi was struck by a guardian-level wild boar, sending him flying to the ground, where he coughed up blood. Witnessing their comrade injured and the monsters breaching their defensive line, the group faced peril. Jiang Hao, disregarding energy expenditure, summoned lightning to clear the nearby giant bats. After vanquishing the monster charging at Yang Yi, he rushed to help him up. "Are you all right?" he asked. Yang Yi wiped the blood from his lips, resolutely stating, "After fighting all night, my energy is nearly depleted, but I can still hold on." With that, he grasped his sword and charged at the advancing monsters. Realizing the sheer number of monsters crowding the streets, Jiang Hao recognized that engaging them in close combat would be futile. Even the mightiest of reborn beings could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. He activated his skyward shuttle, soaring into the air, and proclaimed, "Everyone, consolidate your defenses. I will launch an elemental attack." Upon hearing this, the others quickly regrouped within a few meters. Jiang Hao bellowed, "Blazing flames, arise." In an instant, flames erupted along both sides of the street, igniting countless monsters and roaring infernos. Those below SS rank were reduced to cinders, while the more powerful beasts emitted mournful cries as they fled, engulfed in flames. After what felt like an eternity, the flames extinguished, leaving the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. Mu Yunshang and the others gazed at Jiang Hao in astonishment, awed by the formidable fire unleashed. When they first encountered Jiang Hao in the arena, he was merely a fledgling, not even a martial artist. Mu Yunshang could hardly fathom how he had evolved to such an extraordinary level in just a few months. It was truly astonishing. Before they could catch their breath, the roar of the sky-soaring dragon lion beast echoed once more. The horde of monsters surged forward again, quickly refilling the previously vacated space. Noticing the fresh wounds on his companions, Jiang Hao's brow furrowed in concern. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. This relentless assault by the monsters is impossible for us to quell alone. With a grave expression, Jiang Hao regarded the imposing figure of the sky-soaring dragon lion beast. "Makala, how is the armor coming along? To confront a beast of that caliber, we require the dragon-scale armor. Otherwise, we stand no chance." "Almost ready." The dragon-scale armor and dual wings have both been upgraded, their power now several times greater than before. The dragon-scale armor activated, and the dual wings unfurled. Jiang Hao propelled himself with the dual wings, unleashing a torrent of searing flames as he soared over the beast horde, charging directly towards the celestial dragon lion beast. Chapter 56. The Might of the Beast Master. As Jiang Hao ascended above the sky dragon lion beast, he made no adjustments but instead unleashed a new skill. Striving for a decisive blow. Feathered sky dominance. Countless feather-like projectiles shot forth from his wings, enveloping the area around the sky dragon lion beast. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. As the feathered needles approached within a few meters of the beast, they abruptly halted mid-air. It was then that Jiang Hao discerned a crimson glow emanating from the creature, encasing it in a bubble-like force field. The feather blades penetrated only halfway through the bubble's surface before becoming irretrievably lodged, unable to advance or retreat. Observing the suspended feather blades in the faintly red bubble, Jiang Hao exclaimed in astonishment, "A force field shield." The sky dragon lion beast stood calmly within its protective barrier, exuding an air of arrogance. Noting the ineffectiveness of his feather blades, Jiang Hao refrained from exerting further energy into his attack, recognizing that sustaining the offensive would deplete his reserves. Feeling overly close to the formidable beast, he activated his wings and retreated swiftly, backing away 100 meters until he leaned against a towering building. The force of his feather blades dissipated, causing the beast's shield to vanish, with hundreds of feather blades cascading to the ground and returning to him like fleeing lights. The sky dragon lion beast's throat convulsed slightly before it emitted a low growl. A dark red beam erupted from its mouth, aimed directly at Jiang Hao. Sensing the imminent danger of the beam, Jiang Hao maneuvered his wings to evade. The red beam pierced through the spot where he had just stood, crashing into the building. The explosion left a gaping hole several meters wide, the terrifying red light obliterating the structure in its path. Gazing at the smoking cavity, Jiang Hao was drenched in cold sweat. Had the beam struck him, he would have been reduced to ashes. Such was the terror of a beast master-level creature. The onlookers in the distance could not help but feel anxious for Jiang Hao. When he suddenly charged at the sky dragon lion beast, they quickly grasped his intent. As the others worried for Jiang Hao, Chao Hong harnessed his power, swiftly dispatching two heavily injured commander-level monsters nearby. Originally, Chao Hong had prepared for a breakout, ready for everyone to flee. However, upon witnessing Jiang Hao's bold confrontation with the sky dragon lion beast, a flicker of hope ignited within him. While a kill seemed improbable, inflicting heavy damage appeared feasible. Though the beast was vengeful, it was also inherently cautious. If there was no absolute advantage, it would retreat, plotting its revenge. Seeing Chao Hong approaching to assist, Jiang Hao urgently shouted, "Do not come over. They need your support more." Chao Hong halted, glancing at the others. The remaining monsters showed no inclination to aid the sky dragon lion beast, instead continuing their assault on the others. Yang Yi and his companions, being of significantly lower strength, were in dire peril, facing imminent demise. Chao Hong called out to Jiang Hao, "We seek not to slay, but merely to wound. If we can escape, that is sufficient." With that, he propelled himself towards Yang Yi and the others. At that moment, Jiang Hao was all in, his arms swinging swiftly. Flames of the heavens. Swift light of the stars. Flames engulfed the sky dragon lion beast, accompanied by a rapid bolt of lightning. The fiery and electric energies collided against the force field shield, resulting in a series of explosions. The shield quivered under the impact of the two forces, and as it trembled, Jiang Hao's hope rekindled. Feather blades, assemble. With a single thought, the feather blades from his wings cascaded down and swiftly coalesced, forming a sharp drill as thick as an arm. Diamond drill, attack, Jiang Hao bellowed. And the drill began to spin rapidly, generating a vortex of air that propelled it towards the sky dragon lion beast. With a resounding crash, the diamond drill struck the shield, causing it to deform and shake violently. The drill whirled madly against the faintly red bubble, producing a cacophony of friction as the shield vibrated in sync with the drill's frequency. There was a chance. Spotting a small breach in the shield, Jiang Hao felt a surge of elation and pushed the drill with renewed vigor. Moments later, with a sharp crack, the sky dragon lion beast's red shield shattered. Flames and lightning simultaneously struck the beast. Letting out a wailing cry akin to a frightened cat, the sky dragon lion beast leaped away from the flames, roaring defiantly at Jiang Hao, its eyes glowing a deeper shade of crimson. Then, the beast's lengthy mane stood on end, rapidly forming a semicircular shape resembling a parabolic receiver. A thunderous roar erupted from its jaws. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Hao felt a splitting headache, clutching his head in agony. The continuous roar compelled Chao Hong and the others to kneel, hands clutching their heads, suffering immensely. The unrelenting sound pierced through the air, and Jiang Hao feared his head might explode. Was this the authentic lion's roar technique? No, he could not succumb in such a manner. While cradling his head in pain, Jiang Hao attempted to summon the feather blades to interrupt the sound. Yet, The sound waves penetrated his mind, rendering him unable to concentrate. The feather blades that fell to the ground swayed, unable to take flight, let alone reassemble into the diamond drill. Makala, I cannot focus my thoughts. Assist me in retrieving the nuclear explosion beads from my battle armor to my palm. But those are from the Martial Institute. Using the nuclear explosion beads could expose you. I cannot concern myself with that now. Survival is paramount, and I have no intention of hiding. Soon, 5 nuclear explosion beads began to move along Jiang Hao's armor, gradually settling into his palm. Jiang Hao shouted to Mu Yunxiang and the others, I am about to unleash a powerful move. Retreat a kilometer back and raise your shields for protection. Hearing Jiang Hao's urgent and solemn call, Mu Yunxiang and the others did not dare to hesitate. Quickly boarding the sky glider and retreating. Die! Jiang Hao yelled, forming a palm with the gravity rule, propelling the nuclear explosion beads towards the sky dragon lion beast while retreating swiftly with Makala's assistance. As the 5 seemingly inconspicuous beads flew towards it, the sky dragon lion beast paused momentarily, then resumed its focus, channeling more energy for an even deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. The nuclear explosion beads detonated near the sky dragon lion beast, engulfing it in a massive mushroom cloud. Mu Yunxiang and the others, having retreated 2 kilometers away, stood in awe at the sight of the towering mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. However, Chao Hong furrowed his brow, gravely remarking, those are the nuclear explosion beads from Fang Junlin. How could Jiang Hao possess such items? The scale of the explosion suggests there are not just 1 or 2. Mu Yunxiang, lost in thought, smiled gently and spoke, the nuclear explosion pearl was developed by Long Yuan. Although it is extremely rare, it is not exclusively possessed by the Fang family. Perhaps Jiang Hao acquired it by mere chance. In the dimensional space marketplace, even the most precious items can be found for sale. Chao Hong cast a deep glance at Mu Yunxiang and replied nonchalantly, perhaps. Although Mu Yunxiang spoke lightly, her heart was already a tempest of emotions. Jiang Hao, who exactly are you? Chapter 057, the purpose of Mu Yunxiang as the nuclear explosion subsided. No trace of monsters remained at the scene. The location of the sky dragon lion beast had been reduced to rubble, leaving only 2 thick, sharp fangs on the ground. Jiang Hao stepped forward to pick up a fang, exclaiming, in the wake of such a terrifying nuclear blast, it is remarkable that this fang remains intact. This fang of the dragon lion beast is a treasure. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Extracting its elements to enhance weapons or armor would significantly increase their resilience. It is well suited to your practical needs, being such a fragile material. Quickly, check if the beast core is still intact. This is a core from a beast of the master level, came the response. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao began to search the area, and soon, he discovered a beast core roughly the size of a fist, gleaming like black crystal and radiating a profound crystalline luster. Mu Yunxiang and her companions flew to Jiang Hao's side, praising, Jiang Hao, you are incredible. You single-handedly vanquished a master-level monster. Jiang Hao chuckled. It was merely with the aid of external forces, it hardly counts as true skill. Shaking the beast core in his hand, he added, then this core shall be mine. If there are no objections. Chao Hong smiled slightly, saying, of course, there are no objections. You defeated the monster by your own strength. So the core rightfully belongs to you. We are still indebted to you for your rescue. Jiang Hao responded modestly, we are all students of the Martial Academy. It is natural for us to support one another. Let us dispense with the thanks. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to continue to Xinqing, as there are many monsters there. Yang Yi and the others quickly declared, it and Amp. Oppos. It's better for us to return to the Martial Academy. We are simply too weak. If not for the young lady and Oppos, as consideration for students from our subordinate families, we would not have dared to venture out for training at our current strength. Chao Hong, however, firmly stated, I wish to continue hunting monsters to collect cores for resources. I am but a step away from advancing to the Martial King level, and the assistance of Source Liquid is indispensable. Mu Yunxiang chimed in, I, too, wish to continue hunting monsters alongside Feng Yu. Jiang Hao smirked. You two are both esteemed young ladies. Do you truly lack money or resources? Feng Yu shot Jiang Hao a glare, retorting, no family, no matter how affluent, can withstand excessive expenditure. A bottle of Source Liquid costs 20 to 30 billion dragon coins, and after reaching the Martial General level, advancing further requires not just 1 or 2 bottles, but a significant portion of a family and Amp, Oppos, S wealth. No one can bear that burden. So it is better to hunt for beast cores and be self-sufficient. Moreover, the experience gained through battle is far more valuable than Source Liquid. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yang Yi and his companions departed, leaving only Jiang Hao, Mu Yunxiang, Feng Yu, and Jiang Hao in the square. In his mind, Jiang Hao pondered. All three had witnessed the nuclear explosion pearl. They surely recognized it as something unique to Fang Junlin, yet they remained silent, which was rather suspicious. One must always be cautious. Jiang Hao, stay alert. The less they seem to care, the more dangerous it may be. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao addressed the three. I prefer to travel alone. Now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. We can reconvene at the Martial Academy. Just then, Mu Yunxiang suddenly called out to him. Jiang Hao, wait. Puzzled, Jiang Hao turned to ask, is there something else, Miss Mu? Mu Yunxiang glanced at Jiang Hao beside her, then looked back at Jiang Hao, her lips parting slightly. Would you be interested in exploring the site of ancient ruins? It is said to contain numerous extraordinary resources. Jiang Hao asked in confusion, what kind of resources could be considered extraordinary? Jiang Hao, who had previously appeared sullen, became animated. You must be referring to that ruin, right? Star-level black dragon armor, star-level weapons, source crystals, everything you could possibly desire. Do you know the exact location of this ruin? Mu Yunxiang nodded. Indeed. It is the wreckage of the Penglai spacecraft. My family has been fortunate enough to learn its location, although the site has been elusive. Our family elders have tracked it for years and can now confirm its whereabouts. The name wreckage of the Penglai spacecraft felt oddly familiar to Jiang Hao. He silently repeated it several times but could not recall where he had heard it before. Have you forgotten? Chu Yi and Apos, S. father, Chu Songxiang, went missing at that very site. Yes, that's right. Jiang Hao remembered. Initially, Yi had mentioned that her father vanished while exploring that ruin, with no trace left behind. If even a martial king could not escape, Wuden and Apos, we be walking in a certain doom? Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Treasures found in safe places are often common trinkets. The more perilous the location, the more valuable the treasures found within. That wreckage must be the storage compartment of the cruiser. It indeed contains star-level armor and weapons, as well as a substantial quantity of source crystals. The ship was primarily staffed by researchers who had little need for these combat items, hence they remain stored. If it is merely a storage compartment, then why is there such great danger? How should I know? Perhaps some monsters have claimed that area, making it perilous. Also, the storage compartment is adjacent to a warehouse where some celestial beasts are usually kept for research. It is possible that some have escaped and become a threat. With source crystals at stake, this risk is worth taking. It is said that the power contained within source crystals is immense. With your current strength, a single source crystal would be enough for you to advance to the Martial King level, but the amount required after that escalates significantly. Seeing Jiang Hao remain silent, Feng Yu impatiently asked, so, what will it be? Are you going or not? Stop dawdling. After much deliberation, Jiang Hao ultimately agreed to team up for the expedition. Before setting off, Mu Yunxiang stated seriously, we should establish a localized communication network for our group, allowing us to stay in contact and respond to any unforeseen circumstances. If we happen to get separated, we can locate one another. All four nodded in agreement, and after synchronizing their wristbands and entering a unified key, the localized network was established. Without delay, the trio followed Mu Yunxiang as they soared eastward. The Penglai ruins were frequently reported in the vicinity of Penglai and Ryukyu. For reasons unknown, this wreckage seemed to move, its location ever shifting. For now, we shall head towards the East Sea. At that moment, Mu Yunxiang's melodious voice echoed within the communication network. Jiang Hao remarked, only Miss Mu knows the location of the ruins. We will simply follow your lead. Thus, silence returned to the network, save for Mu Yunxiang and Feng Yu, who likely continued to converse privately. After flying eastward for several hours, they entered the vast expanse of the ocean. Suddenly, a call request came through the private channel from Mu Yunxiang. Curious, Jiang Hao answered the call directly. Jiang Hao, be cautious of Jiang Hao. He is a man of profound depth, often silent while plotting harm. We all know about your possession of the nuclear explosion pearl. While I mentioned it could be purchased, Jiang Hao is not a fool. Jiang Hao laughed. It's just a nuclear explosion pearl. If he knows, then so be it. It is not a matter of great consequence. Mu Yunxiang replied with a hint of amusement. Killing Fang Junlin is no trivial matter. It is bound to send shockwaves throughout Longxia. Jiang Hao was taken aback. You. Mu Yunxiang interrupted. No need for surprise. From the moment you utilized the nuclear explosion pearl, I inferred that you must have slain Fang Junlin. Otherwise, he would never have relinquished the pearl. Now, internal news has spread that the Fang family is aware you are the one who killed Fang Junlin and is actively searching for you. You have become quite the target. Fang Juanza has placed a bounty of 1 billion dragon coins and 10 bottles of source liquid on your head. Jiang Hao inquired gravely if that is the case. What is your purpose in leading me to the Penglai ruins? Mu Yunxiang replied with an air of indifference. To save you. Chapter 058. Jiang Hao's predicament. Jiang Hao never anticipated that, after reducing Fang Junlin's corpse to ashes, he would still be pursued by the Fang family. Suddenly struck by a thought, he smacked his forehead and grimaced. Oh no. It must be the discovery of the dozens of corpses belonging to the Luo family within the building. I was careless and failed to dispose of those bodies. Your vigilance needs improvement. In the cruel environment of the universe, such negligence could cost you your life. Consider this a lesson learned. For the time being. He could not afford to dwell on it. He would face whatever came his way. Given the current circumstances, seeking refuge in the Penglai ruins seemed to be the wisest course of action. Could it be that Mu Yunxiang genuinely wished to save him? Was that why she had revealed the location of the ruins? One step at a time, it is wise to remain cautious in all matters. Jiang Hao nodded and turned to Mu Yunxiang, saying, Am I truly so valuable now that you, the beautiful Miss Mu, are not even the slightest bit tempted? If the three of you join forces, I would surely surrender without resistance. Mu Yunxiang snorted coldly. If I were tempted, I would not have informed you of this matter. Nor would I lead you to the remnants of Pelai. Instead, I would quietly follow you and inform the Fang family, thus avoiding any personal involvement while claiming the bounty. However, I, Mu Yunxiang, do not lack such resources and refuse to engage in such despicable acts. Sensing a hint of anger in her tone, Jiang Hao quickly clarified. In that case, I have misjudged your intentions. I sincerely apologize. Mu Yunxiang's tone softened considerably as she spoke gently. It has not been easy for you to reach this point from the refugee town. Would you share the grievances between you and the Fang family? Fang Junlin came to Shanghai Hangzhou to kill you without reason. This is far from simple. Before entering the martial academy, you must not have crossed paths with him. So it cannot be a personal vendetta. Feeling a sense of trust towards Mu Yunxiang, Jiang Hao recounted the events that had transpired. After listening to his account, Mu Yunxiang fell into deep contemplation, eventually saying, The Fang family has indeed gone too far. They continue that forbidden experiment. What surprises me is your deep affection for your sister. It seems I have not chosen the wrong side. The Fang family is powerful, and my Mu family cannot afford to offend them. I cannot assist with your sister's situation. You must rely on yourself. My only advice is to enhance your strength. If you are fortunate enough to enter the Pelai ruins, remain there and cultivate. Do not emerge until you ascend to the martial god level. Jiang Hao shook his head resolutely. No, I cannot be a turtle hiding in its shell. In 6 months at most, Xiaoli will be in danger. I must rescue her beforehand. I must return within 2 months to begin my efforts to save her. Mu Yunxiang sighed. Alas, 2 months is too short. With your talent, given time, you could reach not only the martial god level but perhaps even the martial saint level. A warm current surged through Jiang Hao's heart in our brief encounter. Your willingness to assist me is greatly appreciated. In his memories, apart from his sister Xiaoli, there was little warmth among the people in Refugee Town. In recent months, he had encountered many who had shown him kindness. Chuyi, Xiaoya, Zhangwen, Jia Fan, Fu Hua, and now Mu Yunxiang. Their presence had illuminated the existence of emotions in this world. After a moment of silence, Mu Yunxiang continued, Among the three, you need not be wary of Feng Yu. Aside from her stubbornness, she harbors no ill intentions. If Chao Hong makes a move, you must flee towards the Pelai ruins. I will send you the specific coordinates shortly. It is not that I doubt your ability to confront Chao Hong, but if he acts, it means he has already notified the Fang family, and with their power, they could arrive within 2 hours. Jiang Hao expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Will this not implicate you? Mu Yunxiang replied nonchalantly. No, I will simply pretend to be unaware. Without evidence, they cannot touch me. Moreover, while my Mu family may not rival the Fang family, we are not to be feared. At that moment, Ma Kala interjected, Jiang Hao. I have been monitoring these three through the local network. The 2 women pose no threat, but Chao Hong has been secretly contacting someone. They are using encrypted communications, which I have yet to fully decode, but your name keeps coming up. It was evident that he had notified the Fang family. He had been deliberately gravitating towards me. Turning to Mu Yunxiang, Jiang Hao said, You were right. Chao Hong has already informed the Fang family. They will reach the Penglai ruins in an hour. It seems I cannot join you. I must find a way to act independently. By the way, since your family has been tracking this ruin for so long, are there any beasts in the vicinity, preferably at the leader level? Upon hearing that Chao Hong had notified the Fang family, Mu Yunxiang's brows furrowed. When she heard Jiang Hao inquire about beasts, her eyes brightened, and she began searching. 30 kilometers northeast of here, there is a leader-level beast, the Devourer beast, that has been lingering in the waters. It meets your requirements. Jiang Hao was astounded by her intelligence. Miss Mu, You are truly a female Zhuge. I am in awe. Mu Yunshang shot him a glare, retorting, enough with the flattery, prepare yourself. Also, refrain from calling me Andapos, Miss Andapos, as if I were some grand lady. Simply use my name. Jiang Hao nodded, smiling. You and Feng Yu should find a reason to return to the martial academy. I have heard that the Pulai ruins are perilous. Even martial kings cannot escape unscathed. Mu Yunshang exclaimed, you must be referring to Chu Sangxiong. If you manage to enter the ruins, please help Yi search for her father. It is her greatest wish. Jiang Hao nodded solemnly. I will keep this in mind. Yi and Apos, S concerns are also mine. Mu Yunshang remarked playfully, it seems you have a good relationship with my dear friend. Jiang Hao cleared his throat and shifted the subject. We are nearing the waters where the devourer beast resides. Soon, Mu Yunshang led the group down to a height of 100 meters above the sea for better observation. The four of them reduced their speed and spread out by 100 meters, scanning the surface of the water. Suddenly, a massive creature leaped from the ocean, opening its enormous maw to pounce on the four. The monster's mouth was colossal, spanning several hundred meters. Mu Yunshang shouted in terror, be careful. That is a high-tier leader-level devourer beast. Do not let it swallow you. Even a martial king would be reduced to bones. At her warning, the four of them fled in different directions. Jiang Hao, however, was too slow to react and was the closest to the devourer beast. Just as he escaped 100 meters away, he was caught in the suction from the beast's gaping mouth, rendered immobile. Pale-faced, Jiang Hao cried out in panic, help me. I do not wish to die. Mu Yunshang swung her blade, charging forward. From a distance of 100 meters, she unleashed a wave of icy energy towards the devourer beast. However, the attack vanished into the depths without causing any harm. I'm sorry, this beast is too powerful. I cannot defeat it. I cannot save you. She retreated in haste, but suddenly, a gigantic tongue shot out from the beast's mouth, wrapping around Mu Yunshang in an instant. The enormous tongue moved like lightning, ensnaring her despite her desperate struggles. No, Sister Yunshang. Upon witnessing Mu Yunshang ensnared, Feng Yu rushed forward to render aid. However, with a sudden flick of its tongue, the creature ensnared both Mu Yunshang and Jiang Hao into its cavernous maw. With a resounding splash, the beast was hurled back into the depths of the sea, vanishing in an instant. As the ocean's surface regained its tranquility, Feng Yu's complexion turned ashen, tears cascading down her cheeks. She cried out to the sea in a heart-wrenching wail. No, no, Sister Yunshang. It cannot be true, it cannot. Chapter 059. To live is to see the person, to die is to see the corpse. At this moment, several figures surged towards the group. Upon seeing the newcomers, Chao Hong's expression darkened as he glanced at them, and then at the surface of the sea. The ones hurrying over were naturally the members of the Fong family. Fang Juanzi halted and looked at Chao Hong, inquiring, where is Jiang Hao? Upon hearing Jiang Hao's name, Feng Yu, who was sobbing nearby, cried even louder, woo-woo. Jiang Hao and Yunshang were devoured by the whale-swallowing beast. They are dead. Fang Juanzi's eyes turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Chao Hong, demanding, what on earth happened? Chao Hong, in fear, recounted the events in detail without concealing anything. Fang Ming stepped forward, surveying the sea's surface, and remarked, as far as I know, the whale-swallowing beast is merely a commander-level monster, while Mu Yunshang is a half-step martial king. Even if she couldn't defeat it, she shouldn't have been consumed so easily, right? Chao Hong timidly replied, it all happened so suddenly. Perhaps Miss Mu did not anticipate the whale-swallowing beast's tongue would be so swift, and in her carelessness, she fell victim to it. Fang Juanzi stared intently at Chao Hong for several seconds before turning to Fang Ming, saying, second uncle, third uncle, since this matter is suspicious, I would trouble you both to search for the whale-swallowing beast. We must at least see the living or the dead, otherwise, I cannot explain to my father. Fang Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, without evidence, the family head will not believe us. Very well. I shall go into the sea with third brother to investigate, and see if we can find the whale-swallowing beast and slay it. With that, he signaled Fang Zheng, and the two dove into the water. The whale-swallowing beast was massive, and its swimming speed was far inferior to that of the dragon scale armor. Although the detection range of the dragon scale armor was significantly reduced underwater, after some searching, they still spotted the whale-swallowing beast's silhouette 10 nautical miles ahead. A sentry reports the presence of a colossal object. It must be the whale-swallowing beast. Let us pursue, Fang Ming declared, leading the charge towards the beast. After a quarter of an hour, they finally caught up with the whale-swallowing beast. Fang Ming assessed the creature and stated, this monster is enormous, and it is difficult to engage in underwater combat. It seems we can only attack with a blade assault. Let us strike from the left and the right. Fang Zheng nodded. Very well, I will attack from the left, and you from the right. The two accelerated to their utmost speed, swiftly arriving at either side of the whale-swallowing beast. Their strikes severed two of its pectoral fins, causing the creature to writhe in pain and prepare to retaliate. With a swift motion, a massive tongue lashed out towards them. Fang Ming scoffed. A mere commander-level beast dares to act so brazenly before me? Bind. With the utterance of the command, the tongue was immediately immobilized, as if grasped by an unseen force. Sever. Fang Zheng shouted, swinging his blade towards the tongue, which promptly split in two. The whale-swallowing beast let out a mournful cry, retracting the severed tongue and fleeing desperately into the distance. The beast seeks to escape. We must pursue. If it reaches the deep sea where other monsters dwell, we will be in trouble. The two hurried after the whale-swallowing beast without delay. After a while, Fang Ming suddenly halted, his expression grave. We have a problem. There is a powerful energy magnetic field ahead, along with a maritime hurricane. Fang Zheng halted as well, asking, should we continue the pursuit? Fang Ming scrutinized the danger warning projected before them, his countenance serious. This powerful magnetic field must be the legendary Palai Ruins. It is said that its emergence is always accompanied by a maritime hurricane. Fang Zheng surveyed the swirling vortex ahead, excitement evident on his face. Wonderful. It is indeed the Palai Ruins. I have sought it for so long, and now it is before us. It seems fortune smiles upon us. Fang Ming admonished him sternly. You only think of treasures and resources. Have you forgotten the dragon god's warning? Even a martial saint would be wary of this ruin. Many martial gods have perished here. It is both a land of wealth and a death trap. Fang Zheng dismissed his concerns. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. It is said the treasures within are enough to elevate one to the rank of martial saint. We must go to the Palai Ruins, but not just yet. We need to gather more people and devise a thorough plan for entering the ruins. Look, the whale-swallowing beast has vanished into the hurricane. Pursuing it further is futile and may cost us our lives. Fang Zheng gazed longingly at the turbulent waters ahead, sighing, but ultimately followed Fang Ming back to the surface to regroup with Fang Juanzi. Soon after, the group arrived at the site of the hurricane. Fang Juanzi observed the colossal storm with a solemn expression. This hurricane seems to exceed the wind force levels recognized by humanity and continues to gather without dissipating. How shall we enter to confront Jiang Hao? If we cannot kill him, my father will surely not allow me to return to the Fang family. Fang Zheng queried. Jiang Hao has entered the hurricane? How do you know this? Fang Juanzi murmured. You mentioned that the whale-swallowing beast entered the hurricane. I just learned from the Mu family that Mu Yunchang and Appo's S-Life signal has not been severed, which indicates they are not dead. They may have been swept into the hurricane along with the whale-swallowing beast. Moreover, I now suspect Jiang Hao intentionally allowed himself to be swallowed by the whale-swallowing beast to evade our pursuit. What a cunning fox. As he spoke, his gaze turned menacingly towards Chao Hong, who trembled under the malignant scrutiny and hurriedly explained, Young Master Fang, I am just as bewildered. I did not know how they discovered that I was signaling you. Fang Juanzi snorted coldly, choosing not to respond further. Fang Zheng raised his arm and declared, I will now test the power of the hurricane myself. I refuse to believe that as a formidable martial god, I cannot overcome a mere hurricane. With that, he propelled himself towards the tempest. The hurricane roared ominously, likely due to Fang Zheng unleashing his energy against it. Before long, Fang Zheng returned, disheveled and cradling his arm. Fang Ming, alarmed, asked, Third brother, are you injured? Fang Zheng nodded, shaken. This hurricane is far more powerful than we imagined. I managed to create a breach with my energy and attempted to fly in, but I did not expect a protective force field within the hurricane. Stronger than the celestial barrier. I couldn't break through, and when the breach closed, I was caught between the hurricane and the shield, nearly reduced to pulp. Before he could finish, Fang Zheng plummeted towards the sea like a powerless vessel. Fang Ming reacted swiftly, diving down to catch him. Fang Zheng, now on Fang Ming's celestial vessel, muttered in frustration, my battle armor has run out of energy. It is truly terrifying. I feel that even a peak martial king cannot endure for more than a moment inside. I had to exhaust all the energy from the dragon pearl in my armor to escape. From Fang Zheng's account, the Fang family members grasped the hurricane's terrifying nature, leaving them momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Fang Ming turned to Fang Juanzi and inquired, Juanzi, what shall we do next? Fang Juanzi fixed his gaze on the hurricane, determination etched on his face. First, we must continue to seek a way to breach the Palai Ruins. Second, through Chao Hong's terminal, we will continuously broadcast messages within their regional network, demanding Jiang Hao emerge within 3 days, or we shall kill his sister, Jiang Li. Fang Ming exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you truly intending to use that object to threaten Jiang Hao?" To which Fang Juanzi bellowed, "I care not for the particulars. All I desire is Jiang Hao's demise." With 2 uncles present, alongside dozens of martial kings, do we have any reason to fear that Jiang Hao could possibly turn the tides? Chapter 60. Stay still at this moment. Within the belly of the behemoth, Jiang Hao could not have anticipated that Mu Yunshang would be ensnared by the giant tongue. Originally, he intended to conceal himself at the creature's maw, waiting for it to wander off, allowing others to believe he had perished before emerging safely. However, Mu Yunshang's unexpected ingestion forced him to alter his plans. He had voluntarily entered the gaping mouth, while she was unceremoniously drawn in by the monstrous tongue, tumbling directly into the creature's belly. The instant she was hurled inside, he leapt into action, grasping her tightly to prevent her from being swallowed whole. After considerable effort, he managed to pull her from the throat, but the behemoth, reacting to their intrusion, began to thrash violently. The tumultuous rolling of its insides flung both of them deeper into its belly, and after a fierce struggle, they found themselves wedged in a cramped space, face to face. The atmosphere grew awkward, as their bodies were pressed closely together, though fortunately buffered by their armor, which spared them from an unguarded encounter. Embarrassed, Mu Yunshang turned her gaze away, observing the deep pit beneath them, easily dozens of meters deep and spanning thousands of square meters. Within it, a yellow liquid churned, intermittently releasing bubbles. Mu Yunshang remarked bitterly, "What on earth is in this pit? It looks utterly repulsive." Jiang Hao glanced at the abyss and replied, "That must be the behemoth's stomach. The yellow liquid is likely its gastric juices. Judging by how it corroded that small iron ship, its gastric acid is more potent than any strong acid. Thankfully, we are stuck here. If we were to fall in, the consequences would be far worse than that ship. Moreover, the sulfur dioxide evaporating from this acid is highly toxic and dangerous." As they looked upon the iron vessel, which was dissolving like melted chocolate, Mu Yunshang's heart raced. Although their armor provided a barrier, they were pressed so closely that Jiang Hao could feel her heart racing. To soothe her, he said, "Do not worry. Once the behemoth settles, I shall devise an escape plan. With our armor, we shall be safe." Suddenly, Mu Yunshang inquired, "What did you just say?" "The communication signal is rather poor, coming through intermittently." The armor's communication system relayed her voice, fluctuating as if something were interfering. After a moment, Mu Yunshang raised her arm. Jiang Hao noticed that her other arm, devoid of a bracelet, was gradually losing its armor, revealing her delicate fingers, as pure as white jade. Realizing something, he panicked and lifted his own unadorned arm, only to find his armor also receding. Alarmed, he called out for Makala in his mind, but no response came. Observing the diminishing armor, Jiang Hao exclaimed, "This is bad. The behemoth's belly is emitting a powerful interference, a magnetic field disrupting the nanobots in our armor, causing a malfunction." Hearing this, Mu Yunshang grew frantic. "What are we to do? If our armor completely fails, we'll not only be corroded by the potent gastric acid but also suffocated." Jiang Hao had the system analyze the surrounding oxygen levels and gravely stated, "Although the oxygen content here is extremely low, it is not entirely absent. There is just enough for us to breathe, albeit with great difficulty. Once the behemoth calms, we must escape swiftly." With no other option, they remained squeezed together in the confined space. After what felt like an eternity, the armor fully receded, leaving them truly pressed against each other. Mu Yunshang's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her face away, feeling the proximity to a man she had only encountered a few times before. The typically composed woman felt her cheeks grow unbearably warm, as Jiang Hao and Appo's masculine breath brushed against her face. Jiang Hao, equally flustered, found their positions awkward. They were nearly eye to eye. "I don't want to stare, but it's right in front of me. What do you expect me to do?" Mu Yunshang pouted, murmuring, "Then close your eyes. It's not permissible anyway." Jiang Hao, with a wry smile, replied, "I must observe our surroundings, ready to escape at a moment's notice." At his words, Mu Yunshang fell silent, her turned face growing even redder. Jiang Hao scanned their surroundings, his attention fixated on the peculiar area before them. Eventually, Mu Yunshang broke the silence, asking, "Jiang Hao, did you leave behind any contingencies? You have 2 blades, 2 sets of sky weaver gear, flying needles, and nuclear explosive pearls." Jiang Hao replied earnestly, "Naturally. As a mere insignificant figure, I am entirely reliant on myself for survival. Without sufficient preparation, I might have perished countless times by now." Mu Yunxiang nodded, recognizing the difference in their backgrounds. Her family provided a safety net. When faced with insurmountable odds, they could call upon their lineage for assistance. Jiang Hao, however, was a wanderer, reliant solely on his own resources. You were quite shameless. How can you be so brazen? Jiang Hao shrugged, chuckling, with your extraordinary beauty and our proximity. Is it not natural for a man to react? Mu Yunxiang wished she could vanish. Closing her eyes, she exclaimed, seeing you fidget, I genuinely want to shift away. Hurry. Think of a way to leave this place. Jiang Hao ceased his movements, continuing to observe their surroundings. Do not keep shifting. Remain still. I'm not moving. It is the behemoth that is rolling incessantly. Mu Yunxiang fell silent, her gaze becoming dreamy, her breath increasingly erratic, and her cheeks flushed with an alluring redness, embodying an exquisite beauty that captivated Jiang Hao, leaving him utterly entranced. Chapter 061. Breaking free after a prolonged period, the behemoth had finally regained its tranquility. Similarly, Jiang Hao and Mu Yunxiang, after a fierce struggle, found solace. Mu Yunxiang nudged Jiang Hao. The behemoth has ceased its turmoil. Let us exit. Jiang Hao glanced at Mu Yunxiang, whose cheeks still bore a rosy hue, and hesitated. I apologize for my earlier actions. Mu Yunxiang interrupted him, exclaiming, No need to speak. It is all your fault. Jiang Hao, feeling chastened, refrained from further comment, drawing out his blade to aid in his ascent from the crevice. As Jiang Hao vacated the space, Mu Yunxiang hurriedly adjusted her attire. Jiang Hao ascended to a platform and called down to her, Can you climb up? Mu Yunxiang and Appo's face flushed anew, and with a hint of embarrassment, she replied, My legs are still a bit weak. I lack the strength to ascend. Jiang Hao suggested, Shall I descend and carry you? With her fingers fidgeting, Mu Yunxiang shyly nodded without uttering a word. After a few moments, she awkwardly maneuvered back into the narrow gap and finally positioned herself atop him. The softness against his back sent a wave of exhilaration through Jiang Hao. It was the familiar sensation from before. Through considerable effort, the pair finally reached the platform. Are your legs still weak? Would you like me to massage them? Jiang Hao inquired. Mu Yunxiang pouted and retorted, This is all you're doing. You insisted on treating me that way. Jiang Hao replied with a wry smile. It was purely accidental. The behemoth is hermaphroditic, and when we halted its movement with the blade, we must have ruptured its reservoir of pheromones, thus. Mu Yunxiang's expression suddenly turned cold. Enough. Let us consider it an accident. Jiang Hao then grasped her hand earnestly, saying, Yunxiang, I am aware of my humble origins as a commoner, while you are the esteemed daughter of the Mu family. I know I am unworthy, yet I promise to take responsibility. Mu Yunxiang gazed at him in a daze, then sighed. Do not speak further. Let us regard this as a dream for now. We must find a way out. Seeing the icy determination in her eyes, Jiang Hao could only self-deprecate. Indeed, you are the illustrious daughter of the Mu family. What does it matter now? Would you truly consider marrying someone as insignificant as me? After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, Let us ascend from here. We should reach the behemoth's maw. He then bent forward, inviting Mu Yunxiang to climb onto his back. However, Mu Yunxiang merely stood there, refusing to mount him, and said coolly, No need. My legs have regained some strength. I will walk on my own. Jiang Hao, recognizing her well-known pride, felt resigned. The path upward was steep. Yet Mu Yunxiang did not refuse his hand as they climbed together for nearly half an hour, eventually arriving at a tightly closed throat. Upon seeing the sealed throat, Mu Yunxiang sighed. Alas, if the behemoth does not open its mouth, we cannot escape. Jiang Hao unsheathed his blade, declaring, We shall carve out an exit. Mu Yunxiang shook her head. The throat is the most vulnerable point of any creature. Should the behemoth feel pain, it may thrash violently, possibly swallowing a considerable amount of seawater, which could send us back into its belly. After observing the throat, Jiang Hao noted its hardness akin to steel. Although the blade could penetrate it, the process would take considerable time, during which the behemoth might indeed swallow a vast quantity of seawater, leading to their demise without armor for protection. Reflecting on this, Jiang Hao could only shake his head in resignation. If only the armor could restore its functions. With your strength, breaking free from the behemoth's belly would be far from difficult. Suddenly, Mu Yunxiang exclaimed with excitement, I believe I have reached the rank of Martial King. I can see that 3/4 of my crescent in the control chamber is now complete. Could it be that our previous encounter facilitated my advancement? Jiang Hao, though puzzled, responded. It is quite possible. As I mastered the devouring technique, I could directly absorb the energy from the beast and Appo's core. I suspect that during that moment, my thoughts of continuous giving may have transferred energy into your system. Mu Yunxiang's cheeks flushed once more, and she retorted, "Do not speak further." She struggled to suppress her emotions, recalling that she had been even more fervent than Jiang Hao in that moment. Suddenly, a thought crossed Jiang Hao's mind, and he approached her with a mischievous grin. Noticing his expression, Mu Yunxiang coldly asked, "What are you up to?" Jiang Hao disregarded her frosty demeanor and pointed his finger toward her forehead. In an instant, he withdrew his hand. As new knowledge flooded her mind, Mu Yunxiang gasped. Refining technique. It can directly extract all energy to the core for immediate use. Such a formidable system, and you are willing to share it with me? Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you are now my woman. Do not think that this simple technique is all I can offer. I would gladly give you my life. Mu Yunxiang's eyes flickered, warmth coursing through her heart as she murmured, "You." Jiang Hao continued, "Now, let us not dwell on this. Once the armor is restored, I shall present you with an even more remarkable gift. The Nirvana potion has its flaws, so refrain from using it any longer." Mu Yunxiang gazed at him, her heart once again astonished. "You say the Nirvana potion has flaws? How do you know this?" Jiang Hao refrained from mentioning Makara and Apos' existence and instead spoke of a log he discovered among the wreckage of a spaceship, which also contained solutions to the issues at hand. After hearing Jiang Hao's explanation, Mu Yunxiang felt a renewed sense of awe. Although she was somewhat confused about her sudden connection to Jiang Hao, her feelings were still rather shallow, rooted in the infatuation of their initial encounter. From their first meeting in the arena to their training sessions, followed by their chance meeting in the small town, and now this moment, this young man had consistently astonished her. At this juncture, Mu Yunxiang found herself harboring unusual feelings towards Jiang Hao, though she could not articulate what those feelings were. Nevertheless, he had earned her respect. Dismissing her convoluted thoughts, Mu Yunxiang declared, "I am now a martial king-level Nirvana practitioner. Even without armor, I am confident I can break through the behemoth's throat. However, if the behemoth is currently in the depths of the ocean, we may drown in the seawater while attempting to escape." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao replied, "Let us first make our way to the behemoth and Apos' maw. We shall act according to the situation at that time, which is certainly better than perishing inside the behemoth." Mu Yunxiang nodded, waving her delicate hand to release her domain, drawing upon the moisture from the surrounding environment to gather a multitude of water droplets that began to swirl together. Shortly thereafter, Mu Yunxiang called out, "Congeal." The water suddenly crystallized into ice, forming a massive ice spike several meters in size that floated in midair. Upon witnessing the emergence of the ice spike, Jiang Hao could not help but express his astonishment. So, Yunxiang had indeed mastered the elemental art of frost. Once the ice spike solidified, Mu Yunxiang rubbed her hands together, and the entire spike began to spin rapidly. "Break!" she exclaimed with a delicate yet fierce voice. The ice spike shot forth, piercing through the throat and creating a gaping wound of crimson. Chapter 62. The relics of Pudalai. Mu Yunxiang swiftly pulled the astonished Jiang Hao, and the two hurriedly navigated through the thick barrier of the throat, emerging from its maw. Just as they escaped, the armor system chimed with a notification. "The system has been restored, initiating the armor." Their hearts soared with joy upon realizing that the mouth of the behemoth was agape, revealing a stretch of land beyond. The behemoth, suffering from the damage to its throat, began to convulse in pain, its jaws rapidly closing. Jiang Hao, disregarding the urgency of the situation, spread his wings and lifted Mu Yunxiang into the air, soaring outward. Upon reaching a nearby rock, Jiang Hao gazed at the colossal behemoth slowly submerging into the sea, a shiver of unease coursing through him. It was fortunate they had made their escape. Being dragged back into the depths would have been a calamity. At that moment, a sweet voice broke through the tension. "Jiang Hao, could you please set me down?" Noticing the reproachful look on Mu Yunxiang and Apos' face, Jiang Hao fumbled to place her gently on the ground. Once on solid ground, Mu Yunxiang straightened her attire and noticed her pants were soiled. She shot Jiang Hao a glare, exclaiming, "It and Apos' all your fault. I need to change my pants." With that, she unstrapped her backpack and headed towards a patch of grass, turning back with a fierce warning, "No peeking, or else." Seeing her anger, Jiang Hao dared not disobey, obediently turning away and muttering to himself. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air. Realizing something was amiss, Jiang Hao dashed into the thicket. A soft body leaped into his arms, still shrieking, "A mouse." "There's a mouse." Spotting the rodent nearby, Jiang Hao flicked his wrist, sending a flying needle that swiftly dispatched the creature. "Apologies, dear mouse. Though you provided me an opportunity, you also witnessed too much, and thus must be silenced." Afterward, Jiang Hao gently patted Mu Yunshang's shoulder, offering reassurance. It's all right now. The mouse has been dealt with. Peeking out from his embrace, Mu Yunshang verified the mouse and Appos, estimized and let out a sigh of relief. Yet, her relief was short-lived. Spotting something else, she screamed again, her voice almost shattering. You need to get out. Hurry, don't look. Like a startled fawn, she pushed Jiang Hao away, shielding herself with her hands. Jiang Hao, unable to look away, was mesmerized. Having been in the behemoth's belly, he hadn't fully appreciated the view until now. Hearing her scold him, he reluctantly withdrew, scratching his head as he retreated back to the rock. Moments later, Mu Yunshang returned, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Hao, amused, remarked, You, a formidable martial king, are afraid of a little mouse? No one would believe it. Mu Yunshang retorted, I am indeed a martial king, but first and foremost, I am a woman. What woman isn't afraid of mice? Not wishing to embarrass her further, Jiang Hao changed the subject. Surveying their surroundings with a serious expression, it appears we are within a force field, and it is quite expansive. Mu Yunshang also noted the force field around them, her eyes lighting up with excitement. This is the relic of Palai. It is perpetually shrouded by a colossal whirlwind, within which lies a powerful force field that even the dragon god cannot breach, extremely perilous. When the whirlwind dissipates, the relic disappears too. Some say it is carried to the surface by the whirlwind only to vanish again after a time. Jiang Hao, intrigued, asked, Is the relic truly so extraordinary? Mu Yunshang nodded earnestly. If it weren't, it would have been claimed by powerful beings from various nations long ago. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. An earthquake? Jiang Hao exclaimed, quickly steadying Mu Yunshang to protect her from harm. Mu Yunshang rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. I am a martial king. Why would I fear an earthquake? Jiang Hao sheepishly withdrew his hand but remained vigilant, ready to protect her if needed. The tremor subsided after a moment, then. The whirlwind enveloping the force field vanished, and torrents of seawater surged toward them. Both were awestruck by the sight, eyes wide as they gazed upward. How beautiful! The water is kept outside the force field, like a scene from a fairy tale. Mu Yunshang, like a starry-eyed admirer, fixated on the surroundings, while Jiang Hao's expression darkened as he realized, we are beneath the sea. Given the depth, we must be several thousand meters down. How did the relic of Penglai end up underwater? Mu Yunshang, filled with wonder, responded, No wonder the relic frequently disappears. It must be submerging beneath the waves. Activating his scanning function, Jiang Hao surveyed the entire relic, projecting an image before him. Astonishingly, the island appeared to be the back of an enormous turtle. An utterly terrifying sight, its size spanning 3 kilometers. Could nuclear mutations really be this extreme? He pondered. I've discovered that aside from a fragment of spaceship wreckage, there are numerous nuclear reactors on this island. Ah, Makala, you've recovered? He asked. I never anticipated such electromagnetic interference within the behemoth and Appos' belly. It continuously disrupted particle stability, causing your armor to malfunction. I had to enter deep standby mode to prevent damage to some of the stored memories. Makala, do you know where we are? Jiang Hao inquired. Based on the previous conversation with the fractured beast aboard the ship, this place should be a base for the fractured beast split forms, specifically for storing nuclear reactors. Why do they hoard so many nuclear reactors? Jiang Hao wondered. Years ago, to blast open the Arctic ice to locate the ship, they gathered nearly every nuclear reactor available in the world. It seems some remnants still remain here. This colossal beast became so enormous due to modifications by the fractured beast and the absorption of nuclear radiation from these reactors. Makala, I have a favor to ask. Jiang Hao said earnestly. What is it? Makala replied. I want to help Yunshang eliminate the defects of the Nirvana potion. Could you assist me? Wait, are you two involved? Makala questioned, then realized, no, based on your heart rate and physical condition, did you consummate? Jiang Hao chuckled ruefully. It was an accident, purely an accident. Never mind. I won't pry. I'll help your little woman this once. Just obtain a drop of blood from her. Blood? What do you need her blood for? Jiang Hao asked. Don't ask. Just know it's useful. Noticing Jiang Hao lost in thought, his expressions fluctuating, Mu Yunshang gently tapped him. Jiang Hao, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Snapping back to reality, Jiang Hao grinned. No, just got lost in thought. After a moment of seriousness, he continued, Yunshang, could you give me a drop of your blood? Mu Yunshang looked puzzled. What do you need my blood for? Jiang Hao replied earnestly, Didn't I mention wanting to improve the Nirvana potion? Since there is nothing else to do now, I thought I'd analyze your blood data and devise a corresponding enhancement plan. Mu Yunshang did not inquire further. She drew forth a blade and, with a swift motion across her fingertip, allowed a droplet of blood to rest upon Jiang Hao's palm. Jiang Hao examined the crimson bead, then instructed Mu Yunshan, "Do not treat the wound just yet. I will need to return the blood to your injury, allowing it to permeate and facilitate the restoration process." Although Mu Yunshan was perplexed, she complied, pressing her hand against the wound while observing Jiang Hao in silence. In turn, Jiang Hao extracted a droplet of his own blood and merged it with hers. Before long, he applied the conjoined droplets back onto Mu Yunshan's injury. Confused, she queried, "Is that all there is to it?" Jiang Hao and Apos' lips curled into a smirk as he replied with gravity, "Oh, we are still a tad short." With that, he took her injured fingertip into his mouth. Mu Yunshan was momentarily taken aback, allowing Jiang Hao to proceed with his peculiar antics. After a brief interlude, he released her finger and chuckled, "All done. No more bleeding. Does it still hurt?" Mu Yunshan. Chapter 63, Plants vs. Zombies. After scanning the entirety of Turtle Island, the two began their exploration. Although the island was not large, it was heavily overgrown due to years of exposure to nuclear radiation. The wreckage of a spaceship lay at the center of the island, and they needed to traverse over a kilometer of dense forest to reach it. Above Turtle Island, a formidable gravitational force rendered flight impossible. Makala remarked that this force field, presumably generated by the spaceship shield, possessed significant restrictions on aerial movement, compelling the two to proceed on foot. As they entered the forest, the light dimmed considerably. Both held their blades at the ready. "Wow, that sunflower is enormous," exclaimed Mu Yunshan, pointing excitedly at a pink flower that stood a meter tall. Jiang Hao and Apos' eyes sparkled as he turned to her, saying, "Wait for me a moment." He then plunged into the thick underbrush. Unsure of his intentions, Mu Yunshan patiently awaited his return. Before long, a figure descended from above. "Tada, isn't she beautiful?" Mu Yunshan laughed incredulously upon seeing what Jiang Hao had brought back, a 2-meter-long rose with a bud that measured half a meter in size. "Here, a rose for you. The books say one should gift roses to their beloved." As Jiang Hao presented the massive flower, Mu Yunshan giggled. "Who gives such a large rose? Where would I even put it?" Her laughter was enchanting, blooming like a flower, far more captivating than the colossal rose on Jiang Hao and Apos' shoulder. Mesmerized by her smile, Jiang Hao felt a momentary daze. "Just take it for now, and I'll carry it for you. Once we're out, you can place it in your bedroom," he suggested. Mu Yunshan playfully grasped the stem for a moment before shoving the flower back into Jiang Hao's hands. She shot him a flirtatious glance, her cheeks flushed, and skipped ahead. With a smile, Jiang Hao followed, carrying the rose. The forest was thick with vines and dense underbrush. Jiang Hao wielded his blade to clear a path for her. ISN and Apos' it tiring to carry the rose while clearing the way? "If it and Apos' too much, just toss it," she offered. "Absolutely not. It's the first time I'm giving you flowers. I can't just discard them," he replied. Suddenly, Jiang Hao unfurled his wings, unleashing a flurry of flying blades that spiraled forth, clearing the path like a lawnmower. "There, much easier," he chuckled. Mu Yunshan admired his cleverness as they continued deeper into the woods. After walking several hundred meters, they entered a clearing dominated by towering trees, with not a shred of vegetation on the ground, just bare black soil. The light was eerily dim, resembling twilight. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Hao cautioned, "Yunshan, be careful. This place feels strange." A short distance later, the armored sentinel system emitted a piercing alarm. Numerous, unidentified entities were approaching. They stood back to back, alert to their surroundings. Soon, a rustling noise echoed, and green lights flickered in the depths of the woods, gradually intensifying. "Wolves?" Jiang Hao speculated, but quickly dismissed the idea as the figures approached slowly, revealing themselves to be humanoid creatures. Their eyes glowed green, their movements stiff, joints cracking as they walked, and their mouths dripped with green saliva. Zombies? How could there be zombies? Such creatures were never recorded in the data. Jiang Hao exclaimed. Makala interjected, "They are the eerie corpses." "What are eerie corpses?" Jiang Hao inquired. "These beings are remnants of the cleansing organization, somehow perishing on this island and falling under the control of a strange beast, likely having undergone some form of evolution," Makala explained. As the eerie corpses drew nearer, Jiang Hao, wishing to protect Mu Yunshan, shouted, "Blade wings, arise." Countless blades shot forth from his wings, raining down upon the horde. The sound of thuds echoed as dozens of eerie corpses lost their heads. Mu Yunshan gasped, "Ah, they're headless, but still moving." In a bizarre turn, the headless corpses continued their advance, arms outstretched, claws glinting ominously. "How can this be?" I refused to believe it. Blade wings, attack. Jiang Hao commanded, launching the blades again, this time targeting their legs. With a flash, the legs of numerous eerie corpses were severed, sending them sprawling to the ground. To his astonishment, those without legs continued to crawl forward using their hands. Frustrated, Jiang Hao retracted his blades and conjured a colossal fist in the air. "I'll turn you into paste. Let us see you move then," he declared. The massive fist descended relentlessly, crushing the eerie corpses into a mushy pulp. Exhausted from the effort, he finally silenced the last of the green-eyed monstrosities. Seeing the gruesome remains, Jiang Hao scoffed. "This is what happens when you scare my Yunshang." Mu Yunshang shot him an appreciative glance, feeling warmth in her heart for his protectiveness. However, before Jiang Hao could catch his breath, a new rustling emerged from the woods. This time, over 100 red-eyed eerie corpses appeared, larger than the previous ones. Dumbfounded, Jiang Hao remarked, "Is this Plants vs. Zombies? Another wave? I hope there aren't 100 waves." The red-eyed creatures moved much faster, closing the distance rapidly, emitting sinister chuckles. Suddenly, they opened their mouths, revealing a glowing, lava-like liquid within. "Yunshang, watch out!" Jiang Hao shouted, positioning himself in front of her and erecting a protective barrier. Mu Yunshang gazed at his imposing figure, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. "This man truly treats me like a delicate flower," she mused, even though she was a formidable warrior herself. A torrent of crimson liquid shot from the eerie corpses, splattering against the barrier. The liquid slid off and began to corrode the earth beneath them, releasing plumes of black smoke. "This is highly acidic. These eerie corpses are terrifying," Jiang Hao gasped. "Blazing inferno," he roared, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles that transformed the area beyond the barrier into a sea of flames, trapping the eerie corpses within, who screamed in agony. Before long, the sinister corpses were reduced to ashes, leaving only a barren wasteland behind. Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief and coldly remarked, "I refuse to believe that another wave of zombies will emerge. If they do, I shall unleash the corn cannon." Mu Yunshang covered her mouth and smiled. "This man is rather amusing." Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a towering figure several meters high burst forth. "Goodness, I truly have a knack for foreboding. They have indeed arrived." Chapter 064. Breaking the spaceship shield. The Earth trembled violently as a figure, emanating a blue light, burst forth. The creature that emerged was colossal, towering at 4 to 5 meters high. Unlike the emaciated corpses encountered previously, this grotesque being was stout, with dark, smooth skin. Iron chains, as thick as an arm and several meters long, were bound around its wrists. Observing this rotund monstrosity, Jiang Hao inquired, "What is this creature? A portly version of a grotesque corpse? It seems to have a rather lavish diet." Makara remarked, "This one is likely a corpse king, probably possessing the strength of a peak martial general. Is it truly that formidable? Allow me to test it," Jiang Hao declared, conjuring a fireball to hurl at the corpse king. Flames erupted around the creature, engulfing it in a fierce blaze. The corpse king bellowed, undeterred by the searing heat, and charged through the inferno. Noticing that the king had suffered no burns, only a slight charring, Jiang Hao and Amp, Oppos, S expression turned grave. "I and Amp, Oppos, LL take my turn," cried Mu Yunshang, striking the ground with her palm. Countless towering ice spikes erupted from the earth, ensnaring the corpse king with unyielding force. The creature thrashed in a frenzy, unable to move, emitting a cacophony of enraged roars. Jiang Hao gave Mu Yunshang a thumbs up, praising her prowess. "Still my woman, isn't she?" Mu Yunshang shot him a glare, retorting, "Who is your woman? Speak again, and I shan't acknowledge you." Jiang Hao shrank back, refraining from further provocation. Suddenly, the iron chains on the corpse king glowed blue, and with a piercing shriek, the beast began to writhe violently, swinging the chains with tremendous force, creating a sound that pierced the air. The ice spikes shattered into powder, and the corpse king broke free, its fury palpable as it pounded its chest and advanced towards the pair once more. "Here it comes. I'll cleave you in two." "Thunder!" Jiang Hao commanded. With a crack of thunder, a bolt of lightning struck the corpse king, sending it hurtling to the ground. As it struggled to rise, its flesh was torn, oozing a vile black liquid. Mu Yunshang observed in awe. This man has grasped numerous elemental rules: gravity, fire, and thunder. Might he also wield ice? Seizing the momentum, Jiang Hao launched another lightning assault. However, to his surprise, the lightning missed as the corpse king adeptly maneuvered in an S pattern. Its movements comically exaggerated yet remarkably effective. Jiang Hao unleashed a barrage of lightning, yet the creature evaded each strike with ease. Is this corpulent creature truly so agile? Jiang Hao thought, frustration mounting as he continued his relentless attacks. The Corpse King, sensing the impending strikes, leapt to the side, evading once again, emitting mocking cackles. Infuriated, Jiang Hao unleashed a torrent of lightning, encircling the beast. The Corpse King attempted to leap away, but a multitude of ice spikes erupted from the ground, trapping it in place. Thunder rumbled as several bolts struck the king, causing its body to explode into fragments. Jiang Hao turned to Mu Yunxiang, a smile gracing his lips. What a harmonious connection we share. United, we are formidable. Mu Yunxiang and Amp, Appo's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, who is your partner? Speak again, and I shall ignore you. Flustered, she turned away, and Jiang Hao eagerly followed. Their journey continued without incident until they reached the wreckage of the spaceship, gazing at the debris overrun with vines. Their expressions soured. A protective energy shield enveloped the remnants, barring their entrance. A black void lay a mere 10 meters away, yet an invisible force field obstructed their path, rendering all attempts to breach it futile. Makara, devise a way to dismantle the shield. We cannot penetrate it. Of course we cannot breach it. The shield of the Voyager can withstand even the mightiest blows from a galactic-level powerhouse. Although it has been significantly damaged, it can still withstand assaults from a stellar-level combatant. What then? Is it impossible to break through? Of course not. Have you forgotten who I am? I have not forgotten. You are the most exquisite and formidable Makara in the universe. Between you and that little woman, who is more beautiful? Equally beautiful? That sort of reply is merely a ruse employed by scoundrels to deceive young maidens. What am I to do? Yunxiang has already become my woman. Though her feelings toward me are lukewarm, I must take responsibility. Otherwise, I would be a scoundrel. If your true form were here, I would have claimed you as my own long ago, even enduring broken ribs to brew soup for you. In the distant cosmos, a pale green planet thrived. Devoid of towering skyscrapers, machinery, or pollution, only blooming flowers and melodious birdsong, reminiscent of a paradise. A stunning woman tended to the extraordinary flora, her flowing white gown radiating an ethereal glow. As she wiped the sweat from her brow, she gazed skyward with a smile. A few small fairies flitted joyfully around her, asking, Sister Fairy, what is it? Is there something in the sky? The enchanting woman bent down, gently caressing a flower petal. Nothing of consequence. I merely heard something intriguing. Makara huffed in annoyance. From now on, do not jest with me in such a manner. Makara, this is the first time I've seen you truly angry. Very well. Let us set aside this matter and focus on breaking through the spaceship's energy field. Press your hand against the field and do not let go. I require time to decode the ship and Appo's protective systems. The energy required to dismantle this shield is substantial, and during this time, you may find yourself unable to move. Jiang Hao turned to Mu Yunxiang with a smile. Yunxiang, I will utilize the special program within my battle armor to breach this shield. It may take some time, and I will be immobilized without external sensations. Please guard me. Mu Yunxiang nodded. Focus on your task. I shall protect you. Jiang Hao steadied himself, placing his hand against the force field, entering a meditative state. Mu Yunxiang unsheathed her blade, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. A faint rustling sound emerged, barely perceptible. Mu Yunxiang sensed movement, but the sound came and went, elusive as shadows. Furrowing her brow, she heightened the sentry system and Appo's detection and alert levels. The rustling persisted, vanishing without a trace, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped her feet. Looking down, she discovered that green vines had crept up from the ground, encircling Jiang Hao's knees unbeknownst to them. Mu Yunxiang was taken aback, rushing forward to sever the vines surrounding Jiang Hao with her blade, fearful that these tendrils might spring back to life. She meticulously employed the force of gravity to clear the area, ensuring no remnants remained. Yet, feeling this was insufficient for her peace of mind. She conjured ice elements to envelop Jiang Hao within a crystalline shelter, only then feeling a semblance of reassurance. Upon turning around, she was met with the alarming sight of countless verdant vines sprawling over the vegetation before her. Mu Yunxiang exclaimed in dismay, Alas, we are surrounded. Chapter 065. The everlasting vines. Gazing at the vines sprawled before her like a spider and Appo's web, Mu Yunxiang was gripped by a profound fear. These vines, slender as a half piece of spicy strip, were a vibrant green, appearing tender and lush. They bore no leaves, nor any nodes, resembling nothing more than smooth ropes. Yet, Mu Yunshan was acutely aware of their perilous nature. As the vines surged towards her, she retreated into the small ice shelter, blocking the entrance with her body to prevent the vines from infiltrating and harming Jiang Hao during their confrontation. Initially, these vines appeared as delicate as they seemed. A mere flick of her blade could sever them, and even a powerful strike could obliterate them completely. However, Mu Yunshan soon realized that something was amiss. After the first cut, the vines transformed into the size of chopsticks. With another strike, they shrank to the size of a thumb. After several attempts, the vines had grown to the size of eggs. Something was wrong. The more she struck, the thicker they became, akin to a mouse dragging a heavy shovel, with the larger end trailing behind. As the vines shifted from a vibrant green to a deep, ominous black, Mu Yunshan's expression turned grave. To her astonishment, the vines reared up like cobras, swaying before lashing out at her like whips. At first, she could still sever them with a single blow. But as they thickened to the size of her wrist, the vines had turned completely black, and her blade could no longer cut through them in one stroke. It often took 2 or 3 strikes to sever them entirely. The vines danced around her, and despite her fervent efforts to strike them down, there were moments when her defenses faltered. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the vines struck against her armor, causing her body to tremble within. With no other option, Mu Yunshan summoned a protective force field. However, it seemed the vines had a counteractive effect against her force field, absorbing its energy as if it were a delectable meal. The moment she activated the force field, the vines grew more agitated, launching more ferocious assaults, and multiplying in number. Dragon Pearl energy consumption at 10. Dragon Pearl energy consumption at 12. Dragon Pearl energy consumption at 15. Watching the system continuously report the depletion of her Dragon Pearl energy, Mu Yunshan's face turned pale. If this continued, her armor and Appos' energy would eventually be exhausted, and without it, she wouldn't and Appos' even be able to return to the academy. Balancing the elemental supply to the ice shelter while engaging the enemy was proving to be an overwhelming burden. By the time her energy had fallen by more than half, Mu Yunshan was left with no choice but to withdraw her armor and confront the threat with her bare body. The sudden absence of nourishment seemed to enrage the vines, which began to lash out at her with renewed vigor. With each strike she managed to sever, she also endured several attacks. This was not due to her inability to evade the vines, but rather her choice to block those aimed at Jiang Hao, who was immobile and in dire peril. As time wore on, Mu Yunshan and Appos' body bore the marks of battle, bloodstains marred her form, and her hair and gown became disheveled. Even her grip on the blade trembled slightly. It was not that her strength as a martial king was lacking, but rather that the relentless onslaught of the vines was inexhaustible, and with her need to protect Jiang Hao, she could not fully unleash her potential, struggling to exert even 30% of her power. While contemplating her next move, she suddenly felt a tightening at her feet, in the midst of losing her balance. She was hoisted by the vines, dangling at the entrance of the ice shelter. As she watched the vines advance towards the shelter, Mu Yunshan cried out in despair, "No!" In her panic, she recalled the devouring technique and hurriedly activated it as instructed in her mind. Devouring technique. Activate. Absorb. To her amazement, the vines halted in their tracks, as if paralyzed by an unseen force. An influx of energy surged into her body, causing the vines to wither significantly. Mu Yunshan felt her physical energy replenishing, her realm continuously ascending. Soon, her core was filled to capacity. With a resounding burst of power, she broke through to the intermediate martial king level. Elated, she realized she could no longer absorb energy without risking damage to her core. Having ascended 2 levels in a single day was already her limit. Noticing the ice elements within her core had significantly strengthened, and with the vines temporarily immobilized, she seized the opportunity to tear away a vine ensnaring her body, channeling the ice elements into the dripping vine and Appos' sap. The ice elements rapidly spread within the vine, and sensing it was sufficient, Mu Yunshan commanded, "Congeal." In an instant, countless vines transformed into ice sticks, crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed from the distance, followed by a tremor in the thicket. A dark figure darted away, trailed by several vines. It was the mother vine, fleeing in a desperate bid for survival. As the shadow vanished into the forest, Mu Yunshan let out a deep sigh of relief. Let it flee. Protecting Jiang Hao takes precedence. I shall seek another opportunity to eradicate it. With a gentle flick of her disheveled hair, she turned to ensure Jiang Hao was unharmed, a sweet smile gracing her lips. After a moment of rest, her body had largely recovered. Glancing at her tattered gown, she forced a faint smile. While he cannot move, it should be fine to sneak into the ice shelter and change into a new gown, right? Oh, why worry so much? There's nothing left to hide from him. With that, she slipped into the ice shelter and retrieved another white gown from her backpack, beginning to change. Just as she removed her gown, Jiang Hao suddenly turned and enveloped her in a tight embrace, holding her close. Having just endured a life-and-death struggle, Mu Yunxiang found the warmth of his embrace incredibly comforting. Lost in the sensation of warmth, she momentarily forgot to struggle. Why are you so foolish? I am tough. You need not shield me from danger with your body. Understand? I am a man, and I will not allow my woman to be harmed on my behalf. Just as Mu Yunxiang was about to respond, he silenced her with a tender kiss. It continued until she gasped for air, and in a flurry, she pushed him away, suddenly aware of their vulnerable honesty. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks, and she instinctively shielded her modesty with her hands, stammering, "You must turn around. I need to change." No peeking. Jiang Hao gazed at her with deep affection, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he slowly turned away. "All right, you may turn back now." As he faced her once more, he stepped forward, lifting a hand to delicately arrange her disheveled hair. Mu Yunxiang attempted to evade him, but he firmly held her in place. "Stay still. Your hair is a mess. Let me help you." Feeling the tenderness of his touch, Mu Yunxiang lowered her head slightly, allowing him to stroke her hair. Jiang Hao gently lifted her chin and, with heartfelt sincerity, said, "Yunxiang, thank you." With her gaze cast downward, she softly replied, Then, swiftly shifting the topic, she inquired, "Jiang Hao, has the force field of the spaceship been successfully breached?" Jiang Hao chuckled, "Of course. You know, your man is quite capable. Let us enter, for there are numerous treasures within. However, my most precious gem is right beside me." Mu Yunxiang cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Hao, who responded with a hearty laugh. After chuckling, he hoisted a bouquet of roses and took Mu Yunxiang's delicate hand, leading her into the spaceship. Chapter 66. Makara is merely a repository of transplanted memories within a clone. Inside the spacecraft, an unexpected darkness enveloped the surroundings, unlike other ruins that were illuminated. The lights flickered to life automatically as they traversed the corridor. Despite having scanned the three-dimensional model of the entire wreckage, it remained merely a virtual representation, incapable of revealing the true state within the vessel, serving only as a navigational aid. Mu Yunxiang surveyed the gentle glow of the lights and inquired, could there be someone aboard? Otherwise, how could these lights activate on their own? Jiang Hao consulted Makara before responding. It remains uncertain whether there are people, but it is evident that some form of life exists within the spacecraft. The Sentinel system is currently unable to pinpoint their exact locations or quantify their numbers. Makara, is it possible to directly hack into the entire ship and Oppo's system to monitor its status? Yes, but it would be quite time-consuming. The ship and Oppo's systems are not as simplistic as those on Earth. They were crafted by the Empire and are not easily compromised to prevent cascading reactions. The ship and Oppo's functions are distinctly compartmentalized, with each chamber having its own independent system. Some essential chambers even possess shielding mechanisms. Locate a system circuit. I will attempt to breach a single chamber to mitigate risks. Following Makara and Oppo's guidance, Jiang Hao arrived at a place resembling an access control point and placed his hand upon it. Moments later, he withdrew his palm and continued onward. This chamber is an ecological chamber. The next one should be the experimental chamber, which is likely to contain the quantum space ring. If no one forcibly breaches the door, my spatial ring should be inside. Excellent, let us retrieve the spatial ring. I am most intrigued by it, as it allows for instantaneous transportation, he replied with a chuckle. As they advanced, they soon arrived before a chamber door. Upon observing its battered state and the various scattered equipment on the ground, Jiang Hao expressed confusion. Is this the experimental chamber? It feels as though it has endured a century of bombardment. So many scars. It is possible someone attempted to break in. However, when the experimental chamber was established, robust protective measures were implemented to account for unforeseen circumstances. Even a Lord-level entity would find it challenging to force entry. Can you get inside? Of course, I am a research personnel and possess a special access code. Using the access code provided by Makara, the two soon entered the experimental chamber. The scene within left them both in shock. Jiang Hao exclaimed, "What happened here? It appears as if a massive explosion occurred." "I am unsure. I was too preoccupied with uploading memories in that damaged sealed chamber to notice," Makara replied. Jiang Hao glanced towards a severely damaged sealed chamber nearby, where a skeletal remains was faintly visible. Are you saying that skeleton belongs to you? Indeed, it was impossible for anyone else to have used that sealed chamber but me. Then shall I assist in gathering your remains for a proper burial later? There and Appos. No need. Simply help me with cremation later. It is the highest ceremony of my lineage. Very well, I shall respect your wishes. Jiang Hao approached the chamber door, which yielded easily due to its extensive damage. Upon seeing the remains, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Makara, have you undergone such extensive bodily modifications? The core of the bones is entirely metallic. What do you mean? Metallic? Impossible. While we have undergone profound modifications, we would never alter our core genetic structure, let alone replace it with metal. Jiang Hao picked up a vertebra, gently shaking it, causing the bone dust to disperse and reveal a small metallic spine. Though termed metal, it possessed a remarkable softness, akin to flesh. How can this be? How can this be? Noticing Makara's distress, Jiang Hao quickly inquired, Makara, what is troubling you? Please, remain calm. After a lengthy pause, Makara sighed. It turns out I am merely a memory transplant entity. The metallic spine you hold is made of flow cotton or a material used to produce cloned carriers. Only biologically cloned carriers utilize such materials to mimic authenticity. Without prior notification, a cloned carrier remains oblivious to their nature as a mere transplant. I always believed myself to be the original, only to discover I am but another clone. No wonder many memories were locked upon your activation. It was a security measure that requires strength, knowledge, and understanding to unlock. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and reassured her, it is all right, Makara, regardless of the circumstances. You are my unique Makara. In my heart, you remain unparalleled. Even if the skeleton is your original form, you will always be the Makara in my mind. Nothing will change that, will it? Indeed, you are correct. However, as soon as she spoke, Makara began to doubt herself once more. No, wait. If I am a memory transplant entity, then upon leaving the carrier, I would merely regress to an intelligent supermind. How could emotions persist? Why do I feel sorrow and frustration? Something is amiss. Makara, do not dwell too deeply on this. How about this? When I become sufficiently powerful, I shall help you seek answers. At that time, you will understand. To find answers, one must travel to the Imperial Science Institute. For you, the Empire is too distant. Akin to an ant from Earth striving to scale Mars. Challenging, perhaps, but not impossible, correct? Besides, I am not alone in this endeavor. With you by my side, we shall strive together. What do you think? Do you truly wish to assist me in seeking answers? Such a journey would require you to grow immensely strong. To leave Earth and embark upon a cosmic odyssey. Embarking on a cosmic odyssey is precisely my intention. Did you not say that with increased strength, one's lifespan could extend infinitely? Would one wish to remain on Earth, languishing in boredom for thousands of years? Such a life would be unbearably dull. Very well. I will do my utmost to assist you. In a few months, I shall strive to reach the lunar level, then the planetary level, allowing you to traverse the starry expanse. For now, remove the ring from my hand. The resources within will suffice for your needs for a time. At that moment, Mu Yunshang returned cheerfully, clutching several items. Jiang Hao, I searched thoroughly. The entire experimental chamber is in ruins. I only managed to find a few rings among the remains. Please see if they are of any use. If not, I shall return them, as taking the possessions of the deceased feels inappropriate. Mu Yunshang sought Jiang Hao's opinion because, throughout their journey, she sensed his profound familiarity with the spacecraft, able to breach shields and unlock access codes as though returning home. Upon seeing what Mu Yunshang had brought, Jiang Hao and Appos' eyes sparkled with excitement. These are indeed treasures. How could we possibly return them? What are these items? Mu Yunshang asked, puzzled. Jiang Hao grinned, responding gently. These are quantum space rings, unparalleled in value. No resources on Earth can compare. Chapter 067. Acquiring the quantum space ring, Jiang Hao removed the ring from the finger of the Makala, which was distinctly different from the one on Mu Yunshang's hand. It was slightly larger, and unlike the other silver rings, it was a beautiful blend of blue and white. Mu Yunshang examined the ring with anticipation and inquired, Jiang Hao, do you mean these rings are quantum space rings? I understand quantum, but what is this space ring? With a subtle smile, Jiang Hao replied, it's akin to the storage rings found in cultivation novels, capable of storing items. Mu Yunshang instantly comprehended, in this day and age, few could claim ignorance of storage rings if they had not perused such novels. But how do we utilize this quantum space ring? Do we need to refine it like in the stories? We lack the skills for such refinement. Storage rings are an irresistible allure for everyone, and Mu Yunxiang was no exception. Who wouldn't he desire a ring that could hold countless treasures? I am currently devising a method to unlock the quantum space ring and Oppo's functionalities. Please bear with me. Makala, how do we use this quantum space ring? In theory, with your current strength, you cannot utilize it. You must possess at least a planetary core energy source to activate the quantum space ring. Do you comprehend how much energy is required to quantumize and shrink an object? So, it cannot be used at this moment? I promise to assist you in enhancing your strength swiftly. The ring contains numerous valuable items that will significantly bolster your combat capabilities. They must be retrieved. I will install a temporary entropy augmentation system at your core, which will amplify the energy within your body to a planetary level, though this augmentation will only suffice for the ring and Oppo's operation and will not be effective for combat. Moreover, it can only be used for storage. Other functionalities may remain inaccessible. That will be sufficient. Now, locate an energy conduit, and I will extract the energy from the spaceship. Since the ship's energy can sustain a shield, it should be adequate for constructing the entropy augmentation system and activating the quantum space ring. Makala, I have a request. Please assist Yunxiang in acquiring an entropy augmentation system as well. Ah, you were smitten by that girl. Very well, when the time comes, just place your hand on her core position. After finishing the communication with Makala, Jiang Hao turned to Mu Yunxiang. Yunxiang, I have found a method. Where's your core? I need to place my hand there. Mu Yunxiang and Oppo's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she stammered, it and Oppo's it and Oppo's at my chest. Seeing her embarrassment, Jiang Hao grinned. We are already like an old married couple. Why be shy? I have touched every part of you. Mu Yunxiang and Oppo's face turned as red as an apple as she retorted, you rascal. Soon after, Jiang Hao located an energy conduit, and they both sat down cross-legged. He placed one hand on the conduit and the other on the soft part of Mu Yunxiang. Initially, she felt a bit shy, but as he had said, what part had he not touched? Makala, let's begin. As the words left his lips, an overwhelming surge of energy akin to thunder coursed through Jiang Hao's hand, instantly enveloping his entire being. The energy traversed his arm and flowed into Mu Yunxiang. Yunxiang, it may hurt a bit. Bear with it. If it becomes unbearable, just let me know. Mu Yunxiang nodded obediently, and soon, the energy intensified, illuminating the entire laboratory in a brilliant white light. Jiang Hao felt the thunderous energy permeate to his core, concentrating at a single point. Like a tempest, it began to strike that focal point. With each strike, it felt as though a needle were piercing his heart, and as the strikes grew in intensity, so too did the pain. For over 10 minutes, Jiang Hao endured, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, occasionally stifling a grunt. Concerned that Mu Yunxiang might not withstand the ordeal, he squinted to gauge her condition. To his surprise, Mu Yunxiang clenched her teeth, her brows furrowed. Despite being drenched in sweat, she emitted not a single sound, revealing her remarkable tenacity. After another 10 minutes of relentless pounding, everything finally subsided. Jiang Hao immediately moved to support Mu Yunxiang's delicate shoulders, asking with concern, Yunxiang, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, rolling up her sleeve to wipe the sweat from her brow, though she appeared weak. Noticing the sweat on Jiang Hao and Oppo's forehead, she instinctively reached out to wipe it away. But halfway there, she hesitated, her face flushing with embarrassment. Jiang Hao seized the opportunity, grasping her outstretched hand and wiping his own forehead, teasingly saying, who only does half a job? You can't retract your hand now that it's already out. Mu Yunxiang scolded playfully, have you always been this shameless? Jiang Hao shook his head earnestly. In this world, there are only two people who have been truly kind to me, my sister Jiang Li and you. Even if I wanted to be shameless, there's nowhere for me to do so. Enough of the flirtation. The entropy augmentation system is established. Activate the quantum space ring quickly. I have downloaded the operational instructions into your mental control center, and you can also share them with that girl. Jiang Hao grinned. Thank you, Makala. You are the best. You flatter her. Jiang Hao gently tapped Mu Yunxiang's forehead. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, according to the instructions, this quantum space ring is incredible. If fully activated, it can even allow for spatial travel, almost godlike in its capabilities. Jiang Hao nodded. Once your strength reaches above the Marshall Saint level, you should be able to use it. For now, let us utilize its storage function. The method for using the quantum space ring was straightforward, akin to clicking open a page on a computer. Before long, they had both acquired the necessary skills. Jiang Hao hoisted the enormous rose onto his shoulder, grinning. Yunxiang, Now that we have the space ring, what about this rose? Mu Yunshang gazed at the rose on Jiang Hao's shoulder and replied with a gentle smile, "Let this rose be the first item in our space." With that, she extended her delicate hand adorned with the ring. With a slight effort, a web-like beam of soft light emanated from the quantum space ring, enveloping the rose entirely. Under the illumination of the light, the rose transformed into a linear form, shimmering slightly before being drawn into the quantum space ring. With a single thought, a three-dimensional space was projected onto her retina, revealing the rose peacefully resting within. This was the item retrieval and display system of the quantum space ring, functioning like a surveillance system within a room, allowing one to observe and extract items as needed. Jiang Hao operated the quantum space ring, placing his backpack inside along with various items such as blades and Yushiansuo, contemplating the necessity of stocking up on food and daily supplies upon their exit. He also discovered numerous treasures within the ring, among which 5 radiant objects caught his attention. With a thought, one of these blue crystal-like items materialized in his hand. Curiously inspecting it, Jiang Hao suddenly exclaimed, "Is this the source crystal?" Chapter 068, Source Crystal. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's exclamation, Mu Yunshang swiftly stowed away the soiled tight-fitting sportswear and the torn long skirt into her spatial ring. She then blinked her eyes and gazed at Jiang Hao, her beautiful eyes sparkling at the sight of the object in his hand. "I have this too in my ring, and I possess over 10 of them." As she spoke, a source crystal manifested in her palm, shimmering faintly. "This is a planetary-grade source crystal. You may absorb it gradually. Do not overindulge, or it could rupture your body," she cautioned. "Typically, a ring contains dozens. Why does yours only have 5? This is of little use to me. I was too lazy to keep it. And I have never been fond of cultivation. It's fortunate to have it at all. That girl's simply a bad luck." "There should be more source crystals in the other quantum space rings," Jiang Hao replied dismissively. "Well, it's better to be content with what one has than to desire more. Having some is certainly better than having none." Mu Yunshang examined the source crystal and turned to Jiang Hao, inquiring, "What purpose does this source crystal serve? It's so beautiful. Is it used as an ornament?" Jiang Hao shook his head. "You know about source liquid, right? The source crystal is an upgraded version of source liquid, containing energy that surpasses it by tens of thousands of times." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, a single source crystal is sufficient for me to advance beyond the martial god level?" Jiang Hao nodded. "In theory, yes. However, this source crystal exceeds our absorption capacity. In the future, when absorbing source crystals, you must remember to do so gradually. Otherwise, it could lead to your demise. Having these source crystals merely indicates that your future energy for advancement is secured. It does not mean you will instantly become a formidable warrior." Jiang Hao then discovered a pair of rings within the quantum space ring, resembling platinum rings. He retrieved one and placed it on Mu Yunshang's ring finger. Mu Yunshang stared at Jiang Hao in confusion as he chuckled. "By wearing this ring, you are now my woman, an exquisite flower with an owner." Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively reached to remove the ring, but Jiang Hao gently restrained her. "Would you keep it on?" Their eyes locked, and ultimately, Mu Yunshang withdrew her hand, which had intended to remove the ring. Jiang Hao tenderly adjusted the platinum ring on her finger, placing his hand alongside hers. Capturing several photographs with the armor's camera function, satisfied before releasing her delicate hand. After organizing their belongings, Mu Yunshang produced a black ring and a broad, long sword from her ring, thrusting them into Jiang Hao and Appo's hands. "This must be the legendary Black Dragon battle armor and a star-grade longsword. There are 2 sets in the ring. I shall give you one." Activating the Black Dragon battle armor was straightforward, much like the dragon scale armor, and Jiang Hao donned it swiftly. He noticed that Mu Yunshang was equipped with a set of cream-colored armor and expressed his confusion. "ISN and Appo's. This the Black Dragon battle armor? Why does yours have a different color?" Mu Yunshang shot him an exasperated glance. "Fool, battle armor can be adjusted to any color." Jiang Hao chuckled foolishly. "Yunshang, what color do you like? I can change the armor to your preference." Mu Yunshang turned her head away defiantly. "I won and Appo's. Tell you." Jiang Hao could only smile wryly as he continued to explore the intricacies of the Black Dragon battle armor. Suddenly, he activated the dual wings, revealing only the main skeletal structure at first. With a thought, numerous energy wings unfurled, exuding a powerful technological aura, appearing incredibly striking. After both familiarized themselves with their armors and weapons, Jiang Hao stood and declared, "The time is ripe. Let us gather the remaining source crystals and equipment aboard the spaceship. With the quantum space ring, we need not worry about carrying them. Suddenly, an intense tremor shook the ground beneath them. Jiang Hao exclaimed, "What is happening? Has the giant turtle gone berserk?" Mu Yunchang furrowed her brows in contemplation and finally said, "The giant turtle must be surfacing. The Punlai ruins are re-emerging on the ocean and Appo's surface." Ding ding ding. Both of their systems simultaneously displayed dozens of notifications from the previously established local network. Upon reading the messages, Jiang Hao's fury ignited. "Fang Juanzi, I will kill you. I will make you suffer 1,000 deaths." As he prepared to storm out of the laboratory, Mu Yunchang seized Jiang Hao and Appo's arm. "Jiang Hao, calm down. Even if we could leave. Confronting the Fang family directly is tantamount to courting death. They have 5 or 6 martial gods and over 30 martial kings. You are merely a martial general. You are no match for them." Jiang Hao shook off Mu Yunchang's grip, his voice frenzied. "Let go. I cannot stand idly by while Xiaoli is in danger. I must save her." With that, he charged toward the door, but Mu Yunchang rushed forward and embraced him from behind. "Jiang Hao, don't. You'll die. For now. They will not harm Zhongli. We have been here for several days. If the Fang family truly intended to kill her, they would have done so by now. They merely wish to lure you into a trap. I don't care. Even if it means my death, I must go." At that moment, Mo Carla interjected. "The girl speaks wisely. You must remain calm. This reckless behavior is suicidal. Do you remember your promise to me? If you die like this, what would it mean? Mo Carla, you know I cannot watch Xiaoli perish. Compose yourself. They will not harm Xiaoli in the short term. There remains at least a month before they extract her genes. They will not kill her just to draw you out. Focus on absorbing the source crystals. I will assist you with all my might. Even if it leads to my dissolution, I will help you reach the martial king level in the shortest time possible. This way, you will have a slim chance when confronting the Fang family." Ultimately, Jiang Hao halted, retreating to a corner where he removed his armor and began absorbing the energy from the source crystal. The crystal spun between his palms, energy flooding into him, illuminating his veins with a brilliant white glow. As the crystal rotated faster, his body began to swell, resembling an inflated balloon. "Jiang Hao, you are being too hasty. Slow down your absorption rate. Your current physical strength cannot withstand such immense energy pressure. Your veins will burst." "No, Mo Carla, I can endure. Keep going. If it becomes unbearable, I will stop." Standing beside him, Mu Yunchang watched Jiang Hao with deep concern. At that moment, his body had swelled so much that his clothes had torn apart, yet Mu Yunchang felt no embarrassment, only increasing worry for him. After a while, some of the glowing veins on Jiang Hao's body began to rupture, blood seeping from them. Mu Yunchang covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Before long, Jiang Hao had transformed entirely into a blood-soaked figure. Mu Yunchang was frantic, tears streaming down her face, utterly helpless. Suddenly, an image projected onto Mu Yunchang's retina. "Activate the dragon scale battle armor and utilize the healing system to treat him, or he will bleed to death. Simply place your palm on his back." The unexpected message left Mu Yunchang bewildered, unsure whether to trust it. Just as she hesitated, another message appeared. "Hurry. Stop dithering. If you hesitate any longer, he will die." Seeing the blood pouring from Jiang Hao, staining the ground crimson, Mu Yunchang gritted her teeth and positioned herself behind him, pressing her palm against his back. The healing system's activation significantly slowed the rate of his blood loss, allowing Mu Yunchang to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Jiang Hao's strength was continually ascending, from mid-level martial general to high-level martial general, and finally to peak martial general. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through to the martial king level, suddenly, the radiance enveloping Jiang Hao dimmed significantly. The rotation of the source crystal came to an abrupt halt. Everything came to a standstill. Chapter 069, The Alchemical Reciprocity. Jiang Hao weakly opened his eyes and glanced at the crescent moon shape in his mind, only to find it was less than a half circle, which filled him with despair. Normally, upon breaking through to the martial king level, the crescent diagram in the control room should be complete to a half circle, yet he was still a fraction short of achieving it. Jiang Hao had already realized that he had failed his breakthrough. Mu Yunchang also sensed Jiang Hao's disappointment. She gently squeezed his hand and comforted him. "Jiang Hao, do not be anxious. Nothing can be accomplished in a single attempt. We can try several times. The martial king level is not easily attained. I was stuck at the high-tier martial general level for 2 whole years." Jiang Hao nodded listlessly. "I understand that breaking through is challenging, but Xiaoli is in critical danger. I do not have much time to waste here. Every moment delayed means more suffering for her." Knowing Jiang Hao's deep affection for his sister, Mu Yunshang chose not to say anything further. With a wave of her hand, she manipulated the moisture in the air, forming a sphere of pure water that enveloped Jiang Hao. As the water coalesced and then dissipated, all traces of blood on Jiang Hao's body were completely washed away. Regaining some composure, Jiang Hao said softly, "Thank you, Yunshang. I will rest for a while and then try again." With that, he activated the body repair function of his battle armor, slowly mending his injuries. Seeing Jiang Hao close his eyes to recuperate, Mu Yunshang quietly stood up. After calming her mind, she recalled the subtitles that had appeared in her mind earlier. She attempted to summon them a few times, but they did not reappear on her retina. Mu Yunshang gazed at Jiang Hao, contemplating the many surprises he had brought during their time together. This man undoubtedly harbored numerous secrets. Realizing this, Mu Yunshang no longer dwelled on the source of that information. She understood it must have originated from Jiang Hao and was evidently intended to assist him, since it bore no malice towards him. There was no need to pursue the matter further. Choosing not to cultivate, she simply squatted beside Jiang Hao, waiting for him like a devoted wife. After a long while, Jiang Hao opened his eyes, a glimmer of vitality returning to his gaze. As his body regained some strength, he prepared to attempt the breakthrough once more. A source crystal appeared in his hand, rotating between his palms. Sensing his urgency, Mu Yunshang remained silent, moving behind him to sit cross-legged and placing her palm on his back. Before long, Jiang Hao's body began to swell again. But due to Mu Yunshang fully activating the medical system, he did not bleed profusely as he had before. The energy within Jiang Hao erupted continuously, forming wave after wave of shockwaves. The frequency of these shockwaves varied, and Mu Yunshang realized that Jiang Hao and Appo's mind was becoming chaotic. Indeed, Jiang Hao muttered in disappointment. "How can this be? Why can't I break through? I am so close, just a fraction away. I cannot accept this." He had completely succumbed to madness, desperately urging the source crystal to spin faster and pushing the absorption function of the devouring technique to its limits, even reaching a critical point. "Jiang Hao, you must stop. If you continue to forcibly absorb energy, the lunar stars within your body will explode. They cannot withstand such a surge of power all at once. Everything requires a strong process," Makara continuously called out in his mind, but Jiang Hao seemed entranced, ignoring the warnings. Mu Yunshang sensed the violent energy within Jiang Hao and pushed the medical system to its limits. Suddenly, a line of subtitles appeared on her retina. "Jiang Hao has become possessed. He has forcibly absorbed too much volatile energy, and his body cannot withstand such a vast accumulation. In a few minutes, he will explode." Panicked, Mu Yunshang asked, "What should we do?" "You must find a way to save him." "I cannot save him." "Perhaps only you can," came the reply. "What method? Tell me." "Just as you did when you first acquired the devouring technique, absorb his chaotic energy into your body. Circulate it, and then return it to him. You must maintain this cycle without interruption. He currently cannot actively absorb it, but since you established a circulatory system before, you can." Mu Yunshang nodded, understanding what she needed to do. "Wait a moment. I will stun him to stop his energy absorption from the source crystal. And then it will be up to you." Suddenly, Jiang Hao ceased his actions and collapsed to the ground. Mu Yunshang realized that the mysterious figure had knocked Jiang Hao unconscious, and now it was her turn to act. Dispelling any lingering hesitation, she stood up, glanced at Jiang Hao's handsome face, and smiled gently. As her white dress fell, she wasted no time and sat down upon him. After some time, Jiang Hao woke to find that the crescent shape in his mind was now 3/4 complete, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "I have actually stepped into the intermediate Martial King level? How is this possible?" As he felt the surge of power coursing through him, he realized his strength had indeed multiplied many times over, filling his heart with ecstatic joy. However, his joy was short-lived as he noticed Mu Yunshang lying beside him, vulnerable and exposed. Her complexion was pale, her hair disheveled, and her brows slightly furrowed. He quickly gathered her into his arms and activated the medical system, anxiously asking, "Yunshang, what happened to you?" Mu Yunshang slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was nestled in Jiang Hao's embrace. A faint blush crept onto her pale cheeks as she replied, "I am fine, just a bit tired and weak." She gently tugged at her dress, modestly covering certain vulnerable areas. Jiang Hao smiled slightly and helped adjust her dress, ensuring she was properly covered. Mu Yunshang shot him a playful glare. "You're bullying me again." Jiang Hao chuckled. "You are my woman." Then, his expression turned serious as he said, "Thank you, Yunshang." At that moment, Jiang Hao had learned from Makara about the events that had just transpired. Mu Yunshang had regressed to the initial Martial King level, while his own strength had risen to the intermediate Martial King level. After sharing a tender moment, As Mu Yunshan's strength gradually returned, they tidied up their gear and stepped out of the experimental chamber. As the door opened, the scene outside startled them. In the corridor, hundreds of figures stood ready for battle, all clad in black battle armor. The armor appeared to be made of a leathery material, each chest adorned with a trilobite-shaped device. Seeing these figures, Mu Yunshan gasped, "They are beastmen." One figure in black armor stepped forward in surprise. "It has been nearly a century since we last appeared. It is unexpected that anyone still remembers us." Noticing Jiang Hao's puzzled expression, Mu Yunshan explained, "Beastmen emerged over 60 years ago. They are symbiotic beings of humanity and the deities. That black armor is an evolution of the deities. However, they should have been annihilated in the Arctic War 60 years ago. I cannot believe there are still hundreds of them here, and their strength is formidable. All nearing the Martial King level. It seems their power has significantly increased over the years." Jiang Hao nodded in realization. "So, these beastmen are the mortal enemies of humanity." "Indeed," Mu Yunshan confirmed. "They allied with extraterrestrial beings, transforming into monstrous creatures with the intent to overthrow nations on Earth, seeking to dominate the entire planet. The number of humans who have perished at their hands must be in the billions." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was filled with righteous indignation and declared coldly, "These despicable scoundrels, these malignant tumors of humanity, shall be eradicated today without exception." Chapter 070. Elimination of the beastified humans. Upon witnessing the armament of Jiang Hao and his companion, a flicker of trepidation glimmered in the eyes of the beastified humans. Having occupied the wreckage of the spaceship for decades, they were acutely aware of the formidable resources concealed within. The leader among them gasped in horror. "The Black Dragon armor? They have discovered the Black Dragon armor. Eliminate them and seize the armor. They are merely mid-tier Nirvana warriors." A cacophony of metal resonated as hundreds of beastified humans unsheathed their weapons, converging upon Jiang Hao and his companion like a swarm. Jiang Hao exchanged a glance with Mu Yunshan, then brandished his stellar longsword and charged forward. With a single stroke, he cleaved the nearest beastified human in two, then pivoted to strike at a towering beastified opponent. The formidable creature raised its black battle axe to defend. With a resounding clash, Jiang Hao's sword struck the massive axe, severing it cleanly in half, leaving only the axe handle. The towering beastified human, stricken with dread, attempted to retreat. However, before it could take a step, a sharp pain surged through its waist as it realized its lower half had been violently severed. Following a piercing scream, the beastified human collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Hao, elated, exclaimed, "Ha! This stellar longsword is indeed formidable. Slaying these beastified humans is akin to chopping vegetables." With the power of the Black Dragon armor and the stellar longsword, they swiftly dispatched more than half of their foes. The remaining beastified humans, witnessing the ferocity of Jiang Hao and Mu Yunshan, whose weapons proved futile against the Black Dragon armor, lost all resolve and began to flee towards the passageway. Jiang Hao and his companion would not relent. They resolved to eradicate these scourges of humanity, leaving no trace of their existence. After a brief skirmish, only a handful of beastified humans remained in the passage. Their morale shattered, they discarded their weapons and fled in a panic. Suddenly, one beastified human that had darted around a corner was violently propelled back, crashing to the ground, lifeless, with a horrifying dent in its chest as if crushed by a heavy object. At this moment, tremors rippled through the ground, reminiscent of a colossal hammer striking the earth. Jiang Hao halted his assault, intrigued by the commotion at the corner. As the vibrations intensified, a towering figure emerged. This black beastified human stood 3 to 4 meters tall, its muscles rippling, wielding a massive black ship anchor, adorned with several trilobites embedded across its body, on its chest, waist, shoulders, head, and knees. Even the anchor bore one. At this juncture, Makala cautioned, this beastified human has undergone mutation, reaching the initial tier of the war god level. The anchor it wields is forged from the sturdiest materials found within the spaceship wreckage. You must exercise caution. Jiang Hao nodded, then turned to Mu Yunshan. "Yunshan, focus on eliminating the remaining beastified humans. Ensure complete eradication. This mutated beastified human is mine." Mu Yunshan nodded, concern etched on her face. "Be careful. Safety first." With that, she charged towards the remaining beastified humans. The mutated beastified human cast the anchor to the ground, dragging it towards Jiang Hao while bellowing, "Die, pathetic human." The anchor scraped against the platform of the spaceship, leaving a deep gouge, and as it was dragged, it began to glow a fiery red. Jiang Hao remarked in astonishment, "Ah, I did not expect this beastified human to command the fire element." Closing the distance, the mutated beastified human swung its arm, the chains attached to the anchor propelling it towards Jiang Hao. Unwilling to underestimate the threat, Jiang Hao summoned his strength to counter the attack. The clash of the stellar longsword against the anchor erupted in a shower of sparks and a thunderous boom. Jiang Hao stumbled back several steps, while the mutated beastified human remained unyielding like a mountain. Although the exchange had been somewhat unfavorable, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a smile. He had discerned that the stellar longsword remained unscathed while the anchor bore a chink, indicating that the sword's rank surpassed that of the anchor, thus heightening the likelihood of vanquishing this beastified foe. Upon seeing the damage to the anchor, the mutated beastified human roared in fury. "You insignificant human dared to harm my divine weapon." Jiang Hao chuckled. "You refer to me as human, yet I must inquire, what are you? A human? No. A beast? Neither. You have become a wretched being, neither man nor beast." The mutated beastified human scoffed. "Ignorant human, confined within your limited perspective, lost in the delusion of being the strongest, unaware of the vastness of the cosmos, where the powerful abound. To call you insects is an insult to their name. The ant species in the universe far surpasses the humans of Earth." Jiang Hao retorted. "Do you think that by transforming into this grotesque form, you can join the ranks of the powerful in the universe? How laughable. You may flaunt your might beyond the cosmos, but here on Earth, you shall not harm humanity." The mutated beastified human laughed maniacally. "I intend to exterminate all humans on Earth. What can you do about it? Within 6 months, I will evolve to the level of War Saint, clad in the black dragon armor, becoming invincible on Earth. At that time, you shall all be my slaves, offered to the cosmic deity, allowing it to descend upon Earth, dominate it, and grant us eternal life." Jiang Hao's gaze hardened. "You shall have no such opportunity. Today, I will obliterate you." The mutated beastified human mocked. "A mere war king dares to utter such words, just like every other human, full of bravado yet utterly insignificant. A prime example of arrogance." With that, the mutated beastified human lifted the anchor, spinning it with remarkable speed, producing a fierce wind akin to a helicopter and Oppo's rotor blades, coalescing into a swirling mass of fire. Sensing the impending assault, Jiang Hao raised multiple atomic shields before him, arranged from smallest to largest. Having ascended to the War King level, his comprehension of gravity had increased exponentially, enabling him to extract greater quantities of lunar energy from within, thus fortifying his shield significantly. Observing Jiang Hao's gravity shield, the mutated beastified human's expression remained unchanged, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "You believe a War King's gravity shield can withstand my full-force strike? That is utterly absurd. Prepare to perish." The mutated beastified human bellowed, launching the anchor. The foremost atomic shields shattered upon impact, bursting apart under the relentless assault of the anchor. As it surged forward with unstoppable momentum, it seemed poised to breach the final atomic shield. Jiang Hao frantically drew upon the surrounding void's atoms, continuously reinforcing the shields, prolonging their resilience against the anchor's assault, creating a standoff. Noticing the anchor's advance faltering, the mutated beastified human's brow furrowed. With a furious roar, the chains in its hand glowed a brilliant red. Flames erupted from the chains, extending to the anchor. Observing the fiery hue, Jiang Hao queried, "Makala, why is the flame blood red?" "That is a more advanced level of flame power, known as crimson fire. The flames in the universe are categorized into orange fire, crimson fire, purple fire, blue fire, celestial sun fire, and shadow fire, with the latter being the second in rank, crimson fire." "Is crimson fire formidable?" "Indeed, it is." "Jiang Hao, what do you mean by formidable? Do elaborate on just how powerful it truly is." Chapter 071. A disregard for martial virtues. Observing Jiang Hao's bewildered expression, Makara continued. "If one must draw comparisons of strength, one might liken ordinary flames to the flicker of a match, while this crimson fire resembles the flames capable of smelting steel. Thus, you shall grasp the distinction therein." Jiang Hao nodded, comprehension dawning upon him. Makara pressed on. "At present, you are on the cusp of entering the lunar tier. It is time you familiarize yourself with certain hierarchical rules. Flame levels: orange flame, crimson flame, purple flame, blue flame, celestial yang flame, shadow flame. Temperature levels: initial cold, condensed cold, dark cold, ethereal cold, absolute zero. Lightning levels: white lightning, mysterious yellow lightning, blood lightning, purple lightning, golden lightning, black extreme lightning. Gravity levels: forceful, lunar force, stellar force, constant force, domain force, nebula force, red giant force, black hole force. With each ascension in levels, The intensity increases roughly 100-fold compared to the preceding tier. Jiang Hao, realizing the implications, inquired whether the Black Dragon armor could withstand the Crimson Flames. It can. The Black Dragon armor is capable of fending off attacks of the Purple Flame tier. However, it depends on the individual's strength. Should an ordinary person forcibly don the Black Dragon armor, even common flames could incinerate them, Makara elucidated. I understand. It appears I must devise ways to enhance these elemental tiers, Jiang Hao resolved, redirecting his focus to countering the onslaught of the mutated beast-human hybrid. Before him, the ship's anchor was engulfed in roaring flames, the atomic shield melting away as though it were ice cream. A powerful atomic-level shield cannot withstand the temperature of the Crimson Flames. It would be prudent to extricate yourself. This stalemate could lead to significant losses. With a vigorous shout, Jiang Hao unleashed his stellar longsword, using the explosive shockwaves from their collision to propel himself backward at great speed. He halted only upon crashing against the wall of the cabin. The mutated beast-human granted Jiang Hao no respite, swiftly closing in on the anchor's striking range. Launching it once more. With a resounding boom, as Jiang Hao narrowly evaded the wall, the anchor obliterated the area, creating a massive hole. Molten magma flowed forth, revealing the terrifying nature of the Crimson Flames, capable of liquefying even the ship's materials. The relentless assaults of the mutated beast-human left Jiang Hao with no choice but to evade repeatedly, appearing quite beleaguered. Several times, the anchor brushed perilously close to his form. The air pressure it generated causing him to gasp for breath. Damn it! If I could just evade the anchor and engage it in close combat, I might have a chance to slay it, he mused. With determination, he conjured a fireball in his palm and hurled it at the mutated beast-human. The fireball detonated before the creature, dissipating uselessly. To Jiang Hao's astonishment, the beast-human had conjured 4 faint black shields that encircled its form, rotating slowly to counter any sudden threats. Indeed, a martial deity-level powerhouse possesses an arsenal of techniques, endlessly inventive, Jiang Hao marveled. This is precisely why I have consistently deterred you from recklessly rescuing Jiang Li. Martial deity-level beings have transcended the realm of ordinary nirvana practitioners. Their understanding of the rules is profound, rendering them unlikely to engage in a foolish melee. Yet, despite their myriad abilities, they remain human. They can perish and possess vulnerabilities. Our secret weapon is the devouring technique. If I can make contact, I shall drain them dry. Moreover, my stellar longsword is no mere trinket. It can pierce them as well. As Jiang Hao pondered, the mutated beast-human did not pause for idle chatter. Wherever Jiang Hao sought refuge, the anchor relentlessly crashed into that vicinity, leaving countless holes in the cabin. Frustrated by its inability to land a blow, the beast-human taunted, "Human vermin. Do you intend to scurry about like a jester forever? Then perish, you wretched creature." Seizing a moment of proximity, Jiang Hao swung his sword at the mutated beast-human. Just as he was about to strike within mere meters, the anchor deftly deflected his attack. No longer willing to evade, Jiang Hao resolved to confront the anchor head-on. "Ha! A mere insect dares to compete in strength with me? How foolish." The beast-human guffawed, its body radiating a fierce crimson glow. A tremendous gravitational force bearing down upon Jiang Hao, forcing him backward until he found himself pressed against the wall. The beast-human and Apos' visage twisted in rage, one hand gripping the anchor while the other applied pressure, intent on crushing Jiang Hao against the wall. Realizing the encompassing gravitational force enveloping him, Jiang Hao felt akin to a lamb pinned beneath the weight of a lion, the massive form casting him into shadow. His longsword pinned against his chest by the anchor's might. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Hao endured, the contact between his sword and the anchor producing a cacophony of grinding sounds. As the crimson flames began to rise from the anchor, Jiang Hao recognized the moment had arrived. He silently chanted, "Devouring technique, absorb it all. Drain them dry." The energy source of the beast-human was the beast core crystal, and thankfully, Jiang Hao's devouring technique could directly absorb it. Presently, he was not merely siphoning the mutated beast-human's core energy, he was also absorbing the crimson flames. Once Makara simulated and analyzed this energy, Jiang Hao would soon command the manifestation and application of crimson flames. As he sensed the energy within the beast-human gradually depleting, the flames on the anchor weakened. And the mutated beast-human and Apos' face contorted in horror. Why is my energy dissipating? What is happening? Simultaneously, Jiang Hao and Apos' force began to amplify, and the beast-human comprehended the truth. You are absorbing my energy? This is the refining technique mentioned by the Holy Master. You actually possess the refining technique? This is impossible. Aside from the Holy Master, could there be another formidable presence aboard this ship? Jiang Hao chuckled ominously, only just realizing? It is too late. Prepare to be drained dry. In a panic, the mutated beast human sought to retreat, only to find a gravitational wall obstructing its escape route. Both were ensnared, akin to rats trapped within a box, left with no option but to confront one another. Furious, the beast human bellowed, "If that is the case, let us see who perishes first." With a burst of fiery energy enveloping its form, the mutated beast human ignited in flames, wrapping both combatants in a searing embrace. Surrounded by the gravitational wall, they found themselves in a confined inferno, the escalating temperature exceeding all expectations. Despite the protection of the black dragon armor, Jiang Hao felt the heat intensifying. As breathing became increasingly arduous, he accelerated the devouring technique and Oppo's absorption rate. Yet, the outcome appeared minimal. The sensation was akin to plunging his hand into scalding water, and he felt his body hair singeing. Makera interjected, "With your current strength, your absorption rate cannot keep pace with the speed of its energy surge." "What then?" "Wait." "Wait for what? For death? Or for it to die?" "You shall understand soon enough." Jiang Hao remained silent, trembling as the mutated beast human laughed derisively. "I wonder how much longer you can endure. Absorb away. Let us see how long you can sustain this. I shall end you, and the black dragon armor shall be mine." Before its taunts could finish, a stellar longsword pierced through its chest. The mutated beast man let out a piercing scream, mechanically turning his head to behold a figure standing indifferently behind him. You lack martial virtue." As the words fell, his neck twisted, and he met his demise. Chapter 072. Shu Tsangxiang. With the demise of the mutated beast human and the extinguishing of flames, Jiang Hao exhaled deeply in relief. Mu Yunshang approached and assisted Jiang Hao to his feet, her concern evident as she inquired, "Jiang Hao, are you all right?" Jiang Hao gazed at Mu Yunshang with tenderness, replying, "I am fine. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have become a roasted pig." At that moment, Jiang Hao noticed a figure trailing behind Mu Yunshang. The individual appeared tattered, with disheveled hair and a gaunt face, barely recognizable as a person. "Yunshang, who is this?" "I's father, Chu Tsangxiang." "Where did you find him?" "In a cell in the rear cabin." "Thank goodness you were safe." Jiang Hao turned to Chu Tsangxiang, saying, "Uncle Chu, I am Jiang Hao, a friend of I. You have suffered greatly over the years." Chu Tsangxiang shook his head slowly. "Had it not been for my unwillingness to abandon I would have ended my life long ago. After so many years, I thought all hope was lost, yet here I am, finally seeing the light through the clouds." "Thank you." Curiosity piqued, Jiang Hao asked, "Uncle Chu, what truly transpired back then?" Chu Tsangxiang sank into deep reminiscence. "Years ago, my family, the Chu family, along with the Mu family, Yunshang's father, accidentally discovered this relic. However, the relic was elusive, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. After years of searching, we finally discerned a pattern, realizing it rested upon the back of a giant turtle. After arduous efforts, I entered alone, but the turtle suddenly sank, preventing the members of the Mu family from following." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Initially, I believed I had struck it rich, expecting treasures within. To my dismay, it turned out to be a base for beast humans. Though I possessed the peak power of a martial king, I was ultimately outnumbered. They trapped me using a force field, leaving me powerless until I collapsed from exhaustion. Only then did they release me from the force field, imprisoning me instead. Over the years, they used me as a sparring partner to train their beast humans, simultaneously studying the combat methods and weaknesses of human rebirth practitioners." Pointing to the collar around his neck, Chu Tsangxing added, "This is the device they used to control me. I do not know its nature, but whenever I attempted to remove it, it unleashed a powerful current, rendering me unconscious." Jiang Hao inspected the collar closely, asking, "Makera, what is this collar?" "It is merely a standard control collar, but it has been infused with a fragment of the rift beast, connecting to the primary nerve in the neck. The current it generates is not particularly strong, yet it is amplified by the rift beast, directly affecting the primary nerve of the wearer. Those who wear it suffer immensely, losing their ability to resist." "Makera, can you remove it?" "Removing the collar itself poses no issue, but the fragment of the rift beast is the concern. Any misstep could result in it burrowing into the body, heading straight for the heart or brain, leading to certain death for the host. What can be done then? Is there no solution?" "There is indeed a solution. Remember I mentioned that the rift beast is vulnerable to high temperatures? You just acquired the scarlet fire element. With slight adjustment, you should be able to unleash it. This fire is remarkably effective against the fragment of the rift beast." Jiang Hao integrated the scarlet fire element into his core, and after thorough analysis by Makera, Operational data materialized. With a gentle flick of his fingers, a crimson flame ignited at his fingertips. He turned to Chu Sangxiong, stating earnestly, "Uncle Chu, to remove the collar. We must use this fire. The process may be painful, so I ask you to endure." Chu Sangxiong scrutinized the flame in Jiang Hao's hand and nodded resolutely. "Proceed. No matter the pain, I can bear it. This collar is a disgrace to me. I shall remove it, even if it means grinding my bones or digging out my flesh." Jiang Hao then looked at Mu Yunshang, instructing, "Yunshang, use gravitational rules to protect Uncle Chu's neck as much as possible and employ the healing system to alleviate his pain." Obediently, Mu Yunshang placed her hand on Chu Sangxiong's shoulder, creating a protective field while administering medical care. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Hao pointed his finger at the collar, and the crimson flame enveloped it, causing it to tremble slightly. As time passed, sweat beaded on Chu Sangxiong's forehead, yet he remained silent. With a sudden clang, the collar cracked open and fell to the ground. Chu Sangxiong glared at the collar in fury, lifting his foot to crush it into fragments. Subsequently, the trio scavenged through the wreckage of the spaceship, acquiring hundreds of bottles of rebirth potions, several sets of black dragon battle armor, and star-level long swords. As they emerged from the wreckage, Mu Yunshang approached Jiang Hao, anxiously asking, "Are you going to the ruins of Huhang City to rescue Jiangli now?" Jiang Hao nodded firmly, stating, "Yes, I must rescue Xiaoli. She is my sister, and I cannot allow her to suffer any longer." Mu Yunshang, filled with concern, replied. But Jiang Hao reached out, caressing her cheek. This time, she did not pull away. Instead, she allowed him to gently stroke her exquisite face, relishing the delicate touch. Jiang Hao sighed, "Yunshang, you are so beautiful. I cannot fathom how many lifetimes of fortune it took for me to meet you. My journey to rescue Xiaoli is fraught with peril. If I do not return alive, please forget me. The debt I owe you, I shall repay in another life." Mu Yunshang embraced Jiang Hao tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "You haven tea, yet repaid the debts from the last life. And now you wish to push it to the next?" Jiang Hao was taken aback. He had not expected such words from her. Their time together had been brief, and he did not possess the confidence that he could evoke such deep feelings in a girl within such a short span. Her words were likely intended to inspire him to survive. Gently stroking Mu Yunshang and Appo's hair, he said, "It is truly wonderful to have met you. Do not worry. I absorbed considerable energy from that mutated beast human earlier. I should be nearing the advancement to a higher tier Martial King. After a couple of days to consolidate, I will challenge the higher tier Martial King level. Having gained some understanding of the martial god-level beast humans today, even if I cannot save anyone, I should not meet my demise." Mu Yunshang gazed intently into Jiang Hao and Appo's eyes, asserting, "Jiang Hao, I shall accompany you. There is strength in numbers." Jiang Hao shook his head. "No, you cannot accompany me. I, Jiang Hao, am but a solitary wanderer with no attachments. You, however, are the eldest daughter of the Mu family, with the entire family behind you. Your presence would endanger them all." After a moment of silence, Mu Yunshang insisted, but Jiang Hao interrupted. "There is no but. Listen to me. I can go alone. If I manage to escape safely and become strong enough, I will return to the Mu family to seek you openly. Please take Uncle Chu back to the Chu family. I will surely be overjoyed." Makara dismantled the force field device within the wreckage, and the force field around the Punglai relic dissipated, no longer a mystery. Reluctantly, Jiang Hao bid farewell to Mu Yunshang, soaring towards the ruins of Huhang City, declaring, "Xiaoli, hold on. Your brother is coming to save you." Chapter 073. Capturing the turtle in the midst of the storm departing from the ruins of Punglai, Jiang Hao activated the navigation system, soaring towards the desolate city of Shanghai Hangzhou. The colossal turtle had submerged once before, and upon surfacing again, its location had shifted significantly. Therefore, throughout the journey, Jiang Hao encountered no members of the Fong family. After several hours of flight, he reached the mainland and planned to venture into the nearby mountainous region to seek a secluded cave, where he could absorb source crystal energy and tranquility, aiming for a breakthrough to the advanced Martial King level. This would enhance his chances of rescuing Zhongli. At that moment, a video message emerged from the shared network established with Chao Hong. The video displayed Zhongli confined within an iron cage at a deserted square in the Shanghai Hangzhou ruins, surrounded by soldiers clad in dragon armor. Fang Juanza sat beside the cage, indulging in fine wine and delicacies. Raising his glass, he mockingly toasted, "Jiang Hao, I know you can see this video, and I am aware you are hiding like a turtle. It is a pity for your sister, who is still hoping for her brother's rescue. Jiang Hao, you are but a coward, a weakling. Hide away, and I shall torment your sister until I tire of it, and then I will have her killed. Her bones turned to ashes. Haha. The camera zoomed in on the cage, revealing Jiang Li, disheveled and in tattered clothing, kneeling within, her limbs bound by enormous iron chains. Her head bowed, her gaze vacant. Fang Juanza continued, his voice dripping with derision. Since I have recorded this video, I ought to show you something thrilling. Haha. He approached the cage and pressed a button, causing a surge of electricity to crackle around the chains binding Jiang Li, accompanied by a chilling hissing sound. With one hand on the button, he turned to face the camera. Prepare for the spectacle, Jiang Hao. Do not blink. As he twisted the button, the electric arcs intensified. The chains glowing faintly white, the previously dull hum transforming into sharp crackling sounds. Electric serpents enveloped Jiang Li's body, striking her violently. Fang Juanza, laughing maniacally, suddenly glanced towards the cage in surprise. Oh, this little ant is truly stubborn. Under such immense electric shocks, she remained silent. Shaking his head, he cackled. Let us see how much current you can withstand. I shall triple it. He twisted the button again, unleashing a frenzied barrage of electric arcs that erupted in a chaotic display, much like fireworks. Jiang Li could no longer contain her agony, letting out a piercing scream. Jiang Hao, aware that for the past decade, Jiang Li had endured the torment of her wrist ailment weekly, had long since learned to bear pain. The fact that she could scream so loudly now indicated the horror of her suffering. The more she screamed, the more deranged Fang Juanza and Apos' laughter became, relishing his masterpiece. Jiang Hao, if you do not come, I shall torment your sister twice a day, increasing the voltage each time until you appear. Of course, if you do not show up within 5 days, I will kill her immediately. The video abruptly cut off. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze turning crimson. He roared, unleashing a palm strike that shattered the colossal boulder beneath him, abandoning the thought of a breakthrough. Jiang Hao activated the Yuxiansuo, accelerating towards the Shanghai Hangzhou ruins. Jiang Hao, it would be wiser to break through to the high-level martial king first. You still have a chance to survive, but if you go now, it would be tantamount to certain death. Mokala, do not say another word. This time, I must go. There should be many people on site, and their strength will not be weak. If I perish, find a way to transplant into another body. It is not worth it for you to die alongside me. It will take about 2 hours to reach the Shanghai Hangzhou ruins. Make haste to absorb the source crystal. I will do my utmost to compress the energy, thus significantly enhancing the explosive force. Focus on your cultivation. I will handle the Yuxiancio. If you die, I will accompany you into oblivion. Mokala, why must you do this? Alas, I once thought I was the original, only to realize I am but a transplant. If that is the case, my existence holds little significance. It is better to vanish alongside you. Thank you, Mokala. With that, Jiang Hao fell silent, sitting cross-legged atop the Yuxiansuo, beginning to absorb the source crystal. In the Shanghai Hangzhou ruins, Roger Chang approached Fang Juanza. Concern etched upon his face. Juanza, do you think Jiang Hao truly has received the message? From what I gathered in the refugee town, he cares deeply for his sister, perhaps more than his own life. It is odd that he hasn't appeared yet. Fang Juanza chuckled. I just received news that Miss Mu Yunshang of the Mu family has returned. I believe Jiang Hao must have returned with her. He has undoubtedly received the information. As for whether he will come, I cannot be certain, but I have about 70 to 80% confidence. Just wait and see. Roger Chang's eyes gleamed with resolve. This time, his family, alongside 6 affiliated families, had dispatched dozens of experts to hunt Jiang Hao, only to be countered and killed by him. Had it not been for Fang Juanza's warning, they would still be oblivious. Thus, when Fang Juanza proposed to capture Jiang Hao, he unhesitatingly led all the experts from the Roger family to assist. This time, all 8 martial kings of our family have gathered, along with 6 from the affiliated families, totaling 15 martial kings and 80 martial generals. If Jiang Hao dares to show himself, I shall be the first to slay him. Fang Juanza smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Uncle Roger, if Jiang Hao dares to come, his death is inevitable. Our Fang family has 2 divine martialists, 40 martial kings, and hundreds of martial generals on high alert. Even if he does not come, I will scour the entirety of Longxia to unearth him. There is no refuge for him on this planet. Pausing, Fang Juanza pointed towards several massive vehicles resembling fuel tankers in the distance. Do you see that? Those are the Tianmu base vehicles, originally intended for reclaiming lost cities. I have repurposed them, and with all 4 base vehicles activated, they will form a vast canopy. If Jiang Hao enters the Shanghai Hangzhou ruins, I will immediately deploy the canopy, trapping him like a turtle in a jar. Roger Chang gave a thumbs up in admiration. Juanza, your planning is indeed thorough. You are truly worthy of being the young master of the Fong family. Fong Juanza raised his glass, laughing heartily. In the future, I shall rely on Uncle Roger for more guidance, and do speak well of me in front of my father. That goes without saying from now on. I am a man of the Fong family. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding palpable. Suddenly, a soldier burst from a tent, rushing to Fong Juanza's side with respect. Report. The Sentinel base has detected an object approaching rapidly from 200 kilometers away. Fong Juanza's eyes sparkled with interest. Can we ascertain what the object is? The soldier replied, it is a person, but due to the distance and the armored attire, we cannot confirm their identity yet. Fong Juanza smirked knowingly. No need to ask, it must be Jiang Hao without a doubt. With that, Fong Juanza addressed his wrist with seriousness. All departments, commence action according to the established plan. The Tianmu base vehicles must be in position within 10 minutes. I will give the command to activate. The rest should lie in ambush nearby, awaiting orders. Jiang Hao, this day next year will mark the anniversary of your demise. Chapter 074. The reunion of siblings. Shortly thereafter, a figure descended upon the soaring square. Seeing the newcomer, Fong Juanza smirked playfully. Jiang Hao, you finally made your appearance. I thought you lacked the courage to show up. Jiang Hao disregarded Fong Juanza and Appo's taunt, and instead gazed toward the iron cage, his voice trembling. Shaoli, brother is here to rescue you. I am sorry for being late and causing you suffering. At this moment, Jiangli, who had been bowing her head, lifted it, tears welling in her eyes upon seeing Jiang Hao. Suddenly, she cried out, brother, why did you come? They have ambushed hundreds of masters to take your life. You must leave, quickly. Jiang Hao rushed toward the iron cage, his heart racing. I will not leave. I must save you. I don't want you to save me. Please go. She pleaded desperately. I refuse to leave. If we must die, let us die together. This time, I will not abandon you. Upon witnessing Jiang Hao and Appo's advance, Fong Juanza called out sharply, halt. One more step, and I will kill Jiangli. He was weary of the melodrama of sibling bonds and tragic farewells. Fong Juanza's expression darkened. Jiang Hao had the capability to kill his half-step martial king brother, and if he were to approach, rescuing Jiang Li would be the least of his worries. It would be a significant loss if he were to be instantly defeated. With a wave of his hand, 2 martial kings leaped onto the platform of the iron cage, drawing their blades and aiming directly at Jiang Li. As they approached the square, the Maquera auxiliary sentinel system had already scanned the area, revealing at least 500 to 600 ambushers, all possessing formidable strength, martial generals and martial kings in abundance. Jiang Hao had initially intended to draw nearer to the cage, believing that proximity would enhance his chances of rescue. However, now he had to halt, his voice cold as he remarked, Fong Juanza, as the esteemed heir of the Fong family, do you not feel ashamed to resort to such despicable tactics? Fong Juanza laughed mockingly. You can only blame yourself. Who told you to hide away? I have no time for your childish games. Unlike you, a lowly vagabond. I value my time immensely. Jiang Hao retorted, speak. What will it take for you to release my sister? Fong Juanza burst into laughter. Release your sister? You must be dreaming. What leverage do you, a penniless wretch, have to negotiate for her freedom? Do you possess great wealth or abundant cultivation resources? With a clang, Jiang Hao poured out hundreds of bottles of Nirvana potions from his backpack, his tone icy. Is this enough? The Nirvana potions, while not exceedingly rare, were strictly controlled by the Dragon God and various nations, making them quite scarce. Additionally, these resources were non-renewable. The remnants of the spacecraft beneath the Arctic ice yielded only a limited supply of potions, which could eventually run out. Thus, in the long term, they were invaluable, with each bottle diminishing the total stock. Observing the multitude of Nirvana potions scattered about, the onlookers could not help but be swayed. This amounted to trillions of dragon coins, potentially capable of creating hundreds of Nirvana practitioners. Possessing such figures would elevate one to the ranks of a mid-tier family. And should several of these practitioners ascend to martial king level, it would solidify their status as a top-tier family, allowing them to stride confidently across the lands of Longxia and even the entire Earth. Seeing Jiang Hao produce such a vast quantity of Nirvana potions, Fang Juanze was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Jiang Hao must have acquired them from the Penglai ruins. Oh, Jiang Hao, have you struck it rich? Have you become a wealthy landowner with such an abundance of nirvana potions? Jiang Hao ignored him, calmly asking, is this enough to exchange for my sister? Fang Juanze smiled playfully. Logically speaking, this should suffice to trade for the life of this young lady. However, why would I agree? Even if I refuse. These nirvana potions belong to me, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a deep electrical hum resonated, and a luminous curtain appeared in the sky, shimmering with vibrant colors as countless energies flowed rapidly. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. The celestial screen? How could it appear here? It must be the vehicles that have erected the celestial screen. This screen has been modified to allow entry but not exit, compounded by 4 layers of barriers. Jiang Hao, we cannot escape. Since I am here, I never intended to flee. 1 life lost is even, 2 lives lost is a gain. Seeing Jiang Hao momentarily daunted, Fang Juanze reveled in his triumph. You must understand that from the moment you killed my brother, your tragic fate was sealed. A mere ant daring to contend with heaven is simply courting death. Jiangli, seeing the celestial screen, struggled within the cage. Brother, please go. I am merely an experimental subject, not your sister. I am not worth this. Shaoli, you will always be my sister. It is my duty to save you. Wait for me, I will rescue you, Jiang Hao reassured her. Rest assured, I will seek retribution for anyone who has harmed you. No, I do not wish for vengeance. I just want you to live well. 10 years of a happy life is enough for me. Brother has promised to protect you for a lifetime. I will not waver unless I die first. Fang Juanze, infuriated by their exchange, contemplated pressing the button to torment Jiangli. At that moment, Roger Chang stood beside Fang Juanze. Young Master Fang, Jiang Hao has killed 2 of my grandsons and dozens of masters from the Luo family. Please allow us to take action and eliminate this scoundrel. Fang Juanze stepped back to his seat, lifting his wine cup with interest. In that case, let your people play with him. Just don't kill him all at once. Cripple him instead. With a flurry of movement, 7 figures simultaneously launched themselves, encircling Jiang Hao. Each family had lost numerous masters at his hands, and their hatred for him was palpable. Roger Chang brandished his weapon, stepping forward. Jiang Hao, you have killed my grandsons. Today, I shall avenge them by taking your life. Jiang Hao scoffed. From the beginning, it was your Luo family that sought trouble with me. I never initiated conflict with them. If they wish to kill me, should I simply allow them to bind and execute me? Roger Chang chuckled coldly. You are but a lowly vagabond, an insignificant ant. To be snuffed out by us is your honor. You should be grateful. Jiang Hao laughed heartily. Your grandsons were highborn. Yet I crushed them as if they were mere insects. It seems those who consider themselves superior are even less than ants. When a small ant is crushed, the elder ant emerges to cause a ruckus. Are you in such a hurry for a family reunion? Roger Chang's face flushed with rage. You. Jiang Hao continued to taunt. What? Breathe too heavily, and you might just die from the effort. That would be quite amusing. Roger Chang turned to the 6 members of the subordinate family, shouting frantically, You 6, come with me immediately. No matter what tricks this ant has. The combined assault of 7 martial kings will make even a martial god tremble. With that, 7 figures surged forward, simultaneously attacking Jiang Hao. Chapter 075. The fierce battle against the 7 martial kings simultaneously. 7 figures advanced towards Jiang Hao, who felt as though powerful shields were converging upon him from all directions. Realizing that this was a manifestation of gravitational rules, Jiang Hao understood that they intended to construct a gravitational cage, ensnaring him completely, thus placing his life and death firmly within their grasp. As the gravitational shields pressed closer, the overwhelming compression of air rendered Jiang Hao and Appo's body heavy and burdensome. The 7 adversaries, encircling him from all sides, made any attempt at escape exceedingly challenging. With no other recourse, Jiang Hao activated his atomic shield along with his armored force field for defense, to maintain his trump card. He had only donned the dragon scale armor and adorned himself with blades upon revealing himself. With a resounding crash, the 7 gravitational shields simultaneously struck the atomic shield. Among them, 3 were peak martial kings while the other 4 were high-grade martial kings. The atomic shield, besieged by their combined might, faltered and soon shattered. Ultimately, bolstered by the force field, the last remaining shield held firm against the onslaught, resulting in a stalemate. Roger Chang's jaw dropped in astonishment, exclaiming, What manner of monster are you? In merely a few months, you have ascended from an unskilled commoner to the realm of martial kings. The heads of the 6 prominent families exchanged grave looks, realizing the implications of their previous underestimation. No wonder we sent dozens of martial generals to eliminate him, only to be countered with fatal consequences. This child is far too formidable. He cannot be allowed to grow further, lest we find ourselves with no place to bury our dead, one remarked. Today, we must eliminate him, regardless of the cost, urged the head of the He family. Do not hold back. Attack with all your might. As the iron cage loomed, Fang Juanzi squinted at Jiang Hao, pondering, according to Qiao Hong. When Jiang Hao left the martial academy, he was merely a high-grade martial artist. During their encounter here, he had only reached the level of a martial general. Yet after just over a dozen days in the Penglai ruins, he has ascended to the level of martial king. In just over a month, he has advanced 3 major ranks? There must be a significant secret within him. If I can uncover this secret, breaking through to the peak of martial god within a year or 2 would not be impossible. At that point, I will see who dares to defy me. Even my father will have to bow before me. As Roger Chang and the others prepared to strike with lethal intent, Fang Juanzi quickly interjected, I have said before, you may maim him, but do not kill him. Did you not hear me? I have yet to properly torment him. If anyone dares to end his life, I will annihilate their entire family. Upon hearing this, the would-be executioners hesitated, retracting some of their force and shifting their weapons away from lethal targets. Recognizing the opportunity, Jiang Hao understood that the moment had come. One could not hold back while the other fought desperately. He abandoned the 3 peak martial kings and concentrated on the 4 high-grade martial kings. With a powerful flap of his wings, Jiang Hao began to whirl rapidly. Thunderous feathers filled the air. Countless lightning-infused projectiles surged forth from the force field, raining down upon his foes. These projectiles, crafted from Guqing's rain pear blossom needles and the remnants of spaceship debris, were further enhanced with micro-nano robots, rendering them intelligent. Retreat. Quickly, as the lightning feathers descended, the 7 attackers were compelled to lower their gravitational shields and wield their blades to fend off the barrage. The sound of clashing echoed as the feathers struck relentlessly. While some were knocked to the ground, the weaker force struggled against the sheer volume. How can there be so many? They seem endless. Even the most abundant must eventually run out. Just hold on a little longer. He is at his wit's end, fighting desperately now. Watch out, head Xie. A warning rang out, but it was too late. The blade struck through Xie's throat before he could comprehend his fate, and he collapsed without a sound. Head Zheng, be careful. You are next. In a single, lethal motion, Jiang Hao executed a swift step, appearing before Zheng, who felt a chilling sensation at his neck. Dropping his weapon, he clutched his throat, eyes wide in disbelief, but the blood continued to pour from his grasp until he crumpled to the ground. In mere moments, 2 high-grade martial kings had been slain, causing Fang Juanzi's brow to furrow tightly. Roger Chang's voice rang out. Everyone, gather closely. This child's movements are uncanny. He excels in ambush tactics. Do not wander alone lest he seize the opportunity. The remaining leaders, filled with trepidation, quickly formed a protective circle around Roger Chang. Witnessing the 5 gather, Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, how fortuitous. Like gathering chickens and turtles in one pot. Roger Chang, having witnessed 2 of his vassal family heads fall in rapid succession, was now frantic. Do not engage in close combat. Rely on elemental attacks from a distance. The 4 family heads nodded in agreement and soon conjured an array of colorful, diverse elemental forces before them. With a series of thunderous impacts, they unleashed their combined might upon Jiang Hao, who deftly evaded their onslaught. Buildings crumbled in the chaos as he sustained a few hits, retreating strategically to increase the distance between them. Press on. Jiang Hao cannot endure much longer. We cannot allow him to escape. As they pursued him, the battlefield expanded farther away from the abandoned square, quickly distancing itself by several kilometers. Fang Juanzi, his brow knitted in concentration, rose from his seat and commanded, project the battle scene. I wish to see how Jiang Hao is being overwhelmed. With a series of commands, the soldiers activated a massive screen on a nearby building, displaying a frantic Jiang Hao, barely managing to evade deadly strikes. Fang Juanzi could not suppress a smile. A lowly commoner dares to challenge me? They truly know not the weight of formidable backing. With a wave of my hand, countless will come to my aid. This is the essence of strength. Such insects will never comprehend the significance of a powerful foundation. Soon, Jiang Hao found himself within a cluster of towering buildings, appearing increasingly beleaguered. Many elemental forces grazed his body, some even leaving marks upon him. As he landed, several more forces surged towards him. Run. I wonder where you think you can flee. The family heads cursed as they closed in once more. Jiang Hao activated his wings, soaring upwards while simultaneously releasing a flurry of feathers to keep them momentarily grounded. As he held the 5 adversaries at bay, he retrieved several orbs, casting a cold gaze toward the ground. At the screen, Fang Juanzi and Apos' eyes narrowed in alarm as he recognized the objects in Jiang Hao and Apos' hands, shouting, "Uncle Luo, be cautious. Those are nuclear explosion orbs." Detonating several simultaneously would unleash immense power, beyond the capacity of martial kings to withstand. Upon hearing this, Roger Chang's face turned pale, and disregarding the incoming projectiles, he turned to flee. However, before he could make much progress, the nuclear orbs were already hurtling towards the ground. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud erupted from the buildings. Watching the colossal cloud rise, Fang Juanzi sank back into his seat, murmuring, "The Luo family and the heads of the 6 families are finished." Chapter 76. Surrendering resistance. After a considerable time had elapsed, the mushroom cloud dissipated, and the vicinity within a 2-kilometer radius of the nuclear explosion was reduced to rubble. At this moment, Fang Juanzi finally grasped that Jiang Hao had intentionally lured the Luo family members into pursuit, with the aim of distancing them from the square, thereby allowing him to unleash the nuclear bomb without concern for Jiang Li's safety. What a cunning fellow! I shall investigate. Just then, Fang Zhang, who had been standing beside Fang Juanzi, spoke up. Rubbing his wrist, he soared into the sky, swiftly darting towards the explosion site, vanishing in a mere flicker. Fang Juanzi turned to Fang Ming on the other side and said earnestly, "Uncle, Jiang Hao is adept at deception. We must exercise caution to prevent this rascal from succeeding." Fang Ming nodded, dismissively replying, "Rest assured. His ability to eliminate the likes of Luo Jiqiang relies on trickery. In terms of strength, he is not necessarily a match for a peak martial king. With the woman in the cage, he dares not resort to such tactics here. If you wish, it would not be impossible to have him kneel before you." Having received news yesterday that the dragon god, accompanied by a host of adept warriors, had set sail towards Jupiter aboard a starship, it was likely they would not return in the near future. Your father is also expected to return home shortly. This matter cannot be delayed any further. With Fang Junlin deceased, Fang Juanzi and Apos' mind was wholly consumed with the position of the young master. For him, nothing outweighed the importance of ascending to the role of the Fang family and Apos' young master, a position he had schemed for over a decade. Fang Juanzi nodded and then addressed his wrist communicator, declaring, "Jiang Hao, my patience has worn thin. I no longer wish to engage in this cat-and-mouse game. Present yourself within half a minute, or I shall not hesitate to ensure your sister experiences a fate worse than death." Fang Juanzi's voice echoed through numerous speakers, resonating throughout the canopy. 20 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. At this moment, Fang Juanzi had ascended to the iron cage platform, his hand poised above the lightning activation button. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the tent. It was Jiang Hao. Originally, Jiang Hao had intended to draw everyone's attention to the nuclear explosion while stealthily returning to the cage to rescue Jiang Li. However, Fang Juanzi's impatience had forced him to compromise by threatening Jiang Li. Fang Juanzi turned to him with a mocking grin, saying, "You truly are cunning, managing to sneak in here undetected. Had I been any weaker, I would have surely fallen for your ruse." Jiang Hao replied calmly, "Do you believe your strength or weakness holds any significance for me? I could crush you with a single hand, exerting little effort." Fang Juanzi and Apos' martial prowess was indeed his Achilles and Apos' heel. Presently, he was merely a high-level martial general, a laughingstock within his clan. Being publicly exposed by Jiang Hao incensed him, prompting him to hastily manipulate the iron cage and Apos' controls. In an instant, lightning erupted, and Jiang Li let out a blood-curdling scream. Jiang Hao lunged forward, but Fang Ming intercepted him. Fang Juanzi sneered, "Jiang Hao, Warren, and Apos, do you just boastful? Now, immediately shed all your equipment and kneel before me, or I shall crank the electrical current to its maximum." Witnessing Jiang Li and Apos' torment within the cage, Jiang Hao nodded without hesitation. "All right, I will comply, but you must cease your actions." Saying this, Jiang Hao discarded his blade and the remaining 2 nuclear bombs, while his dragon-scale armor swiftly receded. "Brother, no." As Jiang Hao prepared to disarm, Jiang Li cried out in desperation, yet was met with another surge of electricity. Weak and gasping, she managed to utter, "Brother, please go. Don't worry about me, just leave." Fang Juanzi signaled several martial kings to approach, instructing, "Subdue him, but leave him with a breath." Just then, Fang Zheng returned, advancing to deliver a powerful strike that knocked Jiang Hao to the ground. The 4 martial kings approached, stripping Jiang Hao of his wrist communicator, blade, and celestial shuttle, tossing them aside. Only after confirming Jiang Hao is unarmed did they commence a brutal assault upon him. The four warriors clad in dragon-scale armor unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the defenseless Jiang Hao, leaving him battered and powerless on the ground. As Jiang Hao lay there, on the brink of unconsciousness, Fang Juanzi laughed maniacally. Where is your arrogance now, Jiang Hao? Why are you lying there? Stand up. Do you see? I could crush you without even using a hand. This is the chasm that separates us. An ant like you will never comprehend that mere survival is the best choice for an ant. Jiang Hao struggled to rise, shaky and weak. However, he was met with another flurry of blows, collapsing once more. Brother, please, don't die. Jiang Li turned to Jiang Hao, her voice breaking with anguish, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, her gaze turned fierce as she glared at Fang Juanzi, shouting, Fang Juanzi, release my brother at once, or I shall starve myself to death, or even resort to self-mutilation. Fang Juanzi scoffed. What a touching display of sibling love. Brothers saving sisters, how moving. I could almost shed a tear. Who says biting one's tongue leads to death? Have you watched too many dramas? Speaking of which, I almost forgot. Today is your last dose of the ultimate serum. With that, he turned to the tent, calling out, You lot, why aren't you getting to work? Delay my family's affairs, and I shall ensure your entire family pays the price. At that moment, several individuals clad in white lab coats emerged from the tent, carrying a medical thermal box. Ascending to the iron cage platform, they ensnared Jiang Li's neck with a lasso, rendering her futile struggles ineffective. They then produced a vial resembling a phoenix serum, yet more akin to a traditional syringe, and aimed it directly at Jiang Li's head. Ah! Jiang Li screamed in agony, her body convulsing as she was unable to break free. Jiang Hao, still on the ground, turned to witness this horror, crawling towards Jiang Li and bellowing, Stop! You must stop this! Yet, with each movement, he was met with a barrage of fists and feet. Upon completion of the ultimate serum injection, Jiang Li's entire body turned crimson, her hair gradually turning white. Observing this, Fang Juanzi anxiously inquired, Is this phenomenon normal? We mustn't have any mishaps. The white-coated doctor frowned but ultimately nodded, stating, According to the drug reaction extrapolation data, this is normal, albeit slightly beyond our expectations. Fang Juanzi, puzzled, asked, What do you mean by beyond expectations? It means the effect is stronger than I anticipated. However, I cannot ascertain whether this woman can withstand it. Fang Juanzi, lacking understanding, simply nodded and instructed, Then ensure you monitor her closely and provide full supervision. We must not allow any errors at the critical moment. Suddenly, Jiang Li's body began to tremble violently, her crimson hue morphing into a blood-red shade, her pupils vanishing, leaving only a sea of red. Moments later, frothy white saliva began to pour from her mouth, her convulsions intensifying as if she were experiencing an epileptic fit. Witnessing Jiang Li's suffering, Jiang Hao roared, I swear, if I, Jiang Hao, survive this day, I shall one day flatten the Fang family and make you beasts endure a suffering 1,000-fold greater than this. Fang Juanzi coldly replied, A future? You have no future. Sever his limbs. Several subordinates, upon receiving the command, brandished their weapons and were about to strike. Halt. Suddenly, an angry reprimand echoed across the horizon. Chapter 077. The Chu family. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, causing several individuals poised to strike Jiang Hao to drop their weapons and clasp their ears in an attempt to shield their eardrums from harm. An elderly man clad in a white training outfit appeared in midair, gliding down from the heavens, followed by more than 10 formidable figures, all at least of the martial king rank, with the exception of a strikingly voluptuous woman at the side. By the iron cage, Fang Ming set down his wine cup, slowly raising his gaze to meet that of the white-haired elder. Their eyes locked for an instant, and in the next moment, Fang Ming vanished from his spot, reappearing before the elder, demonstrating his blinding speed. Fang Ming regarded the elder silently. The white-haired man rasped, Fang Ming, might you spare Jiang Hao? Fang Ming shook his head resolutely. Impossible. He has slain the young master of the Fang family. He must die today. Chu Yunzong, you wouldn't wish to meddle in this affair, would you? Chu Yunzong suddenly opened his palm, revealing a black ring. I wish to exchange this item for Jiang Hao's life. Is that acceptable? At the sight of the black ring, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Fang Juanzi was equally taken aback. Fang Ming stammered, Is that the Black Dragon battle armor? Chu Yunzong nodded. Indeed, it is the Black Dragon battle armor. Upon hearing this, all eyes were drawn to the ring, filled with fervent desire. Fang Ming scrutinized the black ring and spoke gravely. How did you come to possess the Black Dragon battle armor? Chu Yunzong snorted dismissively. Those who fought alongside the dragon god in Xinqing years ago, anyone who ascended to the peak of martial king possesses a set. It is only natural. Fang Ming was dumbfounded. Impossible. Even the head of my family does not possess the black dragon battle armor. Only my cousin has a set. How could you have it? Chu Yunzong and Appo's gaze turned icy. That is of no concern to you. Just answer, will you trade? A set of black dragon battle armor for an inconsequential life. It is a lucrative deal, is it not? Fang Ming and Appo's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Were he to decide, he would undoubtedly trade Jiang Hao for the black dragon battle armor without hesitation. Jiang Hao was merely a lowly insect, while the black dragon battle armor was a rarity. With no more than 50 sets existing on Earth, possessing such armor would place one among the top 50 in the world, a status of immense prestige coveted by many. Turning to Fang Juanzi, he sought counsel. Understanding Fang Ming's thoughts, Fang Juanzi felt a pang of desire for the armor. Uncle, while the black dragon battle armor is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to the honor of the Fang family. You must comprehend the future that awaits us. The era of the Fang family is imminent. Fang Ming pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth. Chu Yunzong, you may leave. Jiang Hao's fate is sealed today. At that moment, Chu Yi interjected, Grandfather, we cannot abandon Jiang Hao. He just saved father. Chu Yunzong fell silent, glancing at Chu Zhangxiong beside him and then at the hopeful Chu Yi. With a deep sigh, he addressed Fang Ming earnestly. Jiang Hao is a servant of the Chu family, bearing an identity token as proof. He has committed a transgression, and it is only right that the Chu family investigates thoroughly to ascertain the facts. If he is indeed guilty of a capital offense, we shall surrender him to the Dragon Summer Elder Council, and they will decide his fate. Before Fang Ming could respond, Fang Juanzi interjected, Chu Yunzong, do not presume to lecture me. The Fang family does not adhere to your whims. Jiang Hao is merely a vagrant, even if I were to kill him. What could you do? Chu Yunzong and Appo's expression darkened as he glared at Fang Juanzi. Which ignorant descendant of the Fang family dares to speak so brazenly? Do you wish to challenge the dragon god's authority? Do your words represent the Fang family? With the dragon god and the elder council present, the dragon summer has yet to fall under the Fang family and Appo's dominion. Fang Juanzi felt the weight of Chu Yunzong and Appo's words, realizing the invisible pressure he exerted. He was not yet the young master of the Fang family and could not speak on their behalf. As Chu Yunzong's piercing gaze bore into him, it felt as though he was attempting to suppress Fang Juanzi with this intangible pressure. At that moment, an aged voice resonated. He certainly represents the Fang family. Fang Juanzi is the young master of our clan. The voice accompanied the arrival of a warplane, which touched down on the abandoned square. An old man descended from the aircraft, exuding an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the tense atmosphere. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Fang Juanzi's expression flickered between joy and trepidation as he rushed forward. Father, you have arrived. The newcomer was none other than Fang Yang, the head of the Fang family. With a glance at the iron cage, he quickly grasped the situation and waved dismissively at Fang Juanzi. Enough. I am aware of the matter at hand. Do not lay blame upon you. With Fang Yang's arrival, Chu Yunzong could no longer remain suspended in the air. So he led the Chu family members down to the square. As Chu Yunzong approached, Fang Yang's expression darkened. Chu Yunzong, do you come here to bully my son? Do you think the Fang family is easy to intimidate? Chu Yunzong retorted coldly, Fang Yang, even your father, Fang Chaodong, did not dare speak to me in such a manner. Your sister, Fang Qingying, addresses me with respect as Uncle Chu. Do you intend to wrong them both? Before the mutation caused by the nuclear sea beasts, the Fang family was one of the foremost clans. Later forming Long Yuan and overseeing military production and high-tech research in Dragon Summer, they have since risen to global supremacy in military and economic affairs. Long accustomed to their elevated status, they had developed an air of superiority. Fang Yang laughed heartily. Chu Yunzong, times have changed. Once, you were a figure of great renown in Xinqing, but now you are merely a dilapidated relic. I shall be direct. Jiang Hao is mine to execute today, and I shall dismember him. He is doomed. Not even Jesus can save him. Mark my words. Glancing at the iron cage and the researchers nearby, Chu Yunzong realized that the captive was indeed Jiang Hao's sister, and the Fang family brazenly conducted experiments before their eyes. Fury surged within Chu Yunzong as he shouted, Fang Yang, your family disregards the dragon god's explicit prohibition against using living subjects for experimentation. Now that I have irrefutable evidence, I will report you to the dragon god and seek retribution for your family. The dragon god is the supreme ruler of Dragon Summer, publicly regarded as the highest authority. Though insiders know he is merely a figurehead, a position among peers like Fang Qingying, Jiang Luoquan, Zhang Qian, and Feng Fei, who could easily rival him in stature. Fang Yang was among those in the know, and he laughed heartily. Chu Yunzong, whom do you think you are threatening? Even if the dragon god were exploring deep space, what could he do? Wipe out the Fang family, or eliminate us direct descendants? With my sister present, he would not dare, nor could he. Chu Yunzong, infuriated to the point of madness, shouted, Fang Yang, are you truly so obstinate? I will report this matter to the Elder Council and see how you escape your fate. Fang Yang's eyes glinted with murderous intent. The Chu family will not leave here today. Remain here obediently until I finish my experiments. And all communication devices must be handed over. At this moment, a voice emerged from the sky. Oh, what day is it today? This dilapidated city of Shanghai and Hangzhou is unexpectedly bustling. Chapter 078, Taking Action in the Square. Over 100 martial kings from the Fang family surrounded more than 10 members of the Chu family at the center. Just as they were about to strike, dozens of figures appeared in the sky. Upon seeing these newcomers, Fang Yang's expression grew serious. Leading them was an elderly man clad in a simple white robe. His gaze as calm as water, unarmed and standing nonchalantly atop a celestial platform. The sudden arrival of these dozens of individuals descended into the center of the square, mingling with the Chu family, thus shifting the originally lopsided situation to a more balanced 6-4. With the Fang family boasting over 100 martial kings and the Chu family now numbering over 60, Fang Yang, with a sullen expression, turned to the newcomers and said ungraciously, Mu Yin, what is your intention? Are you here to meddle and oppose my Fang family? Mu Yin shook his head, speaking lightly. I have no interest in meddling. I merely came to visit my granddaughter's husband. Granddaughter's husband? The assembly was taken aback. The Mu family had come to seek a son-in-law? Among those present, the only one of suitable status and age was Fang Jiunzi, causing all eyes to converge upon him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Noticing Fang Jiunzi's discomfort, Fang Yang quickly dismissed this possibility, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Jiang Hao, who lay on the ground, barely conscious. He swiftly rejected this notion as well. For the Mu family held themselves in high esteem and would never choose a destitute vagrant as a son-in-law. Mu Yin, are you here to cause trouble? Which of you is my granddaughter's husband? With a chuckle, Mu Yin replied, no need to guess. He is right here, the one you have nearly beaten to death. He then turned to Mu Yunshang, feigning anger. Shang'er, it seems your husband is on the brink. Why are you just standing there? Do you wish to become a widow at such a young age? Upon seeing Jiang Hao in such a fragile state, Mu Yunshang felt a tightening in her chest, a profound pain enveloping her being. Despite their brief acquaintance, this man had already made an indelible mark in her heart. Witnessing his injuries filled her with unbearable anguish. Upon returning to the Mu family, she immediately sought her grandfather's assistance to save him. Knowing that relying solely on the Chu family would not suffice to rescue him from the Fang family's clutches, the elder, stubborn and wary of the Fang family's power, hesitated to act until Mu Yunshang revealed her connection to Jiang Hao, acknowledging herself as his woman, which finally compelled him to intervene. Of course, the Mu and Chu families had always maintained a friendly rapport, akin to brothers, and had previously explored the Pinglai ruins together. Knowing the Chu family was about to act, the Mu family had been waiting for an appropriate reason to intervene. Mu Yunshang's honesty provided them with a legitimate rationale. With her grandfather's subtle hint, Mu Yunshang understood her course of action and rushed toward Jiang Hao like a love-struck youth, heedless of the danger. Stop! Fang Jiunzi called out, halting her in her tracks. Caught in a dilemma, Mu Yunshang glared at him angrily. Am I not allowed to see him? As a mere woman. Do you think I could snatch him away from you? I just want to check on him. Having closed half the distance, Mu Yunshang spotted the discarded dragon-scale armor wristband and blade, yet she did not see the black dragon armor ring or the stellar sword, leading her to deduce that Jiang Hao must have had a contingency plan. Given his severe injuries, if not treated, his combat prowess would be significantly diminished. Thus, she sought every opportunity to touch Jiang Hao, enabling her to deploy medical nanobots for his healing. Mu Yan's previously serene demeanor darkened. Fang Yang, what is your meaning? Is my granddaughter not permitted to see her beloved? You know my temperament, do not provoke me, or it will lead to mutual destruction within the three great families of Longxia. You are aware of the consequences. Fang Yang's expression fluctuated. Though the Mu family was slightly inferior to his own, a confrontation could lead to devastating losses. The presence of the Chu family further complicated matters. After careful consideration, Fang Yang turned to Fang Jiunzi, commanding, let her through. With gritted teeth, Fang Jiunzi dared not defy Fang Yang and oppose. order and stepped aside. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yunxiang dashed towards Jiang Hao, kneeling beside him, cradling him in her arms. Seeing the bloodied face of the man before her, Mu Yunxiang and Apos' heart ached, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling onto Jiang Hao and Apos' face. She gently caressed his cheek, surreptitiously guiding the medical nanobots onto his body to slowly mend his internal injuries and the wounds hidden beneath his clothing. Jiang Hao, awaken. You promised you would never leave me. Observing the scene, Mu Yin sighed deeply. Alas, a daughter cannot be kept. Fang Juanzi, watching the affectionate pair, furrowed his brow, questioning the accuracy of his intelligence. When did these two become so entwined? According to his information, Mu Yunxiang and Jiang Hao had not known each other at the martial academy. They had only truly met during their encounter with Chao Hong in the ruins of Huhang. How could such profound feelings have developed in just over 10 days, to the point of risking a conflict between the Mu and Fang families? What charm did Jiang Hao possess? Suddenly realizing something, Fang Juanzi shouted, "Third uncle, quickly separate her. She is treating Jiang Hao." Standing guard beside Jiang Hao, Fang Zheng seized Mu Yunxiang by the shoulder and flung her away effortlessly. The novice martial king Mu Yunxiang stood no chance against the intermediate martial god Fang Zheng, and she was sent sprawling. Fortunately, Mu Yin acted swiftly, catching Mu Yunxiang mid-fall. Otherwise, she would have sustained severe injuries. "Fang Zheng, are you courting death? Daring to lay a hand on my granddaughter?" Mu Yin roared, immediately donning the black dragon armor and launching himself towards Fang Zheng. Black dragon armor. Fang Yang and Apos' pupils constricted as he activated his own armor, charging headlong into Mu Yin. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, creating a violent explosion that sent them both staggering back several meters. Steadying himself, Fang Yang glared coldly at Mu Yin. "You dare to sneak attack? Whoever harms my Shang must pay the price." "Mu Yin, you overestimate yourself. The black dragon armor is not solely yours. I possess it as well. And I am also an intermediate martial god. What can you do? My restraint does not stem from fear. Push me too far, and I will annihilate your Mu family." "Fang Yang, give it a try. I fear your family might not have the teeth for it." Mu Yin called out to the rear, "Attack. Inflict pain upon the Fang family, restoring order to Longxia." Three dark figures soared from the Chu and Mu family camps, leaving the Fang family members in shock. Fang Zheng's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "By the heavens, there are 4 sets of black dragon armor." Fang Ming's expression grew grave. This Chu Yunzong has also advanced to the intermediate martial god level. With the equipped Mu Tian and Chu Sangxiang, we likely cannot contend with them. Mu Yin stood proudly, declaring, "If the Fang family is willing to surrender Jiang Hao and his sister, we will depart immediately. Otherwise, I am unreserved in letting the Fang family experience the agony of severe injury." Fang Yang's expression darkened to its utmost. "Mu Yin, are you truly willing to risk it all? In that case, today I shall simultaneously eradicate both the Mu family and the Chu family. Come forth." With Fang Yang's thunderous command, dozens of figures clad in black armor materialized around the plaza. Upon witnessing these armored figures, Chu Yunxiang's pupils constricted in terror as he exclaimed, "How dare you unilaterally deploy the Shadow Guards?" Chapter 79, Shadow Guard. As the Shadow Guards appeared, sensing the precarious situation, the Chu and Mu families quickly retreated and huddled closely in the center of the square. Although the Shadow Guards ranked third among the 3 guards and 4 armies of Longxia, they undeniably represented the pinnacle of Longxia's military might. Each of the 3 guards consisted of merely a few dozen warriors, yet every official soldier was at least at the peak of the martial king level. Battle-hardened and equipped with the latest dragon-scale armor and razor-edged weaponry, it can be asserted that a martial king from the 3 guards could easily overpower 2 or 3 martial kings from other factions of the same tier. Showcasing their formidable prowess, the mere deployment of any unit from the 3 guards or 4 armies could decisively overwhelm smaller nations. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of over 20 Shadow Guards, Chu Yunzhong was profoundly astonished. For the 3 guards and 4 armies were solely under the command of the Dragon God, and even elders required authorization from the Dragon God to mobilize them. Most crucially, the 3 guards were strictly forbidden from engaging in any internal family conflicts within Longxia, with violations deemed punishable by death. The audacity of Fang Yang to brazenly summon the Shadow Guards was utterly shocking to Chu Yunzhong. "Fang Yang, you are incredibly bold. Do you presume the Shadow Guards are your family's private army? To summon them for a family feud is a death sentence. Are you not afraid of the Elder Council and the Dragon God's retribution?" Fang Yang, appearing unfazed, laughed heartily. "Chu Yunzhong, you are truly oblivious. Do you not understand what the Shadow Guards are? Allow me to enlighten you. They are the personal guards of Fang Qingying, my sister. Their origins trace back to our Fang family's Dragon Eye Action Group. Is it not perfectly normal for them to be mobilized for our family? Chu Yunzhong had witnessed the formation of the 3 guards and 4 armies, yet the Shadow Guards had never been involved. Qin Wei commanded the Long Wan Guard, and Feng Fei took over the Yin Wang Guard from Xia Feishui. The 4 armies were led by Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han, all of whom were utterly loyal to the Dragon God in Longxia and would never strike against him, Chu Yunzhong. He could hardly fathom that the Shadow Guards had transformed into a private militia for the Fang family, filling him with sorrow. Addressing the Shadow Guards with a heavy heart, he proclaimed, "Brothers of the Shadow Guards, you are part of the 3 guards and 4 armies of Longxia. You are the pride of the Longxia people. Do you truly wish to serve as the private army of the Fang family? You must understand, participating in a family feud is a death sentence. Do you not cherish the decades of loyalty and honor associated with the Shadow Guards?" At his words, the Shadow Guards stirred uneasily, as Chu Yunzhong's assertions were grave, equating to treason. At that moment, Fang Yang brandished a token and bellowed, "Shadow Guards, heed my command. The Chu and Mu families are traitors. Today you are summoned to execute these national betrayers. Have you forgotten your orders? The Shadow Guards' directive is absolute obedience. Shall you waver at the slightest provocation? Those with unsteady resolve are unworthy to be Shadow Guards, and those who hesitate shall be purged. Shadow Guards, obey my command and kill. For a soldier, obedience is paramount." And with Fang Yang holding the token, the Shadow Guards had no choice but to comply. Indeed, as Fang Yang indicated, among the 20 or so Shadow Guards, at least 7 or 8 were fiercely loyal to the Fang family, their allegiance surpassing even that to Longxia and the Dragon God. These individuals had been meticulously trained by the Fang family and were under various forms of control, rendering them obedient to Fang Yang. The Shadow Guards surged from all directions towards the Chu and Mu families, and with the assistance of the Fang family members, the 2 families soon found themselves embroiled in a desperate battle, the tide quickly turning against them. Mu Yan was entangled with Fang Yang in aerial combat. As their strengths were closely matched, they entered a stalemate. Chu Yunzhong faced off against Fang Ming, although slightly outmatched. The support of the Black Dragon armor allowed him to hold his ground. At the peak of martial king strength, Mu Tian was evenly matched against Fang Zheng. Aided by the Black Dragon armor, Chu Songxiang successfully detained 3 Shadow Guards, while Mu Yunshang, despite her lower cultivation, managed to hold her own against 1 Shadow Guard due to the Black Dragon armor's support. However, the other martial kings from the Chu and Mu families faced dire straits. Their strength significantly inferior to the Shadow Guards, and their lack of battle experience often led them to defeat in mere exchanges. Fortunately, the Shadow Guards did not strike lethally, merely incapacitating them to prevent further resistance. Seeing their side gain the upper hand, Fang Yang laughed triumphantly. "Mu Yin, let me ask you, do you regret wading into this murky water? But there is no remedy for regret in this world. Your Mu family shall pay dearly for your foolish decisions." Though Mu Yan's expression darkened, he remained steadfast. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. "I, Mu Yan, stand upright. Even if I perish here today, my conscience remains clear. Right and wrong will eventually be judged by the Dragon God." Fang Yang snorted derisively, still hoping for the Dragon God and Appo's intervention. "I just returned from the orbital base yesterday. The Dragon God has ventured into the starry expanse from the direction of Jupiter and will not return for several years. By then, you shall have turned to dust. Do you truly believe he will intervene for your sake against our Fang family? You are naive. Justice resides in the hearts of men. No one can extinguish the presence of righteousness. The time for retribution has not yet come. If you stubbornly cling to your defiance, then let the Chu and Mu families meet their demise." The battlefield in the square raged on fiercely. The more formidable martial kings had primarily engaged in assaulting the Chu and Mu families, leaving only 2 high-ranking martial kings guarding the iron cage, tasked with protecting Fang Juanzi. Lying on the ground, Jiang Hao slightly opened his eyes. Just moments earlier, Mu Yunshang had treated his wounds. At that time, his injuries had nearly healed. But he had been patiently waiting for an opportunity. Now was the perfect moment. Everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield, and with only 2 guards at the iron cage, Jiang Hao could swiftly eliminate them. As for Fang Juanzi, he was merely a jumping grasshopper, easily crushed at any moment. His greatest concern was the material of the iron cage. He wondered if the power of his stellar sword could penetrate it. If he could not breach the cage in a short time, the arrival of those powerful fighters would thwart his plans. Seizing the moment when the 2 guards glanced up at the aerial clash between Mu Yin and Fang Yang, Jiang Hao quietly activated the Black Dragon armor. No one suspected that he had embedded the quantum ring directly into the bone of his right hand. This was something he had insisted on having Ma Kala do during his journey here, as he had anticipated that Fang Juanzi would use Jiang Li to compel him to disarm and surrender. Apart from Mu Yunxiang and Chu Sangxiang, no one was aware that he possessed the quantum space ring and the black dragon armor. This was a potent trump card, an ambush tactic. With the armor activated, Jiang Hao leaped high, brandishing his stellar sword towards the guards. The two guards, captivated by the aerial duel, were entirely oblivious to the impending ambush. With a swift motion, two sword shadows flashed, and the guards' heads fell, their eyes wide open, seemingly unaware of their own demise. Without pausing, Jiang Hao summoned his maximum energy and struck the iron cage with his sword. A loud clang resonated as the iron cage's pillar was cleaved, leaving a deep gash. Within the cage, the unconscious Jiang Li stirred awake, turning to see Jiang Hao, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed softly, "Brother, you're alive. That is wonderful. I missed you so much. Shaoli, hold on a little longer. I will soon cut through this cage and save you." The longsword struck against the iron bars of the cage, producing a resonant sound that roused Fang Juanzi from his stupor. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of the two guards, Jiang Hao remained wholly absorbed in his fraternal affection, paying no heed to him. In a state of utter despair, Fang Juanzi fled, calling out as he ran, "Someone, please. Jiang Hao has escaped." Chapter 080, a critical moment. Upon hearing Fang Juanzi's shout, Fang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had not anticipated that Jiang Hao would emerge to cause trouble at this moment. His astonishment intensified upon seeing Jiang Hao equipped with the black dragon battle armor. Fortunately, Jiang Hao was preoccupied with saving Jiang Li and did not immediately strike down Fang Juanzi, a stroke of incredible luck. When did the black dragon battle armor become so commonplace? Previously, Fang Yang was aware that Jiang Hao possessed the strength to slay peak martial kings, and merely sending someone to confront him would not guarantee success. Defeating him required absolute superiority in power. With this thought in mind, Fang Yang shouted below, "Second, go kill Jiang Hao immediately. Qing Yang, take a few shadow guards to intercept Fang Ming's opponent and hold back Chu Yuncheng." At his command, 8 shadow guards dashed towards Chu Yuncheng, forming a peculiar formation. Fang Ming broke free and charged directly at Jiang Hao. Realizing Fang Ming's intention, Chu Yuncheng felt alarmed and attempted to block Fang Ming, but the 8 shadow guards clung to him like stubborn adhesive. These 8 individuals maintained a defensive formation, rendering all of Chu Yuncheng's aggressive attempts futile. They did not fight desperately but focused solely on defense, retreating when faced with lethal strikes, only for another to step in. This repetitive tactic left Chu Yuncheng momentarily ensnared. After placing several medical robots on Jiang Li, Jiang Hao raised his star-grade longsword and continued to slash at the iron cage. After a few strikes, he was astonished to find that the gaps he had created were healing rapidly, as if possessing a life of their own. Metal material continuously emerged from the platform of the iron cage, replenishing the damaged areas. Panic gripped Jiang Hao. "Ma Kala, what is this? How can it be like nanobots? Constantly repairing the gaps? There is no way to counteract these materials' restoration unless you can halt their atomic activity. Only then will they cease to repair themselves. Alternatively, high temperatures could melt them, and your crimson fire can achieve that, albeit slowly with insufficient time. Enough of this. Let us try melting it first. If that fails, we shall consider other methods." With that, Jiang Hao ignited his crimson fire, enveloping his palms, before gripping the iron cage's pillars tightly. He discovered that the crimson fire could indeed melt the iron pillars, but it was akin to placing a large block of ice under the blazing sun. It could melt. Yet the process was not swift. Now, time was the only thing lacking. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Jiang Hao pushed the crimson fire to its limits, striving to accelerate the melting process. Suddenly, Jiang Li cried out, "Brother, be careful." Engrossed in melting the iron cage, Jiang Hao failed to notice Fang Ming's approach. In a fit of rage, Fang Ming delivered a punch that struck Jiang Hao squarely. With a resounding thud, Jiang Hao was sent flying, crashing into the tents beside the cage. Even with the protection of the black dragon battle armor, the blow from a mid-tier martial god still caused him to spit blood. Just as he struggled to rise, Fang Ming's form loomed again, and with a heavy fist, he smashed Jiang Hao into a heap of rubble. The might of a mid-tier martial god was terrifying. As Jiang Hao lay among the ruins, a massive handprint manifested above him. Realizing the danger, he rolled away, narrowly avoiding the hand's descent. The impact of the hand left a half-meter deep imprint in the concrete surface. Passive suffering was not Jiang Hao's nature. Once he regained his footing, he summoned the crimson fire, flames of wrath. A torrent of red flames surged towards Fang Ming, transforming the area within a 10-meter radius into a sea of crimson fire. Jiang Hao dared not underestimate the situation, constantly channeling the crimson fire to enhance the inferno, hoping to vanquish Fong Ming. Half a minute passed without any sign of Fong Ming emerging from the flames, and Jiang Hao could not suppress his elation. Then, a voice emerged from the fire. I never expected this little ant possessed such a level of flame. I truly underestimated you. Accompanying the voice, a figure emerged from the fire, appearing unfazed and unscathed, the flames swirling at a distance of 1 meter from him, unable to approach. As Fong Ming stepped out of the fire, he extended his palm, grasping the flames as if they were mere playthings, effortlessly compressing them into a fist-sized ball. With a casual flick, he hurled the fireball towards a distant building. The explosion echoed as the 10-story structure was instantly reduced to rubble. I did not anticipate his mastery over force fields to reach such a level. It bears a hint of lunar energy. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. The crimson fire cannot contend with him. I refuse to be daunted. Thunderous light. With that, countless particles of lightning surged forth, coalescing in the sky into arcs of electricity aimed directly at Fong Ming. Upon seeing the lightning, Fong Ming smirked, casually waving his arm to conjure an umbrella-like energy shield above him. Countless bolts struck the shield, resonating with thunderous explosions, yet failing to penetrate the protective barrier. With a tone of disdain, Fong Ming remarked, I did not expect you to grasp 2 elemental principles. Quite impressive. Surely, you possess other elemental rules? Unleash them. Such flashy tricks are merely superficial. However, I have time to indulge you a little longer. As the 2 most powerful attacks failed to inflict harm upon Fong Ming, Jiang Hao was not foolish enough to persist with elemental assaults. His only hope lay in the devouring technique, which required close proximity. Employing the wind step, Jiang Hao darted towards Fong Ming with an unconventional gait, thinking that as long as he could close the distance, he would have a way to utilize the devouring technique and achieve victory against the odds. This was his only unconventional option. Fong Ming did not evade or flinch, simply standing still, mockingly gazing at Jiang Hao. Ah, still too young, aren't it, Apos? To you? Do you not realize that in the face of absolute strength, any trick is but a laughable act? Enough of this. I can't be bothered to play anymore. Let us end this. As Jiang Hao approached within a few meters of Fong Ming, poised to attack, he suddenly found himself immobilized, ensnared by an invisible hand. No amount of exertion with reverse particles yielded any effect. This was the crushing reality of power disparity. In the distance, the battle in the square was nearing its conclusion. The Chu and Mu families had been severely injured and could no longer resist. In the center of the square stood only Mu Yan, Mu Tian, Chu Yunchong, and Chu Tsangxiong, while Chu Yi was supported by Mu Yunshang, slumped on the ground. Fong Ming hoisted Jiang Hao high and slowly returned to the square, boasting, Ha! Look everyone, I've brought back a little mouse to show you how to crush it. Reaching the iron cage, Fong Ming raised Jiang Hao towards it, taunting, I'll be humane and let you take one last look at your sister. Remove the black dragon battle armor, or she shall suffer a fate worse than death. With tears in her eyes, Jiangli screamed, Brother, don't take it off. Please don't. You'll die if you do. Enough. With that, Fong Ming activated the electric current button, and as the current surged, Zhang Li and Apos' screams echoed. The black dragon battle armor began to peel away from Jiang Hao, exposing his body within Fong Ming and Apos' grip. Upon seeing the armor removed, Fong Ming went mad with glee. Where's the ring? Hand it over. He then increased the electric current, shocking Zhang Li. On my left hand's ring finger. Ah! Before Jiang Hao could finish his sentence, a sharp pain surged through his finger, for it had been cruelly broken. Chapter 081. The torment of Jiang Hao. No one could have anticipated that Fong Ming would be so impatient. Directly seizing Jiang Hao's fingers and snatching the black dragon ring from his grasp with an almost ruthless ferocity. At this moment, Jiang Hao found himself firmly gripped by Fong Ming's powerful hand, immobilized and feeling as though his bones were being crushed inch by inch. An overwhelming sensation of impending death washing over him. Helplessly, he realized that Fong Ming's gravity grip held him at bay from afar, denying him any opportunity to retaliate with his devouring technique. Fong Ming held the black dragon ring in his hands, his gaze ablaze with excitement as he proclaimed, Ha ha, I have finally acquired the black dragon armor. My strength shall ascend to new heights. In the heat of battle, he had not activated the armor, merely reveling in the thrill of possessing it upon his finger. Witnessing Jiang Hao and Apos' cruel treatment, Mu Yunshang, seated at the center of the square, was reduced to tears. Jiang Hao, grandfather, please find a way to save him. Grandfather, Uncle Chu, you must think of something. Chu Yi, Unable to contain her sorrow, wept heavily. Sister Yunshang, you must find a way to rescue Jiang Hao. If this continues, he will die. With a pale complexion, Mu Yunshang shook her head in despair. In our current predicament, both our families are in peril, let alone saving Jiang Hao. I have already messaged the dean, hoping he might assist Jiang Hao, considering he is also a candidate for the Longyuan Guard. A glimmer of hope sparked in Chu Yi's heart as she turned to Chu Yunzong, grandfather. Didn't you say the Martial Academy's dean is your good comrade? Urge him to come and save Jiang Hao. Chu Yunzong's expression darkened slightly as he grimly replied. When the Shadow Guard appeared, I contacted Qin Wei through my wristband. Regrettably, the sky curtain has severed communication, making it impossible to reach him. Even Strongzy was unreachable. The results were the same, no contact. This sky curtain must have been specially modified by the Fong family, designed to commit murder without fear of discovery, nor concerned that someone might record evidence of their crimes. Most importantly, it prevents others from calling for reinforcements. Chu Yi felt despair creeping in. Then Sister Yunshang, can you not contact anyone either? With a hint of seriousness, Mu Yunshang replied, I sent a message to the dean while on my way here, hoping for an extra layer of support, even if it goes unused. I believe the dean received it, but whether he will take action, I cannot say. Especially since I did not mention Uncle Chu. Chu Yunzong gazed at the sky and sighed heavily. We can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. I just hope Wu and Appo's fervor from those years has not waned. Having initially escaped, Fong Juanza, witnessing Jiang Hao and Appo's capture, found his courage and walked back to the iron cage. Jiang Hao, let us see where you can run this time. And thank you for your earlier restraint. Had you directly ambushed me, I would likely have perished at your hands. What a pity, ha ha ha. Jiang Hao, struggling, shot a fierce glare at Fong Juanza and retorted with a sneer, you overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you are merely a foolish clown. I couldn't be bothered to kill you earlier because crushing you would be a trivial matter. There is no need to waste my time on such a triviality. Fong Juanza's eyes blazed with fury, his chest heaving with rage. However, his intellect prevailed, and he quickly suppressed his anger, his tense expression relaxing into one of mockery. Even at death's door, you still have a sharp tongue. Uncle, break his sharp teeth. But do not kill him just yet. I wish to torment him slowly, to make him wish for death. With a crack, Fong Ming conjured a gravity palm and struck Jiang Hao. The force of the blow left Jiang Hao's face swollen, and he spat out blood, accompanied by several teeth. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he spat out blood towards Fong Juanza, laughing mockingly. Fong Juanza, is this all you're capable of? You're utterly useless, hiding behind others while you act like a coward. No wonder Fong Junlin is the heir of the Fong family, while you are nothing but a castaway in a town of drifters. Fong Juanza, infuriated, disregarded Fong Ming's intervention, summoning his own palm to strike at Jiang Hao. I am a legitimate heir of the Fong family. How dare you, a mere lowly drifter, provoke me? His martial prowess was negligible, raised in luxury, rendering his gravity palm weak. Ha, Fong Juanza, what a cowardly excuse you've made. I challenge you to a fair fight. If I lose, I will take my own life before you. If I win, you must kneel and bow before me. Fong Juanza and Appo's face twisted with rage. You have never been so humiliated in your life, uncle. Break his limbs. I want him to suffer endlessly. Fong Ming, hearing Fong Juanza's commands, felt a twinge of annoyance. Despite possessing the black dragon armor, even the patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Yang, would not dare disrespect him. However, the hierarchical structure of the Fong family demanded absolute obedience to the family head, and although he felt slighted, he complied. Jiang Hao, thank you for the black dragon ring. Don't worry, I will make this quick. You won't feel too much pain. He then formed another hand, gripping Jiang Hao's arm and applying pressure. A sickening crack sounded as Jiang Hao and Appo's arm broke, eliciting a harrowing scream from him. The excruciating pain barely subsided when another wave of agony surged through his other arm, followed by his legs. Jiang Hao's cries echoed throughout the square, turning it into a scene reminiscent of hell. Stop! Let go of my brother, or I will haunt you as a ghost. Jiang Li screamed in fury, struggling against her chains, which had drawn blood and left her wrists and ankles wounded. Mu Yunshang, desperate to intervene, was held back by Mu Tian, helplessly crying out, Jiang Hao, no. Stop. You must stop. Chu Yi found herself similarly restrained by Chu Songxiong, forced to the ground as she wailed in despair. With his limbs shattered, Jiang Hao lay on the brink of death. Fong Juanza, reveling in Jiang Hao's misery, laughed maniacally. Uncle, break his spine. Render him completely useless. Fong Ming nodded, ready to crush Jiang Hao and Appo's spine. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky, shouting down, "Stop!" Chapter 82. Qinwui. Two men appeared in the sky. One was middle-aged, while the other appeared somewhat younger. Their resemblance was striking, and they wore identical uniforms, making them seem like twin brothers at first glance. Chu Yunzhong looked up, his heart filled with joy. "Old Qin, you finally made it. If you had arrived any later, my old bones would have been lost here." The newcomers were none other than the head of the martial academy, Qinwui. Earlier, he had received a message from Mu Yunxiang, which left him puzzled until he learned from his son, Qin Beiji, that Jiang Hao was one of his students and gathered insights about the Fang family's connection to Jiang Hao. Seeing Mu Yunxiang's grave demeanor, he hurriedly set off with Qin Beiji, arriving here at last. Upon entering the celestial realm, he discovered that both the Chu and Mu families were present, and many bore injuries. His brow furrowed in concern. Scanning the surroundings, Qinwei turned to Fang Yang. "Fang Yang, what is the meaning of this? You have taken the liberty of using the celestial-based vehicle and mobilized the shadow guards to attack the Chu and Mu families?" Upon Qinwei's sudden arrival, Fang Yang and Appo's expression darkened. As the head of the martial academy and having reached the pinnacle of martial prowess long ago, Qinwei was now undoubtedly at the level of a martial saint. Although the shadow guards and the Fang family had numbers on their side, they were no match for a martial saint. Moreover, Qinwei was a senior elder of the Longxia Elder Council, wielding significant authority. Realizing this, Fang Yang reluctantly abandoned his arrogance and replied respectfully, "Chairman Qin, I am leading the shadow guards to eliminate traitors for the sake of Longxia's integrity. I was unaware of your sudden visit. Do you have any instructions?" Qinwei and Appo's countenance was stern. "Eliminating traitors? Who here is the traitor? Chu Yunzhong or Mu Tian?" Fang Yang felt a twinge of guilt but maintained his posture. "It is indeed these two." Qinwei's gaze bore into Fang Yang as he sneered. "You claim they are traitors. Do you have any evidence?" Fang Yang faltered. This is an order from the Dragon God. I am merely executing it." "The order of the Dragon God?" Qinwei instantly refuted in his heart. He would believe any command but one supposedly from the Dragon God. Who was the Dragon God? It was Yi Cheng. And who was Chu Yunzhong? A close brother and comrade of Yi Cheng, someone who had fought alongside him in life and death in Shin City. It was conceivable that anyone from Longxia could betray it, but not Chu Yunzhong, who was too principled. Hence, Yi Chen would never issue such an order. Qinwei could hardly fathom that Fang Yang had the audacity to fabricate military orders. Intrigued, Qinwei continued, "Oh, the order of the Dragon God? Is there any authorization document? Such a significant matter surely cannot be conveyed merely by word of mouth?" Fang Yang, sensing Qinwei's fluctuating expression, understood the gravity of his doubts regarding the authenticity of the orders. Cornered, he pressed on with his fabricated story. "Due to the urgency of the situation, the Dragon God hastily gave me a verbal command without any written documentation." Fang Yang and Appo's confidence stemmed from having received news the night before that the Dragon God and Appo's ship had lost contact after departing the Jovian star system. With no word on his fate, he believed that by annihilating the Chu and Mu families today, any investigation upon the Dragon God and Appo's return years later would be impossible. Now that matters had escalated to this point, he thought it best to carry through with the slaughter to create an irrefutable case, especially with a certain influential figure backing him, leaving him unafraid of the consequences. Qinwei smirked. "Urgent, you say? I was at the orbital base at the time and personally saw the Dragon God off. I do not recall any urgency in their departure." "I cannot say," Fang Yang replied. "All I know is that I received the order, and if you doubt it, you may verify it yourself." Fang Yang, "You are aware that we cannot contact the Dragon God, making verification impossible. However, have you considered the repercussions of fabricating military orders?" "Chairman Qin, you jest. I am but a humble member of the Fang family. How could I dare fabricate military orders? Am I to execute these orders while you merely observe? Or shall you return to the martial academy to rest?" Recognizing Fang Yang's defiance, Qinwei's demeanor hardened. "Fang Yang, since we cannot confirm the authenticity of the military orders, according to regulations, even if the Chu and Mu families are deemed traitors, they must be judged by the Elder Council before any sentence is passed. You cannot privately execute them. That would surely violate the rules and laws. I care not for that. The order I received is for immediate execution. Chairman Qin, please do not obstruct the execution of military orders. Am I, a senior member of the Elder Council, unable to manage this matter? Fang Yang, are you jesting? I hereby issue a notice from the Elder Council, The Chu and Mu families, along with Jiang Hao, are implicated in other cases and must be taken back for thorough investigation. No one may interfere during this process, or it will be considered a provocation against the Elder Council. Fang Yang and Appo's expression darkened completely. Chen Wui and Appo's rationale left him helpless, but he pressed on. You may take the Chu and Mu families, but Jiang Hao is off limits. He killed my son, and I must avenge him. There is no room for negotiation. Angered, Chen Wui retorted, no room for negotiation? Jiang Hao has already reported to the Elder Council that your Fang family conducted experiments on living subjects, a matter the Dragon God has expressly forbidden. How dare your family defy this order again? We have both eyewitnesses and material evidence before us. To avoid misunderstanding, I intend to take the Jiang siblings back for investigation. If you are found innocent, the Elder Council will certainly provide justice for your family. And what of my son Junlin, who was killed by Jiang Hao? As the saying goes, a life for a life. I only wish to avenge my son. What could be wrong with that? Fang Yang was no fool. He recognized that Jiang Hao was the catalyst for this entire incident. If he could not openly eliminate the Chu and Mu families, he would target Jiang Hao. As long as Jiang Hao remained, everything else could be resolved. Chen Wui understood Fang Yang's strategy of retreating to advance. If Jiang Hao's matter was not settled, this situation could not conclude. You claim Jiang Hao killed Fang Junlin. Do you have any evidence? Present your evidence, and the Elder Council will adjudicate this. Seeing his father at a loss for words, Fang Juanzi stepped forward. We found Jiang Hao's trace at my elder brother's corpse. He killed members of the Luo family and my brother, stealing his nuclear explosion pearl. Jiang Hao is now brazenly using the nuclear explosion pearl. Is that not evidence? Chen Wui nodded. This is indeed suspicious. However, it is also plausible that Fang Junlin was killed by another powerful individual, and Jiang Hao merely stole the nuclear explosion pearl from his corpse. Moreover, as far as I know, Jiang Hao was merely a high-level martial artist during his time at the Martial Academy. Given that only a few days have passed since Fang Junlin's death, it is unlikely he could have slain a half-step martial king like Fang Junlin. Throughout the journey, Chen Wui had heard much from Qin Beiji regarding Jiang Hao, including his cultivation level and associations, as well as his duel with Guqing. The Fang family members fell silent, and Chen Wui seized the opportunity. Well, given the numerous doubts surrounding this case, I shall take everyone back for investigation. Trust in the Elder Council. We will provide a satisfactory resolution for your family. As he spoke, Chen Wui waved his hand to dispel the gravity restraining Jiang Hao. Intending to take him away, Fang Yang swiftly moved, positioning himself in front of Jiang Hao, his blade poised against his neck. Not so fast. You cannot take Jiang Hao and Jiang Li away. There is no room for negotiation. Chapter 083. Relentless foes. Upon witnessing Fang Yang's advance and his audacious threat using Jiang Hao as a hostage, Chen Wui and Appo's countenance darkened. He had long heard rumors of the Fang family and Appo's tyranny, dismissing all others as inconsequential, and today he found those tales to be undeniably true. Fang Yang, do you intend to defy the Elder Council's edict and indulge in extrajudicial punishment? Fang Yang furrowed his brow, unwavering. I care not for others, but my Fang family shall not permit anyone to trample upon us and escape unscathed, especially not one who has slain our young master. Not even the heavenly sovereign could intervene. Chen Wui's expression turned grim. If you persist in this manner, I shall be compelled to enforce the law on behalf of the Elder Council, regardless of your family's power, in Longxia. No one may challenge the sanctity of the law, not even your Fang family, nor my martial academy. This is a line that cannot be crossed. Fang Yang clenched his teeth in fury and shouted into the air, summon the men. At his command, all the martial kings and shadow guards of the Fang family gathered around him. Fang Yang glared at Chen Wui fiercely. You may take anyone from the Chu and Mu families, but these two are off limits. Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death. I am aware of your status as a martial saint, yet with my hundreds of peak martial kings and the nuclear explosion orb, I refuse to believe we cannot thwart you. Fang Yang understood that eradicating the Chu and Mu families today was no longer feasible. However, Jiang Hao and Jiang Li must remain alive, as they were both evidence of their crimes and their leverage. Jiang Li's experiment had succeeded. Extracting her genes could lead to the development of longevity serums. Although there were many who had undergone nirvana, they numbered only in the thousands globally, granted hundreds of years of life through the injections. Yet, billions of ordinary people yearned for longevity. If a longevity serum were to be created, the Fang family would ascend to a divine status in the eyes of humanity, capable of ruling the earth entirely, rendering all, including the dragon god and martial saints, to the sidelines. Such an opportunity was not one they could relinquish easily. Not even Chen Wui, and even the dragon god would be resisted if he appeared. Observing Fang Yang's obstinate stance, Chen Wui scoffed. Do you truly believe that with these individuals and the nuclear orb you can contend with me? Such naivety is laughable. You are entirely ignorant of the strength and capabilities of a martial saint. Since you are so obstinate, I shall take action. With that, Chen Wui loudly declared to those around, the Fang family intends to violently resist the law, openly defying the Elder Council and Appos' edicts, engaging in extrajudicial punishment, and conducting human experimentation. Today, I, Chen Wui, representing the Elder Council, shall impose sanctions upon the Fang family. All irrelevant parties are to withdraw immediately, or they shall be charged with treason. This proclamation was undoubtedly a public declaration of the Fang family's transgressions, providing him with a legitimate reason to act, while simultaneously cautioning the martial kings and shadow guards of the Fang family. Fang Yang's expression changed dramatically. Chen Wui's maneuver had rendered him passive and seized the initiative. Moreover, Chen Wui acted under the pretense of the Elder Council, complicating matters further. Certainly, with Fang Yang's ruthless nature, had he possessed sufficient power in this situation, he would dare to eliminate Chen Wui. However, he understood that it was impossible. With these martial kings and the nuclear orb, it was utterly unfeasible to slay a martial saint. If he were to act and fail to kill Chen Wui, and the latter escaped, the Fang family would face ruin. Chen Wui, do you truly intend to take action against my Fang family, knowing our foundation? Chen Wui replied with a cold smile. I am well aware. You merely rely on having monopolized the military-industrial production of Longxia during the fierce battles in Xinqing and the backing of Fang Qingying's position. Yet, the law allows no leniency. None may overstep, not your Fang family, nor even Fang Qingying herself. At that moment, a chilling voice interjected. Oh, is that so? A group of individuals appeared in the sky, led by a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, strikingly beautiful, clad in a black dress, her expression somewhat aloof. Chen Wui was taken aback upon recognizing her. Fang Qingying? How could she possibly be here? After Su Zheng's fall in the Arctic, Fang Qingying had remained reclusive, rarely showing herself. It was unexpected for her to appear now, accompanied by a formidable contingent of elite shadow guards, numbering over 100. Fang Yang, elated, rushed forward. Sister, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have been killed by Chen Wui. Fang Qingying shot him a fierce glare, her voice cold. What on earth has transpired to escalate to this extent? Fang Yang, his face contorted in despair, replied tearfully, Sister, Junlin was killed. I seek revenge. But the Chu and Mu families intervened, and now even Chen Wui claims the Fang family is treasonous. You must stand up for me. Fang Qingying furrowed her brows deeply. Fang Junlin, who had always been understanding and gifted, had achieved half-step martial king status at such a young age. He was her most cherished nephew, and the news of his death was shocking. Turning her cold gaze upon Chen Wui, she asked, Chen Wui, after so many years, I see you have reached the early stages of martial saint and taken on the role of the academy's director. Have you grown so arrogant that you would seek to annihilate the Fang family? Chen Wui regarded Fang Qingying with a sense of unfamiliarity. Although they had crossed paths in Xinqing, she had always held herself aloof, warm only towards Su Zheng, while remaining indifferent to others. In contrast, Jiang Luoqian and Feng Fei, along with Xiao Qian, were more amiable, fostering a stronger rapport. After Su Zheng's demise in the Arctic, Fang Qingying had descended into despair, channeling her grief into her cultivation, which had indeed proven fruitful. She had attained high-level martial saint status, rivaling even the dragon god, Yu Qing. With a smile, Chen Wui remarked, It has been many years since we last met. I never imagined Fang Qingying to have ascended to high-level martial saint status. Indeed, impressive. I commend your progress. As for your claim of exterminating the Fang family, I have never stated such a thing. I merely asserted that the Fang family must answer for their transgressions. Does Fang Qingying believe my words to be unjust? Fang Qingying replied coolly, The law applies equally to the sovereign and the commoner. This is self-evident, and I have no objections. However, you neglect to investigate the murderer of my nephew while turning your attention to my family. What reasoning is this? Chen Wui gestured towards the iron cage on the ground and then to the barely conscious Jiang Hao. Lady Fang, the evidence is laid bare before you. Fang Yang has engaged in human experimentation, which contravenes the law. Both the Dragon God and the Elder Council have expressly forbidden such actions. This is a grave offense. As for Fang Junlin's death, it is merely Fang Yang's word. I shall take Jiang Hao back for investigation, which is both reasonable and lawful, is it not? Seeing the situation deteriorate, Fong Yang interjected, I have not conducted human experimentation. This test subject is from years ago. We merely wish to extract her genes. The sacrifice of one for the benefit of all humanity is worthwhile. Even if we do not extract her genes, she would die in a few years. Would that not be a waste of the experimental results? Jiang Hao killed Junlin and seized the nuclear orb you bestowed upon him. The evidence is irrefutable. Is it not justifiable for me to avenge Junlin? This is an unwritten rule in the realm of cultivators. Qin Wei replied coldly, Fong Yang. Since you articulate such noble sentiments, why not sacrifice yourself for all humanity? The death of Fong Junlin cannot solely be attributed to the nuclear orb. That would hardly convince the world.